Library of Heaven's Path Chapter 1450 to Chapter 1523. Ah? Zhang Zhang's body stiffened. Zhang Wuchen and the others also looked at each other. What's wrong with this guy? It was just a moment ago that he was shouting that the Kirin bloodline was not to be insulted, and he wanted nothing more than to crush the young man before him to death. But in the blink of an eye, he was lying on the ground with no dignity at all. Zhang Xian was also a little stunned. He scratched his head, and after confirming that this fellow was indeed the one from before, he looked over and asked, "Are you sure you want to acknowledge me as your master?" "Yes, as long as master tells me to go east, I will definitely not go west." The fire Kirin hurriedly nodded. It seemed that it was afraid that the person in front of it would go back on his word. "All right." As soon as he agreed, Zhang Xian saw a drop of blood containing a soul fly toward him. It landed in between his eyebrows and entered his body. After accepting the other party's acknowledgement, Zhang Xian swiftly understood what the other party was thinking. Under normal circumstances, the other party wouldn't have been willing to submit to him. However, after seeing how Zhang Xian dashed into the lightning tribulation and scared the other party into fleeing, he changed his mind. The primordial spirit of a saint beast was not as powerful as that of a human, so what they were most worried about was the lightning tribulation. Since Zhang Xian was able to drive the lightning tribulation away so easily, it was not a big deal for him to become a tamed beast. Not to mention, given how the other party was able to make the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast achieve a breakthrough so easily, it wouldn't be too difficult for the other party to achieve a breakthrough as well. "I don't believe it," seeing that the Inferno Qilin had successfully acknowledged him as its master, Zhang Zhang's body staggered, and his face paled. He plummeted from the sky. This was a saint beast that even the clan head was unable to tame. Yet, in less than 20 minutes, the other party had actually managed to tame it so easily. Wasn't he intending to tear him to shreds a moment ago? Why would he suddenly change his attitude in such a short time? "Do you know that if I were to change my attitude like this, not only would I lose the bet, the clan head would definitely fly into a rage when he returns." This was a big guy that he had paid a huge price to capture, and he was giving it away just like that. Puff, his face reddened, and before he could catch his breath, blood spurted from his mouth. "You're a Qilin beast. You possess the bloodline of the Qilin." He could not help but grit his teeth. "So what if you're a Kirin beast?" "Xianxia, young and talented, low-key and reserved, I am willing to submit to you." After acknowledging Zhang Xian as its master, the Inferno Qilin looked at Zhang Xian proudly. "You," Zhang Jiang swayed again. Where was his dignity? Where was his face? Previously, when you heard that you were going to submit to the otherworldly demon, you caused such a huge commotion that you even wanted to die on the spot. But looking at you now, could it be that your soul has been swapped with the otherworldly demon? Since you've acknowledged me as your master, I can't possibly be lacking in gifts." Zhang Xian couldn't be bothered to look at Zhang Jiang, who was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood again. He smiled and snapped his fingers. The Kirin beast was waiting expectantly to see what kind of gift its master was going to give it. Suddenly, it felt a surge of heat gushing out from its dantian. The blood vessels in its body, which had been blocked previously, immediately opened under the impact of a surge of Xinqi. "This is the poison from before?" The Inferno Qilin widened its eyes in disbelief. It was very familiar with this feeling. It was the same feeling as when the lethal poison was circulating through its body. How could it suddenly clear its shackles and push for a higher realm in the blink of an eye, turning lethal poison into a tonic? This was a feat that not even 9 stars master teachers were capable of. The Kirin beast trembled with excitement. At this moment, he finally understood how wise his choice was. He had thought that the other party would only be able to drive away the lightning tribulation, but who could have thought that he would possess such an ability as well? The Kirin beast bloodline that it harnessed granted it immense strength, but its flames were simply too ferocious, making it difficult for it to control its weak meridians. It was for this reason that its rate of improvement was extremely slow. Wherever the surge of Xinqi passed through its body, it would clear away all of its previous flaws and shackles. In an instant, the Kirin beast felt the energy that had been suppressed in its body for a very long time stirring restlessly, ready to make a breakthrough at any moment. "Master, hurry up and make a breakthrough. Don't waste this opportunity." Xianxia instructed calmly. Yes. Knowing that this wasn't the time to be expressing its gratitude, the Kirin beast closed its eyes and drove its Xinqi. Hong Long, in the blink of an eye, a powerful pressure swept across its body, filling it with an invincible might. It is going to make a breakthrough as well? Zhang Wuchen's face warped in horror. Xianxia, please take it away from here. If the Zhang family fails to withstand the lightning tribulation, I'll admit defeat on their behalf. The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast's breakthrough had already reduced the guest room to rubble. If the Kirin beast were to make a breakthrough as well, the Zhang family could very well be wiped out. There's no need to worry. It's only making a breakthrough to St. Nine Dan advanced stage, so it won't trigger the lightning tribulation. Zhang Xian replied awkwardly. After acknowledging the Kirin beast as his master, Zhang Xian had learned of its exact cultivation realm. St. Nine Dan Macrocosm Realm Advanced Stage, with the help of Zhang Xian's Xinqi, the Kirin beast would only be able to push for a breakthrough to St. Nine Dan Pinnacle. Most likely, such a breakthrough would not trigger a lightning tribulation. It's fine as long as there's no lightning tribulation. Taking a closer look, Zhang Wuchen confirmed the Kirin beast's cultivation realm before heaving a sigh of relief. He had been too nervous earlier, so he only came to a realization after hearing Zhang Xian's words. It was true that such a minor breakthrough would not trigger a lightning tribulation. To be honest, he had been frightened by the Kirin beast for a while now. St. Nine Dan. Every single minor breakthrough is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. I wonder how Xianxia managed to make the Kirin beast achieve a breakthrough so easily? Zhang Wuchen asked doubtfully. It could be attributed to luck that allowed the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast to achieve a breakthrough, or perhaps it was due to his deep understanding of tamed beasts. Yet, the Kirin beast had managed to achieve a breakthrough despite having just submitted to him. How in the world did he do it? If he had such capability, wouldn't taming Saint Beasts be child's play to him? I guess it's due to luck. The Kirin beast has already accumulated enough Xinqi, and I happen to use some means to achieve a breakthrough. If it had been any other Saint Beast, it wouldn't have been so easy. Zhang Xian. There was no way he could talk about the Heaven's Path Xinqi, or else he would be in deep trouble. Thus, it was best for him to keep a low profile at this moment. I was being too rash. Seeing that Zhang Xian was speaking insincerely, Zhang Wuchen immediately knew that there was a secret involved in this matter. Thus, he clasped his fist and said, I have just received news from the Sanctum of Sages that Xianxia's teacher is Xianxia, right? That's right. My teacher is Yang Xian. Zhang Xian nodded in response. He still had to take the blame for Xianxia. Otherwise, given how capable he was at such a young age, he could very well be used as a lab rat. In any case, Huiwei was not around, and this was not the headquarters of the Mingshi Tang. Since the Sanctum of Sages had failed to investigate the matter, it was unlikely that Xianxia would suspect anything either. It's no wonder. Nodding, Zhang Wuchen turned to Zhang Xian and asked, May I know if Xianxia is aware of Xianxia's current location? My teacher has always been elusive, so I don't know of his whereabouts as well, Zhang Xian replied. Zhang Wuchen was stunned for a moment before he finally understood why the other party was wreaking havoc in the Zhang family instead of looking for his teacher. It turned out that the other party was unaware that his teacher was here. Hehe, you came at the right time. Xianxia happens to be in the Zhang family. Since you are here as well, the two of you should be able to meet very soon. Zhang Wuchen said with a smile. Xianxia is here? Zhang Xian's body stiffened as his heart clenched tightly. He had been raising Xianxia's name as a cover for the Library of Heaven's Path all this while. He thought that the other party was just an illusory figure, and at most, he could just use his clone to disguise himself. Who could have thought that the other party would actually exist? Furthermore, he was the Grand Elder of the Mingshi Tang headquarters, one of the strongest experts in the world. It was already embarrassing enough for a real person to appear after disguising himself as a fake. Who could have thought that the impostor would actually be in the Zhang family? If they were to meet, wouldn't the other party be exposed if he didn't admit that he was his disciple? Before Zhang Xian could say anything, Zhang Wuchen suddenly turned his gaze over with a deep frown on his forehead. Xianxia? It has been a long time since I last saw teacher. Hearing that teacher is here all of a sudden, I found it a little hard to believe. I hope that you can forgive me for forgetting myself. Xianxia hurriedly said. Due to his shock, he addressed Xianxia as Xianxia instead of teacher. The other party had already noticed that something was amiss. Xianxia has been in seclusion for half a year now. It has indeed been a long time since the two of you met. Hearing his words, Zhang Wuchen nodded. Teacher is in seclusion. Will it affect me if I look for him directly? After recovering from his shock, Zhang Xian realized that something was amiss and turned to Zhang Xian. The other party knew that he was Xianxia's student and that Xianxia was in seclusion. There were only two possibilities. First, he was intentionally trying to scare him. Second, Xianxia's seclusion was extremely urgent, so he couldn't come out. If that was the case, it would be extremely beneficial to him. Xianxia did tell us not to disturb him before he went into seclusion. However, he should be coming out in a few days. If Xianxia isn't in a hurry to leave, you should be able to meet him. Zhang Wuchen said. I'm not in a hurry to leave. Nodding, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like he had to make good use of the time to compete in swordsmanship and find a way to force the young prodigy out. Otherwise, if Xianxia were to come out of seclusion and expose everything, he would be in deep trouble. May I know where teacher is in seclusion? Even if I can't disturb him, can I pay him a visit? Once he comes out, I'll be able to meet him. After pausing for a moment, Zhang Xian asked. First, he had to determine the other party's location. If it really didn't work out, he would immediately flee as soon as he saw the other party come out of seclusion. Only the first elder knows where Xianxia is going into seclusion, so I'm not too sure. Either. Zhang Wuchen shook his head. You don't know? Zhang Xian pretended to be regretful as he rejoiced once more. As the two of them spoke, the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast and Inferno Qilin Beast completed their breakthroughs. Both of them were brimming with energy, ready to burst out at any moment. Seeing the two Saint Nine Dan beasts surrounding Zhang Xian, the crowd couldn't help but raise their guard. Even Jian Qingqing couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. Even the deputy sanctum head of the Sanctum of Sages was only at Saint Nine Dan primary stage. Yet, a mere student of his actually tamed a Saint Nine Dan primary stage and Saint Nine Dan pinnacle Saint Beast. If he were to bring it back, no one would be able to subdue it. With this kind of ability, no one would be able to say anything even if he were to become the substitute hall master. Seeing that he was so skilled in beast taming and painting, as well as having unfathomable foresight, the young talents who were prepared to take him down a notch all hesitated. Zhang Ziqing and Zhang Jiang were the top geniuses among them, but even they were unable to withstand a single blow from Zhang Xian. If they were to challenge him, the gap between them and him would be even greater. All of a sudden, no one dared to challenge him anymore. With no one stepping forward, Zhang Xian was able to relax. He only had a single goal in mind, and that was to teach that young prodigy a lesson. Since the young man was too weak, he couldn't be bothered to make a move. Xianxia, this place is no longer suitable for living. It just so happens that I have some private residences back at my residence. May I know if you would like to follow me? Seeing how none of the geniuses dared to challenge Zhang Xian, Zhang Wuchen sighed deeply and said. This? Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before nodding. I'll be troubling the third elder then. With how the guest rooms had been reduced to such a state, they were indeed no longer suitable for living. Please follow me. The third elder nodded. He instructed Elder Wuzhen to send some men to repair the residences before leading the way. Before leaving, Zhang Xian explained the solution to the two spirit awakeners, and before the shocked gazes of the two 9-star spirit awakeners, they followed behind him. Not too long later, they arrived at the residence of the members of the Zhang family. Sword Saint Qingqing, you'll be staying here for the time being. Once the guests are settled down, our clan will conduct a tournament. After that, we'll have a chance to interact with our friends. After landing on the ground, the third elder instructed with a smile. Yes. Jian Qingqing nodded. He had been to the Zhang family 3 times already, but this was his first time coming to the core area of the clan. It could be said that he was taking advantage of Zhang Xian's presence. The spiritual energy here wasn't as concentrated as in the guest rooms, but it carried an aura that made one feel invigorated. It felt like cultivating here would allow one's mind to work faster and more efficiently. Xianxia, would you mind following me around? After settling Jian Qingxing in, Zhang Wuchen turned to Xianxia and asked. I'm more than happy to accompany you. Xianxia nodded. It was a good opportunity for him to visit the Zhang family so as to understand more about them so that he could prepare for the bridegroom. In any case, he had the protection of the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast and the Inferno Qilin, so it was unlikely that the other party would do anything to him. This way, please. With a light smile, Zhang Wuchen led the way out of the residence. This time, he didn't fly but walked instead. After a long journey, the sky had already darkened. Stars filled the sky, and a crescent moon emanated a brilliant glow, causing the air to feel a little chilly. May I know where Xianxia's family is? Is there anyone else in your family? Zhang Wuchen asked casually as the two of them walked in tandem. I'm an orphan. I don't know who my parents are, Xianxian replied. The person whom he had possessed didn't know who his parents were, so naturally, he wouldn't know either. It's good to be an orphan, Zhang Wuchen remarked. Realizing that he had misspoken, he continued asking, since you're an orphan, do you know why your surname is Zhang? Who gave you that name? This. Zhang Xian was stunned for a moment before shaking his head. It has been too long, so I can't remember it. They were fused memories to begin with, so how could they know such minor details? Based on the memories of his previous self, he had been hanging from a tree when he was very young. It was only after he was saved that he was given the name Zhang Xian. As for why his surname was Zhang, he had no idea. In any case, it was fine as long as it wasn't the Zhang of the Zhang family. You can't remember? It seems like Xianxia's family left quite early then. Zhang Wuchen replied. Then, he suddenly chuckled softly and asked, Xianxia, how do you feel about the Zhang family? Are you interested in joining the Zhang family as a member? Not at all. Zhang Xian shook his head. Just the fact that they had despicably tried to kill him and force Luozi to marry him was enough to make him detest them. To think that he would want to join them. Dream on. Zhang Wuchen didn't expect Zhang Xian to reply so decisively and swiftly. Awkwardly, he was at a loss for words for a long time. Then, he looked ahead and heaved a sigh of relief. Raising his hand, he said, We're here. We're here? Where are we? Zhang Xian was taken aback. Raising his head, he saw two large words appearing before his eyes. Blood Lake. Author's note, I recommend God Flying Fish's new book Legend of the Celestial Thearch. Needless to say, the fish god is the Celestial Thearch, and it's the most popular book on QQ right now. It's a combination of hot-bloodedness and elegance. It's definitely worth reading. These two words were written in ancient script, and there was nothing special about them. From afar, it looked as if they were written by a child who had just started learning how to write. However, if one were to take a closer look at them, they would realize that there was some kind of unique power within them that seemed to allow one to peer into the future, allowing one's will to travel from the present to several dozen millenniums ago, as if undergoing a baptism. What is this place? Zhang Xian was astonished. This is the place where the members of the Zhang clan awaken their bloodline. As long as one is a member of the Zhang clan, their bloodline will automatically ignite upon entering the blood pool. Be it in terms of cultivation or occupation, they will experience a qualitative leap. Zhang Wuchen explained. Awaken their bloodline? Zhang Xian widened his eyes in realization. It was no wonder why those two words were able to give him such a feeling. The Zhang clan's bloodline was able to control time, so there was no doubt that the time quintessence was involved in the awakening of their bloodline. Xianxia, are you interested in entering to take a look? Zhang Wuchen asked with a smile. Enter? Can I enter? Zhang Xian hurriedly waved his hands. How could an outsider enter such an important place as that? The Zhang clan's blood reservoir is only useful to those who possess the bloodline of the Zhang clan. Outsiders won't be affected by it, and they won't cause any damage to it either. It's fine for us to enter to take a look. Zhang Wuchen nodded. The blood pool was a forbidden ground of the Zhang clan. Even the members of the clan had to meet the requirements before they were allowed to enter. The reason why Zhang Wuchen said those words was to dispel Zhang Xian's doubts. That's good, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up upon hearing that he could enter the blood pool as he pleased. A bloodline that could awaken. The Zhang clan's bloodline was bound to be extraordinary. If he could enter to take a look, he might be able to gain a deeper understanding of the Zhang clan. This would allow him to stand a better chance against the young prodigy in the future. Let's go. Seeing that Zhang Xian didn't doubt his words, Zhang Wuchen heaved a sigh of relief. He walked up to the seal on the door, took out his token, and pressed it lightly. Wang. The door slowly opened. Following behind the young man, Zhang Xian carefully observed the young man's movements before walking in. Passing through a light barrier, his body jolted, and he immediately felt that the flow of time around him had changed. It was completely different from the outside world. This is a folded space left behind by our ancestor, and it contains the true meaning of time. Time is sometimes fast and sometimes slow, and it is in a wandering state. As long as the bloodline of the Zhang family fuses with it, they will immediately be immersed in the river of time. A month in the outside world is a year in here. This means that they will have more time to comprehend their occupation and cultivation. Of course, this is only a comprehension of their soul state. Their strength won't change. Zhang Wuchen explained. 1 month outside, 1 year inside? Zhang Xian was speechless. Even if he was unable to raise his cultivation, the fact that his soul had been in this state for so long was already an incredible feat. The difference between a month and a year was 12 times. In other words, the members of the Zhang family who had awakened their bloodline would have 12 times more time to study and cultivate here. It was no wonder there were so many geniuses in the Zhang family that the Luo family couldn't compare to. Just this blood reservoir alone was something that countless clans dreamed of but were unable to obtain. If he had been able to enter this place and cultivate non-stop, he would have been able to reach his current level in less than a month. I have insight. Recovering from his shock, Zhang Xian swiftly scanned through the innumerable lines in his eyes. The folded space before him was indeed different from what he had seen before. Through the eye of insight, he was able to see layers upon layers of folded space, reminiscent of a rainbow. Walking along them, he could feel that the flow of time around him was different from other places. However, such a rainbow couldn't be grasped or touched. If one didn't pay close attention to it, it would be impossible for one to notice it, let alone assimilate into it and alter the flow of time. As Zhang Xian slowly walked forward, Zhang Wuchen silently observed by the side, and the frown on his forehead deepened. There isn't the slightest anomaly on him. Could it be that he isn't? Previously, the first elder and he had suspected that Zhang Xian might be related to the missing person, so they had intentionally brought him to the blood reservoir to investigate. However, from the looks of it, there was no reaction at all. Ordinary members of the Zhang family who had never been to the blood reservoir would have their bloodline awakened as soon as they entered, causing them to fall into a coma. Their primordial spirit would then be immersed in the unique flow of time to study and cultivate. Yet, there was no reaction at all. It seemed like not only was there no Zhang family bloodline in his blood, he wasn't related to the Zhang family at all. Right, his primordial spirit, Zhang Xian thought. The primordial spirit of any member of the Zhang family would be able to resonate with their primordial spirit. After all, one's soul wouldn't change from life to death. With such a thought in mind, Zhang Xian stepped forward and said with a smile, "Xianxia, the time quintessence in the blood reservoir requires one's primordial spirit to see through it. Why don't you give it a try and see if you can see anything?" Primordial spirit? Zhang Xian nodded. All right then. Even though he had cultivated the means of the soul oracles, granting him a massive primordial spirit, after comprehending the heavenly art of dimension unravel, he was able to alter his size freely. Even an elder of the Zhang family wouldn't be able to see through his primordial spirit easily, so there was no reason for him to hide it. It just so happened that he wanted to study the time quintessence in the blood reservoir and deduce its secrets. Sitting on the floor, Zhang Xian drew his primordial spirit out from his glabella. What he saw through his primordial spirit was different from what he saw with his eyes. It was as if he had entered a snowy world, and snowflakes were drifting all around him. Knowing that these snowflakes were the streaks of the time quintessence, Zhang Xian reached out and grabbed them. Hula, the streaks streaked across his palm. My primordial spirit doesn't carry the aura of the Zhang family at all. Taking this sight into sight, a hint of disappointment surfaced in Zhang Wuchen's eyes. If a member of the Zhang family had drawn his primordial spirit out and entered the blood reservoir, he would surely have been able to retain the streaks of the time quintessence and assimilate them into his soul. However, the other party didn't react at all when he came into contact with his primordial spirit. There could only be one possibility: his primordial spirit had nothing to do with the Zhang family at all. It seemed like his previous suspicions were wrong. Xianxia, I'll have to ask you to leave now. Realizing what was going on, Xianxia waved his hand coldly. Leave? Xianxia was stunned for a moment before returning his primordial spirit to his body. This is the restricted area of the Zhang family. I brought you here, but there's a time limit. You can leave now. Zhang Wuchen waved his hand casually. Seeing the other party's indifference, Xianxia was rendered speechless. It's not like I was the one who wanted to come here. You were the one who dragged me in, and after 5 minutes, you're already chasing me away. There was indeed something wrong with the heads of the Zhang family. Farewell. Seeing that the other party wasn't even in the mood to see him off, Xianxia couldn't be bothered to look around anymore. Thus, he turned around and left. He didn't want to take a look at the time quintessence anyway. I have to report this to the first elder right away. Seeing that Xianxia was leaving, Zhang Wuchen quickly left the blood reservoir and closed the door behind him before heading straight for the first elder's residence. Due to the speed at which he left, he didn't notice that the laws and time quintessence in the blood reservoir were trembling in fear, not daring to move at all. Rushing forward, it didn't take long for him to arrive at the first elder's residence. How is it? The grand elder turned to look at Xianxia. No. Zhang Wuchen shook his head. No? I've also tested his primordial spirit, but he was unable to retain the quintessence insight. This has nothing to do with the Zhang family. Zhang Wuchen explained in detail what had happened inside the cave. Looks like I've been thinking too much. The first elder shook his head as a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Since there's no relationship between the two of you, send someone to challenge him in swordsmanship. Let him know that there's always someone stronger than him. Furthermore, since he had caused such a huge commotion, he had to give an explanation. He couldn't just leave as he pleased. Otherwise, where is our dignity? The entire guest room had collapsed, the statues of the predecessors were running around, and even the entrance array had been destroyed. If not for the fact that he was suspicious, how could he have allowed them to do as they pleased? Otherwise, if everyone came to make trouble, the so-called number 1 clan would not exist. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Wuchen replied, he has tamed the Inferno Qilin. I fear that, if we push him too far, something might happen. It would have been one thing if the other party was only a Grand Dominion realm cultivator, but the problem was that the other party had tamed the Inferno Qilin. Not to mention, that fellow had reached Saint Nine Dam Pinnacle. If the other party were to cause a ruckus, the Zhang clan would still be able to suppress him, but they would have to pay a heavy price. It's simple. We'll have the clan's juniors suppress their cultivation and make a bet with him. Either they compensate him, or they stay in the Zhang family and serve him for the rest of their lives. How can they leave just like that? If we lose in a fair duel, it'll be easier for us to answer to Xianxia. The first elder harrumphed coldly as he placed his hands behind his back. Even though the master-teacher clans were very particular about rules and regulations, they weren't exactly benevolent either. Putting aside the destroyed buildings, just the amount of manpower and resources they had spent on trapping this saint beast for the past 3 years was already unimaginable. How could they possibly give it away so casually? Most importantly, the other party had come to challenge him. To be honest, if not for the fact that Xianxia was Yangshir's direct disciple, they would have already captured him and forced him to stay behind. Yes, who was the most suitable candidate? Zhang Wuchen nodded before turning to Xianxia. If a family wanted to develop and become the number 1 family, they had to have the means. This was something that couldn't be helped. The first elder pondered for a moment before replying, Zhang Su, Zhang Hen, and Zhang Qin should be fine as well. They have all comprehended sword quintessences, and they possess astounding strength. It shouldn't be too much of a problem for them to deal with a Grand Dominion realm lad. Alright, I'll inform them in a moment to go and challenge them. Zhang Wuchen nodded before turning to Xianxia. What about the clan meeting? When will it be held? The purpose of this gathering was to prepare for the meeting. Now that almost everyone had arrived, they could begin the meeting. We'll begin as soon as the sun rises. You should know better than me about the marriage alliance with the Luo clan. We can't afford to make any mistakes. The first elder frowned as a glint flashed across his eyes. I know. It's just that, the young prodigy's whereabouts are still unknown. Zhang Wuchen looked worried. I've already said that we'll choose from within the clan. The champion of this tournament will replace the young prodigy and marry the little princess of the Luo clan. We can't delay any longer. Otherwise, who knows what kind of unforeseen events will occur? The Grand Elder said. I guess that's the only way. Nodding, Zhang Wuchen clasped his fist and bowed deeply. I'll make the arrangements right away. However, it would be best for you to wait until after the tournament to challenge Zhang Xian. Otherwise, it would be unfair to Zhang Su and the others. Yes. The Grand Elder nodded and fell silent. While the discussion was going on, Zhang Xian returned to his living quarters. As soon as he stepped into his room, he saw a figure walking up to him. Teacher, Zhang Jiuxiao clasped his fist. Why are you here? Teacher caused such a huge commotion as soon as you arrived. I heard about it, Zhang Jiuxiao said with a bitter smile. The teacher that he had just acknowledged was truly a high-profile person. He had caused such a huge commotion in the Zhang family as soon as he arrived. If not for the first elder suppressing the commotion, someone would have already charged up to him and killed him. Why are you in such a hurry to hold the clan assembly? Not wanting to dwell on this topic, Zhang Xian asked. As soon as Lozozi said that the person she liked was him, they immediately held the clan assembly. It was hard for him to believe that they had nothing to do with it. It was just that he couldn't help but wonder what the Zhang family was up to. I've already looked into it. There's only one purpose for this clan assembly, and that is to select a young man to marry into the Luo clan. Zhang Jiuxiao nodded. Marry into the Luo clan? Zhang Xian's eyelids twitched. Clenching his fists tightly, he asked, where's that young prodigy of yours? It's said that the young prodigy has gone missing, and no one knows where he is. Now that the Luo clan has decided to select the most outstanding prodigy in the clan to marry into the Luo clan. Zhang Jiuxiao revealed everything that he knew. Damn it. Zhang Xian was so furious that he could explode. Forcing the Luo clan to marry into the Luo clan was already despicable enough, but to think that they would just casually select the most outstanding prodigy, did they even consider the feelings of the Luo clan and Lozozi at all? How can the Zhang family's clan assembly be so casual? Zhang Xian gritted his teeth as his body trembled in agitation. For the number one Zhang clan to agree to the marriage between the young prodigy and Lozozi, only to casually select a young prodigy to marry into the Luo clan. If news of this were to spread, it would be ridiculous. It seems like there's no other way around it. I'm not too sure about the details, but I do know that this marriage is inevitable. No one can stop it. You should know that my strength is nothing in the clan, so it doesn't matter whether I participate or not. Zhang Jiuxiao said with a bitter smile. He could be considered as a genius in Qingyuan Empire, but in the Zhang family, he was nothing at all. Any one of them could easily defeat him, and he wouldn't even have the strength to retaliate. Thus, he would only participate in the clan assembly at most. He didn't think that he would be able to obtain a good ranking. When is the clan assembly going to be held? Zhang Xian asked furiously as killing intent surged from his body. We haven't decided on the exact date yet, but if everything goes as planned, it should be held tomorrow. Seeing Zhang Xian's livid face, Zhang Jiuxiao hurriedly tried to dissuade him. Teacher, there will be plenty of experts in the Zhang family's clan assembly. You mustn't let your emotions get the better of you, or else. I fear that you'll be in deep trouble. He was well aware of the personality of the young man before him. The latter was a fearless person, and even now, he couldn't help but shudder at the thought of the commotion he had caused back in Qingyuan Empire. If he really dared to wreak havoc in the clan assembly, he would be in deep trouble. After all, the Zhang family wasn't the number one sage clan on the master-teacher continent. Even a Saint Nine Dan pinnacle expert wouldn't be able to return alive. Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble. The one who will cause trouble is you. Knowing what Zhang Jiuxiao was thinking, Zhang Xian turned to him and said. Me? Zhang Jiuxiao was taken aback. That's right. I want you to participate in the clan assembly and become the champion. Xianxia said with a glint in his eyes. Me? Champion? Zhang Jiuxiao was stunned for a moment before hurriedly shaking his head. How is that possible? He was only a leading Aperture Realm cultivator at the moment, and it was hard to say when he would be able to push for a breakthrough to Grand Dominion Realm. He was still far from matching up to Zhang Chun, Zhang Feng, and the others, so it was hard to say whether he would be able to clear the first round. To be honest, as a member of the Side family, it was already incredible for him to be able to participate in the Zhang clan's clan assembly. To think that he would even dare dream of becoming the champion. As long as you listen to my words, it won't be impossible for you to surpass the others within a short period of time. Xianxia nodded. This. Zhang Chen and the others have already reached half-dimension Sundering Realm, and it's said that there are even true dimension Sundering Realm cultivators among them. I am simply too far away from them. Seeing that Zhang Xian wasn't joking, Zhang Jiuxiao shook his head bitterly. It was not that he didn't trust Zhang Xian, but that it was simply impossible. The gap between Saint 5 Dan leaving Aperture Realm and Saint 8 Dan Dimension Sundering Realm was like night and day. Even if there were 100 of him, he would only be able to flee for his life. Besides, the core disciples of the Zhang clan were all geniuses among geniuses. Even combat masters of the same cultivation realm might not be a match for them. In other words, the chances of him becoming the champion of the Zhang clan was practically zero. Don't belittle yourself while boosting the morale of others. Just by acknowledging me as your teacher, your eye of discernment has already surpassed that of countless others. Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up upon seeing the lack of confidence in the other party. It's my honor to acknowledge you as my teacher, but... Zhang Jiuxiao's face was as bitter as a bitter gourd. It was not that he didn't want to, but with the tournament starting tomorrow, I know what you are worried about. Placing his hands behind his back, Zhang Xian said, it has only been 14 months since I, Zhang Xian, rose from Fighter 3 Dan to Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle in the Tianqian Kingdom. I have 7 direct disciples, and my first disciple, Xiaoya, is the current young court chief of the Glacier Plain Court. My second disciple, Wang Ying, is a member of the Spirit Awakener Guild and has a bright future ahead of him. My third disciple, Lu Yang, is a member of the Spirit Awakener Guild. You have met him before. Fourth disciple, Xingyang, the progeny of combat of the Combat Master Hall, the future Hall Master. As he spoke, his aura grew stronger and stronger. Fifth disciple, Yuan Tao, the young clan head of the Yuan clan. He possesses the Emperor's bloodline and is unparalleled in the world. My sixth disciple, Lu Chong, has inherited the heritage of the Soul Oracles, and his mastery of the art of Soul Oracles is unparalleled. Seventh disciple, Wei Ruyan, the new temple master of the Poison Temple. She possesses an innate poison body and is capable of destroying everything with poison. The 7 great personal disciples are all extraordinary. They accepted you as their disciple because they have high hopes for you. Why? Are you backing out now? At this point, Zhang Xian turned to look at Zhang Xian with a piercing gaze. Clenching his fists tightly, Zhang Jiuxiao's face reddened in agitation. He knew that his teacher had many students, but he didn't expect them to be so powerful. The young court chief of the Yin Yang Palace, the progeny of combat of the Combat Master Hall, the head of the Poison Temple, and the young head of the Yuan clan. Every single one of them was on par with the standing head of the Zhang family, and yet, they were all his students. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. It was just a moment ago that he had thought that it would be difficult for him to become the champion, but upon hearing the names of Zhang Xian's students, he immediately felt his blood boiling in excitement. With such a teacher, what more could he ask for? Seeing that he had been motivated by his words, Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction. He turned to Zhang Jiuxiao and said, you won the championship despite being the weakest among us, so what's wrong with me taking you in as my 8th disciple? 8th disciple, Zhang Jiuxiao's breathing hastened as his face reddened in agitation. This was a clear indication that he was going to take him in as his direct disciple. The previous celestial master teacher, Kongshi, had 3,000 direct disciples and 72 direct disciples. Even the weakest direct disciple had become an ancient sage. Even the founder of the Sanctum of Sages, ancient sage Bo Shang, wasn't ranked at the top among his direct disciples. From this, it could be seen how powerful he was. Given that the teacher before him was a celestial master teacher, there was no doubt that his previous 7 direct disciples would become top-notch figures who would shake the world in the future. If he could become his 8th direct disciple, his future would be limitless. Indeed, the old ancestor of our Zhang clan didn't possess an extraordinary bloodline at the start. It was only after he reached the peak of the Zhang clan that he managed to pass down his bloodline. So what if I'm from the side family? There's no guarantee that I won't be able to rise to the top. The more Zhang Jiuxiao thought about it, the more agitated he became. Did nobles, generals, and ministers have guts, who said that one's bloodline was bound to be powerful? If that was the case, why was it that none of the geniuses who possessed pure bloodlines in the Zhang clan over the past several dozen millenniums had surpassed the old ancestor? Back then, of the 72 sages of Kongshi, there was no one who possessed an innately powerful bloodline. In order to succeed, one did not have to rely on one's bloodline but one's tireless hard work and determination. On top of that, one had to have a truly good teacher. His teacher was right before him, and he had worked hard enough as well. Whether he could become his direct disciple or not, it all depended on a single thought. Teacher, what should I do? As long as you instruct me, I, Zhang Jiuxiao, will do my best. Zhang Jiuxiao felt his blood boiling, and without any hesitation, he gritted his teeth and glared at Zhang Xian. As a celestial master teacher, if his teacher said it was possible, then it was definitely possible. There was no need for him to hold back. Very well. Seeing that the young man before him had made up his mind, Zhang Xian nodded in satisfaction. Acknowledge me as your teacher. Acknowledge me now? Zhang Jiuxiao was taken aback. Didn't you say that I'll only be qualified after I clinch the championship? He dared not believe his ears. It was just a moment ago that his teacher had said that he would accept him as his direct disciple after clinching the championship. Yet, he was still a long way from doing so. Why would he? Chuckling softly, Zhang Xian's face brimmed with confidence. If I, Zhang Xian, say that I'll make you the champion, then you'll surely become the champion. What's the difference between accepting you now or later? Zhang Jiuxiao felt as if his muscles would jump up at any moment, and his blood began to boil. Motivated by his teacher's words and seeing the determination in his eyes, he suddenly felt that as long as his teacher said that he could do it, then he would surely be able to do it. This was not bewitching or brainwashing. Rather, it was an overwhelming sense of confidence. With such confidence, no matter how difficult the matter before him was, it seemed as if it was nothing at all. Teacher, what should I do now? Kneeling on the floor, Zhang Jiuxiao cowed out 8 times to acknowledge his teacher before turning to look at Zhang Xian. Since his teacher spoke so confidently, he must have already thought of a way to cultivate. Your cultivation is only at the Grand Dominion realm at the moment, so the only way you can do so is to raise your cultivation swiftly. However, it's impossible for you to push your cultivation all the way to Saint 8 Dan in a single night. Unless... Zhang Xian paused for a moment as he looked in a certain direction with a profound gaze. I'll make use of the Zhang clan's blood reservoir. Blood reservoir? Zhang Jiuxiao's body jolted in shock as he replied awkwardly, only the core members of the Zhang clan are allowed to enter the blood reservoir. My bloodline is too weak, so I'm not qualified to enter. The Zhang clan's blood reservoir was a place of utmost importance. Only those who had reached a certain level of bloodline would be allowed to enter the blood reservoir to cultivate it. I'll bring you in, Zhang Xian said calmly. It would be impossible for him to raise his cultivation from Saint 5 Dan leaving Aperture Realm to a level comparable to Zhang Chun in a single night. After all, he didn't have the Library of Heaven's Path, so he couldn't cultivate the simplified version of the Heaven's Path divine art. As such, this was the only path he could take. Only by using the Zhang clan's blood reservoir would he be able to increase the flow of time by 12 times in a single night. Would he be able to succeed? Bring me in? Zhang Jiuxiao was taken aback. Isn't the blood reservoir off limits? If anyone could enter the Zhang clan's blood reservoir, it would have long been a huge mess. But his teacher was just an outsider, so how could he possibly enter the blood reservoir so easily and bring him in? I wouldn't have been able to enter the blood reservoir in the past, but there shouldn't be any problem now. Zhang Xian harumphed. Previously, when Zhang Wuchen had brought him in, he had taken a close look at the ceiling formation around the blood reservoir. As profound as it was filled with flaws before the library of heaven's path. With just a single tap, he would be able to sneak in without being detected. Let's go. Without explaining too much, Xianxia led the way. Not too long later, they arrived before the blood reservoir. This is the place. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia circled around the entrance of the blood reservoir, found a spot, and tapped lightly on it. Wung, with a slight buzz, the formation guarding the entrance of the blood reservoir slowly opened, revealing a small gap. Hurry in. Zhang Jiuxiao hurriedly walked in, and he quickly followed suit. The formation closed once more, and the entrance closed. It was impossible to notice anything amiss from the outside, as if no one had entered at all. This is the blood reservoir? Upon entering the blood reservoir, Zhang Jiuxiao immediately felt his muscles and primordial spirit pulsing in excitement. That's right. Try activating your bloodline to see if you can resonate with it. Xianxia said. All right. Zhang Jiuxiao nodded as he sat down on the ground. He activated his bloodline and attempted to connect with the drifting time quintessence. However, it didn't take long before he stood up again with an unsightly expression. At this moment, he finally understood why side family members like him weren't allowed to enter the blood reservoir. It wasn't that the clan was being stingy or discriminating against them, but, even if they were to enter the blood reservoir, they wouldn't be able to comprehend the quintessence of sword quintessence and cultivate like the core disciples. If he couldn't do it, then there was no need to waste his effort. Teacher, Zhang Jiuxiao felt guilty. His teacher had specially brought him here, but due to his own problems, he was unable to complete the mission. It was truly hard for him to accept. Don't worry, seeing that Xianxia was unable to comprehend it, Xianxia frowned. You should continue cultivating. I'll think of a solution. Yes. Without saying anything else, Zhang Jiuxiao sat down and crossed his legs. Activating his eye of insight, Xianxia swiftly scanned his surroundings. The rainbow-like aura in the sky lingered around Xianxia, but it was as if oil and water were incompatible with one another. No matter how Xianxia activated his bloodline, he was unable to do anything about it. His bloodline is indeed too low, Xianxia frowned. The time quintessence was left behind by the ancestors of the Zhang family as a gift to their descendants. Even though Zhang Jiuxiao possessed the Zhang family's bloodline, he was still unable to utilize the clan's secret art. The most he could do was allow the rainbow-like aura to approach him, but it was impossible for him to assimilate it. This was similar to taming a beast. Xianxia could only gain its goodwill, but he was still far from being able to tame it. A single step would bring him to the edge of the world. If only his bloodline could be a little purer, Xianxia remarked. All of a sudden, the library of heaven's path jolted, and the golden book that he had formed a moment ago suddenly flew right toward Zhang Jiuxiao. This is bad. Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. The Book of Heaven's Path was something that even 9 stars poison masters would be reduced to mincemeat with ease. Given Zhang Jiuxiao's current strength, it was impossible for him to withstand it. He didn't intend to kill anyone, so why did it suddenly appear? However, it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, the golden book had already reached Zhang Jiuxiao's glabella. However, it didn't result in a bloodied mess. Instead, it dived right in. Following which, the surrounding sword quintessences swiftly surged toward the young man seated on the ground, and it was as if they had come to a boil. This is the enhancement of my bloodline? Xianxia widened his eyes in shock. It was just a moment ago that he desperately wanted to enhance Zhang Jiuxiao's bloodline, so the Book of Heaven's Path flew out. Could it be that other than increasing his soul depth, memorizing all kinds of knowledge, sealing vicious, and even slapping them to death, it could also enhance the bloodline of others? If that was really the case, that would be truly frightening. He had studied bloodlines many times, but even with the help of the Library of Heaven's Path, he was still unable to purify them. Who could have thought that the Book of Heaven's Path would actually possess such an ability? Teacher. My bloodline, sensing the changes in his body, Zhang Jiuxiao trembled in agitation, unable to comprehend what was going on. I'm the one who has enhanced your bloodline. Here are some pinnacle spirit stones. Hurry up and raise your cultivation. With a flick of his wrist, Xianxia tossed out the remaining 3 pinnacle spirit stones he had. Even as a direct disciple, he couldn't reveal too much about the Book of Heaven's path. Thus, he could only say that it had enhanced Zhang Jiuxiao's bloodline. Yes. Even though Zhang Jiuxiao had no idea how his teacher had done it, he knew that this wasn't the time to be asking questions. He quickly closed his eyes, grabbed one of the pinnacle spirit stones, and drove his Xianxia furiously to absorb the energy within it. Hung Long Long, with the enhancement of his bloodline, the rate at which he absorbed spiritual energy was many times faster than before. The meridians that he had been unable to open previously were also flowing smoothly, as if there were no longer any bottlenecks in his cultivation. Kacha! Kacha! In the blink of an eye, Zhang Jiuxiao's cultivation broke through the bottleneck of leaving Aperture Realm and reached Grand Dominion Realm. Zhang Xian knew that this was because Zhang Jiuxiao didn't have the cultivation technique manual, so he imparted the simplified version of the Grand Dominion Realm cultivation technique to Zhang Jiuxiao. With the pure bloodline, Zhang Jiuxiao was able to channel the surrounding time quintessence into his body, allowing his primordial spirit to enter a state where the flow of time was 1/12 slower. After an unknown period of time, Zhang Xian's primordial spirit also carefully analyzed the cultivation technique and knew how to cultivate it. Zhang Xian paused for a moment before imparting the simplified version of the Saint Seven Dan Phantasmal Space Realm cultivation technique to Zhang Xian. While this cultivation technique hadn't reached the level of Heaven's Path Divine Art yet, it did have a single flaw. While it was hard for Zhang Xian to swallow it, too. The young man before him, it was definitely an exquisite secret manual. However, since he had yet to reach the level of Heaven's Path, it was still not as easy to comprehend as the simplified cultivation technique. It was only when the sun had risen in the east did Zhang Jiuxiao slowly open his eyes, and there was a gleam of wisdom in his eyes. "How is it?" Zhang Xian asked. "Teacher, my primordial spirit has already reached Saint Seven Dan Phantasmal Space Realm Pinnacle. As long as I cultivate now, I should be able to raise my cultivation to Saint Seven Dan Phantasmal Space Realm Pinnacle," Zhang Jiuxiao exclaimed in excitement. Even though the blood reservoir had the ability to turn a month into a year, it was only in terms of one's primordial spirit. It did not really slow down the flow of time. The current Zhang Jiuxiao had already grasped the strength and cultivation of a phantasmal space realm pinnacle through 12 times the normal time, but in truth, he was still stuck at Grand Dominion Realm primary stage. However, with the experience of cultivating his primordial spirit, it should not take long for his cultivation to rise steadily. This was also the reason why the geniuses of the Zhang clan were able to surpass the others. The sun has already risen. The duel should have started by now, so you don't have time to raise your cultivation anymore. Hurry up and head out. Absorb the spiritual energy as you move forward so that you can make a breakthrough before the duel begins. Zhang Xian glanced at the sky to confirm the time before frowning. If Zhang Jiuxiao had been a little faster, he would still have been able to make it in time. However, a night had already passed, and the duel had already begun. It was already too late for him to raise his cultivation. The only way he could do so was to raise his cultivation as he progressed. All right. Knowing that there was no time to waste, Zhang Jiuxiao nodded. Grabbing the pinnacle spirit stone in his hand, he began absorbing the spiritual energy as he flew out of the blood reservoir. The duel will be held in the sparring grounds of our clan, but as an outsider, I don't think you'll be able to enter, Zhang Jiuxiao remarked as they left the blood reservoir. Outsiders were not allowed to spectate the duel in the sparring grounds of the Zhang clan, so it was unlikely that his teacher would be able to enter. Are servants allowed to enter the sparring grounds as well? Zhang Xian asked with a frown. Of course. It's very easy for one to get injured during the duel, so it's best for a servant to take care of him, Zhang Jiuxiao replied. That's good. I'll disguise myself as your servant and enter the sparring grounds, Zhang Xian said. You are my teacher. How can I? Zhang Jiuxiao was put in a spot. To treat a teacher as a servant is a great disrespect. Even though you have gone through a lot of deduction, there are still many mistakes in your current cultivation. If you really wish to reach higher realms, you'll need my guidance on the spot, Zhang Xian said. Even though Zhang Xian's primordial spirit had already reached phantasmal space realm pinnacle after experiencing the blood reservoir, there were still all kinds of problems that he would face if he were to really start cultivating. Thus, he would require Zhang Xian's guidance to ensure that nothing would go wrong. All right. Understanding his teacher's intentions, Zhang Jiuxiao hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. N. With a light shake, Zhang Xian's appearance was no longer the same as before. He had turned into a slightly yellowed middle-aged man. As formidable as his disguise was, there were many experts in the Zhang clan. If he were to disguise as a subordinate, no one would notice him. However, if he were to disguise as Zhang Jiuxiao and participate in the tournament, he would surely be noticed. If the number one family didn't even have this little trick up their sleeves, they would have been destroyed long ago. For this reason, even though he was indignant about the actions of the Zhang clan, he had no choice but to raise Zhang Jiuxiao's cultivation and have the latter make a move on his behalf. After the disguise was completed, Zhang Jiuxiao heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing that even he was unable to see through his disguise. He immediately led the way to the sparring grounds. Right, your bloodline was mediocre before, but it has become incredibly pure now. It would be best if you don't use it recklessly, or else there's no way to explain it, Zhang Xian instructed. Every clan on the master-teacher continent would go into a frenzy over the advancement of their bloodline. If news of it were to leak out, they would be in deep trouble. Even Xianxia would not be able to stop them. It was only the clan's tournament, so there was no need for him to use his bloodline. Don't worry, teacher. Knowing the severity of the matter, Zhang Jiuxiao nodded grimly. The two of them quickly flew toward the sparring grounds. In the sparring grounds of the Zhang clan, all of the offspring of the Zhang clan were gathered together. The great elder sat on the highest platform and looked at all of the disciples. Their minds, energies, and spirits shot into the heavens, giving off an invincible aura. He nodded in satisfaction. Under normal circumstances, some of the more powerful clans would find it difficult to control their members over time. However, the Zhang clan had several dozen millenniums of history, and even though there were some profligate scions among them, they were still generally positive. It was due to this that the Zhang clan was able to remain as the number one clan in the master-teacher continent. In this tournament, regardless of one's supporting occupation or talent, only strength matters. Those who are strong will advance, and those who are weak will retreat. You are free to use whatever means you have, but if you are found to have resorted to despicable means such as poison or soul cultivation that Mingshi Tang forbids, not only will you be eliminated, you will be punished as well. The first elder said with a sharp glint in his eyes. Yes. The crowd beneath replied in unison. In the clan tournament, those who possessed demonic tunes, celestial designers, beast-taming techniques, and so on were allowed to use them. However, poison and the like were prohibited. Otherwise, there would be no point in the tournament being fair. Alright, let the duel begin. Voila, along with the announcement, the dueling ring began simultaneously. The offspring of the Zhang clan swiftly leaped onto the dueling ring upon hearing the announcement. Dueling Ring D, Number 4, Zhang Linqing vs Zhang Jiuxiao. After the third duel, an elder in charge of the dueling ring announced. Hula, Zhang Linqing leaped onto the dueling ring, and with a jolt of his body, he released his strength. Saint Sixdan Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle, as a core member of the Zhang clan, he didn't have much access to resources, but compared to Zhang Jiuxiao, he was still much stronger. Where's Zhang Jiuxiao? Is he too afraid to come up? Zhang Linqing scanned the crowd before him and asked. He had looked into his opponent's background, and it turned out that he was an offspring of the Side family. Due to some kind of stroke of luck, he managed to enter the Sanctum of Sages and received an invitation. Otherwise, given his identity, he wouldn't even have been able to enter the Sanctum of Sages. Thus, in his view, this duel was just a formality, and he would be able to advance to the next round without much effort. I know that he's only at leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle. When he heard that his opponent was Zhang Linqing, he must have been scared witless. He's just an offspring of the Side family. He's not worth mentioning at all. Elder Fengchen, I don't think that fellow will dare to come up. Why don't we just declare him to be the loser? Seeing that Zhang Jiuxiao was nowhere to be seen, a huge commotion broke out beneath the dueling ring. Even if an offspring of the Side family were to show up, he would only be going through the motions. Since that was the case, it would be better to declare him to be the loser. There was no need to waste time on this. After all, the Zhang clan was the world of the core members. Give me a tease time. If he doesn't show up by then, I'll take it as his forfeit. Elder Fengchen raised his hand to suppress the commotion in the surroundings as he spoke calmly. There were 8 dueling rings, and there was an elder in charge of hosting each of them to ensure the fairness of the dueling ring. Even though Zhang Jiuxiao hadn't shown up yet, it would still take some time before he could be declared as a forfeit. What's there to wait for? He must be too afraid to show up. It's fine to wait a few minutes. To be honest, I'm quite interested to see how pitiful he will be when he gets pummeled, the core members beneath the dueling ring sneered in disdain. In their eyes, the offspring of the Side family were nothing more than trash. It seems like he really doesn't dare to show up. Amidst the commotion, time slowly ticked by. Soon, a tease time was about to come to an end. Seeing that there was no one around, Elder Fengchen shook his head and announced loudly, Zhang Jiuxiao forfeits, Zhang Linqing wins, pardon me for being late. Just as Elder Fengchen was about to finish his words, a calm voice suddenly echoed from the dueling ring. Following which, a tall, slender, and handsome figure descended from the dueling ring. Boom! Zhang Jiuxiao wiped the sweat off his forehead as the Xianxia surged out, stirring up a cloud of dust on the ground. It was fortunate that his teacher had brought him along at the crucial moment, or else he would have really been too late. Turning his head to look below the stage, he saw his teacher, who was disguised as a middle-aged man, standing in an inconspicuous corner. With a slight smile, he looked at Zhang Linqing, who was standing opposite him, and said, I'm still in time, so what if I made it in time? Zhang Linqing sneered coldly as he raised a single finger. Zhang Jiuxiao was perplexed. A single move is more than enough to deal with you. Zhang Linqing looked at Zhang Xian with a haughty look on his face. Even if you have achieved a breakthrough to Grand Dominion Realm primary stage, it means nothing to me. I'll show you the difference between a member of the Side family and a core family member. After saying those words, Zhang Linqing took a step forward, and in the blink of an eye, 6 silhouettes appeared on the dueling platform. With a light push of his palm, a ferocious might burst forth. Zhang Linqing's attack did not seem to be too skillful, but it was able to envelop the surrounding space, making it impossible for Zhang Xian to escape. Incredible! Zhang Jiuxiao nodded. As expected of a core member, none of them were to be underestimated. Had it been any other Grand Dominion Realm primary stage cultivator, they might have really panicked in such a situation. However, Zhang Jiuxiao had cultivated his primordial spirit to Saint 7 Dan Pinnacle, and his eye of discernment and comprehension of martial arts were on par with Zhang Chen and the others. Naturally, he wouldn't fall for such a move. With a light push of his foot, Zhang Xian leaped backward. However, he didn't let go of the pinnacle spirit stone in his left hand and continued to absorb spiritual energy at a frenzied pace. Even though his retreat wasn't too fast, he still managed to deflect all of Zhang Linqing's attacks. Despite the clash of moves, the other party wasn't injured in the slightest. You do have some means, but this is as far as you can go. Who would have thought that the inconspicuous Side family member would actually be able to find the flaw in his attack and dodge it so easily? Zhang Linqing's face turned livid. He opened his palm into a claw and charged toward Zhang Jiuxiao. Tzzzzzzzzzz. Zhang Jiuxiao immediately felt as if his body had been bound by ropes, and he couldn't help but draw closer to the other party. Knowing that it would be difficult for him to escape once he got close to Zhang Jiuxiao, he took a deep breath and channeled the spiritual energy from the pinnacle spirit stone into his body. Breakthrough! With a ferocious bellow, Zhang Xian's aura abruptly surged into the clouds. Following which, his strength rose steadily, and in the blink of an eye, he had already broken through Grand Dominion Realm primary stage, heading straight for intermediate stage. Upon reaching Grand Dominion Realm intermediate stage, Zhang Xian's strength and aura had increased by nearly twofold. At the same time, his advancing figure also came to a halt. He can still break through? Zhang Linqing was taken aback, and his eyes flashed. Based on the information he had gathered, Zhang Jiuxiao of the Side family was only at leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle at the very most. He was still a distance away from reaching Grand Dominion Realm, so it was already a little surprising that he had just made a breakthrough. However, so what if he had reached Grand Dominion Realm intermediate stage? There was still a long way to go before he reached the peak. It's too late to sharpen my spear at the last moment. Sneering coldly, Zhang Xian drove his Xianxia swiftly, and the ripping force in his palm intensified once more. Squeak! A gully appeared on the ground. Zhang Jiuxiao could no longer hold on and was slowly pulled forward. Not only was the other party at Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle, he had also been immersed in his cultivation for a very long time. As such, he was already well versed in his cultivation technique and strength. It's not up to you to decide whether we can make it or not. With a flick of his wrist, Zhang Jiuxiao stowed the pinnacle spirit stone into his storage ring. With a cold sneer, he stomped his feet on the ground. Rumble, two large pits appeared on the ground, and Zhang Xian's feet sank into them, causing him to come to a halt. He might not be a match for Grand Dominion Realm primary stage cultivators, but Grand Dominion Realm intermediate stage cultivators were more than sufficient, even if Zhang Xian was a core disciple who was able to challenge those of a higher cultivation realm than him. His bloodline was much purer than before. It shouldn't be too difficult for him to overcome 2 cultivation stages. Zhang Linqing did not expect the other party to stop, and no matter how hard he tried, he was still unable to tear it apart. His face darkened once more, and the disdain he had for the other party earlier vanished. With a swift movement, he sent a punch toward the other party. Even though he looked down on this branch family disciple from the depths of his heart, after 2 consecutive moves, he knew that if he didn't use his full strength, it would be hard to tell who would emerge victorious. He no longer dared to underestimate Zhang Xian. Boom! Zhang Linqing's fist smashed forward, and an umbrella-shaped arc of energy immediately appeared before his eyes. Jia! A creaking sound echoed in the air, as if it would shatter at any moment. That's the Saint high-tier battle technique, Fist of Void. With a single punch, a cultivator is able to draw out all of his strength in an instant through a unique method. It's extremely powerful, making it nigh impossible to guard against it. That's a secret art that only core disciples are able to cultivate. Even the branch family disciples have never seen it before. Let's see how he'll deal with it. Everyone's gazes were gathered on Zhang Jiuxiao. They were curious to see how the fellow who had arrived late would deal with the other party. Paying no heed to the discussions of the crowd, Zhang Jiuxiao did not show the slightest hint of nervousness. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes. Through his spiritual perception, he could sense that the other party's fist art was gradually slowing down, reminiscent of an old man practicing Taiji. This is the benefit of having a pure bloodline. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xian smiled. Even though he had yet to awaken his bloodline, the fusion of his bloodline into his body had already undergone a qualitative transformation. The other party's moves were incredible, but in Zhang Xian's eyes, it was as if time had slowed down, allowing him to easily find the flaws in them. My teacher once said that against such an attack, all I have to do is strike at its vitals and breach its defenses. Zhang Jiuxiao's teacher's words echoed in his heart. Using his finger as a sword, he lightly tapped on a certain spot. Voila! Before his finger could even reach Zhang Linqing's face, cracks had already appeared on his fist of void, and it began to shatter like glass. Disbelief and horror surfaced on Zhang Linqing's proud and confident face. Peng! His finger struck Zhang Linqing's chest. Paji! Zhang Linqing fell to the ground, and an excruciating pain jolted through his meridians. Unable to hold himself back any longer, fresh blood spurted from his mouth. Why you? Zhang Linqing hurriedly raised his head to look at the branch family disciple before him with fear in his eyes. He knew just how powerful his fist of void was. Under normal circumstances, not even a Saint 7 Dan Phantasmal Space Realm primary stage expert would dare face it head-on. Yet, not only did the other party manage to withstand it, he even broke it with ease. From this single move, it could be seen that the other party's eye of discernment and knowledge far surpassed his. Was he really from the branch family? How could he possibly be so powerful? You have lost. Knowing what the other party was shocked about, Zhang Jiuxiao placed his hands behind his back and gazed at the other party with an air of superiority. While Zhang Xian was acting haughtily, beneath the dueling ring, Zhang Xian was on the verge of exploding. That braggart! He could have defeated him in a single move, but he insisted on using 3. How in the world did he accept such an unreliable disciple? Zhang Xian was so furious that he spurted a mouthful of blood. On the other hand, the core disciples beneath the dueling ring had their mouths agape, unable to utter a single word. In their view, Zhang Linqing was only a member of the side family, and his cultivation was much lower than theirs. As long as Zhang Linqing made a move, he would surely be defeated. Who could have thought that the loser would be Zhang Jiuxiao within 3 moves? Zhang Jiuxiao is the victor. Not expecting such an outcome either, Elder Fengchen was stunned for a moment before announcing the results. The two of them were of equal cultivation, so it was impossible to determine the victor without a duel. However, despite the huge disparity in their cultivation, Zhang Jiuxiao was still defeated by a single finger. Even though he had lived for many years, this was still a rare sight. However, anything could happen in a duel. There were also many experts who were defeated by weaker opponents. As such, even though it was a bizarre outcome, it was not too shocking. Next, Zhang Lin vs Zhang Fengyun. After winning the duel, Zhang Jiuxiao returned to the dueling ring and sat down to rest. He took out a pinnacle spirit stone and began absorbing spiritual energy to convert it into his Xianxia. What he lacked at the moment was time. He could not afford to waste a single second. While he was cultivating, Zhang Linqing was helped down the dueling ring, and his companions quickly gathered around him. What's going on? A tall and well-built young man looked over. The speed at which the two of them clashed was extremely fast, and Zhang Jiuxiao's attack was aimed at the other party's opening. Most of the spectators beneath the dueling ring had no idea what was going on. There's something weird about that fellow. Zhang Linqing shook his head. To be honest, he had no idea how he had lost. His cultivation was higher than Zhang Jiuxiao's, and his cultivation technique was superior to Zhang Jiuxiao's. Yet, such an outcome had occurred. As a core disciple, you lost to a member of the side family whose cultivation is lower than yours. Linqing, you have really set a precedent for us core disciples. A tall and thin young man walked over with a cold harumph. Zhang Chuani, what do you mean by this? Zhang Linqing's face darkened. Nothing much. I just feel embarrassed. The tall and thin young man known as Zhang Chuani harumphed coldly. You, Zhang Linqing clenched his fists tightly. Zhang Chuani was from the same branch as him, and they had quite a few quarrels. As curious as he was, he could not find any words to refute the other party's words. Taking a few deep breaths, he suppressed his rage and said that Jiuxiao isn't that easy. If I recall correctly, he will be your opponent in the next round, right? You should be careful. Zhang Jiuxiao? Do I need to be so careful against a brat who has just reached Grand Dominion Realm intermediate stage? Zhang Chuani's body swayed as he released an invincible aura. Half-step void realm? Zhang Linqing's pupils shrank. He often fought with the other party, and their strengths were on par with each other. How could this fellow have broken through after just one night of not seeing him? Half-step emptiness realm and Grand Dominion realm might only be a small realm apart, but the difference between the two realms was like the difference between heaven and earth. That's right. A martial artist's strongest point was their strength. Techniques and martial techniques were nothing in the face of absolute strength. If you used the strength of a half-step void stage to execute that fist of void, would he be able to break it? Straightening his back, Zhang Chuani sneered coldly. Zhang Linqing's body stiffened. The other party was right. If he had used a little more strength just now, even if the other party managed to hit that spot, the other party's finger would have been broken by the force of his attack. It would have been impossible to break it. Don't worry. Even though we aren't on good terms, we are from the same branch family. If you are bullied, I'll still avenge you. Flinging his sleeves, Zhang Chuani glared at Zhang Jiuxiao coldly. I won't go easy on him like you. I'll defeat him in a single move. Hearing Zhang Jiuxiao's promise, Zhang Linqing heaved a sigh of relief. Zhang Chuani had fought with him for many years, and he was well aware of the difference in their strength. On top of that, he had even broken through his bottleneck. As long as he were to make a move, there was no doubt that the offspring of the side family would be defeated on the spot. Zhang Xian swallowed a pill and waited patiently on the spot. An hour later, the second round of the duel began, and the two of them began fighting one another. Just like what Zhang Chuani had said, Zhang Xian exerted his full strength right from the start. It was hard to tell whether it was intentional or not, but he executed the exact same fist of void stage as Zhang Jiuxiao. The might of Zhang Jiuxiao's fist caused the seals around the dueling ring to flutter. On the other hand, Zhang Jiuxiao frowned. This time, instead of launching an attack, he dodged to the side. Do you think you can dodge? Sneering coldly, Zhang Chuani spread open his palm, and the strength of a half-phantasmal space realm cultivator burst forth. His strength suppressed the surroundings like a cage, preventing even spiritual perception from escaping. It seems like I won't be able to hold on with my current strength. Just as his palm was about to strike the other party's body, Xianxia's lips curled up into a faint smile. Then, as if muttering to himself, he said, "Let's make a breakthrough then." Rumble, before Zhang Chuanyi could even react, he felt a powerful aura crushing down on him. The fellow who was only at Grand Dominion Realm Intermediate stage had broken through to Grand Dominion Realm Advanced stage in the blink of an eye. Zhang Jiuxiao's cultivation had improved, and his strength had soared once more. Zhang Jiuxiao countered with a punch of his own. Bang, fist and palm collided, and both of them retreated at the same time. How is this possible? Zhang Chuanyi widened his eyes in shock, and he nearly fell to the ground. He had seen with his own eyes how Zhang Xian had fought with Zhang Linqing. Given that Zhang Xian had just made a breakthrough in his cultivation, how could he possibly make another breakthrough? Even if it's enlightenment, it shouldn't be this fast. I don't believe it. Gritting his teeth, he roared furiously and charged forward once more. This time, he didn't use the Fist of Void, but the martial skill he was most proficient in. In the blink of an eye, the dueling ring was filled with silhouettes, forming a colorful ring that trapped Zhang Jiuxiao within. Saint High-Tier Battle Technique, Revolving Dragon Art. This battle technique was infused with the secrets of formations, and once executed, even Zhang Linqing would find it hard to withstand it. Even if Zhang Jiuxiao had made a breakthrough, he was still only at Grand Dominion Realm Advanced stage, so there was no way he could escape from it. What incredible speed! Trapped in the middle, Zhang Jiuxiao found himself unable to absorb any spiritual energy at all, and he felt a little lightheaded. His eyebrows shot up, and a grim look appeared on his face. Even if you lose, you should be proud that you were able to force me to use this move. Seeing Zhang Jiuxiao's expression, Zhang Chuanyi sneered coldly as he raised his palm. Pung pung pung, in an instant, Zhang Jiuxiao felt a stifling sensation in his chest. Hee, don't worry. I won't defeat you right away. Instead, I'll slowly teach you that the dignity of a core member isn't something that a mere side family member like you can disrespect. As Zhang Jiuxiao spoke, he launched a barrage of attacks. For a moment, Zhang Jiuxiao was unable to find a way to counterattack. Didn't you say that you were going to make a breakthrough? Why don't you continue then? Zhang Chuanyi laughed heartily as he pummeled the face of the young man standing in the middle. Weren't you having a good time making a breakthrough earlier? Why aren't you able to do it now? Right, I can still make a breakthrough. Zhang Jiuxiao slapped his forehead helplessly. Following which, before Zhang Chuanyi could process what was going on, the aura of the young man standing in the middle suddenly surged once more. In just half a breath, he had already broken through the bottleneck of Grand Dominion Realm Advanced stage, reaching Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle. The next moment, Zhang Jiuxiao felt his neck stiffening. He was lifted into the air as if he was a rabbit. Zhang Chuanyi did not expect that the other party would still be able to continue after just achieving a breakthrough. Furthermore, the other party was even able to grab his neck in a single move. Zhang Chuanyi struggled with all his might, as if he was a fish that had landed on the shore. He had just boasted in front of Zhang Linqing, and to think that such an outcome would happen. Was he really a side-branch disciple? Even the most powerful core members didn't have such a terrifying ability to break through. 2 consecutive breakthroughs? Zhang Linqing, who was watching from below the stage, swayed again. His vision went dark, and he almost fainted. Zhang Xian had thought that he had already reached his limit when he fought with Zhang Xian, but who could have thought that he would be able to achieve a breakthrough while fighting? And already possessed strength equal to his. In order to push for a breakthrough to Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle, he had spent 2 whole years and paid a heavy price, but the other party had done it within an hour. Was he still human? The audience fell silent. Even the host, Elder Fengchen, felt his throat go dry. Having been in the Zhang clan for so many years, he had seen quite a few talented geniuses, and there were quite a few who managed to achieve a breakthrough in the midst of battle. But this was the first time that he had seen someone achieve a breakthrough so quickly. This was no longer talent, it was monstrous. That fool. According to the guidance I gave him, he should have reached the phantasmal space realm by now, but he's only at Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle. How in the world did he manage to groom such a fool? Unlike everyone else who was shocked, Zhang Xian continued to curse. He was full of resentment towards Xianxia for failing to meet his expectations. Zhang Jiuxiao's bloodline had become incomparably pure, and it had been stimulated by the blood reservoir. On top of that, he had also imparted the simplified Heaven's Path divine art to Zhang Jiuxiao. As long as he cultivated, he would surely be able to achieve breakthroughs. Yet, it had already been an hour, and he had only advanced 3 cultivation stages. Wasn't this too slow? If only he had known that this fellow was so foolish, he wouldn't have accepted him as his direct disciple. Shameful, shameful. On the high platform, the great elder was stroking his beard. An old man hurriedly came to him and whispered something. "You're saying that a member of the Side family is winning consecutively?" "Yes." The elder nodded. "This offspring of the Side family goes by the name of Zhang Jiuxiao. His first opponent was Zhang Linqing. The latter's cultivation was at Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle, whereas he was only at Grand Dominion Realm Primary Stage. However, in the midst of the battle, he suddenly made a breakthrough and defeated the latter in a single move. To be able to achieve a breakthrough in the midst of battle, it shows that his mental fortitude is exceptional. There are quite a few geniuses who are capable of such a feat. It seems like even though Zhang Jiuxiao is from the Side family, he's still a formidable genius." The first elder nodded in satisfaction. The excellence of his clansman was also a form of comfort to him. "In the second match, against Zhang Chuani, I managed to make another breakthrough to Grand Dominion Realm Advanced Stage, forcing Zhang Chuani to use the Saint High-Tier Battle Technique, Revolving Dragon Movement Art," the old man continued. Even among Saint High-Tier Battle Techniques, the Revolving Dragon Body Art can be considered as one of the stronger ones. I have met Zhang Chuani before, and the fact that he was able to cultivate it to such an extent shows that he possesses exceptional talent. The first elder nodded in agreement. Then, he looked at Zhang Xian doubtfully and said, "This battle technique utilizes the power of one's bloodline to increase one's speed. While its offensive prowess is slightly weaker, if executed well, it will grant one the ability to challenge opponents beyond one's cultivation realm. He's only at Grand Dominion Realm Advanced Stage, so how can he possibly defeat it? If I didn't see wrongly, Zhang Chuani should already be a half-step Void Realm expert." Zhang Jiuxiao felt that it was impossible for him to defeat Zhang Xian, so he made a breakthrough to Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle. The old man smiled bitterly. "Another breakthrough?" The first elder's body stiffened upon hearing those words. "You mean to say that Zhang Jiuxiao of the Side family made 3 consecutive breakthroughs from Grand Dominion Realm Primary Stage to Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle?" "Not only so. Based on the news I received from his clan members, he was only at leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle as well," the old man said. "To make a breakthrough from leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle to Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle in less than an afternoon. Where is he?" Unable to hold himself back any longer, the first elder hurriedly turned his gaze over. He was currently sparring with Zhang Ningxin, a core disciple, on the D stage. Zhang Ningxin? That genius grandson of Elder Wu Xiao? He seems to have reached Phantasmal Space Realm Primary Stage, right? Turning to look at Dueling Ring D, the first elder recognized one of the fighters on the dueling ring. "That's right. His opponent is Zhang Jiuxiao," the old man explained. The first elder turned his gaze over, and he saw a young man in his late 20s fighting with Zhang Ningxin. The young man's cultivation was only at Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle, and it seemed like he had never practiced any powerful battle techniques before. As such, his offensive prowess was slightly lacking. However, his understanding of combat and adaptability were extremely profound. Had it been anyone else, they would have already succumbed to Zhang Ningxin's ferocious attacks. Yet, the young man was still able to dodge his attacks at the crucial moment. It was truly unbelievable. No, judging from how he dodged Zhang Ningxin's attacks, he should have seen through Zhang Ningxin's attack trajectory in advance. But why didn't he counterattack in advance? The first elder asked with a deep frown. The two of them had already exchanged more than a dozen blows, and while Zhang Ningxin's cultivation was 2 cultivation stages higher than Zhang Ningxin's, he didn't seem to be able to gain the upper hand at all. Every time he made a move, the other party would be able to see through it, forcing him to dodge in advance. But, since he could dodge, why didn't he counterattack? The only way to salvage the situation was to counterattack. If he kept dodging, it would only be a matter of time before a problem arose. It's probably because he's unable to counterattack. After all, he's much stronger than him, the old man pondered for a moment before replying. He's unable to counterattack. The first elder was taken aback for a moment before a thought suddenly came to his mind. No, it's not that he's unable to counterattack, but, at this point, his lips began quivering uncontrollably, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. What? The old man asked doubtfully. Instead, he's trying to accumulate his strength so that he can push for a breakthrough to half-phantasmal space realm, the first elder said with clenched fists. Accumulate his strength? The old man was stunned. Didn't he just achieve a breakthrough to Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle? It's precisely because he has just achieved a breakthrough that he's been avoiding the battle to reduce the exhaustion of his strength. There's only one goal in mind, to push for a breakthrough to half-phantasmal space realm. The first elder said as he pointed forward. Look at his left hand. From the very start of the battle, he hasn't loosened his grip at all. The old man nodded. Even though Xianxia had encountered several dangerous situations earlier, his left hand had been tightly clenched all this time. He had thought that it was some kind of trump card, but after seeing that the other party hadn't loosened his grip at all, he didn't think too much of it. There's a pinnacle spirit stone in his palm, the first elder said. The old man was taken aback for a moment before he hurriedly spread his spiritual perception outward. Just as he had expected, he saw the object in Xiaoxiao's palm, and his throat turned dry. First elder, are you saying that he has been absorbing the energy of the pinnacle spirit stone while fighting? That's right. The first elder nodded. He had seen many formidable geniuses, but he had never seen one as bizarre and confident as Zhang Jiuxiao. To be able to cultivate even when fighting against opponents stronger than him. Was he not afraid of death, or was he really that confident in himself? You're courting death. I was still thinking of hiding my strength, but you forced my hand. While the first elder was still in shock, Zhang Ningxin suddenly bellowed furiously, and his aura began surging. Zhang Ningxin is going to make a breakthrough as well? The old man asked with a hoarse voice. The astonished Zhang Jiuxiao had thought that Zhang Ningxin would be the first to achieve a breakthrough, but who could have thought that Zhang Ningxin would actually make the first move? A huge aura surged in the arena. Clumps of dense spiritual qi descended from the sky and drilled into his forehead, causing his strength to grow stronger and stronger. He was like a battle giant. Zhang Ningxin has already reached Phantasmal Space Realm primary stage a long time ago. I thought that he would be able to break through 3 months ago, but who would have thought that he would be able to suppress me until now? The stronger the suppression, the more powerful the breakthrough will be. Zhang Jiuxiao was already unable to withstand Zhang Xian's attack earlier, so there's no way he'll be a match for Zhang Xian now. The gap between Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle and Phantasmal Space Realm Intermediate Stage is simply too huge. Isn't this fellow capable of breaking through? Continue if you dare. The audience was in an uproar. The news of Zhang Jiuxiao's consecutive breakthroughs had already spread to all of the core disciples. The spotlight on the D stage had completely overshadowed this stage at this moment. Quite a few people were looking over. He had thought that he would be able to see the offspring of the Side family make another breakthrough, but who could have thought that Zhang Ningxin would make a breakthrough first? The Jinqi in Zhang Ningxin's body flowed, producing a sound like that of a river. Standing in the middle of the arena, Zhang Ningxin's eyes were like lightning. With a cold expression, he said, "A mere member of the Side family forced me to use my trump card. You should be proud of yourself." Hula, before the other party could reply, Zhang Xian made a grabbing motion in midair. Having reached St. Seven Dan Phantasmal Space Realm Intermediate Stage, Zhang Jiuxiao's strength had nearly doubled from before. While his palm was still in midair, Zhang Jiuxiao felt as if a massive hand was gripping him tightly. No matter how he struggled, he was unable to break free. Even though he could see through the flaws in Zhang Xian's moves and dodge in advance, he was unable to do so now. Creak, trapped within Zhang Jiuxiao's palm strike, Zhang Jiuxiao was unable to escape no matter how hard he tried. Can't you break through? If you have the ability, break through again and show me. Zhang Ningxin sneered. It was one thing for Zhang Xian to achieve consecutive breakthroughs in the Grand Dominion realm, but to reach the Phantasmal Space realm, one had to comprehend the laws of space. How could it be that easy? If it was that simple, there wouldn't be less than 50 people under the age of 30 who had reached such a realm. I want to make a breakthrough, but there are some details that I haven't designed yet. Despite being trapped by the other party, Zhang Jiuxiao didn't show the slightest sign of nervousness. Instead, he shook his head with a deep frown on his forehead. Not designed properly? Do breakthroughs need to be designed? Zhang Mingxin was stunned for a moment before he sneered, if there's no way to break through, then there's no way to do it. Stop pretending. Once you've accumulated enough, what else do you need to design? Ridiculous. Breaking through was a matter of course. As long as one had accumulated enough and comprehended enough, one would be able to achieve a breakthrough right away. If one couldn't do it, one couldn't do it. Plotting. If a breakthrough could be plotted, wouldn't everyone be an expert? I'm really designing. Seeing that Zhang Jiuxiao didn't believe him, Zhang Jiuxiao shook his head. Cut the crap. If you have the ability to make a breakthrough, you'd better start right away. Otherwise, this competition is over. Zhang Mingxin couldn't be bothered to waste any more time. With a roar, he increased his strength. Creak, creak, the sound of bones being crushed could be heard from Zhang Jiuxiao's body, as if he would be crushed at any moment. Sigh, I was really scheming. I hoped that I could quietly break through to a higher realm and not attract too much attention, but you just had to force me to break through. Despite the pain in his body, Zhang Jiuxiao did not panic. Instead, he shook his head helplessly. Quiet impact? Too ostentatious? Is there something wrong with this fellow's head? He's only a Grand Dominion Realm pinnacle cultivator, so what's there to be ostentatious about breaking through to half-phantasmal space? A huge commotion broke out beneath the dueling ring as everyone shook their heads. As expected of an offspring of the Side family, they had never seen the world. Every year, the Zhang clan would send at least 100 experts to attempt a breakthrough to half-phantasmal space. They had never heard of anyone with such strength being ostentatious. First Elder, is he really able to make a breakthrough to half-phantasmal space? On the dueling ring, the old man turned to look at Zhang Jiuxiao. It had not even been 2 hours since the other party had made a breakthrough from Grand Dominion Realm Primary Stage to Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle, and yet, he was already attempting a breakthrough to half-phantasmal space. Was there really anyone who could cultivate that quickly? I can't see through it either. Typically speaking, one would need to accumulate a lot of experience and familiarize themselves with each cultivation realm before they can advance to higher realms. It's unlikely that he would be able to achieve such a feat. The First Elder pondered for a moment before analyzing the situation. It was not that he didn't trust the other party, but he had never seen such a breakthrough before. Hung long long. Forget it, I can't just give up on my design after losing the duel. Before the First Elder could finish his words, Zhang Jiuxiao, who had been caught on the dueling ring, suddenly widened his eyes in pity. He opened his arms wide, and his body suddenly jolted. Following which, the crowd beneath the dueling ring heard a deafening explosion. Following which, Zhang Jiuxiao's aura grew stronger and stronger, and it felt as though a storm was brewing. Hoo. Following which, the sky above the dueling ring darkened, and ominous clouds began to gather around the dueling ring. Seeing the ominous clouds gathering around the dueling ring, the First Elder's face paled, and his body trembled uncontrollably. This isn't a breakthrough to half-phantasmal space realm but, the true phantasmal space realm? Only when a half-phantasmal space realm cultivator was attempting to break through to phantasmal space realm would the lightning tribulation appear. Yet, the other party was already undergoing a Grand Dominion Realm pinnacle breakthrough. This meant that, the other party had bypassed the half-phantasmal space realm and was attempting a breakthrough to phantasmal space realm primary stage. It was no wonder the other party said that he had to design a little. A breakthrough to phantasmal space realm would trigger the phantasmal space tribulation. It was impossible for him not to do so. Hung long, while the First Elder was still in the midst of his shock, the lightning in the sky had already gathered, and it felt like it would explode. At any moment. Zhang Mingxin didn't expect the other party to be able to reach the phantasmal space realm and even summon the lightning tribulation. His hands trembled in fear, and he nearly lost control of his Xianxia. Even if it's the lightning tribulation, I'll defeat you first. Stabilizing the Xianxia in his body, Zhang Jiuxiao gritted his teeth. Hung long, he gathered all of his strength and sent a palm strike toward Zhang Jiuxiao. The lightning tribulation hadn't fully gathered yet, so he had to make use of this period of time to defeat the other party. That way, he would be able to win the duel, gotcha. But before his palm strike could reach the other party, a bolt of lightning had already struck his head, causing green smoke to rise from it. Pooh, spurting fresh blood, Zhang Mingxin's Xianxia was on the verge of dissipating. His body trembled uncontrollably as he muttered in disbelief, the lightning tribulation hasn't fully formed yet. How could the lightning tribulation of a phantasmal space realm be so powerful? Who said that it's the lightning tribulation of a phantasmal space realm cultivator? Zhang Jiuxiao shook his head helplessly. All of a sudden, the Xianxia in his body flickered erratically, and a series of crackling sounds echoed. Phantasmal space realm primary stage, phantasmal space realm intermediate stage, phantasmal space realm advanced stage, phantasmal space realm pinnacle, half-phantasmal space realm. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached half-phantasmal space realm, and he was about to make a breakthrough to the true dimension-sundering realm. This lightning tribulation was actually the dimension-sundering ordeal. Dimension-sundering ordeal? How is that possible? To make 2 breakthroughs in a single breath, everyone was dumbfounded. Even the first elder's face reddened in shock, unable to utter a single word. It was just a moment ago that the other party had said that it was nigh impossible for the other party to achieve a breakthrough to the phantasmal space realm, but who could have thought that the other party would actually achieve a breakthrough to the dimension-sundering realm? It was often said that some talented cultivators could achieve breakthroughs as easily as drinking water, but even so, it was impossible for them to achieve breakthroughs so quickly. Was he really from the Side family? Was he really not the young prodigy in disguise? This is impossible. Zhang Mingxin's face paled, and he subconsciously took several steps back as if he had seen a ghost. For a Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle cultivator to achieve a breakthrough to the dimension-sundering realm. It was no wonder the other party said that he had to come up with a plan so as not to attract too much attention. This was no longer just attracting attention, it was scaring the crap out of him. How in the world did he manage to achieve a breakthrough to the dimension-sundering realm pinnacle? In order to advance from phantasmal space realm primary stage to intermediate stage, he had paid a huge price, and yet, the other party had managed to achieve a breakthrough so quickly. He felt so stifled that he could spurt blood. Why did it seem like he was from the Side family while the other party seemed to be the core of the core instead? That's more like it. While the crowd was shocked beyond belief, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. While Zhang Jiuxiao was cultivating earlier, he had sensed a powerful surge of energy within his body, ready to burst forth at any moment. Through the Library of Heaven's path, he had taught the other party the method to draw out this surge of energy, but who could have thought that the other party would actually break through the bottleneck of Saint Seven Dan and push for a breakthrough to the dimension-sundering realm? It seems like this is the result of my bloodline awakening last night, Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before coming to a realization. Under the nourishment of the golden page, the other party's bloodline had become extraordinarily pure. Most likely, it was even stronger than that of the legendary young prodigy. With such a pure bloodline, not only would he be able to absorb the time quintessence swiftly in the blood reservoir, his cultivation would also soar explosively, just like what happened to Xiaoye and Yuan Tao back then. Due to the fact that he had only been in the blood reservoir for a short period of time, and he had been cultivating his primordial spirit most of the time, he hadn't noticed the awakening of the time quintessence. It was only after he had reached Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle did Zhang Xian realize that he had used a unique method to ignite it, and the time quintessence turned. In an instant, he had leaped over the shackles of the phantasmal space realm and had begun to charge towards the insightful emptiness realm. Most clans would only awaken their bloodline from a young age, but Zhang Xian had only awakened his bloodline after reaching the Grand Dominion realm. As expected of the bloodline of the number 1 family, Zhang Xian sighed in envy. The main reason why Zhang Jiuxiao was able to make such a huge breakthrough was because of the strength of his bloodline. It was understandable that the pure bloodline, coupled with the power left behind by the ancestors in the blood pool, would explode instantly. Of course, what's more important is that one's primordial spirit has cultivated the phantasmal space realm heaven's path divine art. Only then will one be able to control one's strength and prevent it from flowing chaotically. His bloodline was one of the reasons, and the other reason was that he had cultivated a phantasmal space realm cultivation technique, which had already reached a subtle level of influence. Otherwise, such violent energy would be instantly ignited, and before it could react, it would explode into dust. It could be said that luck and timing were indispensable for Zhang Jiuxiao to be able to pull off such a feat. In fact, even Zhang Jiuxiao himself wouldn't be able to do it even if he wanted to. I should hurry up and make a breakthrough as well. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing if I can't even match up to my students. Zhang Xian sighed in embarrassment. Even the students whom he had just taught were stronger than him. Could it be that he was really not suited for cultivation but for education? Every single person around him was so powerful that he couldn't help but feel a sense of defeat. If not for Sun Chang dragging him down from the back, he would have really thought that he wasn't suited for cultivation at all. However, there's still a flaw in the phantasmal space realm Heaven's Path Divine Art. Recalling how he was unable to find a complete Heaven's Path Divine Art, Zhang Xian was conflicted once more. It was not that he didn't want to make a breakthrough, but the phantasmal space realm Heaven's Path Divine Art had yet to reach the level of Heaven's Path. Even if he wanted to cultivate it, it would be difficult for him to swallow it. There are so many experts here, so it shouldn't be too difficult for me to find a single flaw. I should focus on reaching Phantasmal Space Realm Pinnacle in the next few days first. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Xian raised his head and continued watching the battle. Following which, he saw that the lightning clouds in the sky were growing thicker and thicker, and it seemed as though they would strike down at any moment. At this moment, everyone in the sparring field was panicking. No one dared to fight anymore. Instead, they flew out of the range of the lightning clouds and looked over cautiously. Even the first elder had backed out with a livid expression. "Teacher, what should I do?" Seeing the lightning clouds gathering in the sky, Zhang Jiuxiao couldn't help but ask Zhang Xian telepathically. "You are my direct disciple, so you have to overcome this lightning tribulation on your own." Zhang Xian waved his hands casually. The others could lend a hand, but his direct disciple wouldn't make a move. The lightning tribulation might be dangerous, but it was also a kind of test for cultivators. If one were to fear it all the time and rely on their teacher to shield them, how could they grow? How could they improve? Yes. Seeing the determination in his teacher's eyes, Zhang Jiuxiao could only grit his teeth and look at the sky once more. "Follow what I have taught you, and you will surely be able to overcome the lightning tribulation," Zhang Xian instructed. Back at the blood reservoir, not only did he impart the simplified phantasmal space realm Heaven's Path Divine Art to him, he had also imparted to him the way to overcome the lightning tribulation. While his Heaven's Path Divine Art couldn't be imparted to others, after reading so many books, he still had a rough idea of how to overcome the lightning tribulation. All right. Knowing that he could only rely on himself for the time being, Zhang Jiuxiao took a deep breath and bellowed before dashing toward the sky. From the fact that he had traveled to the Qingyuan Empire alone for several years just to obtain a slot to enter the Sanctum of Sages, it could be seen that he was a vicious person. At this moment, his teacher had already imparted to him what he should, so he could only rely on himself for the time being. Slotsla, seemingly having been challenged, the lightning tribulation flew into a rage, and a bolt of lightning with a diameter of 8 meters came crashing down. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Jiuxiao gathered all of his strength and charged forward to meet the lightning tribulation. Boom, the lightning tribulation dissipated, and Zhang Jiuxiao was lying on the ground. His body was charred black, and his body was trembling nonstop. It seemed like he had sustained severe injuries. He can only rely on himself for the time being. Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly as he suppressed the urge to make a move. Turning his head away, he turned his gaze away. Students were just like children. At the start, they would need to be guided step by step. However, as they matured, they would have to face the world on their own. Otherwise, they would always be sheltered under his wings, unable to soar. This was also the reason why he had sent his students out one after another, allowing them to face the world on their own. Parents loved their children, and they would have far-reaching plans for them. Teachers loved their students, and they would give them more opportunities to grow on their own. Now that Zhang Jiuxiao had reached the dimension-sundering realm, it was time for him to make his own decision. If he succeeded, he would become a fish, and if he failed, he would save him. But, he would no longer be worthy of being his student. If he really manages to overcome this lightning tribulation, there's no need for us to hold the tournament anymore. Zhang Wuchen walked up to the lightning tribulation and said. Indeed. This lightning tribulation surpasses that of most dimension-sundering tribulations. Even Saint 8 Dan Dimension Sundering Realm intermediate stage cultivators are no match for it. If he can overcome it, there's no doubt that he'll become the #1 expert of the younger generation. The first elder nodded in agreement. At their level of cultivation, they were able to discern the strength of the lightning tribulation with just a glance. Zhang Jiuxiao's lightning tribulation was as deep as the ocean, and it covered an unimaginable area. The sheer might that it harnessed left their scalps numb. If Zhang Jiuxiao were to overcome the lightning tribulation, the strongest of the younger generation, Zhang Chun, and the others, would surely be no match for him. He's just an offspring of the Side family. How did he manage to improve so quickly? Zhang Wuchen was perplexed. Let's ask him about it after he's done with the lightning tribulation. The first elder said with a perplexed look on his face. While the two of them were conversing, the second lightning tribulation gradually formed in the sky. Gotcha, this time, it wasn't just a simple lightning tribulation. Instead, it was a burst of saber chi that tore apart the surrounding space, creating a series of pitch-black rifts. It's the lightning weapon of the lightning tribulation. One of the elders in the crowd recognized the lightning tribulation and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. If ordinary lightning tribulation were to be compared to a fist, the lightning weapon would be the equivalent of a weapon. While it was still a burst of lightning, its might was several times weaker. Come. After consuming a pill that his teacher had given him, Zhang Jiuxiao's injuries had already healed. With a furious roar, he whipped out a Saint high-tier artifact. The strongest weapon he had before was only a Saint high-tier artifact. After entering the Sanctum of Sages, his clan had rewarded him with a Saint high-tier artifact, so he decided to bring it out in this crucial moment. Gotcha, the Saint high-tier artifact collided with the lightning weapon, and it was split in two in the blink of an eye. However, the might of the lightning tribulation didn't diminish in the slightest. Zhang Jiuxiao opened his palm, forming a massive Xianxia ring before him. As the lightning tribulation struck it, a deafening explosion sounded, and the entire training ground trembled under the impact, as if it would collapse at any moment. It was fortunate that the training ground was frequently used, or else it would have been reduced to rubble. Peng, even though he managed to block the Thunder Soldier's attack, Zhang Jiuxiao's arms turned black as he fell to the ground like a cannonball, creating a huge crater. He won't be struck to death, right? I don't think so, that lightning is too terrifying. Few of the clan's chief elders can stand up to it, and he just made a breakthrough. Furthermore, it's an entire level higher. I hope he's fine. Although he's from the Side family, it's a blessing for the family to be able to reach this level of strength. Nothing must happen to him. The surrounding disciples all had worried looks on their faces as they discussed amongst themselves. The Zhang family was able to stand tall in the entire continent. Although the competition within the family was fierce, the appearance of a true super genius was still respected by everyone. Otherwise, there would be no need for outsiders to make a move. Whoosh, just as everyone was filled with worry, Zhang Jiuxiao, who was in the pit, flew out in a wobbly manner. At this moment, his entire body was charred black, and there was not a single part of his body that was intact. However, there was still stubbornness on his face as he looked at the lightning in the sky, seemingly fearless. Rumble, the third lightning tribulation was about to arrive. Just like the leaving aperture ordeal, the dimension sundering ordeal also consisted of 3 lightning tribulations, but each one was more frightening than the one before it. Countless experts had fallen due to it. The third lightning tribulation isn't just powerful, more importantly, it harnesses a hard ordeal within it. As a member of the Side family, Zhang Jiuxiao didn't receive the proper nurturing, so I'm afraid that he won't be able to overcome it, the first elder said worriedly. Indeed. In order to overcome this ordeal, not only must he possess incredible willpower, he must also possess an unwavering will. I'm afraid that he won't be able to withstand it. Zhang Wuchen said anxiously. It would be a huge loss for the Zhang family if the prodigy who had appeared out of nowhere was unable to overcome the lightning tribulation. Given how the lightning tribulation has accumulated to such an extent, it's not something that we can interfere in. How about this? You should look for Zhang Xian, and if he's able to resolve the lightning tribulation and save Zhang Jiuxiao, we'll be willing to let bygones be bygones. The first elder said after a moment of hesitation. Based on Zhang Wuchen's report, he knew that Zhang Xian was Yangshi's direct disciple, and he was able to overcome the macrocosm ascendancy ordeal easily. As powerful as Zhang Jiuxiao's dimension-sundering ordeal was, it should not be too difficult for him to overcome it. All right. Knowing the importance of this matter, Zhang Wuchen quickly rushed over to Jian Qingxing's residence, and it did not take long for him to arrive. He's not around? He swiftly swept his spiritual perception through the residence, but he did not find anything. Frowning, he pushed open the door and walked into a room. Elder Wuchen. Jian Qingxing stood up. Do you know where Xianxia has gone? Jian Qingxing asked. Back then, he had brought Jian Qingxing and Zhang Xian to the blood reservoir before sending the latter back by himself. Under normal circumstances, he should have stayed in the residence, so why was he missing? Xianxia was taken away by you last night. Shortly after, he met Zhang Jiuxiao, who was looking for him, and they went out together. Jian Qingxing pondered for a moment before replying. Zhang Jiuxiao had gone to look for Zhang Xian, and he was the only one there, so he knew what was going on. However, the two of them had not returned after that, so what could have happened? Zhang Jiuxiao is looking for Zhang Xian? Zhang Wuchen was stunned. Are you talking about the descendant of the side family of the Sanctum of Sages, Zhang Jiuxiao? Indeed. I wouldn't have been able to recognize him if it wasn't him. Jian Qingxing shook his head. How did Zhang Jiuxiao get acquainted with Zhang Xian? Zhang Wuchen could not believe what he was hearing. It was not too long ago that Zhang Xian had caused such a huge commotion, and now, he had left with Zhang Jiuxiao. Could there be some kind of relationship between the two of them? I don't know how they got acquainted, but they seem to be very close to each other. Jian Qingxing shook his head. I get it now. With a look of disbelief on his face, Zhang Wuchen hurriedly returned to the residence. He had come here to look for Zhang Xian, but at this moment, the lightning tribulation in the sky had already finished accumulating, and it was descending upon him. In an instant, Zhang Jiuxiao felt as if he had stepped into a crossroad that left him in a daze. His soul flickered unstably, as if it would be extinguished at any moment. He was just an ordinary descendant of the Side family. Before the colossus of the Zhang clan, he did not have the slightest bit of standing or dignity. In fact, even if he had died back then in the Qingyuan-conferred empire, the Zhang clan would not have sent any experts to investigate the matter. It was his teacher who had given him the opportunity to rewrite his life. He had allowed him to successfully enter the Sanctum of Sages and become an ordinary student. On top of that, he had even brought him into the blood reservoir and bestowed him with the strongest bloodline. Since teacher said that I'll be able to overcome it, I'll definitely be able to overcome it. I won't let teacher down. With a strong determination in his heart, a powerful surge of energy burst forth from his body. As the lightning tribulation fell on his body, it was actually repelled by it, preventing it from entering his body. This is the power of his bloodline? It's even purer than mine. Impossible. The first elder narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Even though Zhang Jiuxiao's bloodline was inconspicuous, making it hard for others to notice it, the first elder's bloodline was extremely pure, and he could immediately tell that something was amiss. The bloodline power that Zhang Jiuxiao harnessed was even stronger than his own. In the entire Zhang clan, his bloodline was second only to clan head Hyung Kensei. Yet, a member of the Side family was actually able to suppress him. He could hardly believe his eyes. I've only seen such a pure bloodline in the young prodigy. Could it be him? Zhang Jiuxiao's body stiffened. The young prodigy was born with a bloodline comparable to that of his ancestor. It was for this reason that he was appointed as the clan head and enjoyed the best resources. However, it was a pity that he had gone missing. To think that Zhang Jiuxiao would possess such a pure bloodline as well. Could it be him? No, that can't be. Zhang Jiuxiao is already in his late 20s whereas the young prodigy has only just turned 20. There's a huge difference in their ages, so it's impossible for them to be the same person. But why haven't I noticed it before? Every member of the Zhang clan, regardless of whether they were from the Side family or the core family, would have their bloodline examined at birth. In fact, some of the more talented ones would even have their bloodline examined in their mother's womb. Zhang Jiuxiao must have had his bloodline examined before. If there was something special about him, there should have been records of him. Could it be that he had remembered wrongly? Wu Zhen, head to the ancestral hall and retrieve the records of Zhang Jiuxiao's bloodline examination. Zhang Jiuxiao turned around and instructed. Yes. Elder Wu Zhen didn't notice anything amiss, but he didn't dare to hesitate in the face of the first elder's instructions. Not too long later, he returned with a book in his hand. The records of the Zhang clan's bloodline examination were kept in the ancestral hall according to the branch family, so it wasn't too difficult for the first elder to retrieve them. Grabbing the book, he hurriedly flipped to the page with Zhang Jiuxiao's records. The age doesn't match up, but his soul is stable and perfectly fused with his body, and he hasn't been possessed by his primordial spirit. However, the records only show that his bloodline is at the very bottom, so how could it be so pure now? Soon, the first elder was done browsing through the records, and he was perplexed. The examination of bloodlines was done with a specialized magical artifact. It wasn't done manually, so it was easy for the examinee to cheat. Thus, there was almost no error in the examination. Furthermore, once such a pure bloodline was born, even the ancestral hall would be affected. It was just like how the birth of the young prodigy caused the entire ancestral hall to tremble, and even the statue of Xianxia was raised into the air. If he had been this pure in the past, he would have definitely been noticed. There was no way he would have been able to shine so brightly in his 20s. Investigate Zhang Jiuxiao's whereabouts over the years and bring them to me. Unable to figure out the reason behind it, the first elder continued issuing instructions. The intelligence network of the Zhang clan was extraordinary, and Zhang Jiuxiao was a master teacher. Not too long later, Elder Wu Zhen returned with another book in hand. Lowering his head to read the contents, the first elder became even more confused. Judging from Zhang Jiuxiao's background, he was indeed talented, but compared to the other members of the Zhang clan, he was nothing more than mediocre. The only difference was that 3 to 4 months ago, his cultivation had suddenly sped up, but it wasn't too obvious. First elder, before Zhang Jiuxiao achieved a breakthrough last night, he went to look for Zhang Xian, and Zhang Xian isn't around at the moment. Zhang Wuchen walked up to the first elder. You met him last night? The first elder was even more perplexed. Zhang Xian is also from the Qingyuan Empire. Previously, he had seen Mingshi Tang's profile on Zhang Xian, and the latter was from the Qingyuan Empire as well. Could the two be related in some way? Don't tell anyone about this matter. Continue looking for Zhang Xian, and don't allow him to cause trouble in the Zhang clan. Even after thinking for a long time, the first elder still couldn't think of anything. He rubbed his glabella and instructed. That fellow named Zhang Xian was a top-notch genius in both master teacher and supporting occupation, but it was a pity that he simply loved to cause trouble. In less than a day after arriving at the Zhang clan, he had already caused a huge ruckus, and countless buildings had already collapsed. If he were to cause trouble in the Zhang clan, even the first elder would not be able to stop him. Yes. Zhang Wuchen nodded before leaving. After dealing with all of that, the first elder turned his gaze back to the lightning tribulation once more, only to see that Zhang Jiuxiao had already withstood the final lightning tribulation. The ominous clouds in the sky were slowly dissipating. After going through the dimension-sundering ordeal alone, there wasn't a single part of his body that was unscathed. Be it his physical body or soul, they were extremely fragile. However, the aura that he was emanating was growing stronger and stronger, as if a powerful force was lying dormant within him, ready to burst forth at any moment. This is the dimension-sundering realm. He has succeeded. The first elder exclaimed in agitation. For Zhang Jiuxiao to be able to reach such a realm despite being in his 30s, he could definitely be considered as one of the top geniuses in the master-teacher continent. The first elder walked up to Zhang Jiuxiao and said, "Consume this pill. It'll help you recover from your injuries swiftly." "Thank you, first elder." Zhang Jiuxiao took the pill. It was a grade 9 pill, and it had exceptional effects on the recovery of one's soul and physical body. However, Zhang Jiuxiao was not in a hurry to consume it. Instead, he thanked the first elder before struggling his way over to a middle-aged man. With an excited look on his face, he exclaimed, "Teacher, I've succeeded." I've seen it. Consume the pill that the first elder has given you. Even though its effects aren't too great, it's just right for your current condition. Zhang Xian nodded before sending a telepathic message over. Also, given that you've caused such a huge commotion, the first elder is bound to ask you about it. You should know that I prefer to keep a low profile, so I don't wish to expose my identity. Yes. Zhang Jiuxiao hurriedly nodded. After consuming the pill, Zhang Jiuxiao felt much better. He swiftly drove his Xianxia, and in less than an hour, he had already recovered from most of his injuries. Zhang Jiuxiao, the first elder has asked you to look for him. Seeing that Zhang Jiuxiao had finally recovered from his cultivation, Elder Wu Zhen flew over. Yes. Zhang Jiuxiao nodded. He turned around to look at his teacher, only to see that the latter had fallen asleep. Knowing that his teacher was keeping a low profile, Zhang Jiuxiao turned around and instructed, "You should return to your residence first. I'll look for you after I meet the first elder." Yes. Zhang Xian clasped his fist. He was currently a subordinate, so it went without saying that he had to behave in a manner befitting his identity. Every scion of the Zhang clan had a subordinate following them, so Zhang Wuchen was not surprised. He led the way forward, and Zhang Jiuxiao followed closely behind him. After leaving the sparring field, they proceeded deeper into the depths. Zhang Jiuxiao was extremely nervous. As an offspring of the Side family, he had never been to a place as central as the Zhang clan before. Putting everything aside, just the formation set up in the surroundings would make it impossible for him to get out if he were to stumble into them. The first elder is in there. Zhang Wuchen suddenly stopped before a massive hall. Zhang Jiuxiao glanced at the vast hall before him. Without much hesitation, he walked in. As soon as he stepped through the door, just as he was about to take a look at the surroundings, he suddenly felt a powerful pressure pressing down on him. Hong Long, a violent and ferocious aura assaulted him, threatening to tear him apart. What? Sensing the merciless killing intent in the palm, Zhang Jiuxiao's body tensed up. The power that appeared in the hall showed no mercy at all. If he did not dodge, he would be killed on the spot. Knowing that he couldn't afford to waste any time, Zhang Jiuxiao took a deep breath and swiftly retreated. Pung, his back crashed into the door, and only then did he realize that the door he had just opened had already closed. Furthermore, there was a seal on it. Even with his full might as a dimension-sundering realm primary stage cultivator, the door wasn't damaged at all. This is bad. Zhang Jiuxiao's face turned livid. Knowing that it was already too late for him to dodge, he flicked his wrist and sent a palm strike forward. Hong Long, Zhang Jiuxiao's palm strike collided head-on with the palm strike. Gotcha! Zhang Jiuxiao tasted something sweet in his throat, and he felt a stifling sensation in his chest. The injuries that he had sustained from the lightning tribulation earlier were torn apart, and a searing pain burst through his body. Dimension Sundering Realm Primary Stage? However, in this exchange, Zhang Jiuxiao was able to gauge the strength of the other party. The other party was at Dimension Sundering Realm Primary Stage as well. Humph. Since the other party was at the same cultivation realm, there was nothing for Zhang Jiuxiao to fear. He curled his body into a ball and leaped into the air. At the same time, he launched a flurry of palm strikes. Hula, the air was filled with palm winds, and the vigorous power descended like a storm. The compressed air gave off a series of explosive sounds. Even though Zhang Jiuxiao had just reached Dimension Sundering Realm, his primordial spirit had experienced the phantasmal space realm pinnacle back in the blood reservoir, so he wasn't unfamiliar with it. Zhang Jiuxiao swiftly executed the might of the Dimension Sundering Realm. Boom boom boom, Zhang Jiuxiao's reaction was swift, but the other party was even faster. The other party managed to fend off all of Zhang Jiuxiao's attacks, leaving him unharmed. However, while Zhang Jiuxiao was still in midair, he was finally able to see the appearance of the other party. The other party was dressed in a loose robe, making it impossible to discern his physique. At the same time, there was a unique mask on his face that prevented him from seeing through his spiritual perception. Who are you? Why would you be in the first elder's residence? Zhang Jiuxiao narrowed his eyes. Who? Instead of replying to his question, the other party sent another palm strike toward Zhang Jiuxiao. The other party's palm strike didn't seem to carry much strength, but Zhang Jiuxiao still felt a strong sense of danger. Knowing that this was the first expert he had encountered after his breakthrough, Zhang Jiuxiao couldn't be bothered to ask any further questions. Thus, he stepped forward to welcome the other party. Even though his talent in Zhang Xian's eyes was lacking, he was still the #1 prodigy back in Qingyuan Empire. Regardless of whether it was in terms of fighting, supporting occupations, or teaching, he was a top-notch expert. Now that he had received a one-on-one lesson from Xianxia, his understanding of battle and adaptability had reached an extremely high level. In the blink of an eye, he had exchanged 7 or 8 moves with the masked man. Although each move was dangerous, he was always able to dodge at the critical moment. While he was in danger, the masked man wasn't having a good time either. Even though the masked man had just made a breakthrough and was still injured, he had received personal guidance from Xianxia. His understanding and grasp of battle had reached the pinnacle of the current era. After a few moves, he was gradually losing. Hey! The masked man knew that he would be defeated within a few moves, so he suddenly shrieked as a powerful aura burst forth from his body. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right before Xianxia like a specter and struck down with his palm. Peng! Caught off guard, Zhang Jiuxiao was sent flying. His back crashed into the wall, and his face paled. Bloodline ability? You are from the Zhang clan? Even though Zhang Jiuxiao was injured, he still recognized the other party's identity. The bloodline ability that the masked man had just used was the bloodline ability of the Zhang clan. Who? The masked man didn't reply. Instead, he leaped forward once more, and the surrounding time seemed to slow down along with his movements. Zhang Jiuxiao felt his silhouette flickering once more, and he was struck once more. Unable to hold it in any longer, he spurted a mouthful of blood. The bloodline ability of the Zhang clan allowed one to break free from the shackles of time, allowing one to move faster. Under such circumstances, it would seem as if one's movements had slowed down, unable to keep up with the other party's rhythm. This won't do. At this rate, I'll surely be beaten to death. After receiving a few more palm strikes, Zhang Jiuxiao felt his body boiling, and he felt as if he would collapse at any moment. His eyes reddened in agitation. He had come here to meet the First Elder, but instead of meeting the First Elder, he met with a masked man whose every move was vicious. If he allowed the other party to continue, he would surely die within a few moves. I don't care. Knowing that this wasn't the time to be hiding his strength, Zhang Jiuxiao took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Driving his bloodline ability, the surrounding scenery appeared before him in an instant, as if it had slowed down. The bloodline ability of the Zhang clan, he had been unable to use it previously, but after his bloodline had become pure, it became much easier for him to use it. As the surroundings slowed down, the masked man's silhouette finally appeared before him. The traces that he had been unable to see previously suddenly became clearer. Humph! Zhang Jiuxiao's eyebrows shot up as he leaped forward. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared before the masked man and sent a kick right at him. Pung 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 pung, leg, palm, fist, finger. All kinds of attacks rained down on the masked man like a storm. The masked man clearly hadn't expected the other party to be even faster than him. Before he could even react, he had already been struck. Blood spurted from the masked man's mouth as his body was sent flying backward. Eventually, his back crashed into the wall, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Die. Knowing that there was a time limit to activating his bloodline, Zhang Jiuxiao didn't show any mercy. He charged forward once more and launched all kinds of attacks at the masked man. Since the other party wanted him dead, he wouldn't go easy on him either. Pung 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 pung. Cracks appeared on the wall as all kinds of attacks landed on the masked man, leaving his body on the verge of exploding. Just as Zhang Jiuxiao was about to kill the other party with a single blow, the masked man's body suddenly began to surge furiously, and his strength surged into the clouds. In the next instant, Zhang Jiuxiao felt his body being sealed by a powerful force, rendering him unable to move at all. What kind of strength is this? Zhang Jiuxiao narrowed his eyes in astonishment. He had already reached Dimension Sundering Realm primary stage, but he was still unable to retaliate in the slightest. This meant that the other party was at St. Nine Dan at the very least, or even higher. Such a person was already the pinnacle of the Zhang clan, so why would he want to kill him with a mask on? You should stop. While Zhang Jiuxiao was still perplexed by the situation, the masked man's voice suddenly sounded. Following which, his strength surged swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, he had already reached a level that he dared not even imagine. This voice, Zhang Jiuxiao hurriedly raised his head to take a look, only to see the mask before him shattering, revealing a familiar face. First Elder, you, Zhang Jiuxiao was stunned. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that the person who was trying to kill him would actually be the First Elder. Your bloodline is even purer than mine. Zhang Jiuxiao, how did you do it? The First Elder asked. Were you testing me earlier? Zhang Jiuxiao's body stiffened as cold sweat trickled down his back. He didn't think that the masked man's intention was to force him to use his bloodline ability. His teacher had instructed him to keep a low profile and conceal his identity, but who could have thought that it would only take a short period of time, he had been discovered, for no one to know that his teacher was a celestial master teacher for such a long time. In terms of keeping a low profile, the First Elder was indeed the most professional. I could tell that your bloodline is even purer than mine when you were undergoing your ascension ordeal, but I found it hard to believe, so I decided to give it a try myself. The First Elder looked at Zhang Jiuxiao with a piercing gaze, as if he would be able to see through the other party's lies. I have looked into your background, and the purity of your bloodline should be negligible. How did it suddenly become so pure? This was the most perplexing question to him. There had never been such a situation in the tens of thousands of years of history of the Zhang clan. Zhang Jiuxiao hesitated for a moment before revealing the reason that he had prepared beforehand. I'm not too sure either. All I know is that after I cultivated to leaving Aperture Realm Pinnacle, my bloodline suddenly became more and more concentrated. Even though he was a member of the Zhang clan, he was from the side family, so his understanding of bloodlines was definitely beneath that of the First Elder. Thus, rather than wasting his time thinking of a reason, he might as well just say that he had no idea and let the First Elder speculate on it. That way, it would seem more realistic. The First Elder frowned. You mean that your bloodline has been hidden for a long time, and as you cultivate to a certain realm, it suddenly awakens? Such a situation was applicable to unique constitutions. There were many unique constitutions that did not reveal their true prowess at the start, but as one cultivated to a certain realm, they would suddenly awaken their strength and talent. That's possible. Seeing that the First Elder had thought of a reason, Zhang Jiuxiao feigned a look of bewilderment and nodded. Impossible. The First Elder shook his head. The Zhang clan's bloodline is tied to the time quintessence. As long as it's in your bloodline, there's no way that it can't be detected, even if it's hidden. The time quintessence was tied to the heavens, making it an incomparably domineering existence. As long as it existed, there was no way that it couldn't be detected. Besides, if one didn't awaken their bloodline before reaching 20, the chances of awakening it would gradually diminish, eventually disappearing altogether. The young man before him was already in his 30s, and no matter how many means the Zhang clan had, it would still be difficult for him to awaken his bloodline. How did he manage to advance from leaving Aperture Realm to Dimension Sundering Realm within just half a day? Furthermore, your bloodline is flickering constantly. It's clear that you have been tempered in the blood reservoir. As a member of the side family, you aren't qualified to enter the blood reservoir either. How did you manage to temper your bloodline in the blood reservoir and raise your cultivation by leaps and bounds? The First Elder's aura was so oppressive that it left one's breathing ragged. In the earlier battle, he had already taken a look at the other party's bloodline. Not only was it extremely pure, it had also been tempered in the blood reservoir. Without the token, it was impossible for one to enter the blood reservoir. So, how in the world did the other party from the side family manage to enter the blood reservoir? And how did he absorb the sword quintessence without going berserk without anyone's guidance? Beads of sweat rolled down Zhang Jiuxiao's forehead, and he was at a loss for words. The eyes of the First Elder seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. Even if Zhang Xian wanted to lie, he wouldn't be able to do so. I have looked into your performance after entering the Sanctum of Sages. Even though your cultivation has grown a little faster than before, your performance is still very average, not much different from that of an ordinary genius. The only difference is, last night. Not only did you manage to achieve a breakthrough to the Grand Dominion realm, you even managed to reach your current cultivation realm. The Grand Elder looked at Zhang Xian with a calm expression on his face. You need to think carefully about what you're going to say to convince me. If you think you can hide something from me, you're not the only one who can't do it. In fact, there aren't many people in the entire world who can. Zhang Jiuxiao's body trembled. Master teachers possessed unparalleled eye of discernment, allowing them to see through even the smallest details. It was nigh impossible for one to hide something from such a person. This was especially so when the first elder was a true 9 stars master teacher, one of the top existences in the master teacher continent. His specialty lay in seeing through the hearts of others, making it nigh impossible for him to lie. How in the world did teacher do it? The more nervous Xianxia was, the more respect he had for his teacher grew. Throughout his journey, no one had been able to see through his identity as a celestial master teacher. From this, it could be seen how deeply he had concealed his identity. All he wanted to do was to conceal his bloodline, but in less than half a day, he had already been exposed. Speak, I want to hear the truth. For the sake of the Zhang family, even if I can't say that I'm willing to give my all, I'm willing to die for it. As long as you speak, I can guarantee that I won't leak this matter to anyone else, let alone investigate the matter. Seeing that Xianxia's will had loosened, the first elder continued. All right. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Jiuxiao knew that it would be impossible for him to hide the truth from the first elder. Thus, he gritted his teeth and said, I'll tell you the truth then. The reason why I'm able to achieve so much so quickly is because I have a good teacher. Teacher? The first elder frowned. That's right. This teacher of mine is a peerless man. In fact, he isn't even inferior to the Xianxia back then. He taught me combat techniques and purified my bloodline, allowing me to achieve a breakthrough in a single go. Without him, I would just be an ordinary person. As he spoke, the pressure on Zhang Jiuxiao dissipated. The more he spoke, the more flustered he became. The admiration and respect in his eyes also grew deeper and deeper. Teacher? Comparable to Xianxia? The first elder shook his head. There was no one in the world who could compare to Xianxia. There was no doubt about this. However, judging from the sincerity in the other party's eyes, it seemed like he wasn't lying. But that was to be expected. If not for his teacher, how could an ordinary member of the Side family possibly defeat him? I know of all of the famous 9 stars master teachers in the master teacher continent. May I know who you are? Can I meet you? The first elder paused for a moment before asking. In his view, the other party's teacher had to be at least a 9 stars master teacher in order to induce such a huge transformation in him. There were only so many 9 stars master teachers in the master teacher continent. Even if he didn't know any of them, he should at least be able to recognize their names. Who in the world could have done all of this without him knowing? My teacher is an amiable and low-profile person, and he doesn't wish for me to reveal his name. I hope that first elder can forgive me. As a student, I can't go against my teacher's wishes. Zhang Jiuxiao clasped his fist. He wasn't lying about this point. Xianxia had always maintained a low profile, and the reason why he didn't reveal his name was firstly to protect him, and secondly, it was his own intention. Low profile? The first elder compared the names of all the 9 stars master teachers, but he couldn't find anyone who matched the description. Shaking his head, he said, since it's my teacher's orders, I can't go against him. However, for your teacher to be able to purify your bloodline and transform you into a new person in a single night, just his teaching ability alone is enough to place him at the top of the world. To induce such a transformation in an unremarkable Side family member, even he, Xianxia, was incapable of doing so. Yet, Zhang Jiuxiao's teacher was able to do it. From this, it could be seen how capable he was. Even though Xianxia was known as one of the strongest experts in the world, the first elder knew that there were other true experts hiding in the master teacher continent. Even Mingshi Tang didn't have any records of them. Yes. In my heart, teachers' teachings are definitely the number one in the world. Hearing the first elder's praise, Zhang Jiuxiao hurriedly nodded. Putting everything aside, just his seniors would surely be able to shake the entire master teacher continent if they were to mature. If his students were so formidable, who would be able to match them in terms of teaching? Hearing those words, the first elder thought that Xianxia was expressing his admiration for his teacher, so he didn't refute him. With a smile, he flicked his wrist, took out a token, and passed it over. Since you aren't willing to reveal who your teacher is, I won't pursue the matter any further. However, he has helped our Zhang clan groom a genius like you, so he's our Zhang clan's benefactor. This is the utmost honored guest token of the Zhang clan. You can give it to him, and as long as you hold the token in your hand, no matter when or where you meet anyone from the Zhang clan, they will have to treat you with utmost respect. Thank you, First Elder. Seeing that the First Elder was not going to pursue the matter any further, Zhang Jiuxiao heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly took the token. The token was heavy, and it carried an ancient aura. With just a look, it was clear that it was extremely valuable. In the history of our Zhang clan, we have only given out 3 such tokens. Since he is your teacher, the Zhang clan will do everything in our power to befriend him. The First Elder nodded. The purity of Zhang Jiuxiao's bloodline was already comparable to that of the young prodigy from back then. With such a person around, the Zhang clan would surely rise to glory once more. In fact, they might even be able to resolve that matter without a hitch. Just based on this point alone, his teacher's contribution was so great that it was worthy of the entire family's gratitude. Putting aside a mere honored guest token, even if Zhang Jiuxiao had any unreasonable requests, as long as it was within their means, the Zhang clan would never turn him down. Yes. Zhang Jiuxiao nodded. Indeed, as a celestial master teacher, his teacher would surely rise to the very top of the master teacher continent in the future. Since your teacher forbids me from speaking any further, I won't pursue the matter any further. However, there is one thing that I need you to answer carefully. The First Elder waved his hand dismissively. Turning to Zhang Xian, he asked, last night, you left the Sanctum of Sages with that Zhang Xian. Do you know where he is at the moment? What did he do this time? This Zhang Xian was the king of destruction, so he had to be careful. If he wasn't careful, he would lose everything. He had to find out where he had gone and be on guard. As for associating Zhang Xian with the other party's teacher, the thought had never crossed his mind. In his eyes, this Zhang Xian was just a young man with some talent. How could he possibly accomplish something that he couldn't? Besides, it was unlikely that a top-notch genius like Zhang Jiuxiao would acknowledge someone younger than him as his teacher. Old Zhang Shi and I are friends. I asked about some things yesterday. I don't know where he went. Zhang Jiuxiao paused for a moment before continuing. You don't know? The First Elder was just about to continue speaking when he flicked his wrist and took out a jade token. Taking a look at it, he turned his gaze back to Zhang Jiuxiao and said, you have just overcome the lightning tribulation and activated your bloodline ability, so your body is extremely weak. You should rest here for now. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be back soon. After saying those words, he took out a pill and passed it over. This is a pill specially crafted for our clan members. It can speed up the recovery of the aftereffects left behind by activating our bloodline ability. Under normal circumstances, those who activate their bloodline ability will only be able to cultivate and fight for an entire month. However, if you consume this pill, you will be able to fully recover within 10 days. Of course, your bloodline is pure, so you should be able to recover in 3 days. Similar to the Luo clan, the Zhang clan's bloodline had to rest for an entire month once it was activated. However, the experts of the clan had researched for a long time before they finally managed to concoct this pill. It was a pill that could allow one to recover swiftly, and the purer one's bloodline was, the faster one's recovery would be. However, this pill was simply too valuable. Not even a core disciple like Zhang Chun was qualified to consume it. It was only passed down among the older generation. It was only after hearing those words that Zhang Jiuxiao suddenly felt completely drained of energy. Thus, he opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. As soon as the pill entered his body, a powerful surge of heat flowed through his body. Following which, the energy that he had expended began to slowly recover, and his aura grew stronger and stronger. This is a good pill. Knowing that it was indeed a miraculous pill, Zhang Jiuxiao hurriedly began to heal his injured body and bloodline. Seeing how swiftly Zhang Jiuxiao had recovered, the First Elder nodded in satisfaction. Without saying a word, he turned around and left the room. Not too long later, he encountered Zhang Wuchen, and his face immediately turned grim. Has Zhang Xian returned to his residence? Yes. Zhang Wuchen nodded. Then, he turned to the First Elder and asked, did Zhang Jiuxiao say what happened? If I'm not mistaken, he must have acknowledged an expert as his teacher. The First Elder replied. An expert? I have no idea what kind of means he used to alter the purity of his bloodline. I suspect that there's a mole in our clan. The first elder harumphed coldly. To bring him into the blood reservoir without anyone noticing and even induce a breakthrough in his bloodline. I can't think of anyone who would be capable of such a feat other than those in our clan. Since Zhang Jiuxiao hadn't left the clan yesterday, it could only mean that his teacher was still in the clan. There are only a handful of people in the entire clan who know about the matter. Are you suspecting that it's them? The third elder asked in astonishment. This matter has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, and there are many who have learned it. I can't be certain whether it has been leaked or not. However, I have given the VIP token of our clan to Zhang Jiuxiao, and I have secretly hidden a sliver of my will in it. As long as the token is given to someone else, they will surely notice it. The first elder said with a wave of his hand. Then, how should we deal with Zhang Jiuxiao? The third elder asked. I have already examined his bloodline, and it is the purest bloodline of the Zhang clan. Regardless of how he obtained his bloodline, he can already be considered as one of the top geniuses in our clan. In the future, we should devote all of our resources to him so that he can reach Saint Nine Dan or even beyond before the end of the year. After that, we can arrange an arranged marriage with him. The first elder said. With his current strength, there's no need for us to compete with him. There's no one in the younger generation of our clan who could possibly defeat him. Zhang Wuchen nodded. Then, what should we do about that Zhang Xian? That person is probably just acquainted with Zhang Jiuxiao, so there's nothing special about him. Bring me to meet him. If he can pledge his loyalty to the Zhang clan in the future, he'll surely be of great help to Zhang Jiuxiao. However, if he can't do that, we should have him leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if he's Yang Xian's direct disciple, I won't go easy on him. The first elder harumphed coldly. Oblivious to the fact that he was being monitored, Zhang Xian reverted back to his original appearance and returned to his residence. Even though he had only been gone for an entire morning and night, fearing that Zhang Jiuxiao would encounter any problems in his cultivation, he was extremely focused, and he felt a little fatigued. Xianxia, the genius of the Zhang clan who specializes in swordsmanship, has been waiting for you. As soon as he walked into the room, Jian Qingqing immediately walked up to him. He's already here? Zhang Xian nodded. With the appearance of Zhang Jiuxiao, there was no longer any meaning in the Zhang clan's tournament. Since the guests had arrived, it was time to move on to the next event. Following Jian Qingqing into the room, Zhang Xian saw 3 young men standing in the middle of the room. Their backs were ramrod straight, and the auras that they emanated made them feel as if they were 3 swords. You are Zhang Xian? You are here to challenge the swordsmanship of the Zhang clan? The young man standing at the very front asked. This young man had a skinny appearance, and there was a red mole by the corner of his lips. Indeed. Zhang Xian could not be bothered to say anything more. He sat down and observed the young man while recovering his Xianxia. I am Zhang Su, and they are Zhang Hen and Zhang Qin. The 3 of us have studied swordsmanship for several years, and we would like to have a fair duel with you, the red mole young man, Zhang Su, said. Very well. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. Will you be coming at me one by one, or will you be coming at me together? The reason why he had agreed to Jian Qingqing's invitation was not just to cause trouble for the Zhang clan, but also to see what level their swordsmanship had reached and what kind of secrets lay behind the speed sword quintessence. Arrogant. Who would have thought that this fellow would treat them as if they were nothing? Not only did he sit down, he even challenged them to come at him together. The 3 of them were displeased. You are Yangshir's direct disciple, and on top of that, you have inherited the flowing water swordsmanship. I, Zhang Qin, challenge you to a duel. Unable to stand it any longer, Zhang Qin stepped forward and brandished his sword. However, do you dare to make a wager with me before the duel? A wager? May I know what the wager is? Zhang Xian looked over. I know a little about what you have done. As soon as you arrived at the Zhang clan, you began wreaking havoc on the guardian formation of the Zhang clan and the guest rooms. While the first elder and the others are lenient toward you, as members of the Zhang clan, we will not allow anyone to cause trouble here. It's very simple. I'll use the swordsmanship of the Zhang family to challenge you to a duel. If you lose, you have to swear to serve the Zhang family for the rest of your life, never to betray them. If you win, you can do whatever you want with our lives. The destruction of the family can also be written off. Zhang Qin asked with a frown. Pledge loyalty to the Zhang family? Zhang Xian sneered. As soon as the other party spoke, Zhang Xian immediately understood that the challenge was just an excuse. The other party wanted to make him stay and serve the Zhang family. Otherwise, how could 3 mere core disciples have the qualifications to decide on such an important matter? What, you don't dare to agree? Zhang Qin sneered mockingly. There's nothing to be afraid of, but your lives are of no use to me. If you lose, I have 2 requests. Zhang Xian looked at Zhang Xian calmly. Feel free to speak. Zhang Su said with a frown. Of the trio, he was the leader. Firstly, I would like to take a look at the swordsmanship manuals of your Zhang family. Zhang Xian raised his eyebrows. The swordsmanship of our Zhang family was created by our founder, and those who aren't of the Zhang family's bloodline aren't allowed to learn or cultivate it. It's fine if you want to take a look at it, but whether you can comprehend it or not will depend on your talent. I can agree to that. Zhang Su nodded. It was nigh impossible for those who weren't of the Zhang family's bloodline to master the swordsmanship. Even if he were to show it to Zhang Xian, it was unlikely that he would be able to comprehend anything from it. Thus, there was no need for him to be conflicted. Zhang Xian nodded. Secondly, I want our clan head, Xianxia, to suppress his cultivation and have a duel with me. Since he was already here, and the young prodigy wasn't around, he might as well challenge Xianxia to exact vengeance on Jian Qingqing's behalf. He had no idea how powerful Xianxia's swordsmanship was, but as long as he was able to browse through the Zhang family's secret manuals and grasp 3 sword intents, he didn't think that anyone in the same cultivation realm would be a match for him. You want me to have a duel with the clan head? Hearing Zhang Xian's second request, the trio glanced at one another with a frown. They were only members of the clan, so they couldn't make the decision for the clan head. If you can't make the decision, you can consult the person who invited you here. If you agree to the duel, I'll agree to the duel with you. Otherwise, I'll forget about the duel, Zhang Xian said with a wave of his hand. All right. Wait here for a moment, Zhang Shi. We'll consult him right now. Seeing how determined Zhang Xian was, Zhang Su knew that there was no point in arguing with him. Thus, he glanced at one another before walking out of the room. As soon as he was outside, he took out his communication jade token and sent a message. Zhang Shi, you mustn't agree to it. Jian Qingqing anxiously sent a telepathic message to Zhang Xian. Didn't you want me to have a duel with you? Why aren't you letting me do it now? Zhang Xian asked with a smile. There's something wrong with their words. They said that the Zhang clan's swordsmanship is superior to yours, but it doesn't mean that they are superior to you individually. If the first elder were to make a move and defeat you with the swordsmanship of the Zhang clan, wouldn't that mean that you have lost as well? Jian Qingqing asked anxiously. Zhang Qin might have seemed reckless, but there was a trap hidden in his words. What he said was that he would challenge you to a duel with the swordsmanship of the Zhang clan, and if you lose, you have to swear to serve the Zhang clan for the rest of your life, never to betray them. He didn't say who would be the one to use the Zhang clan's swordsmanship. If they lost, it would only mean that they were superior to the Zhang clan's swordsmanship. This was clearly unfair. It's fine. I'm just afraid that they won't come, Zhang Xian said with a smile. Since Jian Qingqing was able to discern the underlying meaning behind those words, how could Zhang Xian not be able to? The only reason he didn't say it out loud was because he wanted to see just how formidable the swordsmanship of the Zhang clan was. Besides, since he had already made a move, he would beat them up until they were afraid of him. While Zhang Xian was conversing with Jian Qingqing through Xinqi telepathy, Zhang Wuchen had also received a message from the first elder. A duel with the clan head? Does he really think that he can defeat Zhang Su and the others? Zhang Wuchen shook his head. Regardless of whether he's able to defeat Zhang Su or not, this matter concerns the clan head, so we can't overstep our boundaries. I'll send him a message right now, and it's up to him whether he agrees to the duel or not. The first elder said after reading the contents of the message. He might be the first elder of the Zhang clan, but he had no say in whether the clan head would make a move or not. All right. It has only been 2 days since the clan had left, so he shouldn't be too far away. He should be able to receive our message easily, Zhang Wuchen said as he took out a communication jade token and tapped it with his finger, sending a message over. In the sky far away from the Zhang clan, a middle-aged man standing on an aerial saint beast seemed to have sensed something, and he quickly took out his communication jade token. "What's wrong?" a beautiful middle-aged lady beside him asked. "It's nothing much. The third elder just sent me a message, saying that if the genius swordsman Xianxia brought over is able to defeat Zhang Su and the others, he wants me to suppress my cultivation to duel with him." The middle-aged man shook his head with a smile. "Zhang Su has received our direct disciple's swordsmanship, so there aren't many in the world who can defeat him in a duel of swordsmanship," the beautiful middle-aged lady said with a smile. "It's still unknown whether he'll be able to defeat him or not, but he actually wants to challenge you, who is of the same cultivation realm as him. The genius that Xianxia brought over sure is arrogant. Ha ha ha, it's only right for youngsters to be ambitious," the middle-aged man said with a hearty chuckle. He was not too bothered by the fact that a junior wanted to challenge him. However, Xianxia isn't a reckless person. For a genius like him to say such words, he must have something up his sleeves. "Right, why don't you ask him what his name is? You and I should know quite a few outstanding swordsmen on the master-teacher continent. When did you find someone so confident as to challenge you?" the beautiful middle-aged lady asked. "I'll ask him." The middle-aged man nodded before sending the message back. A moment later, the communication jade token in his hand shook, and a name surfaced on it. Upon seeing the name, the middle-aged man's body stiffened. "What's wrong?" the beautiful middle-aged lady asked doubtfully. The middle-aged man's throat went dry. The third elder said that the name of the challenger is Xianxia. Xianxia? The middle-aged lady's body stiffened. The person that Hui Wei spoke of. Xianxia? Xianxia came from the sanctum of sages, so it goes without saying that the person he brought with him is that person. To think that we would have missed him," the middle-aged man said with a bitter smile. Disregarding the attitude of the elders in their clan, they had headed straight to the sanctum of sages to look for Xianxia. They wanted to see if he was the one they had been searching for 20 years. Who could have thought that the person they had been searching for was already in their clan? If they had not gone out previously, they might have already met him by now. More importantly, they had met once along the way, but fate had played a trick on them, and they had missed each other just like that. If only they had known that this would happen, they would have greeted Xianxin's beast. "Since he's in the Zhang clan, we should hurry back. It's not too late now," the middle-aged lady said. It was fortunate that they had learned of this beforehand, or else it would be too late for them to cry when they arrived at the sanctum of sages. Hula, upon hearing those words, the beast beneath them hurriedly turned around and flew back. Seeing the swift flight of the beast, the middle-aged lady heaved a sigh of relief before turning to the middle-aged man with a worried and anxious look in her eyes. "Quick, ask him what kind of person Xianxia is, what does he look like, and what kind of personality he has." Knowing what his wife was worried about, the middle-aged man grabbed her hand and said, "Don't worry. Since Hui Wei has confirmed it, and he's in the ancient domain, there shouldn't be any mistake." The middle-aged lady's body swayed weakly. "I'm still worried. We have been searching for him for so many years, and we have failed so many times. Even if he isn't, there's no doubt that he has something to do with our child." The middle-aged man nodded. "Otherwise, how could he possibly be so outstanding without inheriting my talent?" Even Hui Wei was shocked by his prowess at such a young age. Pfft. Hearing those words, the middle-aged lady burst into laughter. She patted the middle-aged man's chest and said, "Stop being so narcissistic." The communication jade token jolted once more, and a message was sent over. The middle-aged man tapped on it lightly, and the duo on the back of the beast saw a video playing. A young man charged into the guardian formation of the Zhang clan alone. Following which, the dragon spirit submitted, the tiger spirit collapsed, and countless buildings were reduced to dust. The young man slowly turned around, and a proud expression appeared on his face. It must be him. Seeing the other party's appearance, the beautiful woman's body swayed, and she hurriedly covered her mouth, seemingly unable to control her emotions. "He doesn't look like you or me," the middle-aged man frowned. "He doesn't look like you or me," but his eyes are exactly the same as when he was young. There's no way I'm mistaken. The beautiful woman clenched her fists tightly. Over the past 20 years, they had met thousands of times in their dreams. Although she didn't know what he would look like when he grew up, she was certain that this was her son. There was no mistake, no matter how much his appearance changed as he grew up, the impact he felt when he saw her for the first time would never change. It was a kind of kinship, a kind of relationship where blood was thicker than water. But, the third elder said that he had gone to the blood reservoir to examine Xianxia, and not only is his bloodline completely unrelated to the Zhang family, his soul is also completely unaffected as well. It has already been confirmed that he has no ties with Xianxia at all. The middle-aged man was relatively more rational. Blood pool? The beautiful woman sneered, they still have the face to talk about blood pool? It's not like you don't know what happened back then. How did they treat that poor child of mine? Even if he survives, he won't have the slightest bit of the Zhang family's bloodline, so he has no ties with the Zhang family at all. However, he does have my bloodline running through his veins, and I can sense that he's my son. There's no mistaking it. Since you're so certain about it, there's no doubt about it. However, that Xianxia seems to be quite a troublemaker. In less than a day after he arrived at the Zhang family, he caused a huge ruckus and caused countless buildings to collapse. Seeing that his wife had confirmed the matter, the middle-aged man turned his gaze downward and shook his head. The first elder has already decided to have Xianxia and the others teach him a lesson so that he'll know the might of the Zhang family. The might of the Zhang family? That Zhang Wuheng sure is brazen. If he dares to harm a single hair on my son, I swear that I'll tear down the ancestral shrine of the Zhang family when we return, or else I won't be Wang Mingya. The beautiful woman bellowed with narrowed eyes as a powerful aura burst forth from her body. Sensing this powerful aura, the aerial saint beast beneath her shrunk back in fright, and it plummeted several hundred meters from the sky, nearly plummeting to the ground. Let's go. We'll only know if Xianxia is the one we're looking for with our own eyes. It's meaningless for us to dwell on such matters at the moment. The middle-aged man waved his hand before instructing the remaining saint beasts to hurry back to the Zhang family. Our clan head has already agreed to the duel. As long as you can defeat us, we'll have a duel with you. Zhang Su and the others walked into the room once more. It's good that you've agreed to it. Zhang Xian's lips curled up into a smile as he stood up and walked to the center of the room. With a wave of his hand, he asked, who wants to go first? I'll go. Zhang Qin leaped forward with a furious roar. With a flick of his wrist, he drew a straight line with his sword and pierced it into the air, leaving a white trail in its wake. Swordsmanship. Even though Jian Qinxing had not made a move yet, he could tell that none of his direct disciples were a match for Xianxia. I'll suppress my cultivation to the same level as you right now. Knowing that the young man before him would not be an easy opponent to deal with, Zhang Qin took a deep breath and suppressed his cultivation to Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle, the same level as Xianxia. Make your move. After suppressing his cultivation, Zhang Qin raised his sword and pointed it at Xianxia. I don't need my sword to deal with you. 2 fingers will suffice. With a faint smile, Xianxia raised his index and middle fingers together, and a surge of Xinqi shot out from his fingertips. The surge of Xinqi flowed back and forth until it was 3 qi long, reminiscent of a sword. You're courting death. Seeing how arrogant Jian Qinxing was, Zhang Qin did not say anything else. He flicked his sword and thrust it toward Xianxia. Sla, time seemed to have frozen in that instant. Zhang Qin and his sword seemed to have vanished into thin air. Be it with the naked eye or spiritual perception, it was impossible to detect them. Xianxia, be careful. Upon seeing this sight, Jian Qinxing could tell that the young man before him had executed his strongest speed sword quintessence right from the get-go. Many of his direct disciples had lost to this move. Even though they had comprehended the defense sword quintessence, they were still defeated before they could even react. This fellow had used his strongest move right from the get-go. Could it be that Xianxia would be caught off guard and injured by it? If that was really the case, he would be in deep trouble. Peng. Just as Jian Qinxing was panicking, he suddenly heard a dull thud. Following which, the vanished Zhang Qin was sent flying into the wall not too far away. On the other hand, Xianxia seemed to have not moved at all. The Xianxia at the tip of his finger was still flickering, and there was not a single ripple of shock on his face. It's easier than I thought. Next. You, looking at the unconscious Zhang Qin, the faces of Zhang Su and the others froze. They were unable to utter a single word. They had thought that no matter how formidable Zhang Qin's swordsmanship was, it was unlikely that he would be too powerful. Who could have thought that Zhang Qin, who had exerted his full strength, would not even be able to withstand a single blow? In fact, the other party did not even use his sword qi. Allow me. Exhaling deeply, Zhang Su stepped forward. He was well aware of Zhang Qin's strength. Even if the other party's comprehension of swordsmanship was beneath his, he was still a top-notch expert. Yet, the other party was able to defeat him without even using his sword. Needless to say, Zhang Hen would not be a match for the other party either. Let me do it. Even if I can't defeat him, I should be able to force him to use his swordsmanship. That way, your chances of victory will increase significantly. Let's go together. Zhang Xian replied nonchalantly. I don't have the time to waste. I'm still a little weak at the moment, so I need to cultivate. After saying those words, he opened his acupoints and began absorbing the spiritual energy in the air. Seeing how disdainful Zhang Xian was of them, Zhang Su and Zhang Xian did not turn him down out of consideration for their pride. Instead, they glanced at one another and stepped forward. Humph. Since you are the one who requested it, don't blame us for getting nasty. Judging from your previous move, it would indeed be difficult for us to defeat you if we were to fight you one-on-one. However, since we are working together now, we will still be executing the collaborative swordsmanship of the Zhang clan. Zhang Su clasped his fist and bowed respectfully. Let's begin. Knowing that the Zhang clan had a habit of coming up with excuses for their shamelessness, Zhang Xian could not be bothered to argue with them. He flicked his sword qi in the air, and with a slight flick, he entered the battlefield. Glancing at one another, Zhang Su and Zhang Hen suppressed their Xinqi to Grand Dominion Realm Pinnacle, and their swords began piercing toward Zhang Xian from the left and right. Their swordsmanship did not seem to be swift, but they were all aimed at the weak spots that Zhang Xian had to guard against. No matter how he moved, they were all aimed at his weak spots, making it impossible for him to guard against them. This is the Xingming swordsmanship. Jian Qingqing's body jolted in astonishment. The Xingming couple's swordsmanship was so profound that even Yangshi was full of praises for them. The sword art that Zhang Su and Zhang Hen were executing at the moment was a sword art that the two of them had created. While the speed of their swords did not increase, it did increase the prowess of their swords. Not to mention anything else, even he would have no choice but to admit defeat if they were at the same level. The Xingming swordplay was named after the two of them. Once executed, it would allow one to experience the vicissitudes of history, making it seem like a dream. Not only was its offensive prowess powerful, more importantly, it had a great impact on one's primordial spirit as well. Those who were slightly weaker would not be able to withstand it at all. Not bad sword technique. Contrary to Jian Qingqing's astonishment, Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. The combination swordsmanship that the two of them had executed had left him feeling as if he was experiencing the vicissitudes of a dynasty. He had seen the dynasty rise before him, he had hosted a banquet before him, and now, he had seen the dynasty collapse before him. All sorts of riches and honor were like bubbles in a dream. It was too much for one's eyes to take in, and at the same time, it felt like a fleeting dream. Had it been anyone else, no matter how resilient their mental fortitude was, they would surely have been affected by such a situation. However, Zhang Xian was different. With his heaven's path Xinqi flowing through his body, not even inner demons were able to do anything to him. As such, a primordial spirit attack of this level was nothing to him at all. In fact, he was even able to fully comprehend the vicissitudes of a dynasty. It was as if he was a spectator of history, and the sword at his fingertip sliced through dynasty after dynasty. Pooh! Pooh! Zhang Su and Zhang Hen's faces paled as fresh blood spurted from their mouths. At some point in time, their swords had already flown out of their hands, and they were pinned to the wall. As powerful as their collaborative swordsmanship was, it was still too weak before Zhang Xian. The latter had easily broken through their conceptions and inflicted severe injuries on them. We have lost. Zhang Su retreated several steps. Knowing that they were no match for Xianxia even if they were to collaborate with one another, let alone fight him one-on-one, he could not help but sigh in despair. He had thought that after comprehending the speed sword quintessence and inheriting the clan head's heritage, he would be invincible among the younger generation. Yet, before the young man before him, he had been nothing more than a joke. The other party's understanding of swordsmanship had clearly far surpassed theirs, and they could not even be mentioned in the same breath. Since you have lost, I hope that you can fulfill your first bet and bring me to your swordsmanship manuals. Xianxia. Even though he had already gained a certain level of understanding of the speed sword quintessence, he would still have to browse through the manuals and compile the Heaven's Path divine art in order to learn it. It's no big deal for me to bring you to your swordsmanship manuals. However, there's a time limit, 2 hours at most. Xianxia said. While it was impossible for those without the bloodline to learn the swordsmanship manuals of the Zhang clan, they could not allow outsiders to recite them as they pleased. Since he had agreed to let Xianxia browse through the manuals, he had set a limit in his heart, 2 hours. It was impossible for him to memorize such a profound swordsmanship within such a short period of time. That's more than enough. Knowing what Xianxia was getting at, Xianxia could not be bothered to argue with him. To him, browsing through the manuals was nothing more than a glance. As long as it was within his reach, he would be able to take it away. This way please. Seeing that Xianxia had agreed to the bet, Xianxia and the others quickly led the way. It did not take long before they arrived at a vast hall. Similar to the room Jian Qinxing had brought Xianxia to, there was a massive Jian character at the very center. This Jian character was different from the ones left behind by the old sword maestro and Jian Lushui. It felt as if a bolt of lightning would tear through space and slip through one's fingers at any moment. This is the swordsmanship left behind by our ancestor. Those who are able to comprehend it will be able to learn it. If not, there's nothing we can do about it. Xianxia said. Xianxia knew that one had to possess aptitude to comprehend the swordsmanship, so he quickly scanned his surroundings. Just like the other places he had seen before, there were all kinds of insights inscribed at the bottom of the Jian character to serve as hints to the later generations. Xianxia swiftly collected all of these words into the Library of Heaven's Path, and a book materialized before him. Xianxia flipped it open and began browsing through it. It can't be that he intends to learn the swordsmanship of the Zhang clan, right? Seeing how serious Xianxia was, Zhang Qin asked doubtfully. At this moment, he had already recovered from his coma. Even though his head was still a little numb, it was no longer a problem. Our clan head is known as the #1 swordsman in our clan in the past several thousand years, but it took him 3 whole months to comprehend the sword quintessence and achieve a breakthrough. If we give him 2 hours to look at the swordsmanship, putting aside comprehending it, he probably won't be able to comprehend anything at all. Zhang Hen waved his hand. Besides, he doesn't have the bloodline of our Zhang clan, so how can he possibly comprehend the swordsmanship? I think that he's just trying to find flaws in the swordsmanship so that he can gain the upper hand in the duel, Xianxia analyzed. Flaws? The swordsmanship of our Zhang clan has been cultivated by our ancestors for generations, and it possesses incredible prowess. How could there possibly be any flaws in it? Zhang Qin said disapprovingly. Gotcha, but before Xianxia could finish his words, a crisp sound echoed in the air. Following which, a slight crack appeared on the Jian character. As soon as the cracks appeared, they grew larger and larger, and in less than 2 breaths, the entire character was already filled with cracks reminiscent of a spiderweb. What's going on? Xianxia and the others were astonished. It was still fine a moment ago, so why would it suddenly break down? It's you? Zhang Qin was the first to recover from his shock, and he immediately turned to look at Xianxia. That fellow was wreaking havoc wherever he went, and yet, he was already reduced to such a state just by looking at the sword character. Other than him, he could not think of anyone else who could do such a thing. Paying no heed to Zhang Qin's doubts, Xianxia closed his eyes tightly, and a powerful surge of sword chi surged from his body into the sky. It grew stronger and stronger, and it seemed as if it would pierce through the heavens at any moment. Wang wang wang, the swords on the weapon rack by the corner of the room trembled uncontrollably. Following which, all of them fell to the ground, as if under immense pressure, not daring to move in the slightest. Not only so, Zhang Hen and the others were also starting to lose control of the sword qi that they had cultivated. They were gathering toward the young man before them, and it felt as if there was a massive magnet within his body that was attracting the sword qi and forcing it to submit to him. This is sword quintessence? Zhang Qin's face paled. We have all comprehended sword quintessence before, so how could it possibly wield such overwhelming might? Zhang Hen was also astonished. To be able to stand out among the many disciples of the Zhang clan, it meant that he had comprehended sword quintessence, which meant that he was on par with the experts of the older generation. But they had not been so fearsome when they comprehended sword quintessence. The myriad swords bowed in submission, the sword qi trembled in fear, and even the sword character shattered. How could an ordinary sword quintessence wield such might? This is fusion of sword quintessence. Zhang Su suddenly recalled something, and his crimson mole turned even more menacing than before. It was hard to tell whether it was due to fear or shock. Fusion of sword quintessence? The other two turned to look at Zhang Su in confusion. I believe you should have heard of the 5 types of sword quintessence, Zhang Su said. The two of them nodded in agreement. The sword quintessence could be divided into strength, defense, agility, speed, and spatial quintessences. As soon as they comprehended the sword quintessence, they had already learned of them. Of the 5 sword quintessences, it's not too difficult for swordsmen like us to comprehend a single one. Those who are more talented might even be able to comprehend 2. Take our clan head and sword Saint Meng for example, it's said that they have comprehended at least 2 sword quintessences. On the other hand, there are some truly talented experts who are able to surpass 2 quintessences and reach beyond that. As long as they can comprehend 3 quintessences, they will be able to fuse their quintessences together, resulting in the fusion of quintessences. An expert who can do this will have a rapid improvement in his understanding of the sword, reaching an inconceivable level. Zhang Hen and Zhang Qin's body swayed in disbelief. You mean to say that he has comprehended 3 sword quintessences? How is this possible? He's only 20 years old. Even if he started learning swordsmanship in his mother's womb, it's impossible for him to achieve such a feat. They had put in a lot of effort just to comprehend a single sword quintessence, and yet, a 20-year-old fellow had actually comprehended 3 sword quintessences and even managed to fuse them together. Was there really such a formidable genius in the world? This was no longer talent, it was frightening. Other than that, I really can't think of anything else. Zhang Su shook his head. He paused for a moment before continuing, if you don't believe me, you can continue looking at it. Even though the sword character has shattered, it should be able to comprehend the correct aura and reform it. Reform it? The two of them were stunned. Back then, when our founder left behind the sword character, he had comprehended the speed quintessence of swordsmanship, but it wasn't as perfect as it should have been. Thus, he left behind a message saying that as long as a person's comprehension of the speed quintessence surpasses his, the sword character would shatter on its own and be replaced by the other parties. I have only heard our clan head mentioning this matter once, but I never thought that it would actually be true. Zhang Su said. The founder had left behind the sword character so that it would be easier for the later generations to comprehend it, but, was the founder necessarily the most accurate one? Not necessarily. Thus, to put it bluntly, the sword character was only a path forward. It was not the true sword quintessence, nor was it a perfect consonance with the world. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for such a hideous crack to appear on the sword quintessence character. If the world was the greatest treasure in the world, the sword quintessence would be the entrance leading to it. Who knew how long it would take for one to reach the treasure? However, since there was an entrance, as long as they worked hard, they would surely be able to find it one day. Even though the sword quintessence that their founder had comprehended back then was the entrance, it was still a little narrow. If someone were to comprehend more than him, they would naturally be able to replace it. Voila, amidst the conversation between the three of them, the sword character finally reached its limit, and it tore apart. Wang, as soon as the sword quintessence character shattered, a new surge of sword intent surged into the heavens, suppressing them once more. Following which, the sword chi in the room swiftly gathered toward the wall. Tzzzzzzzzzz. The aura surged like a tidal wave, and in the blink of an eye, a massive sword character appeared on the empty wall once more. From afar, the shape, size, and aura of this sword character were identical to the previous one. Zhang Qin hurriedly turned to Zhang Su with a dumbfounded look on his face. To destroy a sword quintessence character, and yet another one would appear right after. Yet, the sword quintessence character was actually able to surpass the founders? Don't look at it with your eyes. Look at it with your sword intent. Seeing that Zhang Xian was perplexed, Zhang Su said. Look at it with my sword intent? Zhang Qin and Zhang Hen glanced at one another in bewilderment. It's to comprehend the sword intent in your body and use it to comprehend the words on the wall. Zhang Su explained. Let me give it a try. Zhang Qin tried to sense the sword intent that he had comprehended in his body, and he slowly directed it outward. Soon, it came into contact with the wall. In an instant, he froze on the spot. It was as if the sword character on the wall had been imprinted directly into his mind. Even though it looked exactly the same as before, it was no longer as sharp as before. Instead, it felt simpler and easier to fuse with the great Tao. The sword character on the wall seemed to have been imprinted directly into his mind. In the instant that he saw it, he felt as if he was swimming in a sea of sword qi. It turns out that there are so many mistakes in the sword quintessence that we have comprehended over the years. Zhang Qin's body trembled in agitation. Comprehending the Tao in the morning, one can die in peace in the evening. Only after seeing the sword character did he realize how laughable his efforts over the years had been. If the founder's comprehension could be likened to a narrow door that only allowed a single person to pass through, the sword character on the wall could be likened to a wide passageway that allowed carriages to barge through. With this as a foundation, he would be able to advance at least twofold faster in the future. For a 20-year-old fellow to comprehend the sword quintessence even more deeply than them in less than 10 minutes, even surpassing their founder. Was he still a human? Looking at the young man once more, he saw the young man's head slightly raised. It was hard to tell what he was thinking about, but there was a deep sense of loneliness emanating from him. It's too easy, Zhang Xian shook his head with a deep sigh. Even with the experience of countless predecessors as a foundation, it would still take some time for him to comprehend the other sword quintessences. Yet, he had managed to achieve a breakthrough in just a few minutes. This was completely out of character for him. He had been intending to suppress his sword quintessence for at least an hour so as to not attract too much attention. Yet, who could have known that it would be so easy for him to achieve a breakthrough so quickly, even surpassing Zhang Xian's ancestor? Just the thought of it left him feeling stifled. Was it really that difficult to keep a low profile and learn slowly? Was it really that difficult to be an ordinary person? More importantly, he was only learning a little of the sword quintessence. What if the Zhang clan were to demand compensation from him? Forget it. Now that I've fused my speed swordsmanship with the other sword intents, I should be able to overcome the bottleneck of the phantasmal space realm. Time to make a breakthrough. Zhang Xian shook his head. Without any hesitation, a powerful surge of energy burst forth from his body. Hong Long, his aura surged all the way to the heavens, and ominous clouds gathered in the sky. At the same time, Zhang Xian's body felt like a spring grass bursting out of the soil, or a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. It felt as if he had been reborn. This is the phantasmal space ordeal? He's going to make a breakthrough? Zhang Su and the others swayed uncontrollably. They felt like vomiting blood. Not only did that fellow manage to comprehend the strongest swordsmanship of the Zhang clan in just a few minutes, he even managed to overcome the bottleneck of the Grand Dominion realm. This is the core of the Zhang clan. I can't do it here. Zhang Su's body swayed weakly, and he let out a long roar. Lightning tribulations were extremely fearsome, and they could bring great harm to their clan. Even though it had only been a day since Zhang Xian arrived in the Zhang clan, most of the lightning tribulations were at the periphery of the Zhang clan. Even if the lightning tribulations were to be destroyed, they would only be buildings. However, this was the core of the Zhang clan. There were countless secret manuals and heritage within the Zhang clan. If the lightning tribulation were to descend, the entire Zhang clan would be in grave danger. Gotcha. But before Zhang Su could finish his words, the ominous clouds in the sky suddenly surged, and an intense pressure pressed down on him, causing him to be unable to utter a single word. Trembling non-stop, his body stiffened. He had seen plenty of phantasmal space realm lightning tribulations, and he had even experienced them himself. However, the ominous clouds before him were thick and heavy, and they carried with them a violent might that even dimension-sundering realm experts would find difficult to deal with. It felt as if the entire Zhang family would be reduced to ashes if it were to descend upon them. Was this really just an ascension tribulation? Even the cosmic space tribulation wasn't this terrifying. How could it be so big? The first elder, Zhang Wuchen, and the others who were hiding nearby were also dumbfounded. The power of the dark clouds was simply too great. It had already surpassed the range of what they could accept. The formation below them was also on the verge of collapsing. He hurriedly turned to look at the young man in the center of the lightning tribulation, only to see that not only did the latter not show the slightest hint of fear, his eyes were even gleaming with excitement. He should be able to solve it, right? Xianxia's face twitched uncontrollably. Even though the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast's lightning tribulation was weaker than this one, it wasn't too far off. It should be able to overcome it. Zhang Wuchen was not too confident in his chances. As powerful as the lightning tribulation that the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast had faced when it achieved a breakthrough to the Macrocosm Ascendancy realm, it still paled in comparison to this lightning tribulation. Back then, Xianxia was able to resolve it, so perhaps this lightning tribulation would be able to do the same too, otherwise, he wouldn't have such an expression. That's good. He had seen how the young man had dealt with the lightning tribulation several times. Even though he was worried, he knew that there was no better way to deal with it. Thus, he could only continue watching. It seems like that fellow knows that it's my lightning tribulation, so he called all of his ants over. Xianxia shook his head. Over the past few days, he had been chasing after the lightning tribulation to absorb, and this had infuriated the other party. Most likely, the other party had been waiting for this day to come. Seeing that he had achieved a breakthrough, the other party had immediately gathered all of the lightning tribulation energy that he had absorbed previously. However, the more lightning tribulation energy there was, the greater the benefits to him. With such a powerful lightning tribulation, he would definitely be able to push for a breakthrough to Phantasmal Space Realm Pinnacle. There had been a flaw in the Phantasmal Space Realm Heaven's Path Divine Art, but after comprehending the Speed Sword Quintessence, the flaw had been resolved, allowing him to cultivate it perfectly. Come! With a loud roar, Xianxia charged right into the lightning tribulation and dived right into it. With a wave of his hand, the Dongxu gourd, his clone, and the vine flew out once more. At the same time, his primordial spirit also separated from his physical body to absorb the rampaging energy within the lightning tribulation. Jai. After absorbing the immense energy from the lightning tribulation, Xianxia's Xianxia cultivation rose from Phantasmal Space Realm Primary Stage to Phantasmal Space Realm Intermediate Stage. Phantasmal Space Realm Intermediate Stage, Phantasmal Space Realm Advanced Stage, Phantasmal Space Realm Pinnacle. In less than 2 minutes, his cultivation had already reached Phantasmal Space Realm Pinnacle, just a step away from reaching Half-Dimension Sundering Realm. Under the tempering of the lightning tribulation, his primordial spirit had also become more well-rounded. Even without the Phantasmal Space Realm Heaven's Path Divine Art, his fighting prowess was already on par with Phantasmal Space Realm Pinnacle cultivators. This was especially so for his physical body. After being tempered by the lightning tribulation, his skin was glowing with a golden luster, making it incredibly resilient. It was on par with even Saint Pinnacle artifacts. So far, I haven't even absorbed a fifth of the lightning tribulation's energy. Seeing that the lightning tribulation showed no signs of retreating or weakening at all, Xianxia frowned. Previously, as long as he absorbed the lightning tribulation fervently, the lightning tribulation would surely flee in fear. However, even though his cultivation had risen by an entire realm, he hadn't even absorbed a fifth of the lightning tribulation's energy. Despite losing so much energy, the lightning tribulation showed no signs of retreating at all. While the Dongxu gourd, vine, clone, and the others were also absorbing the lightning tribulation's energy relentlessly, they were unable to pose any threat to him. If it comes down to it, I'll just have to find a way to push for a breakthrough to Dimension Sundering Realm. A glint flashed across Xianxia's eyes. The amount of spiritual energy required to reach Phantasmal Space Realm was no less than 100 Pinnacle Spirit Stones. However, the lightning tribulation before him was simply too massive, far surpassing his imagination. Even if he had built up a solid foundation, it was still nothing much to him. It was not enough to make him flee in fear. His body was currently brimming with Xianxia, and unless he were to push for a breakthrough to Dimension Sundering Realm, he would not be able to absorb any more energy. Just that, he had not even seen a dimension-sundering realm heaven's path divine art yet, so he was completely clueless as to how he should cultivate and push for a breakthrough. For a moment, Xianxia couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. In the past, he had been unable to find spirit stones due to his lack of energy, but now, he was fretting over how he was going to absorb so much spiritual energy. More importantly, he had no choice but to absorb it. Beneath the lightning tribulation, the first elder and the others heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing Xianxia charging into the lightning tribulation just like before. Previously, Xianxia had used the same move to defeat the lightning tribulation, so it should not be too different this time around as well. That fellow's comprehension of swordsmanship is indeed profound, and his proficiency in various occupations and cultivation isn't weak either. It's no wonder he was chosen by Xianxia and accepted as his direct disciple. Just that, I'll have to change his habit of challenging his lightning tribulation at random. The first elder harumphed coldly. Most cultivators would have to prepare in advance for their lightning tribulation, such as formations, treasures, and pills. Once they were done, they would have to find a suitable location before attempting the lightning tribulation. Even so, they would still be fearful that something might go wrong. Yet, this fellow actually dared to challenge the lightning tribulation as soon as he felt like it, not caring about the location at all. It was really a wonder how someone with such a personality could survive for so long without being pummeled to death. Just as the first elder's thoughts were running wild, a crack suddenly appeared in the lightning tribulation above. Following which, a head popped out from the dark clouds and looked at the first elder with a smile. "First elder, may I know where the library of the Zhang clan is located?" "Library of the Zhang clan? What's wrong?" "Only members of the Zhang clan are allowed to enter the library." The first elder was taken aback for a moment before a frown slowly crept onto his forehead. Only members of the Zhang clan were allowed to enter the library of the Zhang clan. That fellow was currently in the midst of his lightning tribulation, so why would he ask such a question? "Last week, I set off on a Monday. I went to Jinggangshan to attend a conference before heading to Beijing to attend a conference of the Central Committee of the Communist Youth League. Finally, I went to Online Literature Plus. I was on the verge of puking blood from the rush, and when I returned home yesterday, I suffered from altitude sickness and fainted. I only managed to recover today. My heart aches. Please console me. This lightning tribulation is simply too powerful. With my current strength, I'm unable to withstand it. I would like to see if you have any books regarding the dimension-sundering realm to see if there's any way for me to decipher it. Otherwise, if I allow it to descend, I fear that the entire Zhang family will be destroyed." Xianxia scratched his head. "Is this a threat?" The great elder's face was ashen. "Of course not. It's just that, the lightning is too strong. I can't control it." Shaking his head, Xianxia was just about to continue speaking when the lightning in the sky finally reached its limit and struck down on his head, which was still peeking out from the sky. Xianxia hurriedly retracted his hand. Ka-cha, as the lightning descended, the formation on the ground was torn apart. A huge hole immediately appeared in the sword character on the wall, causing rubble to fly everywhere. The lightning was only targeted at the person undergoing the tribulation. If it was hidden within, it would be impossible to hit it. If it was exposed, it would naturally be attacked with all its might. The first elder clenched his fists. If it had been anyone else, he would have long charged forward and crushed them to death. However, the other party was in the midst of the lightning tribulation, and if he were to charge forward, the lightning tribulation would only intensify, making it impossible for him to evade. Thus, he could only grit his teeth and fling his sleeves. "I'm fine with you if you wish to view the secret manuals of our Zhang clan, but you'll have to join the Zhang clan first. Otherwise, it's impossible for you to do so." His voice pierced through the clouds. "Become a member of the Zhang family?" Xianxia poked his head out again. "Forget it, I'll think of a way to resist." Given how shameless the Zhang family was, it was impossible for them to even avoid it. To join them. "Dream on, Ka-cha." With a bolt of lightning, Xianxia ducked his head again. Another building was destroyed. "That's your own lightning. If you have the ability, you should fight it yourself. What's the point of hiding in the lightning?" The great elder was about to go crazy as he shouted loudly. Fight on your own? That makes sense. Xianxia hesitated for a moment. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to transcend the lightning tribulation if he kept hiding, he gritted his teeth and emerged from the ominous clouds. Since he could no longer absorb any more energy, there was no point in staying in there any longer. Since that was the case, he might as well give it a try and see if he could withstand the lightning tribulation like the others and overcome it. Boom! 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 As soon as he arrived below, the lightning tribulation seemed to have found a vent, and the furious lightning struck straight down. Dozens of lightning bolts, each as thick as a water jar, piled up together, wanting to tear space apart. Pitch-black cracks appeared in the surroundings. So powerful. Not expecting the other party to be so vicious and merciless, harnessing boundless rage in his attack, Xianxia was taken aback. He quickly raised his hands to meet the other party's attack. Rumble, as the two forces clashed, Xianxia couldn't hold on any longer and was instantly sent flying, smashing into the ground. The lightning continued to strike, causing the earth to shake and countless formations and buildings to be destroyed. It was even more tragic than when he had only revealed his head. Damn it, the great elder's face twitched uncontrollably, and his teeth were about to break. Judging from the might of the lightning tribulation, in less than 5 minutes, the Zhang family would be reduced to rubble. To think that the #1 sage clan of the Master Teacher continent would actually be threatened by a mere Grand Dominion realm cultivator, and yet, there was nothing they could do about it. First Elder, what should we do now? He's indeed in the midst of a lightning tribulation, and it's a phantasmal space ordeal at that. If we don't find a way to deal with it, the Zhang family will be destroyed by such a lightning tribulation. Zhang Wuchen said with a reddened face. If it had been a macrocosm ascendancy ordeal or an even higher tier lightning tribulation, it would still have been acceptable for the Zhang family to be destroyed. However, a phantasmal space ordeal could already be considered as a low-tier lightning tribulation. For such a lightning tribulation to be able to destroy the Zhang family, how could the #1 sage clan of the Master Teacher continent face the world again? We have 2 options at the moment. The first elder said with clenched fists. Suppressing the rage in his heart, he glared at Zhang Wuchen coldly. Firstly, we can have him enter the library and work together with him to deal with the lightning tribulation. The library contains the innumerable cultivation techniques of the Zhang family, and it's incomparably valuable. If he were to enter the library, the lightning tribulation would surely strike down on him, and that would be equivalent to destroying the foundation of the Zhang family. We can't do that. Zhang Wuchen hurriedly shook his head. Even though the Zhang family had made an exception to allow him to browse through the books, the lightning tribulation was still chasing after him. If he were to enter the library would surely be destroyed. If that were to happen, how could he face the ancestors of the Zhang family? If his foundation were to be destroyed, the Zhang family would be completely crippled. Alright, we'll go with the second option then, the first elder said with narrowed eyes. We have to kill Xianxia. This is his lightning tribulation. Once he dies, it will dissipate, and he won't be in any danger anymore. Kill him? Zhang Wuchen cowered in fear. Even though killing a master teacher was against Mingshi Tang's rules, it was still the best option available to him. The lightning tribulation came with him, and as long as he died, the lightning tribulation would dissipate as well. But Xianxia is Yanshi's student. If we kill him, I fear that Yanshi will fly into a rage. Zhang Wuchen said hesitantly. They were well aware of Yanshi's strength. Killing his student without the other party's permission was tantamount to crossing the line. If Xianxia were to fall out with the other party and fall out with the Zhang family, even as elders of the Zhang family, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Even if he gets angry, there's nothing we can do about it. Do you have any better ideas at the moment? The first elder asked with a fling of his sleeves. Zhang Wuchen was rendered speechless. There was really no other way to deal with such a violent lightning tribulation other than these 2. Didn't he say that he's looking for books on the void interpretation realm? If it really doesn't work out, I'll just give him some cultivation technique manuals and wait for the lightning tribulation to end. Then, I'll think of a way to settle the score with him. Since he dared to say such words, I'm afraid that he already has a way to settle the score. It's just that he doesn't have the cultivation technique manuals to back him up. Zhang Wuchen hesitated for a moment before replying. To be honest, be it bringing the other party to the book collection vault or killing him, both of them were the worst possible course of action. The best course of action was to deal with the lightning tribulation. As for the matter of the secret manuals leaking out and how he could get the other party to join the Zhang family, those were all matters for the future. For the time being, he had to deal with the situation before him first. What's the point of looking for Void Interpretation Realm secret manuals? Could it be that he could break through to the Void Interpretation Realm now? Besides, breaking through to the Dimension Sundering Realm will attract the Dimension Sundering Tribulation. The lightning tribulation will be stronger and harder to control. The first elder shook his head. He didn't think that giving the other party the Dimension Sundering Realm secret manual would solve the problem. Even if this fellow was lucky enough to break through to the insightful Void Realm, it would attract an even more powerful insightful Void Realm tribulation, and the danger would be even greater. Perhaps, the other party felt that a lightning tribulation of this level was insufficient to destroy the Zhang family, so he wanted an even greater one. If he were to agree to it, he would surely become the greatest sinner of the Zhang family. Hung Long Long. While the duo was speaking, the lightning tribulation continued to fall. This time, the might of the lightning tribulation was even greater than before. More formations were destroyed, and more buildings collapsed. After the two lightning tribulation strikes, the ominous clouds in the sky weakened slightly. In the midst of the storm, Xianxia's body was charred black, and he looked a little fatigued. Even though he had achieved a breakthrough to Phantasmal Space Realm Pinnacle, the lightning tribulation was simply too fearsome. Even though a significant portion of its energy had been absorbed, he was still unable to withstand it. Even now, there are quite a few who succumb to the lightning tribulation every year. I don't think Xianxia can say anything about it. The first elder said with a cold glint in his eyes. While the Phantasmal Space ordeal wasn't the most dangerous of all cultivation ordeals, there were still countless who would die in it every year. Given how powerful the lightning tribulation was, even if Xianxia felt sorry for his disciple, he could only blame himself for not going overboard. There was no way he would blame the Zhang clan for it. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to be careful not to reveal any flaws. What should I do? Zhang Wuchen pondered for a moment before replying. While the first elder's actions were a little disrespectful to the Zhang clan, it was definitely the best choice for the Zhang clan. It had only been a day since Xianxia arrived at the Zhang clan, but he had already caused a huge ruckus. If this were to continue, the tens of thousands of years of heritage that the Zhang clan had built up would be destroyed, and they would become the laughingstock of the entire master-teacher continent. Seal him so that he won't be able to escape. Given his current strength, there's no way he can withstand such a powerful lightning tribulation. The first elder said with narrowed eyes. As powerful as Xianxia was, he was still far from being able to deal with such a powerful phantasmal space ordeal. As long as Xianxia was able to seal the other party silently and focus the lightning bolts on him, he would surely be able to reduce the other party to meet paste. Furthermore, we have to make a move quickly. If the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast and the Infernal Inferno Qilin notice us, we won't have another chance. The other party's two tamed beasts possessed the strength of Saint Nindan Macrocosm Ascendancy Realm cultivators. If they were to be noticed, there would surely be a huge uproar. Yes. Zhang Wuchen nodded. Activate the formation in the clan and channel more energy into the lightning tribulation. I'll find a way to seal the surrounding space so that Xianxia won't be able to escape. Nodding, the first elder began instructing. Zhang Wuchen took a look at the surroundings and noted that the core buildings of the Zhang clan had been severely damaged by the lightning tribulation. Taking a deep breath, he nodded. If Xianxia didn't die, the Zhang clan would be completely destroyed. Rather than waiting to be torn down, it would be better for him to make the first move. To think that the Zhang clan would be reduced to such a state 20 years ago, without any hesitation, Zhang Wuchen began making his way toward the core of the clan. 20 years ago, the wife of the clan head, Sword Saint Meng, had wreaked havoc in the Zhang clan. Countless buildings had been destroyed, and more than half of the elders of the Zhang clan had been injured. While the damage this time around was much smaller than the previous one, such that no elders had been injured, it had still brought shame to the entire Zhang clan. Rumble, Taking control of the formation, the spiritual energy in the surroundings immediately converged toward the dark clouds in the sky. The dark clouds that had shrunk due to the absorption of the spiritual energy were replenished, and they grew larger once more, looking even more ferocious. What happened? The charred Xianxia frowned. He was already finding it hard to resist such a violent force, so why did it increase again? Activating the Eye of Insight, Xianxia scanned the surroundings and saw the spiritual energy of the entire Zhang clan swiftly gathering toward the ominous clouds, causing them to swell rapidly. Could it be that the Zhang family is going to attack me? At this moment, no matter how foolish Xianxia was, there was no way he would be able to comprehend what was going on. His face darkened, and just as he was about to dive back into the lightning tribulation to avoid the attack, he suddenly felt his body tightening, as if he had been bound by a massive rope. Spatial pressure, Xianxia's body stiffened, and he immediately understood what was going on. This was a top-notch expert who had used the power of space to completely seal off the surroundings. Even though he had reached the pinnacle of the phantasmal space realm and his comprehension of space wasn't inferior to a void-sundering realm expert in the slightest, or even superior, he was still powerless before such power. The gap between them was simply too huge. They were not even on the same level. Hung Long, with his body restrained, Xianxia immediately saw the lightning tribulation in the sky rumbling intensely. It seemed like it was about to finish gathering its strength and strike down once more. This is bad. I won't be able to withstand such a powerful strike. Veins popped up on Xianxia's forehead, and his clothes were drenched in sweat. Even though his physical body was already comparable to a Saint Pinnacle artifact, a lightning tribulation that surpassed macrocosm ascendancy realm was still too fearsome. If it really struck down, there was no way he would be able to withstand it. It's him. Xianxia hurriedly turned his head around, and he saw the first elder floating not too far away with a cold look on his face. The energy that was restraining him was currently being released from the first elder's body. It seemed like the first elder was out to kill him. If this goes on, I'll surely die. I can only find a way to delay the lightning tribulation and slow down the rate at which it gathers. While Xianxia was anxious, he realized that he was unable to break free at all. Nevertheless, he did not panic. Given his current strength, it was impossible for him to break free from the restraints left behind by an expert of the first elder's caliber. The only way out of this predicament was to slow down the rate at which the lightning tribulation gathered, or perhaps even to the point where it would lose its strongest defensive prowess, and there was only one way to do that: frenziedly absorb the lightning energy contained within the lightning tribulation. The gourd, vine, and clone are all absorbing the lightning energy, but the rate at which they're absorbing it isn't enough to keep up with the Zhang clan's formation. Unless, knowing that he couldn't afford to waste any time, Xianxia immediately drew his primordial spirit out from his glabella. The other party had only restrained his physical body. His soul was an intangible substance, so it wouldn't be restrained. Hula, as soon as his soul came out, it dashed right into the lightning tribulation. What is this? A soul oracle? The first elder's spiritual perception was powerful, and the surrounding space was under his control. With a single glance, he could tell that something was amiss, and his eyes narrowed in astonishment. You are a soul oracle? Soul oracles had once betrayed mankind, and Mingshi Tang didn't tolerate them. Wasn't this fellow Yangshi student a master teacher? How could he possess the ability of a soul oracle? Stop right there. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up as he raised his hand to grab the lightning tribulation. See la, a rift appeared in the sky, and a powerful surge of energy gushed toward Xianxia's soul, bringing with it a scorching sensation. This surge of energy was of extreme yang and unyielding. Ordinary souls would be melted into nothingness upon contact with it. However, Xianxia's soul didn't even fear lightning, so how could it possibly fear this surge of energy? With a slight jolt, his body turned faint, and he dove right through the surge of energy. Then, he continued dashing toward the lightning tribulation. This, not expecting his full-powered attack to fail to injure the other party, the first elder's face darkened. Previously, the other party was a master teacher, so he didn't dare to make a move. However, now that he realized that the other party was a soul oracle, he couldn't hold himself back anymore. See la, a surge of sword chi shot out from the tip of his finger. As if a piece of paper, space was torn apart, and the sword chi seemed to have transcended the limits of time, arriving right before Xianxia's soul in the blink of an eye. Not expecting the first elder to pursue him so relentlessly, Xianxia's face darkened. Using his finger as a sword, he dashed forward as well. Ding ding ding, the two surges of sword chi collided with one another. While Xianxia's strength was far beneath that of the first elders, his comprehension of swordsmanship was much deeper than that of the first elders. Furthermore, with his superior dexterity, he was able to force the first elder's sword chi to change its direction and dive right into the lightning tribulation. Hong Long, under the attack of the first elder's sword chi, the lightning tribulation swelled once more. Following which, a thick streak of lightning struck down toward the first elder's head. What? The first elder's face twitched. He had thought that he would be able to kill the other party easily with his swordsmanship, but who could have thought that the other party would divert his attack into the lightning tribulation instead? Lightning tribulations could not be used as a substitute, or else they would only grow larger and larger, dealing devastating damage to the attacker. It was for this reason that he had not interfered with the lightning tribulation all this while. Who could have thought that he would be lured into the lightning tribulation instead, knowing that he could very well be struck to death if he did not defend against the lightning tribulation? The first elder could not be bothered with pursuing Xianxia anymore. Instead, he raised his palm to meet the lightning tribulation head-on. Gotcha! The lightning tribulation collided with the palm, causing ripples to appear in the surroundings. Countless buildings collapsed once more. His cultivation had already surpassed Saint Nine Dan, so as powerful as the lightning tribulation was, it was unable to harm him in the slightest. While the first elder was blocking the lightning tribulation, Xianxia's soul made use of this opportunity to dive into the sea of lightning, disappearing from sight. Is his soul courting death by diving into the sea of lightning? The first elder was stunned, unable to believe what he was seeing. Previously, he had thought that Xianxia was just setting up a bewildering formation to confuse him, but who could have thought that it was true? Souls were of the Yin attribute, and they feared the ferocious energy of lightning the most. What else could it be other than courting death by diving into the sea of lightning? Regardless of whether he's courting death or not, since he's a soul oracle, Mingshi Tang won't come after me even if I kill him. Harumphing coldly, the first elder looked at the sealed body before him with killing intent seething in his eyes. As a master teacher, it was his duty to kill any soul oracle he encountered, even if he were to make a move now, no one would be able to say anything about it. Sword chi rose from his fingertip once more. Just as he was about to reduce Xianxia's physical body to meat paste so that his soul would have nowhere to go, he suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. Following which, another thick bolt of lightning flashed in his direction. Feeling goosebumps rising all over his body, the first elder hurriedly raised his sword chi to defend himself. Hong Long, when the two collided, the lightning disappeared. However, the sea of lightning seemed to be glued to him as it continued to strike down, one after another. For a moment, he was a little flustered. It's indeed effective. Upon seeing this sight, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. If the first elder were to make a move on him, given his current strength, even if he were to use all of his means, he would still be no match for the first elder. Left with no choice, he could only intentionally reveal the traces of his soul so as to lure the first elder in. Even if the other party was one of the strongest experts in the world, it would not be easy for him to escape once he was entangled by the lightning. There's only one way to disperse the lightning. Knowing that the first elder wouldn't have the time to deal with him anytime soon, Xianxia turned his attention to the sea of lightning and narrowed his eyes. There was only one way to strike fear into the lightning, and that was to continuously absorb until the other party was afraid. At the moment, his body was brimming with Xianxia, and he did not have any cultivation technique that would allow him to achieve a breakthrough either. Thus, he could only give up on the idea previously. However, if he did not absorb it now, the first elder would kill him sooner or later. Suck! With a deep roar, Xianxia's primordial spirit began absorbing the surrounding lightning as if a whale swallowing water. Creak! Creak! As Xianxia absorbed the spiritual energy unreservedly, his primordial spirit began growing rapidly. Previously, it had already reached a height of 10 meters, and now, it was growing even faster. His primordial spirit was not restricted by his physical body, so it was able to absorb spiritual energy to grow. Previously, due to its size, it was unable to fuse with his body, so he had not dared to absorb it too much. However, since he was unable to control the sea of lightning, he could only use this method to strike fear into the other party's heart. As for whether he could absorb the spiritual energy into his body or not, that was no longer his concern. Tzzzzzzzzzz. The speed at which his primordial spirit was gathering energy grew faster and faster, and a vortex seemed to have formed in the sea of lightning. 11 meters, 12 meters, 13 meters, in less than a minute, Xianxia's primordial spirit had already grown to 20 meters. Standing amidst the sea of lightning, he looked like a giant. I can continue absorbing until you die. Sensing his primordial spirit growing larger and larger, Xianxia harumphed coldly. The previously arrogant lightning tribulation seemed to have sensed fear in its heart, and the ominous clouds around it trembled uncontrollably, losing all of its previous prestige. He had thought that he would be able to strike that fellow to death by summoning his relatives and aunts over, but who could have known that the other party's greatest trump card was his primordial spirit, allowing him to absorb spiritual energy as he pleased. If this were to continue, his entire tribe would be wiped out. Without hesitating for too long, the lightning tribulation shook its body, intending to flee once more. Don't run. If you don't want me to absorb all of your spiritual energy, you'd better listen to my instructions. There's something else I need you to do. Knowing that the lightning tribulation would react in such a manner, Xianxia sent a telepathic message to it. He had no idea whether the lightning tribulation had its own consciousness or not, but he was certain that it could understand his words. Otherwise, it wouldn't have fled in fear every single time. It's finally stopped. Beneath the lightning tribulation, the first elder exhaled deeply. Even though he was a powerful cultivator, he still felt his scalp going numb, and he had nearly succumbed to the lightning tribulation. Since the lightning tribulation had stopped, it was unlikely that the lightning tribulation would continue. Thus, he turned his gaze toward Xianxia's physical body, and killing intent surged in his eyes. Soul oracles deserve to be punished by all. With a flick of his wrist, the first elder launched a powerful slash toward the lightning tribulation. Just now, when he used his sword qi, he was chased by the lightning. This time, he learned his lesson. Gotcha! Before the palm strike could even reach Xianxia, yet another thick bolt of lightning fell from the sky. This bolt of lightning was several times stronger than the previous one. It struck down from the sky, as if it wanted to set the air ablaze, bringing with it an aura and power that was difficult to resist. The first elder felt his scalp tingling, and he felt frenzied. He might have attacked the lightning tribulation earlier, but that wasn't intentional. It had already been so long, surely it couldn't be so relentless as to strike him to death, right? More importantly, it was one thing for the lightning tribulation to strike him, but the person who was undergoing the heavenly tribulation was standing not too far away. His eyes were tightly shut, as if he was asleep. Why didn't you strike him instead? Even so, he knew that he would be severely injured if he didn't defend against the lightning tribulation. Left with no choice, he raised his fist to meet the lightning tribulation head-on. See-la, cracks appeared in the surrounding space, and under the powerful shockwaves, countless buildings collapsed and formations were destroyed. Cough 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 cough. Even though he had managed to block the lightning tribulation, he still sustained some damage. His body was starting to get charred. I have to kill that fellow before the lightning tribulation dissipates. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to withstand another 2 bolts of lightning, the first elder gritted his teeth and punched toward Xianxia once more. Just like that, before the lightning bolt could even reach Xianxia, it was as if the lightning bolt had locked onto him to protect Xianxia. Gotcha! Gotcha! Green smoke rose from the first elder's head, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Turning his gaze toward Xianxia once more, he saw that the latter had opened his eyes, and his body was swaying uncontrollably in the air, as if he would plummet to the ground at any moment. You block the lightning tribulation for now. I'll rest for a moment. After saying those words, he used a bolt of lightning to tear open the sealed space around him before descending leisurely. The first elder was truly on the verge of going insane. This is your freaking lightning tribulation. I'm here to kill you, not to help you fend it off. He was so infuriated that he could explode at any moment. Just as he was about to charge forward and crush that fellow to death, the lightning in the sky suddenly came crashing down once more. This time around, it was even stronger than the previous one. Before it could even reach him, the destructive might of the lightning was already threatening to tear him apart. Left with no choice, he could only continue fending it off. The next moment, his entire body was charred, and his aura began to wane. This lightning tribulation was even stronger than the macrocosm ascendancy ordeal. Even though his cultivation had already surpassed the macrocosm ascendancy realm, he was still unable to withstand the lightning tribulation that descended from the heavens. After a few consecutive bolts of lightning, his blood and Xianxia had already dissipated, and his internal organs had sustained varying degrees of damage. First Elder, Zhang Wuchen had thought that Xianxia had already been killed after taking control of the formation, but when he saw that not only was Xianxia fine, the First Elder was even struck to the point where he was hovering between life and death, he was completely dumbfounded. "Don't worry about me. Hurry up and kill that Xianxia. Once he's dead, the lightning tribulation will be gone." The Great Elder bellowed as he blocked an incoming lightning bolt. "Yes." Knowing that the situation was dire, Zhang Wuchen turned his gaze over. At this moment, Xianxia had already fallen to the ground. As if drunk, his body was convulsing uncontrollably, creating a bizarre sight to behold. "Kill him." Not knowing why Xianxia was convulsing, Zhang Wuchen gritted his teeth and charged forward. Before he could even reach Xianxia, he had already sent a palm strike toward him. Gotcha! At the same time, a bolt of lightning descended upon Zhang Wuchen. Before he could even react, Zhang Wuchen was already smashed headfirst into the ground, charred black. "Aha! What the heck is going on here?" The First Elder bit down on his tongue and spurted a mouthful of blood. Why did it feel like the lightning tribulation was protecting that fellow? Even the lightning tribulation of others would be destroyed by the lightning tribulation, but why was this fellow being protected by the lightning tribulation, striking down anyone who dared to make a move on him? Of course, if that was all there was to it, it would have been one thing. But more importantly, those of us who were struck by lightning didn't even tremble at all, whereas you are sitting on the ground leisurely, shivering your head. While the Third Elder was still in shock, Zhang Wuchen crawled up from the ground once more and charged toward the Third Elder. However, before he could even get close to the latter, he was already struck down by yet another bolt of lightning. Following which, the sea of lightning in the sky, fearing that the Third Elder would stand up once more, sent a flurry of lightning bolts all over the place. In the blink of an eye, the Third Elder's tongue was already sticking out of his mouth, and his body was contorted into a bizarre posture. The First Elder scratched his head. When he saw this, he understood that the lightning was doing this on purpose. First Elder, Third Elder, with a series of shouts, another dozen or so elders flew over. The commotion was so big that the entire clan was about to be torn apart. Many of the elders knew that something big had happened, and they could no longer hold it in. "Don't come over," the First Elder's face paled as he bellowed furiously. But before he could finish his words, a storm of lightning descended once more. With a burst of charred flesh, more than a dozen elders fell from the sky at the same time. Their heads stuck into the ground, looking incomparably miserable. "What's going on?" Looking at the collapsed buildings in the ancient domain, the First Elder couldn't help but tremble in fear. Even though Sword Saint Meng had caused a huge ruckus 20 years ago, injuring many people and demolishing many buildings, it was still nothing compared to what was happening right now. This time, what was happening was not destruction but destruction. "Xianxia, our Zhang clan will never forgive you." The First Elder roared furiously as he spurted a mouthful of blood. Feeling a little better after spurting the blood, he stomped his feet on the ground and charged forward with gritted teeth. Even if he were to be struck to death by lightning today, he would kill that fellow first. Halala, the First Elder felt as if he was a lobster placed in a pot, and the aroma of roasted meat wafted into the air. However, despite his severe injuries, he was still able to hold on with his strength. His current goal was to kill the other party even if it meant sustaining severe injuries. Once the other party was dead, the lightning would dissipate, and the Zhang clan would be saved. That fellow, seated on the ground, Xianxia was still in a daze. Seeing the First Elder charging toward him with all his might, he couldn't help but shake his head. Was that fellow insane? Was he really bent on killing him? More importantly, he wasn't able to retaliate at the moment. Even though his physical body had grown significantly stronger, he still found it hard to adapt to the sheer size of his soul. Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, Inferno Qilin, hurry up and stop him. Knowing that it would be difficult for him to escape, Xianxia rubbed his glabella and shouted. Hoo-hoo, his two tamed beasts flew out to face the first elder. Don't stop me, or else I won't go easy on you. Smoke rose from his head, and his hair stood on end. Looking at the two divine beasts charging toward him, the first elder tapped his finger forward, and two massive palm imprints fell from the sky. Jai. The Inferno Qilin and Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast charged forward to meet the first elder's attack, and the resulting shockwaves rippled through the surroundings. Walla! Countless buildings in the core region of the Zhang clan were destroyed. Zhang Jiuxiao, who was in the midst of recuperating his stamina, also regained his senses. When he saw the rubble all around him, he was dumbfounded. Teacher, following which, he saw a pale-faced Xianxia sitting on the ground, trembling non-stop. He hurriedly rushed over. What's wrong? Zhang Jiuxiao asked worriedly. Even though he was an offspring of the Zhang clan, he had always been from the side family. As such, he had never received any preferential treatment from the core members of the Zhang clan. On the other hand, his teacher's injury left him feeling extremely anxious. I'm fine. It's just that I'm not used to it yet. I'll be fine after some rest. Xianxia waved his hand weakly. He had already guessed that his soul was too powerful for him to fuse with his physical body. This was also the reason why he rarely allowed his soul to absorb energy without restraint. If not for the fact that he was in dire straits, he wouldn't have done so either. I'll stand guard for teacher, Zhang Jiuxiao nodded in relief. Xianxia nodded before closing his eyes. He swiftly drove the heavenly art of dimension unravel to reduce the pressure on his physical body. Even after driving the heavenly art of dimension unravel for a very long time, he still felt a splitting headache. Shaking his head, he opened his eyes once more. He had encountered the conflict between his soul and physical body many times, and it was not something that could be resolved so easily. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fainted back then. Zhang Jiuxiao, the matter this time around might have something to do with your relationship with the Zhang clan. There's something that I need to tell you in advance. Xianxia said. Knowing that this wasn't the time for him to rest, he turned to Zhang Jiuxiao and said. Teacher, feel free to speak. Zhang Jiuxiao said. Your bloodline is extremely pure. If the Zhang clan asks you to marry the little princess of the Luo clan, you mustn't agree to it, Xianxia said. I understand. Zhang Jiuxiao nodded. At the same time, he asked doubtfully, Teacher, is that all? Why can't I marry her? Such a solemn instruction, just for such a small matter? Why? Because. Xianxia shook his head. The little princess of the Luo clan is your teacher's wife. Mistress? Zhang Jiuxiao was stunned. He had long heard of the reputation of the little princess of the Luo clan, and he had always intended to marry the young prodigy of his clan. Who could have thought that his teacher would actually be the one who had snatched the opportunity from him? No wonder the little princess said that there was someone she liked. No wonder the moment the teacher arrived, he tore apart the house and caused a huge commotion. He was also quite critical of the Zhang family and even beat them up when they first met. After all this fuss, this was the reason. Teacher, don't worry. Since she's your wife, I wouldn't dare to overstep my boundaries even if I was beaten to death. Coming to a realization, Xianxia hurriedly clasped his fist. A teacher for a day, a father for life. His teacher was his father, and his teacher's wife was his mother. A marriage alliance, even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare. Just remember. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Feeling even more dizzy than before, he staggered to his feet. He was just about to say something when he suddenly sensed something. Flicking his wrist, he took out a token. The palace master's order. At this moment, the token was emitting a faint light, as if something had been activated. Xianxia had only encountered such a situation once before. It had happened after he had become an 8-star master teacher. Could it be that he had successfully unlocked the second seal? Taking a closer look, Xianxia saw the hall master token glowing brightly, and he could vaguely sense a powerful aura emanating from it. There are 3 conditions to activate the Sanctum Head token. Firstly, one has to become an 8-star master teacher. Secondly, one's cultivation has to reach Saint 8 Dan. Even though I haven't made a breakthrough yet, my fighting prowess and comprehension of spatial laws have already reached a level where even a Saint 8 Dan expert might not necessarily be a match for me. Thus, the Sanctum Head token deemed me to have cleared the second condition and unsealed the seal on me. Soon, Xianxia understood. Even though the requirements of the Sanctum Head token were strict, it wasn't easy to verify one's strength. This was especially so for someone like Xianxia, who had cultivated the Heaven's Path divine art, allowing him to easily surpass his cultivation realm. Naturally, he would meet the requirements. Let's see what's under the second seal. The last time he unsealed it, his control over it had increased, and it had become a super weapon. Unsealing it a second time might also have other effects. Xianxia turned his gaze over, and a message swiftly entered his mind. After reading the message, Xianxia was stunned for a moment before shaking his head. He thought that once the second seal was undone, the Sanctum Head token would become even more powerful, allowing him to resolve his current predicament. Who could have thought that that would be the case? Hidden beneath the second seal was a teleportation formation that would teleport him to the secret realm left behind by the Sanctum Head of the Sanctum of Sages. That secret realm contained the heritage of the divine eyes of the 9th netherworld, as well as the cultivation experience left behind by the predecessors. It was indeed very beneficial for him to unlock the third seal, but it wasn't very useful for him right now. If he didn't increase his strength, he wouldn't be able to contend against the first elder. Thus, the matter of the Zhang family wouldn't be easy to resolve. Besides, the teleportation formation was a single-use teleportation formation. It would lose its effectiveness after a single teleportation. Even if he wanted to head over, he would have to make sufficient preparations first. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to compile the Heaven's Path divine art within the teleportation formation. Wouldn't that be equivalent to wasting his time? More importantly, his soul and physical body weren't compatible at the moment, and he was still feeling a little lightheaded. Even if he were to head over, it would be futile. Boom. Boom. Just as Xianxia was deep in thought, a deafening sonic boom suddenly jolted him back to reality. Raising his head, he saw the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast and Inferno Qilin in the midst of their battle with the First Elder. As powerful as the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast and Inferno Qilin were, they were still far from matching up to the head of the Zhang family. If not for the fact that the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast was constantly being struck by lightning, it would have long been defeated. The lightning tribulation won't be able to hold on for much longer either. Xianxia raised his head to look at Xianxia, but he shook his head once more. The sea of lightning in the sky had already been depleted after his frenzied absorption of the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast and the relentless release of its energy. From the looks of it, it would only take a few more strikes before it was completely depleted. Xiong. At this moment, the Inferno Qilin was infuriated. Flames burned furiously around its body as it sent out countless Inferno Qilin, burning the entire sky and the ground. The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast made use of this opportunity to launch a sneak attack. With the 2 Inferno Qilin beasts working together, even a 9-stars master teacher would be hard-pressed to deal with them. However, the First Elder didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. Instead, he sent out palm after palm strike to seal the surrounding space, nullifying their attacks. As the threat of the lightning bolts gradually diminished, the First Elder was able to exert greater and greater strength. Previously, the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast and Inferno Qilin were still able to hold the upper hand, but at this very moment, they were already on the verge of collapsing. Master, we aren't a match for them. We should think of a way to leave this place. The Inferno Qilin sent a telepathic message over. Xianxia nodded in agreement. Even though the First Elder was much stronger than him, it was still apparent that it was only a matter of time before the 2 Inferno Qilin beasts were defeated. The First Elder was determined to kill him, so once he dealt with the Inferno Qilin, he would surely make a move on him. Alright, let's get ready to leave then. Xianxia replied as he leaped forward. However, before he could get far, his body suddenly froze, and he plummeted to the ground. Teacher. Zhang Jiuxiao hurriedly rushed forward. I'm fine, Xianxia replied as he rubbed his head. From the looks of it, it would be nigh impossible for him to leave this place if he didn't resolve the compatibility issue between his soul and physical body. Suppressing the dizziness in his head, Xianxia raised his head once more, only to see that the first elder was even closer to him. The lightning bolts in the sky had already depleted all of their energy, and they were already starting to dissipate. Scram! Without the threat of the lightning bolts, the first elder heaved a sigh of relief. Gathering his strength to the maximum, he bellowed furiously as he launched a series of palm strikes. Boom! Boom! The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast and Inferno Qilin were struck by the palm strikes, and they were sent flying, crashing into the ground and creating massive craters. Xianxia, it's time for you to die. After defeating the two Inferno Qilin, the first elder roared furiously as he flicked his finger, and a burst of sword chi shot right toward Xianxia. Wang, before the burst of sword chi could reach Xianxia took out a token and blocked it like a shield. Knowing that it was impossible for him to withstand the attack in his current state, Xianxia tossed the Sanctum Head token over. First Elder, I am an 8-star master teacher appointed by the Mingshi Tang Empire. Are you intending to kill me? Xianxia gritted his teeth. Master teacher? Do you think that you are worthy of being called a master teacher? Upon hearing those words, the first elder felt as if he would explode on the spot. You are just a soul oracle. How did you become a master teacher? Yet, you still have the cheek to say that. I have to report this matter to the Mingshi Tang Empire and have them investigate this matter. Die. Unable to be bothered to say anything else, the first elder's palm struck down once more. With no one in control of the Sanctum Head token anymore, it was sent flying back. Following which, a powerful palm strike came crashing down on Xianxia, threatening to flatten him into a meat patty. Not expecting the other party to be so insistent on killing him, Xianxia felt his head spinning. Unable to retaliate, he flicked his finger. Hong Long, a massive head appeared before his eyes, and it smashed down on the first elder. With just a single strike, the first elder was smashed into the ground, pinning him firmly beneath. Even though Vicious Head wasn't even on par with the Saint 8 Dan Cultivator, its sudden appearance was still too powerful. On top of that, the first elder had already sustained some injuries from the battle with the Lightning Tribulation and the two Saint Beasts. As such, he was unable to extricate himself for the time being. Teacher, not expecting their teacher and the first elder to fight so ferociously, Zhang Jiuxiao was at a loss for words. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly saw Xianxia frowning. He flicked his wrist, and another jade token appeared in his hand. It was a communication jade token. There were inscriptions on it, and it emanated a unique energy. It seemed like it was transmitting some important message. Xianxia tapped on it lightly. Wang, a slightly blurred portrait appeared before his eyes. It was a devastatingly beautiful lady, and she possessed an indescribable beauty. With just a glance, Xianxia was able to recognize her. It was his first senior, Xiaoya. Even though he had never seen her before, he had heard his teacher describe her appearance in detail. At this moment, there was an anxious look on Xiaoya's face. Her mouth opened and closed, and an anxious voice sounded. Teacher, save me. Pung, the image vanished, and pung, the communication jade token exploded. Book 10, Xiaoya's plea for help has come to an end. The curtains of the next book, Xianxia's rejection of the marriage proposal, will begin soon. In this book, Xianxia will truly stand at the peak of the master-teacher continent, unrivaled in the world. Please look forward to it. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly, and a violent aura burst forth from his acupoints, threatening to explode at any moment. Under normal circumstances, his communication jade token should not have been able to receive Xiaoya's message due to the distance between them. However, the source of the message was Chen Liao of the Sanctum of Sages. Most likely, she had received Xiaoya's distress signal and used a special method to send it over. However, the communication jade token had also been unable to withstand the force and exploded. What in the world was going on? For her to send a message without any warning at all, wasn't she the young court chief? Could something have happened to the Glacier Plain court? Teacher, Zhang Jiuxiao hurriedly looked at Xianxia. Something has happened to your first senior. I have to save her. Xianxia narrowed his eyes as he straightened his back. As if a pillar that supported the heavens, no matter how great the pressure was, he would not flinch in the slightest. He had no idea what Xiaoya had been through, but as her teacher, even if he had to climb a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames, he would not hesitate in the slightest. Save her. How can I save her? Zhang Jiuxiao asked worriedly. He already knew the identity of his first senior. She was the young court chief of the Glacier Plain Court, and her fighting prowess was on par with his. Yet, even she was unable to deal with her. Was there really a way for him to rush over? More importantly, the other party had only said 4 words, so he had no idea what was going on. No matter what danger she faces, as her teacher, I will not allow her to come to any harm. This is my promise to you as well. With a wave of his hand, the sanctum head token appeared in his grasp. That's right, Xianxia said. I thought that a single teleportation wouldn't be of much use, but it seems like it's a little too much. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. He had thought that the sanctum head token would teleport him to the secret dimension of the Sanctum of Sages, but from the looks of it, that wasn't the case at all. It was Chen Liao who had sent him a message earlier. If he wanted to know what was going on, he would have to return to the Sanctum of Sages first. Even if the Inferno Qilin was much faster than Jian Qinqing's Saint Beast, it would still take at least half a month to return from the Zhang clan. If he rushed over after such a long time, Xiaoya would already be in danger, and there would be no way to save her. However, with this teleportation formation, it would be different. He would be able to return to the Sanctum of Sages without wasting any time. Zhang Jiuxiao, I'll be taking my leave first. Tell Jian Qinqing that I haven't fulfilled my promise to him, and I apologize for that. If there's a chance in the future, I'll make sure to teach the Xingming Sword Saints a lesson. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xian tightened his grip around the sanctum head token. Jian Qinqing had asked Zhang Xian to help him defeat the members of the Zhang clan. While he had managed to defeat Zhang Su and the others, he had yet to duel with the head of the Zhang clan, so he had not accomplished his mission yet. However, now that Xiaoya was in danger, she couldn't care less about anything else. Yes, teacher, Zhang Jiuxiao quickly nodded. Suppressing the dizziness in his head, Zhang Xian drove his Xinqi toward the sanctum head token in his hand, and the teleportation formation within it was activated in the blink of an eye. Buzz, a ray of light immediately enveloped him. Inferno Qilin, Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, vicious, let's go. Zhang Xian bellowed as he grabbed at the air. Hula, in the blink of an eye, the massive head of the 2 Saint Beasts and Vicious vanished from the spot. The next moment, Zhang Xian's silhouette also began to fade before vanishing without a trace. Damn it. Otherworldly demon, he's an otherworldly demon. Shortly after the massive head vanished, the first elder, who had been smashed into the ground, suddenly leaped out and roared furiously. Even though he had no idea what the massive head that had smashed into his face was, he could still tell that it harnessed the pure bloodline of an otherworldly demon emperor. In other words, the other party was not just a soul oracle but an otherworldly demon as well, master teachers, soul oracles, and otherworldly demons. Only an otherworldly demon emperor would be capable of such a feat. As such, Zhang Xian's identity was more or less obvious. Without a doubt, he was an otherworldly demon emperor in disguise. It was no wonder he had been so determined to cripple the Zhang clan as soon as he arrived. The grudge between mankind and the otherworldly demonic tribe was not something that could be resolved with just a few words. After leaping out of the ground, the first elder immediately extended his spiritual perception into the surroundings, hoping to find Zhang Xian. However, the surroundings were completely silent. There was not a single person in sight. Where is he? The first elder glared at Zhang Jiuxiao with killing intent. He had seen the offspring of the Zhang clan with his own eyes. Oh well. Xianxia has already left through a teleportation formation. Zhang Jiuxiao hurriedly nodded. That's impossible. The first elder was stunned. Putting aside the fact that a teleportation formation requires one to possess strength surpassing Saint Nine Dan in order to set it up, it requires a heavy price to activate it. Even though the Zhang clan has a teleportation formation, they don't use it easily. How could he have teleported away? Teleportation formations were capable of being set up by 9-star formation masters, but due to the profound mysteries of space, they had to pay a heavy price to activate them. Even though the Zhang clan was the #1 clan on the Master Teacher continent, they couldn't afford to use it casually. Otherwise, the clan head wouldn't have left on a saint beast. How could that fellow possibly use a teleportation formation to leave? He really teleported away. I saw spatial fluctuations with my own eyes earlier, Zhang Wuchen said as he flew over. He had sustained severe injuries from being struck by the lightning for a moment before recovering. Even though he was able to fly, his injuries were still too severe. Without at least half a month of recuperation, it would be impossible for him to return to his peak state. To be able to wield such a powerful formation at such a young age, he must be an otherworldly demon emperor. Hearing Zhang Wuchen's confirmation, the first elder searched the area once more, and it was indeed true that Xianxia had disappeared without a trace. Gritting his teeth, he spoke with a hoarse voice. If he had still been unable to confirm it previously, this time around, he was absolutely certain. Despite being in his 20s, he possessed the ability of a soul oracle, and he was able to utilize the means of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Furthermore, he was able to use a teleportation formation that even the Zhang clan rarely used. Without a doubt, he was an otherworldly demon emperor, and a person of high standing at that. To think that Xianxia would actually accept an otherworldly demon as his student. I, Zhang Wuheng, hereby issue an order from the first elder. From today onward, all members of the Zhang clan are to hunt down Xianxia with all their might. If he catches him, kill him without mercy. Zhang Wuheng roared furiously. Weng, along with those words, a token flew into the sky, and a faint glow spread into the surroundings, resounding throughout the entire Zhang clan's residence. In an instant, all members of the Zhang clan who possessed the bloodline of the Zhang clan heard the order. The first elder's order was second only to that of the clan head. Once it was issued, all members of the Zhang clan would have to obey it. Hunt down Xianxia with all our might? Just as everyone was shocked by the order, a furious female voice echoed in the air, threatening to explode at any moment. Zhang Wuheng, how dare you? A new chapter has begun. If you have tickets, please support our garrote. Hung Long, right after those words were spoken, the crowd suddenly felt a powerful pressure crushing down on them. Following which, a middle-aged lady wielding a sword flew right toward them. Before the sword chi could even reach them, it had already penetrated their bones, threatening to tear their flesh apart. Sword Saint Meng, the first elder felt goosebumps rising all over his body, and he hurriedly clasped his fist. However, before he could say anything, the sword chi had already arrived right before him. Peng, the first elder was sent flying, and he crashed heavily into the ground, creating yet another huge depression. A bloody wound appeared on his chest. Not expecting the madam of the clan head to make a move on him as soon as she returned, the first elder was so furious that he could explode. He struggled to his feet, and with a flick of his wrist, he whipped out a sword and thrust it toward the middle-aged lady. It's only been a few days since we last met, but you seem to have grown bolder. You actually dare to make a move on me? The middle-aged lady's eyebrows shot up as she brandished her sword lightly. Tzzzzzzzzzz, the first elder felt as if he had been plunged into a raging torrent. More and more holes appeared on his body, and fresh blood spurted from them. As powerful as he was still completely helpless before the other party's swordsmanship. Peng, the next moment, the first elder's back was smashed into a pile of rubble, and he spurted huge mouthfuls of blood with a pale face. After being struck by lightning for quite some time and fighting with the Netherworld Inferno Qilin and the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, he had already sustained severe injuries. Under the other party's sword chi, he felt as if his entire body had gone limp. Cough cough. Madam, I think you should stop. Following which, an awkward voice sounded, and a middle-aged man descended from the sky. Clan head. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, the elders in the surroundings clasped their fists and greeted him. He was the head of the Zhang clan, the father of the young prodigy, Xianxia. Knowing that Xianxia was in the Zhang clan, they had rushed back as fast as they could, but they were still too late. Stop? Didn't you hear that fellow's command? Sword Saint Meng's eyebrows shot up. I heard it. That's why I didn't stop him. Look at his current state, he's probably going to die if we were to continue fighting. Let's ask him what's going on first. Sword Saint Xing scratched his head awkwardly before replying. Humph. Sword Saint Meng flung her sleeves disdainfully. Hyung Kensei breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that she did not say anything more. He quickly turned to look at the Great Elder who was not far away. What's going on? Why did the Great Elder order to kill Xianxia? Clan head, after Xianxia arrived at the Zhang clan, he began wreaking havoc in the Zhang clan, ruining the Zhang clan. Left with no choice, the first elder had no choice but to issue the order. Zhang Wuchen quickly clasped his fist. Wanton destruction? Hyung Kensei was stunned for a moment. He pointed at the surroundings. You mean, these ruins are his handiwork? As soon as he arrived, he saw that the entire Zhang family had collapsed. He was wondering what was going on, but he didn't expect that it was done by Xianxia. That's right, it's him. Zhang Wuchen gritted his teeth. Our Zhang family has been around for 10,000 years, Hyung Kensei was stunned. He turned to his wife beside him and said, that's just like you. His wife was a person who loved to wreak havoc. After marrying into the Zhang family, she would often wreak havoc in the clan. Who could have thought that Xianxia would go even further than that? His destructive prowess seemed to have reached a whole new level. Isn't it just a few buildings? You want to kill someone for destroying them? Is this the demeanor of your Zhang family? Do you believe that I won't tear down your ancestral shrine right now? Sword Saint Meng said with a frown. What the heck was this? Wasn't it just a few buildings? What's the big deal about it? Do you believe that I won't tear down your ancestral graves right now? It's not about the buildings. The first elder finally recovered from his shock. Sensing Sword Saint Ming's aura, he knew that this woman really dared to do anything. If he didn't explain himself properly, she would really tear down their ancestral graves. With a reddened face, he hurriedly explained himself. What is it then? Sword Saint Meng asked with narrowed eyes. Yes. I know what you are thinking. You must be thinking that Xianxia is him. But to tell you the truth, he isn't. I have already checked his bloodline and soul, and there's no relationship between him and the Zhang family at all. Knowing what the other party was thinking, the first elder said. Bloodline? Humph. You have the cheek to talk about bloodline? Sword Saint Meng sneered coldly. Putting aside his bloodline, I have seen that fellow using the soul oracle art and the artifact of the otherworldly demonic tribe. If I'm not mistaken, there's a good chance that he isn't a human but an otherworldly demon. The first elder said with gritted teeth. Soul oracle art? Artifact of the otherworldly demonic tribe? Hyung Kensei and Sword Saint Meng glanced at one another in astonishment. They had thought that Xianxia was their missing child, but who could have known that the other party was actually a soul oracle? Indeed. Soul oracles are known for their vicious nature, and I'm sure I don't need to explain this to you. I saw his soul leaving his body, and he even used an artifact of the otherworldly demonic tribe to attack me. This depression was created by that artifact, and if you don't believe me, you can see the killing intent of the otherworldly demonic tribe lingering within. The first elder said as he pointed forward. The duo quickly turned their gazes over. The depression was several hundred meters deep. Even though it was filled with rubble, with their cultivation, they could still sense the aura of the otherworldly demonic tribe lingering within. The artifacts of the otherworldly demonic tribe required Xianxia of slaughter to drive. Humans were unable to use them, but they were able to use them. Could it be that Xianxia wasn't their child but an otherworldly demon? This is indeed the aura of the otherworldly demonic tribe. What happened? Hyung Kensei asked. It's like this. The first elder quickly explained the matter regarding the swordsmanship challenge and the lightning tribulation that Xianxia had triggered. The lightning tribulation summoned by the phantasmal space ordeal is even more powerful than the macrocosm ascendancy ordeal? After hearing the explanation, Hyung Kensei looked at the streaks of lightning that had been struck by the lightning tribulation, and he fell into deep thought. If his child was still alive, he would surely be a top-notch genius. But, it was impossible for a Grand Dominion realm cultivator to attract such a powerful lightning tribulation and successfully overcome it. Could it be that he was really an otherworldly demon in disguise? Isn't he Xianxia's student? Why don't we just ask Xianxia about it? Sword Saint Meng harumphed. Indeed. Let's ask Xianxia about it. Hyung Kensei nodded. However, Xianxia is currently in seclusion, so it wouldn't be convenient for us to disturb him. Hung Long, Before he could finish his words, a majestic aura suddenly burst into the clouds, crushing the surroundings into silence. Xianxia is finally out of seclusion. Sensing the aura, everyone's eyes lit up, and they hurriedly flew over. Following which, they saw an elder floating in the air. The aura emanating from his body flickered constantly, making it hard to tell what realm he had reached. Xianxia. Upon seeing the elder, the crowd clasped their fists. Xianxia replied with a smile. Xianxia, I have a question that I would like to ask you. There's a young man named Xianxia who claims to be your student. May I know, when did you take him in? After exchanging a few pleasantries, the first elder asked. I only have one student, Feng Zi. I don't know any Xianxia. Xianxia shook his head. You don't know him? Everyone was stunned, especially the first elder and Zhang Wuchen. They looked at each other and widened their eyes. They had investigated the matter thoroughly, and from the very start, Xianxia had claimed to be Xianxia's direct disciple. Who could have thought that Xianxia was unaware of this matter at all? That's right. I've been busy all these years and haven't had time to accept students. You know that. What's wrong? Someone claims to be my student? Xianxia asked doubtfully. Yes, there's a person called Xianxia who claims to be your direct disciple. Just now, he was making a scene in the Zhang family, the Grand Elder hurriedly said. Pretending to be my personal disciple? How dare he? Where is this guy? I really want to see where the courage comes from. Flinging his sleeves, Xianxia's face darkened. The heritage of the master-teacher continent was extremely strict. There was no ceremony for one to acknowledge a teacher, and impersonating one's student or teacher was a violation of the rules. After half a year of seclusion, someone had already pretended to be a student, listened to the words of the other party, and stirred up trouble everywhere. He has already teleported away, the first elder said awkwardly. Teleportation? What's going on? Xianxia frowned. Left with no other choice, the first elder recounted what had happened in detail. Are you saying that a mere Grand Dominion realm brat is able to withstand the macrocosm ascendancy ordeal with a casual wave of his hand and defeat all of the prodigies of the Zhang clan with his swordsmanship? Not only that, but he's also invincible in the fields of painting, beast taming, spirit enchantment, and appraising? Xianxia was stunned. Yes. The first elder nodded. It is one thing for a 20-year-old to possess one or two abilities that are beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators, but to possess so many of them at once, and to be so talented as well, I suspect that he is an otherworldly demon in disguise. It's indeed difficult to see through the disguise of an otherworldly demon emperor, but if he's really an otherworldly demon, he wouldn't be so conspicuous. Xianxia shook his head, disagreeing with the other party's view. For an otherworldly demon to disguise himself as a human so that even a 9-stars master teacher wouldn't be able to see through his disguise, there was no doubt that he had paid a heavy price to conceal himself. How could he possibly have caused such a huge commotion in the Zhang family? Wouldn't that be equivalent to exposing himself? What was the point of pretending? If he isn't an otherworldly demon, how could he possibly know the means of the soul oracles and utilize the artifacts of the otherworldly demons? The first elder asked. To impersonate my student and use the means of the soul oracles to wreak havoc here. That fellow is an interesting one. I would like to meet him. Do you know where he teleported to using the teleportation formation? Xianxia asked curiously. I don't know. The Grand Elder shook his head. If the formation was still there, he might have been able to deduce a thing or two. However, the other party's formation was so profound that even he was unable to see through it, needless to say, where it was teleported to. Don't know? Xianxia frowned. Where did he teleport to? Bring me to take a look. The Grand Elder and the others stopped talking and quickly led the way. Before long, they arrived at the place where Xianxia had teleported away. Xianxia lowered his head to take a closer look at the token, and his frown deepened. A moment later, he turned to Xianxia and asked, did the other party use such a token? With a light tap of his finger, the silhouette of a token appeared before everyone, emanating a faint golden glow. The Grand Elder nodded. That token was able to withstand my sword chi, so it should be at least a Saint Pinnacle artifact. Previously, when he tried to kill Xianxia with his sword chi, he was only able to see through the token with a single glance. This. Hearing the Grand Elder's confirmation, Xianxia's frown deepened. Seeing the expression on Xianxia's face, the Grand Elder asked, Xianxia, do you recognize that token? I don't just recognize it. If the token that the other party took out really looks like what you said, there's a good chance that it's. At this point, Xianxia paused for a moment before waving his hand. Forget it, I won't say anything for the time being. I'll only be able to verify it after I see it with my own eyes. The Sanctum Head token was simply too important. Even though he was the Grand Elder of the Mingshi Tang headquarters, he dared not speak of it carelessly. Sage Kuei had personally issued the token, so if it was really an otherworldly demon in disguise, he should have been able to see through it. Old Master, you are finally out of seclusion. While Xianxia was deep in thought, Hui Wei suddenly rushed over. Xianxia nodded. Then, he frowned and asked, what's wrong? Why are you so anxious? His eyes were like torches, and he could see that this steward was full of worries at a glance. Old Master, it's like this. I found a student named Xianxia in the Sanctum of Sages, and he possesses the innate fetal poison that I left behind back then. Hui Wei hurriedly revealed everything that he knew. Innate fetal poison? The young prodigy of the Zhang family? Xianxia was taken aback. He quickly turned his gaze to Xianxia and the others, and he couldn't help but feel a little confused. The young prodigy of the Zhang family, the Sanctum Head of the Sanctum of Sages, a soul oracle, an otherworldly demon, and his student. What was going on with that fellow? Why did he have so many identities? Since the identity of my student is fake, there's a good chance that his other identities are fake as well. The two of you, calm down. We know what happened to the young prodigy back then, and the chances of him surviving are extremely slim. Since he has already appeared, why don't I head over to take a look and see if he's real? Xianxia said after a moment of contemplation. I want to go as well. Sword Saint Meng clenched her jaws tightly. I won't be able to rest until I see him. It had been so many years, and it had not been easy for her to obtain concrete news. Even though the First Elder and the others had confirmed that her son had nothing to do with it, she was still unwilling to accept the truth until she confirmed it with her own eyes. All right then. Hui Wei's innate fetal poison can't possibly be wrong. Furthermore, that fellow's surname is Zhang, and he came from the ancient domain. Everything makes sense. I won't be able to rest until I see him. Understanding the other party's thoughts, Xianxia nodded in agreement. Xianxia, do you know where he was teleported to? Seeing the other party's expression, Xianxia asked. If the First Elder isn't mistaken about the appearance of the token, I should know where he was teleported to. Xianxia nodded. Most likely, he was sent back to the Sanctum of Sages. Back to the Sanctum of Sages? Xianxia's face twitched. Hearing Hui Wei's words, he and his wife had rushed over to the Sanctum of Sages, but halfway there, they heard that Xianxia was in the Zhang family, so they returned, only to find that the other party was already back. Wasn't he way too unlucky? Every single time, they would miss him. Indeed. The Sanctum of Sages is a subordinate of the Mingshi Tang Empire, and the Zhang family doesn't have a direct teleportation formation. Why don't you send me to the Mingshi Tang Empire's headquarters first? Even though we'll have to take a detour, we should be able to reach the Sanctum of Sages within a day. It should be much faster than flying. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before replying. The Mingshi Tang Empire's headquarters had teleportation formations that led to various locations. Since the Zhang family didn't have a direct teleportation formation, they could only take a detour. However, even if they were to take a detour, they would still be able to reach the Sanctum of Sages within a day. It was much faster than flying for half a month. All right, Xianxia. My wife and I will go with you. Xianxia nodded. Xianxia suddenly felt the world spinning around him, leaving him in a state of vertigo. Putong. He fell to the ground. The teleportation process felt like a year had passed, but it also felt like a second. The scenery before him kept changing, and space kept distorting. Wow, he opened his mouth and vomited. It took him a long time to recover. It's no wonder why teleportation formations aren't widely used. Those who are weaker won't be able to withstand it at all. After adjusting himself for a moment, Xianxia felt a little more comfortable. Recalling what he had just experienced, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Initially, he thought that since the headquarters of Mingshi Tang could build branches of Mingshi Tang all over the continent, why couldn't they build a teleportation array? But after experiencing it once, he realized that not everyone could use it. His physical body was already comparable to a Saint Pinnacle artifact, but even so, he was still barely able to withstand it. Even if his cultivation had reached Saint 8 Dan, it was likely that he would be reduced to dust if he were to step in. Where is this? Xianxia still felt a little uncomfortable without his primordial spirit fusing with his physical body. However, knowing that this was not the time for him to waste any time, he slowly got to his feet and scanned his surroundings. Based on the information on the Sanctum Head token, it was likely that this was a secret dimension left behind by Sage Kuei. Only the Sanctum Heads of the Sanctum of Sages were allowed to enter, and those who did not fulfill the first two conditions would not be able to enter. It really is a folded space. After observing for a while, Xianxia realized that the spatial energy here was far weaker than outside. This was indeed a folded space, and the spiritual energy here was far less concentrated than outside. The place he was at was a round platform that could be used for teleportation, and the array formation set up on it was very brilliant. To be able to teleport him from the Zhang family, a distance of several million kilometers, all the way here, it was a testament to the prowess of the Zhang family. Walking out of the circular platform, Xianxia slowly walked forward, and soon, a lush green courtyard appeared before his eyes. Lush greenery and flowing water filled the courtyard, giving off a feeling of paradise. Walking into the courtyard, Xianxia saw a stone tablet erected before him. There were 4 words inscribed on it. Divine Eyes of the Ninth Netherworld. Taking a closer look at the stone tablet, Xianxia saw that the words were filled with tiny inscriptions, describing the circulation path of the ocular art in detail. It was even more detailed than what Sage Kuei had imparted to him. Welcome to the 9 secluded secret land. Xianxia swiftly scanned through the book and assimilated its contents into the library of Heaven's Path. Following which, a calm voice sounded. Kuei Sage? Hearing the noise, Xianxia couldn't help but look around. It was Sage Kuei's voice. There's no need to search. There's only my will here, and I can't show myself anymore. Seemingly knowing what Xianxia was up to, Xianxia's voice sounded a little bleak. The fact that you were able to make it here means that you have already deciphered 2 of the seals and possess sufficient strength to cultivate the divine eyes of the 9th netherworld. Strong enough? Indeed. Even though I gave you the cultivation method of the divine eyes of the 9th netherworld, it wasn't detailed enough, so you weren't able to successfully cultivate it. I'm not doing this to make things difficult for you. Rather, if you wish to cultivate the divine eyes of the 9th netherworld to a certain level, not only will you need the cultivation technique, you'll also need a suitable environment to cultivate it. Otherwise, it will be very difficult to complete the task by just working behind closed doors. Kuei Xing's voice continued. Special environment? Xianxia was puzzled. It was just the cultivation of ocular techniques. How could the environment help? The divine eyes of the 9th netherworld. In order to master the divine eyes of the 9th netherworld, one must be in a hellish environment. Only then will one be able to stimulate one's eyes and unleash greater power. This secret realm is specifically created for the sake of this technique. Understanding his confusion, Kuei Sage explained. Xianxia nodded. He had browsed through countless cultivation technique manuals, and he knew that some unique cultivation techniques would be able to fuse with the environment to achieve better results. For example, some fire elemental cultivation techniques could be cultivated in lava with twice the results with half the effort. Ice elemental cultivation techniques could be cultivated in the cold water of the pool. Since the divine eyes of the 9th netherworld was a peerless martial art on par with the heavenly art of Dimension Unravel, it was unlikely that it would be easy to cultivate it. Otherwise, the previous hall masters wouldn't have failed to master it. There are beguiling formations, illusory formations, and concealment formations in secret realms. Even though there isn't any danger in there, without exceptional eyesight, it's impossible for one to see through the beguiling formations and find the exit. The divine eyes of the 9th netherworld will sharpen your eyesight and allow you to find the flaws in these places. Sage Kuei's voice sounded once more. These are the ocular art that my teacher has left behind. At the same time, they also contain the insights of the previous sanctum heads. You can use them as reference, but if you wish to cultivate them, you'll have to comprehend them yourself. Hula, as soon as he finished speaking, a few more stone tablets appeared, towering not too far away. Xianxia looked at these stone tablets and saw that they were densely filled with cultivation insights and experiences. Correct. Xianxia muttered softly. Hula, a book materialized before Xianxia's eyes. Flipping it open, Xianxia sighed deeply. As expected of the divine eyes of the ninth netherworld. Even after assimilating these insights, he was still a long way off from reaching the Heaven's Path realm. Even though I haven't reached the Heaven's Path realm yet, I should be able to cultivate swiftly after assimilating so much knowledge into the divine eyes of the ninth netherworld. However, it's still extremely harmful to my eyes. In other words, there's still a high chance that I'll end up blind if I want to cultivate it to the very pinnacle. The reason why Xianxia didn't cultivate the divine eyes of the ninth netherworld was because there was a huge flaw in it. The slightest carelessness could lead to blindness. Even the direct disciple of Xianxia, the creator of the divine eyes of the ninth netherworld, ancient sage Bo Shang, had not been able to survive such a fate. Xianxia didn't want to follow in the footsteps of Xianxia. I don't have any intention of learning the divine eyes of the ninth netherworld for the time being. Can you allow me to leave this place first? Xianxia asked. After looking through the book once more, he was unable to come up with any good ideas. Leave? There's only a single opportunity to enter the ninth netherworld dungeon. If you don't cultivate your divine eyes of the ninth netherworld to the fourth realm, it'll be extremely difficult for you to advance your cultivation in the future. Not expecting Xianxia to leave as soon as he arrived, not even bothering to take a look at the dungeon, Sage Kuei remarked in bewilderment. This matter concerned the position of the sanctum head of the Sanctum of Sages. Wasn't the other party a little too quick to turn him down? My student has encountered danger, and as her teacher, I can't just focus on my own cultivation and neglect her safety. I hope that you can forgive me for that. Xianxia clasped his fist. Xiaoya's life was at stake, so he didn't have much time to waste here. He had to find Chen Liao as soon as possible and figure out a way to save her. Even if learning the divine eyes of the ninth netherworld dungeon did not harm his eyes, it would still take a very long time. Your student is in danger? Sage Kuei hesitated for a moment before asking, are you sure that you want to lose this one and only opportunity? For the sake of your student? That's right. Xianxia nodded. As long as Xiaoya was safe, he could just give up on the divine eyes of the ninth netherworld and give up on his position as the sanctum head, while becoming the sanctum head of the Sanctum of Sages would benefit him greatly in marrying Lozozi. There was no way he would sacrifice his student's life for it. You are a good teacher to be willing to give up so much for your student. After a long moment of silence, Sage Kuei's voice sounded once more. However, the rules won't change. You can only enter the dungeon once, and once you leave, you won't be able to return. However, as a teacher, you are indeed worthy of respect for your student. If you can comprehend the fourth realm of the ninth netherworld dungeon in the outside world, I'll give you a chance to comprehend the fifth realm with the Sanctum Head token. An opportunity to comprehend the fifth realm? Xianxia was taken aback. Indeed. The fifth realm of the Eye of Insight is known as Illusory World in the Eye. Once executed, even Saint Nine Dan experts will fall into the abyss, unable to reincarnate. Back then, my teacher, ancient sage Bo Shang, was able to wipe out millions of otherworldly demons with a single glance. Under normal circumstances, it's impossible to comprehend this realm unless one is in the ninth netherworld dimension. However, since you are in such a hurry to leave, I can give you an opportunity. As long as you can comprehend the fourth realm of the Eye of Insight, I'll be able to activate the seal on the Sanctum Head token and grant you an opportunity to comprehend the fifth realm. Of course, you mustn't use this move recklessly. Putting aside the huge drain on your Jinqi, more importantly, it can easily result in death. Sage Kuei said. Thank you, Elder. Xianxia clasped his fist. Even though he might not necessarily learn the divine eyes of the ninth netherworld, it was still a great pity that the other party was willing to give him such an opportunity. On the master-teacher continent, the heritage of a teacher was extremely important. Regardless of whether it was for the sake of a teacher or for the sake of a teacher, it was a matter of great respect. For a quasi-sanctum head, Xianxia was willing to give up an opportunity to learn the divine eyes of insight for the sake of his student. After all, if he were to lose the opportunity to cultivate in the ninth netherworld dimension, it was very likely that he would never be able to reach the fourth realm of the Eye of Insight for the rest of his life. This is your choice, so there's no need to thank me. It's very simple for you to leave. All you have to do is return to the circular platform and hold the Sanctum Head token in your hand, and you'll be teleported out. Sage Kuwei said. Thank you. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Without any hesitation, he walked back to the circular platform and took out the Sanctum Head token. Wang, a burst of spatial energy tore through the Sanctum Head token, and in the next moment, Xianxia disappeared from the spot. As a teacher, one must have a magnanimous heart. Perhaps this young man might really become an outstanding Sanctum Head and lead the Sanctum of Sages to greater heights. Seeing that Xianxia had left without any hesitation, Sage Kuwei remarked. A person's breadth of mind determined his achievements. For the sake of his student, Xianxia was willing to give up what he had to give up. Just based on this point alone, his future achievements would be limitless. Perhaps, he might even surpass the previous Sanctum Heads. Who, unaware of Sage Kuwei's evaluation of him, Xianxia fell to the ground once more. This time, Xianxia didn't know whether it was because the teleportation distance was short or because of some other reason, but he didn't feel as uncomfortable as before, and he didn't feel as long as before. Shaking his head, he got up from the ground, looked around, and heaved a sigh of relief. Just as Xianxia had guessed, he had already returned to the Sanctum of Sages. In the inner sanctum, Xianxia wasn't too far away from Sage Kuwei's sculpture. Could it be that the ninth secluded secret realm is in the statue? He frowned. Since it had appeared here, it was likely that the true boundary of the dungeon wasn't too far away. Could it be that it was hidden within the statue, just like Vicious Skeleton? Forget it. I should look for Chen Liao and ask her about the situation first. Knowing that this wasn't the time to be thinking about such matters, Xianxia took out his inner sanctum token and walked over to a specific location before swiping it lightly. Hiss, a spatial tear appeared in the air, and Xianxia took a step forward and walked out. It was already dark outside, and the Sanctum of Sages was extremely quiet. It was as if no one knew that the Zhang clan, which was several million kilometers away, had already been reduced to rubble. After confirming the direction, Xianxia quickly flew toward Chen Liao's residence. It did not take long before he arrived. Xianxia, you, Chen Liao was astonished. When she sent the message to Xianxia, the other party was still a million li away, but in just a few minutes, he had already appeared before her. What happened to Xiaoya? Xianxia couldn't be bothered to explain the situation to Chen Liao. I'm not too sure either. I was cultivating earlier when I received an urgent message from the young court chief. I knew that you weren't in the Sanctum of Sages, so I had no choice but to send her message to you through a formation. However, I didn't think that the connection would be cut off after just a few words. Chen Liao shook her head in bewilderment. From the looks of it, she was still in a daze, unable to make sense of what had happened. Other than Xiaoya's message, has there been any news from the Glacier Plain court? Xianxia asked after a moment of hesitation. After I lost contact with the young court chief, I sent a message to my sisters in the Glacier Plain court, and the response I received was that everything was normal. Nothing has happened, and the young court chief hasn't left the Glacier Plain court either, Chen Liao replied with a shake of her head. That's impossible. Xianxia shook his head. There was no way that Xiaoya would play such a prank on him. The fact that she had sent a message for help meant that she was in danger. Then, Chen Liao was bewildered. The young court chief standing in the Glacier Plain court was second only to the court chief. If something had really happened to her, how could her sisters in the Glacier Plain court not know about it? But, if nothing had happened, there was no way she would send such an urgent message. What in the world was going on? Bring me to the Glacier Plain court. Instead of answering the other party's question, Xianxia pondered for a moment before narrowing his eyes. The Glacier Plain court? Chen Liao was taken aback. Right now? Xianxia nodded. The Glacier Plain court is several million li away from here. Even with a Saint Nine Dan beast, it will still take at least a month to get there. If the young court chief is in danger, I'm afraid that we won't be able to save her in time, Chen Liao said worriedly. The Glacier Plain court was even further away from the Sanctum of Sages than the Zhang clan. It would take at least a month to fly there. If something were to happen, it would be too late by then. A month? Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly. A month. That was too long. Given how anxious Xiaoya was to send a message, it was likely that she wouldn't be able to last that long. But, given the distance, what should he do, unless, does the Sanctum of Sages have a teleportation formation that leads to the Glacier Plain court? Zhang Xian asked. He had used a teleportation formation before, and it was extremely fast. A journey that should have taken a month could be covered in just a few breaths. If he had a teleportation formation, he would be able to resolve the situation before him easily. No, the Glacier Plain court only has a teleportation formation between a few powers. As for the Sanctum of Sages, it isn't connected to any of them. Back then, the two of us relied on aerial saint beasts to get here. Teleportation formations could teleport a cultivator to the core of a power in an instant. Unless one was on good terms with the other party, there was no way they would set one up. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know if they were massacred. Where is the closest teleportation formation to here? Zhang Xian asked. It's the Yuan clan, but it's still half a month's journey from here, Chen Liao pondered for a moment before replying. She could understand what Zhang Xian was thinking, but the Glacier Plain court was located in the northernmost region of the Master-Teacher continent. It was not an easy feat to get there. Half a month. That's still too far. Since you know the exact location of the Glacier Plain court, do you have any way of setting up a teleportation formation? Zhang Xian asked with a frown. Yuan Tao should be in the Sage Yuan clan. If he was in close proximity, it wouldn't be too much of a problem for him to use the teleportation formation. However, a journey of half a month was still a little too far. Since he couldn't think of any other way, why couldn't he just set up a teleportation formation and teleport over? Set up a teleportation formation? Chen Liao was stunned for a moment before shaking her head with a bitter smile. Only true 9-star formation masters are capable of setting up teleportation formations, and they have to possess a deep comprehension of spatial laws to do so. The layout of the teleportation formation is incomparably complicated, and the slightest mistake could lead to a huge error. I didn't get to see the Glacier Plain court's teleportation formation, but I did see it when it was being repaired. 3 9-star formation masters spent 3 whole months on it before they were able to come up with a good plan. It's simply too difficult. Putting aside the fact that we are still lacking in strength and understanding of formations, even if we had sufficient knowledge of them, it would still be impossible for us to complete the teleportation formation so quickly. Teleportation formations were equivalent to sending a person millions of li away. Due to this, one had to make precise calculations, or else the slightest mistake could result in one's destination being far away from the destination. This was precisely the reason why even those who knew how to set up a formation and possessed sufficient strength were unable to set it up easily. Otherwise, if the entire continent was filled with them, they wouldn't be so rare. Many people had never seen them before. 3 months? Zhang Xian felt his scalp tingling. Given how long it took just to repair the teleportation formation, it must be even more difficult to set it up. Was there really no way he could rush over to save Zhang Xian? Accurate calculations and impeccable positioning. To others, it would indeed require a lot of effort, but I'm different. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. No matter what kind of formation it was, it would require a precise calculation of the location and environment before one could release the formation flags. Under normal circumstances, others would have to spend a lot of effort to set up a formation, such as using a compass to measure the terrain, environment, and the spiritual energy in the surroundings. However, Zhang Xian was different. Through the Library of Heaven's path, he could easily mark down the wrong location, saving him the effort of calculation. If other formations could do this, teleportation formations would surely be able to do it as well. While others would have to put in a lot of effort to set up a formation, in Zhang Xian's hands, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. Let's go to the Hall of Wisdom. I want to see if there are any books on teleportation arrays. It would be best if we can set up an array, but if we can't, we'll think of other ways. With that in mind, Xianxia no longer hesitated and spoke. Study? Study now? Chen Liao's face twitched upon hearing those words. Not to mention how difficult it was to set up a teleportation array, just the fact that this kind of array involved space itself was incomparably mysterious. To learn it now, wasn't it a little too late? It was better to set off immediately. There's no time to waste. Hurry up. Unwilling to explain, Xianxia led the way out. He had been to the Hall of Wisdom's Formation Master Guild once and had been assessed there, so he knew the location very well. He immediately flew over. Chen Liao was unable to understand what Xianxia was thinking, but she knew that he was doing this to save the young court chief. He quickly found Elder Su of the guild. Back then, Elder Su had been in charge of his 8-star formation master examination, and he had witnessed Luo Xianqing wreaking havoc with his own eyes. I would like to browse through some books regarding teleportation formations. May I know if there are any here? Xianxia revealed his purpose of visiting the Sanctum of Sages. Teleportation formations have always been the focus of research in the Sanctum of Sages. Back when Sage Kuei was still around, the Sanctum of Sages was known as the #1 expert in this field, and there are quite a few books on it. If you wish to browse through them, I can bring you over. Elder Su nodded. Given Xianxia's current identity as an 8-star master teacher and 8-star formation master, he was already qualified to browse through such books. I'll be troubling Elder Su to lead the way then. Xianxia clasped his fist. Not too long later, they arrived at the library. Elder Su pointed them in the right direction, and Xianxia walked over. There were rows upon rows of books regarding teleportation formations, and there were countless of them. The Sanctum of Sages was filled with geniuses of all occupations. While teleportation formations were a profound art, there were still quite a few experts who had studied them. There were many books regarding how to set up a formation, how to determine its location, and how to manipulate space. Xianxia nodded. He swiftly scanned through the books and collected them into the Library of Heaven's Path. Compile. With a thought, a book materialized before Xianxia, and he quickly flipped it open. Heaven's Path Teleportation Formation. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. There were sufficient books in the library, allowing him to successfully compile a Heaven's Path formation technique. With a tap of his finger, the knowledge flowed into his mind, and he swiftly assimilated it with his previous understanding of formations. Having browsed through all of the grade 8 formations, his understanding of formations was already comparable to a 9-star primary stage master teacher. On top of that, he had also comprehended the 3-dan heavenly art of dimension unravel. As profound as teleportation formations were, they were no longer a secret to him. It did not take long for him to fully comprehend them. Turning his attention back to the other books, he walked out of the library and looked for Elder Su. Elder Su, may I know if you have a grade 9 formation flag? Can you lend it to me? Teleportation formations were grade 9 formations, and grade 9 formation flags were required to set them up. I don't have any grade 9 formation flags. Elder Su shook his head. He was only an 8-star formation master, so how could he possibly have such a profound formation flag? May I know if anyone in the Sanctum of Sages has such a formation flag? Xianxia asked. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Su replied, Deputy Sanctum Head Xianxia should have one. As for the others, I'm not too sure. Xianxia? Xianxia nodded. He had met Xianxia once before, and the latter had even brought him to the inner sanctum. He was the deputy sanctum head of the Sanctum of Sages, and his cultivation had already reached Saint 9 Dan. As such, he was indeed the only one who was qualified to possess a grade 9 formation flag. Even if the others were to obtain one, they would not be able to wield it. In the past, the Sanctum of Sages had been a glorious place, boasting many 9-star master teachers. However, without their sanctum head to lead them, they had weakened significantly. Thank you, Elder Su. May I know where the deputy sanctum head is at the moment? Xianxia nodded in realization. He should be in the sanctum head hall. Let's head there directly. Elder Su replied with a smile. All right. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia instructed Chen Liao before heading in the direction of the sanctum head hall. However, barely after he rose into the air, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He hurriedly retracted his body in midair, creating a distance of half a chi between them. See la, barely after he did that, he suddenly felt the space where he had been a moment ago being torn apart. A streak of sword chi flashed across the air before striking the ground, leaving behind a massive depression. I'll kill you. Following which, a furious roar echoed not too far away. Hearing that voice, Xianxia was taken aback. He quickly turned his head around, only to see a young man floating not too far away with eyes blazing with fury. Luo Xianqing, what's wrong with you? Xianxia bellowed furiously. The person who had assaulted him was none other than his good friend, his brother-in-law, Luo Xianqing. Back when he had gone to the Zhang clan, he had helped the other party fend off the lightning tribulation, and the other party had also asked him to kill him. The two of them were as close as blood brothers, so why would they suddenly become like this after just a month of absence, if not for the fact that his strength had increased explosively and he was able to dodge quickly, he would have been severely injured. Die. Rumble, Luo Xianqing did not respond to Luo Xuanqing's question. With a furious bellow, he appeared before Luo Xianqing in the blink of an eye and sent a punch toward Luo Xianqing. At this moment, his strength as a void-sundering expert had already been completely consolidated. His fist whistled through the air, compressing the surrounding space, and smashed over like a metal pancake. Are you crazy? Not expecting this fellow to make a move on him without any hesitation, not to mention, such a vicious move at that, Xianxia felt goosebumps rising all over his body. Even at this point, his soul and physical body had yet to completely fuse together. If not for the matter regarding Xiaoya, he would have long fallen into a deep slumber. Due to the disharmony between his body and soul, he was unable to bring out even a fifth of his original strength. Seeing such a ferocious attack, he knew that he wouldn't be able to block it, so he could only dodge. Ka-cha, as soon as he left, the place where he had been standing exploded once more, and cracks appeared in the space around him. Luo Xianqing had already reached Saint 8 Dan Dimension Sundering Realm in the first place, and his comprehension of spatial laws was further enhanced by the Luo clan's bloodline. His fighting prowess was so fearsome that even ordinary Saint 8 Dan Dimension Sundering Realm pinnacle cultivators would find it difficult to stand against him. Since his attack had missed, he continued charging toward Xianxia. His silhouette seemed to tear through space, and his speed was even faster than the Heaven's Path movement art. When he appeared before Xianxia once more, he didn't give Xianxia any chance to catch his breath. I really have some matters to attend to at the Zhang family this time around. I don't have the time to kill anyone for you. Thinking that the other party was blaming him for not making a move on him, Xianxia tried to explain as he dodged. It would have been better if Luo Xianqing hadn't heard the explanation, but as soon as he did, his scalp tingled. You're clearly hooking up with my sister, but you're acting like nothing happened. How shameless could he be? Die. With a roar, he pressed his palms down. Pucci, Xianxia immediately felt his body sink into a compressed space, and he could no longer move. If his primordial spirit and physical body were in perfect harmony, even though his cultivation was only at phantasmal space realm pinnacle, he would still have been able to neutralize the formation easily. However, his head was currently spinning, and he felt as if he would plummet from the sky at any moment. Putting aside neutralizing the formation, he could not even put up a defense. Bang, struck in the chest, Xianxia's face paled, and he was sent flying. When he crashed into the ground, he created a huge crater. Don't fight here, please. I'm begging you, I just fixed it. Elder Su was on the verge of tears as he watched the battle between the two. Every time this King of Destruction came, the Formation Master Guild would be destroyed. How could they live? It would have been fine if you had come to take the examination normally, but to come here and fight, and in such a vicious manner at that, just who did our guild offend? After sending Xianxia flying, Luo Xianqing twisted his body and charged toward Xianxia once more. Bang 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 bang, in an instant, Luo Xuanqing's arms seemed to have multiplied into 8, and countless fists rained down on Xianxia. Xianxia was already injured in the first place, and on top of that, he was unable to fuse his soul with his physical body. As a result, his head was still spinning, making it impossible for him to dodge. His face paled, and fresh blood spurted from his mouth. Are you out of your mind? Driving his Xianxia to recover from his injuries, Xianxia couldn't hold himself back anymore. Just what in the world was wrong with him? He was still fine before he left, so why did he suddenly go on a frenzied offense without any explanation? Out of my mind? I should be out of my mind. With reddened eyes, Luo Xianqing charged forward once more and sent a kick toward Zhang Xian. Knowing that he would be severely injured even if he didn't die from the kick, Zhang Xian gritted his teeth and clawed at the air. Hong Long, the space before him suddenly caved in. Even though Zhang Xian was only at Phantasmal Space Realm Pinnacle, the Heaven's Path divine art that he cultivated and his comprehension of space allowed him to stand toe-to-toe with ordinary dimension-sundering realm pinnacle cultivators. As powerful as Luo Xianqing was, he wasn't much weaker than him. In fact, if Zhang Xian were to use his Eye of Insight and Library of Heaven's Path, he wouldn't be a match at all. Pada, space distorted, and before Luo Xuanqing's kick could land on Zhang Xian's body, it struck the ground instead, creating a massive depression in the ground. Seeing that his attack had missed, Luo Xianqing retracted his body and charged forward. Peng, Zhang Xian tried to dodge, but the dizziness in his head struck him once more. Unable to dodge in time, he was struck in the chest once more. Hung Long Long, Zhang Xian's body rolled across the ground like a metal plow, creating a massive depression dozens of meters wide. Another sweet taste gushed up his throat, and yet another mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. After spurting blood, not only was Zhang Xian not as furious as before, he was stunned instead. The other party's attack was powerful, and his words were filled with killing intent. However, the other party's attack hadn't penetrated deep into his internal organs to destroy his bodily functions. In other words, even if he were to be struck by the other party's attack, he would only suffer superficial wounds. Furthermore, this kind of attack can speed up the assimilation of my soul and body. Not only so, the other party's attack was actually beneficial to the assimilation of his soul and body. With 2 consecutive strikes on his body, he was able to move his body much more easily than before. It seems like he doesn't really intend to kill me after all. Realizing that the other party wasn't really intending to kill him, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He stopped dodging the other party's attacks, but he couldn't help but feel perplexed. Before he left, the other party was still addressing him as brother. It had only been a month since he left, so how did he end up like this? Pung 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 pung. Luo Xuanqing's attacks landed squarely on Zhang Xian's body. Even though it was excruciating pain on his body, it was more compatible with his soul. Previously, his soul had grown to 20 meters, and it had been separated from his body. However, under the other party's ferocious attacks, his soul had fused together, becoming one with him. Every single one of Luo Xuanqing's attacks are infused with the power of space. The incompatibility between my soul and physical body seems to be alleviated under the assault of this power. Soon, Zhang Xian realized what was going on. Perhaps the other party wasn't doing it intentionally, but as an expert of the Luo clan, his comprehension of spatial energy far surpassed that of an ordinary cultivator. With every punch, spatial energy would seep into his body through his skin, resolving the incompatibility between his soul and body. He had been fretting over how he could resolve this problem, but who could have thought that he would be able to resolve it with just a single beating? In the past, he had always been the one pummeling others to treat his illness, but now, he was the one being pummeled. Pung pung pung. Some time later, after seeing that Zhang Xian's body was no longer in tatters, Luo Xianqing heaved a sigh of relief and stopped his punches. It had to be said that the other party was really resilient. Even though he was the one who had pummeled Zhang Xian, the other party still looked as if he was completely fine. His defense was probably even stronger than Yuan Zhao's. Luo Xianqing stretched his fatigued body, but he didn't leave. Instead, he leaned against the rubble not too far away from Zhang Xian. Treat my younger sister well in the future. If I learn that you have let her down, I'll kill you. Why you? Zhang Xian widened his eyes in shock. It was just a moment ago that Zhang Xian was still wondering what was wrong with the other party for him to keep attacking him. However, after hearing those words, he realized that it wasn't a relapse. Rather, the other party already knew of his relationship with Lozozi. In the past, he had always wanted to talk to the other party about it, but when the words reached his lips, he found himself at a loss for words. Now that he knew the truth, he couldn't help but feel so shocked that his head felt as if it was going to explode. He was just about to ask how the other party knew about it when he suddenly realized that the other party already knew about the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. Brother. Xianqing, for a moment, Xianxian was at a loss for words. He had intentionally befriended the other party for the sake of Lozozi, so it was only natural that he had incurred the other party's displeasure. He had thought that he was sincere in befriending the other party, but in truth, he was just making use of this opportunity to court his younger sister. Due to her reputation as a genius, my younger sister has never had any friends in her life. Even though the entire clan respects her deeply, not daring to rebut her, she has been ostracized. Every night, I would see her sitting alone on the rooftop, gazing at the starry night sky, feeling an indescribable loneliness. As her elder brother, I can't take care of her feelings, so I can only do my best to protect her and give her the best. I thought that once she found someone she liked, she wouldn't feel so lonely anymore. I thought that she would fall in love with someone stronger than her, but who could have thought that it would be you? Ignoring Zhang Xian's astonishment, Luo Xianqing gazed at the starry night sky and muttered to himself. Zhang Xian felt awkward. Indeed, when Luo Ruoxin was in love with him, her cultivation was much higher than his. The difference between them was like the difference between clouds and mud. Speaking of which, he was indeed unworthy of the other party. However, that was just how mystical love was. It wasn't something that could be restrained. The intimacy that the two of them felt when they first met was as if they had been betrothed to each other since they were young. With a single look, it was clear that the other party was destined to be with her, and there was no escaping it. I've been thinking about it for the past few days, and if my younger sister really has someone she likes, you aren't a bad person either. At the very least, you are familiar with him. Even though he likes to get into trouble, isn't he unreliable? Luo Xianqing continued. Black lines streaked across Zhang Xian's face. Big brother, are you praising me or scolding me, causing trouble? It seems like your ability to cause trouble is stronger than mine. Okay, most importantly, how am I unreliable? You're the one who's unreliable. Also, his words were unpleasant to hear. Idiot. You're the idiot. Everyone knows that my younger sister has assimilated the dimension silencer, making her the #1 genius of the Luo clan. She's on par with that person from the Zhang clan, and not only so, her beauty is unparalleled as well. However, I know that she isn't happy at all. It's not just a burden on my shoulders, but more importantly, a fate that I can't escape from. Luo. Xuanqing's face darkened as his eyes reddened. If she really can't get rid of him, I do hope that she can experience a passionate love. Find someone you really like, and not be forced into marriage. Don't worry, I'll settle the matter regarding the marriage. Seeing that his brother-in-law was still worried about this matter, Zhang Xian hurriedly said. Since that young prodigy hadn't appeared yet, the one whom the Zhang clan intended to send out for the marriage would surely be Zhang Jiuxiao. Considering that Zhang Jiuxiao was his student, it would only take a single word for the marriage to be annulled. There wouldn't be any major problems anymore. Unless, that young prodigy appeared in a shameless manner. You'll settle it? What do you have in mind? Luo Xianqing sneered. If the marriage was that simple, given my younger sister's strength, she would have been able to escape easily. Why would she be in such despair? If she really doesn't want to, she can just refuse to marry him. What's there to be troubled about? Zhang Xian was getting more and more perplexed. It was just an arranged marriage. If one party refused to marry, and the other party refused to marry, what was so difficult about it? Now that the Zhang clan had been settled, all that was left was to talk to them face to face. You might not know this, but this marriage isn't as simple as just bringing the two clans together. More importantly, at this point, Luo Xianqing suddenly paused. Forget it, you won't understand even if I explain it to you. I have promised the elders of the clan that I'll kill the man my younger sister loves, but you are simply too powerful for me to do so. It's not that I don't want to do it, but I'm unable to do it. Furthermore, this doesn't mean that I'm going against the clan's orders. Zhang Xian was stunned. In the end, the reason why the other party wanted to kill him was to carry out the clan's orders. The clan had ordered him to kill the other party, and he had done so. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Since I was able to uncover your identity, the clan should be able to as well. Take care of yourself. I don't wish for the man my younger sister loves to be killed before he has fully matured. I also don't want her to be sad over this matter. Luo Xianqing stood up and placed his hands behind his back. She asked me to take care of you and not allow you to get injured. Your current strength is already on par with mine, so I won't be able to take care of you anymore. However, the clan has many means up their sleeves, so you should be careful. Thank you for your reminder. Zhang Xian clasped his fist. Had it been anyone else, they would have summoned the Netherworld Inferno Qilin and the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast. How could they possibly allow themselves to be beaten up so willingly? With these two divine beasts, even the experts of the Luo clan would find it difficult to kill him. At the very least, he would still be able to escape. Take care of yourself. Luo Xianqing said as he dashed off into the distance, disappearing into the night sky in the blink of an eye. Sigh, seeing that Luo Xianqing had left, Zhang Xian shook his head. He drove his Xinqi to recover from his injuries before slowly rising to his feet. Luo Xianqing doted on his younger sister and did not wish for her to be harmed. Thus, upon hearing that he was the man that she loved, it was likely that her heart would collapse. It was already a miracle that the other party had not charged right at him to kill him. Don't worry, I'll treat Lozozi well. I won't allow her to come to any harm. Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly and nodded. No matter how much hardship he had to go through to be with her, he would not hesitate to do so. This was his promise to Luo Xianqing, as well as to himself and Lozozi. It was a responsibility that a man should have. You are a good brother, and you are a good friend. Zhang Xian sighed deeply. Luo Xianqing was indeed a good brother. No matter how unwilling he would still abide by his younger sister's request strictly. He was also a good friend, or else Yuan Shao, Bai Hongyin, and the others would not have been willing to sacrifice themselves for him. I should look for Xianxia. A moment later, Zhang Xian finally recovered from his injuries. Knowing that Luo Xianqing would not cause him any trouble anymore after this incident, he quickly made his way back to the Sanctum Head Hall. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, everyone! In the Sanctum Head Hall, Xianxia paced around the room with his hands behind his back with a deep frown on his forehead. Elder Ge, what do you think of this matter? In a room in the hall, an old man was sitting in the same place, holding a communication jade token in his hand. His expression was also unreadable. Elder Ge of the Hall of Integrity. Zhang Wuheng has been in charge of the Zhang clan for many years, and he has always been a person who knows his limits. Since he issued the first Elder's order, I'm afraid that Zhang Xian has indeed done something unforgivable. Elder Ge said after reading through the message. They had been acquainted with the first elder of the Zhang clan for many years, and they knew that the latter had always been a reliable person. For the latter to be so furious this time around, sending a message to the Zhang clan saying that Zhang Xian had escaped and requesting for help in apprehending him, it was likely that the genius of the Sanctum of Sages had caused quite a ruckus in the Zhang clan. Indeed, but he's Xianxia's student. Xianxia frowned. So what if he's Xianxia's student? A prince is no different from a commoner. Back then, Kongshi's direct disciple made a mistake, and he was punished in public as well. While Zhang Xian is talented, he has always been a lawless individual. My opinion is that since Elder Wuheng has made this request, we should make a move to apprehend him. Not only will we be able to bond with the Zhang clan, we will also be able to show that our Sanctum of Sages is fair and impartial. Elder Ge said. That's true. I don't know what he has done in the Zhang clan, but since Elder Wuheng has made a request, we can't turn him down. Why don't you send someone to check on him and see if he has really mastered some kind of teleportation technique? Once we find him, we can just apprehend him and wait for the Zhang clan's men to arrive. Xianxia pondered for a moment before flinging his sleeves. He had thought that Zhang Xian was a candidate for the Sanctum Head, but since he knew that it was Feng Zi, it was unlikely that he was the one. There was no reason for him to cover up for the other party. Otherwise, it would be hard for him to answer to the Zhang clan. Alright, I'll get it done right now. Elder Ge nodded before standing up. Just as he was about to leave, a knock suddenly sounded on the door. Is Xianxia in? Zhang Xian is here. Zhang Xian? How dare he come looking for me? Looking at each other, the two old men were stunned at the same time. His guts were way too big. Just as they were discussing how they were going to capture Zhang Xian suddenly charged over. The fact that he was able to escape from Zhang Wuheng means that he must have some tricks up his sleeves. How about this? I'll ask him about it later on to see if what Elder Wuheng said is true. If that's the case, you'll have to take control of the surrounding formations to prevent him from escaping. Xianxia sent a telepathic message over to Xianxia. Elder Ge nodded. After the discussion was over, Xianxia announced, "Come in." Creak, the door opened and Xianxia walked in. Xianxia, Elder Ge, seeing that Elder Ge of the Hall of Integrity was here as well, Xianxia was a little perplexed. "What brings you here so late at night, Mr. Xianxia?" After exchanging some pleasantries, Xianxia turned to Xianxia and asked, "I am currently studying grade 9 formations, but I've been struggling to find the necessary formation flags. I heard that Xianxia specializes in formations, so I would like to borrow them. If Xianxia is willing to part with them, I'm willing to buy them from you." Xianxia. "I do have grade 9 formation flags. If Xianxia really wants them, I don't mind giving them to you, but..." Xianxia looked at Xianxia doubtfully. Grade 9 formations involve the laws of space, making them extremely complicated to set up. Xianxia's cultivation doesn't seem to have reached the required level yet, right? Grade 9 formations involved the laws of space, and once they were set up, they would be able to form a world of their own. In order to learn them, one would have to reach Saint 9 Dan at the very least. Even Xianxia, who had studied grade 9 formations for more than 100 years, was unable to even set up a basic grade 9 formation. Yet, the young man before him had just cleared his 8-star master teacher examination. Even if his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, he was still only at the phantasmal space realm. Wasn't the disparity a little too great? "I'm just curious. I don't think that I'll be able to successfully set it up on my first try." Xianxia replied with a smile. While he had learned the Heaven's Path teleportation formation, his cultivation was still too low, and he had never set one up before. He had never thought that he would be able to succeed on his first try. If it came down to it, he could still consider trying it twice or thrice. Everything has to be learned step by step. There's no way you can master it in a single try. Xianxia thought that the other party was just like him, intending to study the formation. Nodding, he picked up his teacup and took a sip. There are more than 100 basic grade 9 formations. May I know which one Xianxia is interested in learning? Different types of formations have different attributes as well. If you make a mistake, not only will you fail to set up a formation, you might even suffer a backlash and harm yourself. Formations that involved space were not something that could be set up casually. Strength, formation flags, and deep understanding of formations were all indispensable. I would like to set up a teleportation formation," Xianxia nodded. Teleportation formation, Xianxia was stunned, and he nearly spurted out the tea in his mouth. He stared at Xianxia as if he was looking at a monster. Teleportation formations are top-notch even among grade 9 formations. As an 8-star formation master, you are intending to study such a formation right from the start? Teleportation formations could be divided into teleportation formations, teleportation formations, teleportation formations, teleportation formations, and life teleportation formations. Teleportation formations could be divided into teleportation formations, teleportation formations, teleportation formations, teleportation formations, and teleportation formations. As for teleportation formations, it would require 6-star or 7-star formations. As for teleportation formations, 8-star formation masters would be able to do it. As for life teleportation formations, there were simply too many factors involved. Even a 9-star formation master would find it difficult to succeed. Yet, a mere phantasmal space realm 8-star formation master who had never learned any grade 9 formations before was intending to study teleportation formations. It was just like how a person who didn't even know how to hold a brush would attempt to write the preface to the Orchid Pavilion from the start. That's right. I have an innate sensitivity towards space, so I went to study the teleportation formations earlier to give it a try. Unable to explain the matter regarding the Heaven's Path formation, Xianxia replied vaguely. An innate sensitivity towards space? Xianxia and Elder Ge glanced at one another before nodding in agreement. If they had still doubted the first elder's words earlier, they would have thought that it was impossible. After all, the young man had claimed that he was intending to study teleportation formations right from the start, and he even claimed that he had an innate sensitivity toward space. Perhaps, what he had said was true. He had really caused some irreparable harm in the Zhang clan and escaped back to the Sanctum of Sages. Xianxia paused for a moment before asking, "Right, why didn't Xianxia return with you from the Zhang clan?" "I had some urgent matters to attend to, so I returned first." "Elder Xianxia should be back soon," Zhang Xian replied. "Urgent matters? Could it be that you had some conflict with the Zhang clan?" Xianxia frowned. "There was indeed some conflict, but I'll resolve it." Knowing that it was only a matter of time before Zhang Xian found out about this matter, Zhang Xian frowned. "It's good that you want to resolve it," Xianxia replied. "Xianxia, I'm sorry, but I'll have to trouble you to stay here for the time being." After saying those words, Xianxia raised his hand and sealed the surrounding space. In an instant, Zhang Xian's body was sealed in place, rendering him unable to move at all. "What does that mean?" Zhang Xian's face darkened as if he was bound by shackles, rendering him unable to move at all. He was only here to borrow the array flags. It was fine if he didn't want to borrow them, but what was the point of making a move? "The first elder of the Zhang clan, Zhang Wuheng, has sent a message over, requesting for our Sanctum of Sages to hand Zhang Xian over to us. I thought that there was something wrong with the message, but since you have appeared and admitted to the conflict between you and the Zhang clan, and you are willing to resolve it peacefully, why don't you stay here and wait for them to arrive? Don't worry, as a member of the Sanctum of Sages, as long as your crimes aren't too severe, Elder Ge and I will be able to mediate on your behalf." Xianxia said. "Great Elder?" Not expecting such a matter, Zhang Xian frowned and shook his head. "I still have matters to attend to, so I need to leave as soon as possible. I don't have the time to wait for them." With Xiaoya's life hanging by a thread, there was no time to waste. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to use the Sanctum Head token to fly back from the Zhang clan. Teleportation, learning, getting beaten up, borrowing the flag. He had already wasted more than 10 minutes. If he didn't hurry up and something happened to Xiaoya, wouldn't he regret it for the rest of his life? Besides, the conflict between him and the Zhang family couldn't be mediated with just a few words. This man in front of him couldn't do it. Even Hall Master Mingshi Tang might not be able to do it. "That's not up to you. We are only responsible for capturing you and handing you over to them." Seeing that not only was the young man not afraid, he even said that he was busy. Elder Ge shook his head. With a flick of his wrist, a rope materialized in the air, and in the blink of an eye, he tied the young man up tightly. "I'll settle my grudge with the Zhang family on my own. Right now, I really have something urgent to attend to, and I need to leave. Please let me through." Zhang Xian frowned. "No matter what urgent matter you have, as long as the matter regarding the Zhang family isn't resolved, you can stay here." Xianxia shook his head before instructing, "Elder Ge, take him away for the time being. I'll inform Elder Wuhan right now and have him send someone over." "Yes." Elder Ge nodded. With a tug of his hand, the rope tightened, and Elder Ji's skin began to tighten. "Jai. Creak. Since you're not willing to let me pass, then don't blame me for offending you." Zhang Xian knew that there was no point in continuing the conversation, so he shook his head and said, "Inferno Qilin, I'll be counting on you." "Alright, I'll be counting on you." Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, the room shook, and the Qilin beast suddenly appeared in front of everyone, burning fiercely. With a gentle swipe of its claw, the rope binding Zhang Xian broke into pieces and fell to the ground. Hula. After cutting off the rope, the thick claw flicked again. Bang! Bang! Before Xianxia and Elder Ge could even process what was going on, they were already sent flying into the wall. Their chests were pulsating, and fresh blood seeped from the corners of their lips. The Inferno Qilin was a Saint 9 Dan advanced stage expert in the first place, and with Zhang Xian's help, it had managed to raise its cultivation to Saint 9 Dan pinnacle. Even though it had sustained some injuries in its battle with the First Elder and had yet to fully recover from its injuries, it was still not an existence that the two of them could deal with. Activate the formation. Xianxia did not expect the other party to release such a powerful tamed beast all of a sudden. With a livid face, he tapped his finger furiously. Wang, the formation that had been prepared in the room came to life, and a powerful pressure burst forth from the surroundings, shrouding the Inferno Qilin in the blink of an eye. They were intending to use the formation to trap Xianxia, but at this moment, they had no choice but to stop this huge fellow first. Otherwise, if they allowed it to go on a rampage, no one would be able to stop it. Roar, bound by the formation, the Inferno Qilin roared furiously. It whipped its thick tail furiously, and ripples immediately appeared in the room. Even though it was a Saint Nine Dan pinnacle beast, the formation in the room of the Sanctum of Sages had been left behind by the predecessors of the Sanctum of Sages, so it was unable to break free in the short term. Let's capture Xianxia first. As long as we subdue him, no matter how powerful his tamed beast is, it won't dare to retaliate. Seeing that Xianxia had such a formidable tamed beast, Xianxia knew that the young man before him must have caused quite a ruckus in the Zhang clan. Knowing that there was no way he could afford to waste any time, he bellowed furiously as he leaped forward to grab Xianxia. Capture the ringleader first. No matter how powerful the Inferno Qilin was, it was just a tamed beast. As long as its master was captured, it wouldn't be able to do anything. Humph. He had been ganged up on in the Zhang clan, and now, he was being captured here as well. With a livid face, Xianxia raised his palm and bellowed, "Knock those two down." Right after those words were spoken, the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast appeared before Xianxia and raised its hand. Pung! Pung! The charging Xianxia and Elder Gu were sent flying once more. Saint Nine Dan? Isn't it only at Saint Eight Dan Pinnacle? Elder Gu exclaimed in horror as he spurted a mouthful of blood in midair. He had seen the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast before, and back then, it was only at Saint Eight Dan Pinnacle. How did it manage to reach Saint Nine Dan within a short month, even though there was only a single cultivation realm between Saint Eight Dan and Saint Nine Dan? The difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. This was especially so for Saint Beasts. Once they reached Saint Nine Dan, their fighting prowess would be on a whole new level. Elder Go wasn't the only one who was shocked. Xianxia also felt as if his head was going to explode, and he was on the verge of going insane. It was already shocking enough for a Saint Nine Dan Saint Beast to appear, but two of them at once. Just how in the world did they manage to tame them? It was no wonder even the Zhang clan couldn't hold them back. Just these two Saint Beasts alone were more than enough to deal with. Stop it. Knowing that this was not the time for him to be shocked, Elder Ge gritted his teeth and whipped out a sword. With a flick of his sword, a massive burst of sword chi immediately sealed off the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast's path. The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast was intending to charge forward to teach the other party a lesson, but it was stopped by the burst of sword chi. The Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast had just achieved a breakthrough to Saint Nine Dan, but Xianxia had been stuck at the same realm for many years. Not to mention, he was using a weapon and a battle technique as well. Ignore them. Help the Inferno Qilin break the formation and attack this area. Knowing that the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast was slightly weaker than the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, Xianxia instructed through Xinqi telepathy. Realizing the severity of the situation, the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast's massive body darted over to the designated location, and with a flick of its tail, it swooped down. Kacha, a crisp sound rang out, followed by a violent tremor. The spell formation trapping the Qilin beast was torn apart in an instant. The spell formation had been forcefully destroyed, and the Palace Lord Hall could no longer withstand it and collapsed with a loud rumble. Having broken free from its shackles, the Inferno Qilin felt as if its dignity had been challenged. It glared at the duo furiously, and with a ferocious roar, it pierced right through Xianxia's sword chi to appear before them. It raised its claws and swooped down. Pada! Pada! Xianxia and Elder Ge hurriedly raised their arms to defend themselves, but they felt as if their arms would explode at any moment. Jai! Jai! Their bones were on the verge of breaking. Even master teachers of the same cultivation realm would find it hard to deal with a Saint Nine Dan pinnacle beast, let alone them. Xianxia, do you know what you are doing? This is the Sanctum of Sages, a place where the predecessors of the past live. You'd better think twice before making a move on the Deputy Sanctum Head and the Elders. Don't make a single mistake and end up incurring eternal regret. Elder Ge bellowed. Knowing that he would be reduced to a meat patty if he failed to hold on, he bellowed furiously. Hearing the other party's words, Xianxia shook his head and waved his hand. Stop. As harsh as those words were, they made a lot of sense. The Sanctum of Sages was the greatest academy on the master-teacher continent. Even if it couldn't match up to the headquarters of the Mingshi Tang, it wasn't too far off. Instructing his tamed beast to attack the Sanctum head and elders was tantamount to crossing the bottom line. If news of this were to spread, he could be hunted down by the entire master-teacher continent. Roar. Hearing the order, the Inferno Qilin didn't dare to disobey, so it swiftly halted its momentum. Hearing those words, Xianxia and Elder Ge heaved a sigh of relief. However, their clothes were already drenched in sweat. If they hadn't stopped their momentum and allowed the Inferno Qilin to continue crushing them, they would have been severely injured. I really have some urgent matters to attend to, so I hope that you can forgive me. Xianxia clasped his fist. He had no choice but to make a move on them. Even if he didn't make a move, he couldn't possibly allow himself to be captured and sent back to the Zhang family. If he were to be captured, the first elder would surely eat him alive. Humph. Xianxia shot a wary glance at the Inferno Qilin before harumphing coldly. He was filled with rage, but there was nothing he could do about it. He had thought that the other party was just a student whom he could easily capture, but who could have thought that in just a month, the other party would grow into a massive dragon that could soar through the skies? I'll settle the conflict with the Zhang family myself in the future. The reason I'm here is to borrow the 9 stars formation flag. I hope that Xianxia can grant my request. Sensing the displeasure in the other party's eyes, Xianxia said earnestly. All right. Xianxia flicked his wrist, and 100 formation flags appeared on the ground. Every single one of them seemed to be of decent quality. Grade 9 formation flags. Judging from the other party's attitude, it was likely that the other party would order his tamed beast to attack them if he didn't hand it over. Since that was the case, he might as well hand it over first. Thank you, Xianxia. Xianxia grabbed the formation flags and examined them carefully. After confirming that they could be used to set up a teleportation formation, he heaved a sigh of relief before turning his gaze to the collapsed entrance. Come over. Noticing his movements, Xianxia and Xianxia realized that there was a figure standing not too far away from the entrance. It was the genius who had been admitted into the Glacier Plain Court this year, Chen Liao. At this moment, the girl's beautiful eyes were wide open and her red lips were agape. Looking at the ruins on the ground and the hall masters and elders whose mouths were full of blood, her entire body was petrified. He was only here to borrow a formation flag, not to steal it. Was there a need to go to such lengths? How were they going to clean up this mess? However, there was no point in dwelling on it. It obediently flew over and landed in front of him. Tell me the exact location of the Glacier Plain Court. Ignoring her shocked expression, Xianxia transmitted his voice to her. In the extreme north, not daring to hesitate any longer, Chen Liao quickly transmitted the exact location of the Glacier Plain Court to Xianxia through telepathy. Yes. After hearing this, Xianxia immediately outlined a map in his mind. When setting up a teleportation array, especially for such a long distance, there couldn't be the slightest error in the direction. Otherwise, who knew how many tens of thousands of miles it would take to set up a teleportation array? He stood on the spot for a full 5 minutes before heaving a sigh of relief and flicking his finger lightly. Whoosh, the formation flags in his hand flew out in all directions. Whang, the formation flags fell to the ground, and a slight ripple rippled across the air, seemingly forming a stable folded space. However, before it could fully take shape, pop, it suddenly exploded. His first attempt had failed. I'm still not strong enough. Feeling that he had already expended more than half of his Xinqi, Xianxia sighed helplessly. There was nothing wrong with the placement of the formation flags and the layout of the formation. The reason why he had failed was not because he had made a mistake, but because he was still too weak. As a phantasmal space realm pinnacle cultivator, coupled with his Heaven's Path Xinqi and comprehension of spatial laws, his fighting prowess was on par with dimension-sundering realm pinnacle cultivators. However, it was still insufficient to set up a teleportation formation. This is the time. Just as Xianxia was contemplating how he could succeed, he suddenly heard a loud bellow. Following which, he saw Xianxia and Elder Ge making a move simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, they pierced through the Inferno Qilin's area of effect, and in the next moment, the duo was already in the air. The Inferno Qilin and Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast had focused all of their attention on Xianxia, so they did not expect the duo whom they had already spared to suddenly make a move on them. Xianxia has made use of his tamed beasts to make a move on the Sanctum Head and the Elders. Elders of the Sanctum of Sages, heed my command and apprehend him. If there's any resistance, kill him on the spot. Xianxia flicked his wrist and took out a token. Following which, his voice reverberated in the air. After being pummeled by a student's tamed beast, he immediately issued an order to the Deputy Sanctum Head. Hong Long, as soon as the order was issued, the entire Sanctum of Sages immediately burst into an uproar. While the Inferno Qilin was fighting with Elder Ge earlier, he had controlled his strength so as not to allow his voice to leak out. As such, no one had noticed the commotion in the area. However, when the order was issued, not only did the elders hear it, even the other students had also heard it. This is bad. Inferno Qilin, hurry up and bring him down. Not expecting the Deputy Sanctum Head of the Sanctum of Sages to feign weakness so as to make a move on him, Xianxia's face darkened. Roar. The Inferno Qilin roared furiously as its massive body abruptly charged toward Xianxia. Where's the Guardian formation? Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. The Deputy Sanctum Head token in his hand began to spin rapidly, and a brilliant glow emanated from it. It seemed to have connected with some kind of power, and in the blink of an eye, the surrounding space was sealed. As soon as the Inferno Qilin's momentum came into contact with the space around it, it was immediately frozen solid, unable to advance any further. The Guardian formation? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. The lack of a true Sanctum Head in the Sanctum of Sages had caused its strength to decline significantly. The strongest expert in the Sanctum of Sages was only at St. Nine Dan primary stage at the moment, but in the past, they had still been extremely powerful. Every single one of the Sanctum Heads who possessed the Eye of Insight was an expert who had surpassed St. Nine Dan. They were many times more powerful than even the first elder of the Zhang clan. The Guardian formation that they had left behind was so powerful that even the entire Zhang clan might not be able to breach it, let alone Xianxia. It was for this reason that the Sanctum of Sages had been able to stand strong for several dozen millenniums. Otherwise, with just the Deputy Sanctum Head's strength at St. Nine Dan primary stage, the otherworldly demonic tribe would have long annihilated the Sanctum of Sages. Master, I'm unable to breach this formation. Once we're trapped, we won't be able to escape. Seeing how powerful the formation was, the Inferno Qilin hurriedly sent a telepathic message to Xianxia. Tzzzzzzzzzzzz. As the formation activated, the elders of the Sanctum of Sages also flew over and gathered behind Xianxia. They stared at Xianxia intently, unable to comprehend what was going on. Xianxia, surrender now, or else, die. Xianxia glared at Xianxia coldly. In the several dozen millenniums since the founding of the Sanctum of Sages, this was the first time that a student had pummeled the Deputy Sanctum Head and the elders. This was also the first time that the formation protecting the Sanctum Head had been destroyed. If such a thing was allowed to happen, what dignity would the elders and Sanctum Heads have left? Xianxia, what do we do? Seeing the elders of the Sanctum of Sages floating in the air and the activation of the Guardian formation, Qianliao's face paled as she trembled in fear. She was a genius of the Glacier Plain Court, and she had experienced many battles in her life, but she had never seen such a huge formation before, to face the entire Sanctum of Sages single-handedly. This was truly unprecedented. What else can we do? Once we're captured, it'll be impossible for us to save Xiaoya anymore. Xianxia shook his head. Xiaoya was in a precarious situation, so he couldn't afford to waste any time. If he were to be captured, he would surely be held back. Not to mention, judging from the looks on Xianxia and the others' faces, it was likely that he would be severely punished. Thus, he couldn't allow himself to be captured. Otherwise, he would never be able to make a comeback. Without meeting the three conditions, he couldn't take out the Sanctum Head token, or else he would be giving up his position as the Sanctum Head. This was a test passed down by the previous Sanctum Heads, and he couldn't make an exception. Left with no choice, he could only face it head-on. Understanding this, Xianxia didn't bother explaining. Instead, he stared at the activated Guardian formation in the air and muttered in his mind. Flaws. following which, a book materialized before his eyes. With a light tap of his finger, the contents of the book flowed into his mind. Heaven-mending formation. A grade 9 pinnacle formation. It's indeed powerful. The guardian formation of the Sanctum of Sages was left behind by Sage Kuei back then, and it had been reinforced by countless Sanctum heads over time. Every single Sanctum head of the Sanctum of Sages possessed the Eye of Insight, which allowed them to see through the flaws of the formation. After several dozen millenniums of research, the formation before him had very few flaws. Even if it couldn't be said to be perfect, it wasn't too far from it. 7 flaws? That's the least among all the formations I have seen so far, Xianxia frowned. According to the introduction in the Library of Heaven's Path, there were 7 flaws in the formation before him. However, no matter how many flaws there were, as long as there were flaws, it wouldn't be a problem. Qilin Beast, Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, you two break the formation and block the attacks of these fellows. I will continue to study the teleportation formation. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia imprinted all of the flaws of the formation into the minds of the 2 Saint Beasts. Back when he was still in the League of Nations, he was already able to transmit messages using his soul. With the enhancement of his soul cultivation, it would be a piece of cake for him to do so once more. Roar. Upon receiving the message, the 2 Saint Beasts shuddered. They had long known that their master was young and had excellent eyesight, but they never dreamed that this mysterious array in front of them, which they could not understand at all, would be able to analyze so many flaws in the blink of an eye. Individually, these flaws were nothing much, but when combined together, they were enough to affect one's foundation. Xianxia, your tamed beast might be powerful, but it's nothing in the face of the Hall Protection formation. I advise you to take a good look at the situation. Seeing that not only was Xianxia unfazed by his words, he was even more enraged than before. On the other hand, Xianxia's eyes narrowed in fury, as if they would explode at any moment. Roar! Before Xianxia could finish his words, the Inferno Qilin suddenly charged forward. With a ferocious roar, it swung its massive claws toward a certain direction. At the same time, the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast leaped forward and crashed headfirst into a building not too far away. The reason why the Hall Protection formation was so powerful was due to the cultural heritage that the Master Teacher Academy had accumulated over the past 10,000 years, as well as the connection between the spiritual energy and the earth vein. The Inferno Qilin's claw struck one of the nodes of the formation. Under the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast charge, the building collapsed, and the connection point between the earth vein and the spiritual energy immediately dissipated. With the 2 major flaws attacked, in the blink of an eye, the incomparably powerful heaven-mending formation became like a leaking balloon, losing all of its previous might. Hung Long, the energy that had been frozen in midair a moment ago gushed forth once more, heading straight for Xianxia and the others. This is impossible. Xianxia's face paled in fright as he nearly plummeted from the sky. Over the past several dozen millenniums, the otherworldly demonic tribe had attempted to breach the Hall Protection formation of the Sanctum of Sages dozens of times, but every single time, they had failed. While it could not be said to be invincible, there were very few formations that could surpass it. How in the world did 2 Saint Beasts manage to breach such powerful defenses in an instant? Block it. Knowing that there was no use panicking, Xianxia flicked his wrist and sent a palm seal crashing down from the sky. Saint Pinnacle Battle Technique, River Overturning Seal. This was a move created by the 4th Sanctum head of the Sanctum of Sages. It descended from the heavens, and its might was unparalleled. Coupled with the incredible heritage of the Sanctum of Sages, even a Saint 9 Dan intermediate stage cultivator could be killed in a single strike. However, his opponent was the Inferno Qilin. Having breached the formation with a single move, the Inferno Qilin charged right at Xianxia. Without even bothering to dodge, it raised its head and charged right at Xianxia. Hung Long, the palm seal struck the Inferno Qilin's head, but it felt as if it had struck a Saint Pinnacle artifact. The next moment, the Inferno Qilin's head was already right in front of Xianxia's chest. So, Xianxia was sent flying into the sky like a shooting star, leaving behind a trail of light in his wake. Sanctum head. Not expecting the Inferno Qilin to be so ferocious, Elder Ge and the others hurriedly rushed forward. With a furious roar, the Inferno Qilin's body abruptly expanded to a size of 40 meters, and it charged right at Xianxia. Walla, Tzzzzzzzzzzzz. Elder Ge and more than 10 other elders were sent flying at the same time. Their eyebrows and hair were all burnt. The strongest aspect of the Inferno Qilin was not its claws or tail but its physical body. After being tempered by the Inferno Qilin day and night, its physical body had already become as tough as a Saint Pinnacle artifact. Even Saint Nine Dan Pinnacle experts would not be able to withstand a direct collision, let alone these elders. Is that Xianxia's tamed beast? How could it be so formidable? To openly oppose the Sanctum Head and the other elders, is Xianxia intending to rebel against the Mingshi Tang Academy? The spectating students were all dumbfounded. In their eyes, the Deputy Sanctum Head, Elder Ge, and the others were invincible existences. Never in their wildest dreams did they think that they would end up being knocked around by a Saint Beast, unable to even put up the slightest bit of resistance. More importantly, the Mingshi Tang Academy would not be able to justify his actions. Could it be that Xianxia no longer wanted to be a master teacher? Damn it, damn it. With a huge dent in his chest, Xianxia spurted large mouthfuls of blood as he flew back from the distance. But before he could reach them, he bellowed once more, "All elders, heed my command. Form the formation of the sages, and attack together." The guardian formation had been breached, and all of the elders had been pummeled along with him. He could no longer hold back his rage. If he did not punish them properly, the entire sanctum of sages would become a laughingstock. Yes. The elders replied in unison. Following which, they quickly spread out and took up their respective positions. At the same time, they channeled their energy to form something reminiscent of a fishing net in the air. Formation of the sages. Xianxia, this is bad. Run. Chen Liao's face paled as she turned to the young man beside her, who was still studying the teleportation formation. Her body trembled in fear. The Sanctum of Sages was not just protected by the Guardian formation, it also had the Great Sage formation formed by the Elders. The Great Sage formation harnessed the might of everyone in the Sanctum of Sages, making it an extremely fearsome formation. Putting aside Xianxia, even that Saint Nine Dan Pinnacle Saint Beast might not be a match for them if they were to join forces with one another. Voila, before she could finish her words, the net in the air had already finished assembling, covering the entire sky. Roar. Seeing their actions, the Inferno Qilin knew that it was in grave danger, so it roared furiously and charged forward. Voila, under Xianxia's control, countless surges of Xinqi swiftly converged into the net, and under his control, they swiftly formed a massive torrent of energy. This torrent of energy surged toward the Inferno Qilin as if a dam had been breached. Boom, with a loud boom, the Qilin beast was like a lone boat being struck by a torrent of water. Unable to withstand the force any longer, it was sent flying backward and smashed into the ground, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Roar, the Inferno Qilin roared furiously as it tried to retaliate. However, it was completely suppressed, unable to move at all. While most of the elders had not reached Saint Nine Dan yet, with the combined might of a dozen of them and the unique power of the Sanctum of Sages, even a Saint Nine Dan Pinnacle Inferno Qilin was severely injured. The Inferno Qilin spurted a mouthful of golden blood as it collapsed to the ground. It struggled for a moment, but it was unable to get back up. Humph. Seeing that the Inferno Qilin was unable to move at all, Xianxia's eyes turned cold as he controlled the formation. Voila, a burst of pure white light surged toward Xianxia. Judging from the strength of the attack, it was even stronger than the one that had struck the Inferno Qilin earlier. If it were to land on him, given his current cultivation, he would surely die. Master. The Netherworld Azure Dragon beast hurriedly rushed over, but the attack was simply too fast. Even though it was not slow, it was still too late. Before it could reach Xianxia, the burst of white light had already shrouded its master completely. Xianxia, Chen Liao staggered a little before collapsing weakly to the ground. Even her teacher, a Saint 8 Dan Pinnacle expert, was no match for it, let alone Xianxia. With this, Xianxia was doomed. He didn't dodge? Xianxia couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Although the joint attack of the Great Saint formation was extremely fast, it still required time to prepare. According to his calculations, Xianxia would definitely escape after the attack, but the aftershocks would still cause him serious injuries. That should have been enough. Who would have thought that this fellow would be struck directly without even moving? Making use of his tamed beasts to stand against the entire sanctum of sages and destroy their formations and buildings. Even Xianxia wouldn't be able to say anything about it, Elder Gu harumphed. He understood the concerns of the deputy hall master. Xianxia was Yang Xian's direct disciple. If he were to be killed, it would be troublesome to explain. But then again, with so many students bearing witness to the matter, Zhang Xian did indeed deserve to die for relying on his tamed beasts to commit murder. I'm not worried about that. I just feel that with his unparalleled talent, it would be a pity for him to die just like that. Xianxia shook his head. Even though Xianxia was a person of high standing, he was still a person who respected the rules. Zhang Xian had caused such a huge ruckus, and it was impossible for him to hide it even if he wanted to. The responsibility was all on him, so it was fine even if he died, but no matter what, it was still a pity that someone as talented as Zhang Xian had been killed just like that. The more talented one is, the greater the threat he poses to mankind. Elder Gu harumphed coldly. So what if one was talented? If one was bent on committing evil, the more talented one was, the more fearsome one would become. Throughout the history of the master-teacher continent, there had been countless talented individuals who had failed to control their nature and ended up going down the wrong path. That's true. Xianxia shook his head. Clean up the mess and report this matter to the Mingshi Tang headquarters as soon as possible. Yes, sir. Elder Gu replied. Just as he was contemplating how he should report this matter, he suddenly lowered his head to take a look, and his eyes suddenly narrowed in astonishment. His body swayed uncontrollably, and he nearly fell to the ground. What's wrong? Xianxia frowned. Hall master. Look. Unable to explain, Elder Gu hurriedly pointed downward. Xianxia lowered his head to take a look, and what he saw left his eyes widening in shock. How is this possible? Below, at the location where the light had struck, there was a massive crater. However, not only was Zhang Xian not dead, he wasn't even injured in the slightest. In front of him were dozens of formation flags stabbed into the ground. Light pulsated within them, and a warm glow emanated from them. This is a teleportation formation? It's already completed? The formation flags were none other than a teleportation formation. Furthermore, judging from the stability of the space within, it was clear that it had already been completed. For a phantasmal space realm cultivator to be able to survive the attack of the formation of sages and even set up a teleportation formation, was this for real? Inferno Qilin, Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, Chen Liao, let's go. The young man chuckled softly. Thank you for your help, Xianxia and the elders. Otherwise, who knows how long it would have taken me to set up this formation. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave first. Right after saying those words, the young man raised his hand and kept the two saint beasts into his myriad ant-hive nest. Following which, he pulled Chen Liao over and enveloped her with a surge of Xinqi. The next moment, the teleportation formation glowed brightly, and the two of them vanished from the spot. Don't let him get away. Xianxia bellowed furiously as he rushed toward the teleportation formation. Just as he was about to seal the teleportation formation, he suddenly felt a surge of energy gushing out from the center of the formation. Boom! With a resounding boom, the teleportation formation collapsed. The dozens of formation flags that were stabbed into the ground earlier fluttered in the air, and the teleportation formation vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed in the first place. Not only does the teleportation formation possess the ability to self-destruct as well, Xianxia felt as if he was about to go insane. He had a deep understanding of formations, or else he wouldn't have been able to obtain a grade 9 formation flag. Under their attacks, not only did the young man set up a teleportation formation, he even concealed a self-destruct ability within it so that it would explode when they tried to touch it. With that, all traces of the teleportation formation would vanish. Even if they saw it with their own eyes, they wouldn't be able to tell where the young man had been teleported to. They had lost all traces of him. That fellow has managed to escape, and he's bound to become a calamity in the future. All students and elders of the Sanctum of Sages, heed my command. From this day onward, search the surroundings. If you find any traces of the young man, report it immediately. If there's an opportunity, kill him on the spot. They had mobilized the guardian formation to deal with the young man, but none of the elders had been able to hold him back. In fact, they had even reduced the teleportation formation to rubble. Hula, Xianxia spurted a mouthful of blood before crashing to the ground. Just like before, his entire body was in excruciating pain, and wounds could be seen all over his body. In truth, with his current strength, it was indeed difficult for him to set up a teleportation formation. However, he could not afford to delay the matter regarding Xiaoya any longer. Thus, in a moment of desperation, he could only endure the combined attacks of Xianxia and the others before making use of an ingenious timing to teleport himself into the formation. Even the Saint Nindan Pinnacle Inferno Qilin was unable to withstand the combined attacks of the elders of the Sanctum of Sages. Thus, he was able to successfully set up the teleportation formation, and he was able to gather sufficient energy to activate it. Only then did he manage to teleport himself out. However, even though he managed to teleport himself out, the injuries he sustained were far more severe than he had ever sustained before. Putting aside the spatial attacks from the long-distance teleportation, just the energy he had diverted away from his body had already shaken his internal organs, leaving him severely injured. This kind of injury harnessed everyone's aura. Even with his Heaven's Path Xianxia, he would not be able to recover from it within a short period of time. Peng, Xianxia struggled to his feet, but he suddenly heard a dull thud. Turning around, he saw Xianxia lying on the ground before him. Her injuries were even more severe than his. Her body was riddled with wounds, and her breathing was extremely feeble, as if she would die at any moment. Xianxia's cultivation was only at leaving Aperture Realm, and the teleportation formation Xianxia had set up was powered by the Heaven's Path Divine Art. Even though it was far more stable than ordinary formations, it was still not something that someone of her cultivation could deal with. If not for Xianxia forming a barrier of Xianxia around her before the teleportation, she would have been reduced to dust by now. Even so, she was already on her last breath, and she could die at any moment. It's fortunate, seeing that Xianxia's injuries were not too severe. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and slowly got to his feet. However, as soon as he moved, his injuries came into contact with his body, and he spurted 2 more mouthfuls of blood. To be honest, this was the worst he had suffered ever since he started cultivating. Walking up to Xianxia, he flicked his finger and infused several surges of Xianxia into her meridians to repair the injuries on her body. Seeing that her complexion was slowly recovering, and her wounds were healing, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief before hurriedly treating his injuries. After circulating it for 3 consecutive cycles for more than 10 minutes, the pain finally subsided and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although he had not completely recovered, he was almost there. I can't take such a risk next time. If I'm not careful, I might die before I even reach my destination. Letting out a breath, Xianxia shook his head. Even though he had successfully set up the teleportation formation and sent them away, it was still extremely dangerous. If there was even the slightest mistake in many of the steps, it was possible that all of his previous efforts would have been in vain, and he would have died. To put it bluntly, luck played a part in his success this time. Xianxia turned to look at Xianxia, only to see that she was still unconscious, but her breathing had become much smoother. At the same time, the ghastly wound had also fully recovered. Flicking his wrist, Xianxia took out a silver needle and infused his Xianxia into it before stabbing it in. Having read through all of the 8-star physician manuals in the Sanctum of Sages, even without using the Library of Heaven's Path, Xianxia's fighting prowess was on par with that of a 9-star physician. The other party had only fainted from the shock caused by the spatial jolt, but with his external injuries healed, it was a walk in the park for him to regain consciousness. As expected, as soon as the silver needle was inserted, Xianxia's eyebrows twitched for a moment before she slowly opened her eyes. I'm not dead. Sitting up, Xianxia tried to sense her condition, and a look of disbelief surfaced on her face. She had thought that she would surely die after entering an unused teleportation formation, but who could have thought that she would still be alive? I asked you to lead the way to the Glacier Plain Court, so naturally, I won't let you die. Seeing the look on Xianxia's face, Xianxia chuckled softly. Interrupting her joy, he said, "All right, let's see where we are and how far away we are from the Glacier Plain Court." Xianxia stood up and flew into the air. She scanned her surroundings with a look of disbelief and exclaimed, "This is the outskirts of the city of Glacier. How did we get here so quickly? Even Xianxia was no exception to this, let alone Luo Ruoxin. City of Glacier? Xianxia frowned. How far away are we from the headquarters of the Glacier Plain Court? He had set up the teleportation formation strictly according to the location that Chen Liao had told him. Could there have been a mistake? The headquarters of the Glacier Plain Court is located in the city of Glacier, and there's a guardian formation set up in the city of Glacier, making it impossible for outsiders to teleport into the city of Glacier. Thus, the address I told you was in the outskirts of the city of Glacier. Chen Liao was astonished. As one of the top powers of the master-teacher continent, there was no way that the Glacier Plain Court would allow outsiders to teleport into their headquarters. If they were to do so, they would have already caused a huge ruckus before they could even find their young court chief. It was for this reason that she had told the other party the location of the outskirts of the city. Just that, she did not think that the other party would be able to teleport to the exact location that she had told him. Even a 9-star pinnacle formation master would find it difficult to teleport without making the slightest mistake from several million li away. One must know that most 9-star formation masters would leave a teleportation platform at the location that they intended to teleport to in order to better determine the location and destination. To be able to teleport without any destination in mind, the other party's understanding of formations had already far surpassed Xianxia's imagination. Did that fellow really not know anything about teleportation formations? Did he only learn it for a few minutes? It's good that you're here. Let's hurry up and enter the city. We'll try to find out what happened to Xiaoya. Hearing that the other party was in the vicinity, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Considering how the young man before her was willing to offend the sanctum of sages in order to save his student, it was clear that he was determined. Thus, Chen Liao quickly flew toward the city walls. As the city of Glacier was guarded by the Glacier Plain Court, it was still one of the largest cities on the master-teacher continent. As soon as the sun set, the city gates were closed, refusing all visitors. However, Chen Liao had the token of a core disciple of the Glacier Plain Court, so she was able to enter the city easily. Snowflakes drifted in the city, and the accumulated snow on the ground was knee-deep. Even though the air was cold, the streets were still bustling with people and carriages. Xianxia, are we heading to the Glacier Plain Court right now? Chen Liao turned to look at Xianxia. Xianxia shook his head. Why? Chen Liao was perplexed. Xianxia was in such a hurry to rush over, so why was he not in a hurry to head over? The urgent matter at hand isn't to head over but to find out what happened so that we can make preparations in advance. Otherwise, if something happens, not only will we not be able to save Xiaoya, we might even lose our chance to do so. Xianxia frowned. Something happened? What could possibly happen to the Glacier Plain Court? Does Xianxia mean that? Chen Liao was taken aback for a moment before she felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her. Something happened within the Glacier Plain Court. She had asked her acquaintances in the Glacier Plain Court, and the news that she had received was that nothing had happened at all. For the young court chief of the Glacier Plain Court to send out a distress signal, there was not a single person who was aware of it, or, either it happened within the sect and someone deliberately covered it up so that the news didn't leak out. Otherwise, if the young palace master was in danger, why didn't he inform the palace master or the experts in the palace directly? Instead, he spent so much effort to send a message to his master, whose cultivation was not high. It was obvious that there was no one else she could trust in the palace. She could only trust this teacher who had brought her all the way. Chen Liao's body trembled uncontrollably, and she felt as if her scalp was going to explode. Back then, she had only known that something had happened to the young court chief, so she had been a little anxious. She had never thought that Xianxia would allow her to act rashly. Only then did she realize what was going on. You are a member of the Glacier Plain Court, so you have to abide by the rules of the Glacier Plain Court. If you find yourself in a difficult position, I can deal with this matter myself. However, I hope that you won't leak the news that I am here. Xianxia turned around and clasped his fist. If there was really a problem with the Glacier Plain Court, given that the other party was an offspring of the Glacier Plain Court, it would be better for him to feign ignorance. Chen Liao was rendered speechless. If the Glacier Plain Court had really made a move against the young court chief, there was only one person who had the ability to do so, The first elder, ever since the disappearance of the previous court chief, the first elder had become the one in charge of the affairs of the Glacier Plain court. Every single matter, be it big or small, would be decided by her. It was for this reason that even though she was not the court chief yet, she was already on par with the court chief. If his previous guess was correct, then something must have happened in the palace, and the great elder must have personally taken action, for her to make a move. As a disciple, could she really disobey her orders? Farewell. Knowing that Xianxia was placed in a difficult position, Xianxia turned around and began walking forward. However, barely after he took a few steps, Chen Liao suddenly caught up to him and blocked his path. With a determined look on her face, she said, "Wait for me. The young court chief is a kind person, and I am indebted to Xianxia. No matter what happens, I must save him. Even if it violates the rules and orders of the palace. Think about it carefully. This is no small matter. Once you do it, there's a high chance that you won't be able to turn back." Xianxia shook his head. Exhaling deeply, Chen Liao replied, "I understand." The young court chief was a good person, and Xianxia had even created a cultivation technique that could resolve the crisis plaguing the Glacier Plain court. Of course, more importantly, the young court chief was willing to stand against the entire sanctum of sages for the sake of his student. This was a friendship that anyone would be moved by, and they would be willing to help him. That's good. I thank you on behalf of Xiaoya. Seeing the other party's sincerity, Xianxia nodded before asking, "Is there anyone in the Glacier Plain court whom you are on good terms with and hold high standing? Let's find such a person first and interrogate him carefully. Maybe we can find some clues." The most important thing now was to know Xiaoya's real situation so that they could prepare for the next step. Asking around was the only way. Those who are on good terms with me are all disciples, so I don't think they know much. However, I do know an elder who is on good terms with me, and she takes good care of me. If I ask her, she might be able to tell me something. Chen Liao pondered for a moment before replying. Elder? What's her cultivation realm? Xianxia asked. Saint 8 Dan advanced stage isn't too high among the elders, but she's in charge of the meals of the disciples in the Glacier Plain court. If the young court chief isn't in the Glacier Plain court or if something happens to her, she should be able to find out. Chen Liao said. She's in charge of the meals? Alright, bring me to her then. Xianxia nodded. The elder in charge of the meals might not have a high position, but she should be the most well-informed person in the Glacier Plain court. If something were to happen to Xiaoya, she would surely know about it. It's already late at night, so she should be resting in her residence. However, her residence is in the Glacier Plain court, so it won't be convenient for us to enter at this hour. Chen Liao frowned. It was not too difficult to find the elder, but the main problem was that she lived in the Glacier Plain court. Given that the palace gates were tightly shut at night, how were they supposed to enter? Can you arrange a meeting with her? Xianxia. Shaking her head, Chen Liao replied, "It won't be easy. Even as an elder, she wouldn't leave the Glacier Plain court so easily. However, she would head to the market every morning to buy fruits and vegetables." Morning? Xianxia frowned. There's still 6 hours before dawn. If we delay any longer, things might go awry. Is there any other way? There was still some time before midnight, so they could not afford to waste any more time. This? Chen Liao shook her head. She had always been an obedient girl in the sect, and she had never asked anyone out before. Thus, she was unable to come up with any good ideas. Does the elder buy the fruits and vegetables at a specific place, or does she have a specific supplier? Xianxia asked. The Glacier Plain court is one of the top powers on the master-teacher continent, so it goes without saying that the fruits and vegetables that the disciples of the Glacier Plain court consume are specially cultivated by specialists. They are highly concentrated in spiritual energy and have a minimal amount of impurities. The supplier is the largest clan in the city of Glacier, the Han clan. Chen Liao said. The more powerful a sect was, the more strict the food they consumed would be. It was impossible for them to buy the fruits and vegetables from the market as they pleased. Otherwise, if they were to poison the fruits and vegetables, wouldn't the entire sect be destroyed? The Han clan? It's good that we have such a supplier. Do you know where they live? Xianxia asked with a smile. I have followed an elder there once, so I know where they are. Understanding the other party's intentions, Xianxia hurriedly nodded. It would be difficult for her to invite the elder out, but it shouldn't be too difficult for her to find a reason to invite the supplier out. Lead the way. Xianxia nodded. Xianxia didn't turn down Xianxia's offer, and she quickly led the way. Roughly 10 minutes later, a residence came into sight. Xianxia, this is the Han clan. Xianxia introduced. Taking a look at the towering residence before him, Xianxia nodded. To be able to supply the fruits and vegetables of a top-notch power on the master-teacher continent, this clan was bound to be a formidable force. Send in your name scroll. Xianxia waved his hand. It was unrealistic for him to barge into such a clan, and if he caused a huge commotion, it would only bring him more trouble. If he wanted to meet the person in charge, he would have to send in his name scroll. Name scroll? Write my name? Xianxia was taken aback. Even though she was a talented disciple of the Glacier Plain Court, the other party was an elder of the Glacier Plain Court. It would be difficult for her to meet the master of the Glacier Plain Court. Write my name instead. Xianxia. You? Xianxia's face twitched. I'm afraid that your name won't do either. While Xianxia was the teacher of their young court chief, his name was only known to a small circle, so he wasn't too well known. More importantly, he had just gotten into a conflict with the Sanctum of Sages, so wouldn't it be too risky for him to use this name now? Before Xianxia could finish her words, Xianxia suddenly turned around. Unknowingly, he had altered his appearance to resemble a yellow-skinned middle-aged man. With his hands behind his back, he said nonchalantly, from now on, my name is Xianxia. Xianxia? Xianxia was astonished. Why you intend to borrow Xianxia's name? Xianxia. Others might not have heard of him, but she had. As the #1 Grand Elder of Mingshi Tang, his status is so high that he can be said to be the strongest in the world. Not to mention his strength. Even if he's your teacher, you can't just borrow him like this. If I want to get the other party to come out, I can only use him. Xiaoya is his grand disciple, so I don't think he'll be angry with me. Xianxia looked leisurely. Xianxia was rendered speechless. To be honest, the young man before him was truly audacious. It was one thing for him to force his way out of the Sanctum of Sages, but to impersonate his own teacher. It was one thing for him to remain unnoticed, but if he were to be found out, wouldn't he be able to bring the matter to Mingshi Tang's headquarters? All of a sudden, he regretted agreeing to save Xiaoya. If this unruly teacher of the young hall master were to continue on like this, who knew what kind of commotion he would cause? Don't worry, nothing will happen. Seeing her expression, Xianxia knew what she was worried about, so he waved his hands casually. He was already very familiar with impersonating Xianxia, so there was no way he would make a mistake. In the current situation, his name could not be used, but Xianxia of Mingshi Tang's headquarters could be a great deterrent. Perhaps they could easily find Xiaoya's whereabouts. In any case, the Real Xianxia was still in seclusion in the Zhang clan, and even after Xianxia had left, he still hadn't appeared. That could only mean that it would be some time before he came out, so there was no need for him to worry. All right. Knowing that it was impossible for her to get down from the horse, Xianxia could only take out a name scroll and inscribe her name on it. You don't need to write Mingshi Tang. Just write Xianxia. Seeing the handwriting she carved, Xianxia was stunned. All right. Xianxia had no idea why Xianxia would make such a request, but she knew that there must be a reason behind it. Thus, she took out another letter and wrote her name on it. After he was done, he walked up to the door and knocked on it. Creak, the guard walked out. Our master wishes to pay a visit to your master. Please pass on the message. Xianxia passed the name scroll over. At this moment, she also knew what she should say. It's already so late. Our master is already resting. If there's anything, come back tomorrow. Frowning, Xianxia shook his head. I advise you to accept the visiting card. If there's any delay, it's not something a guard like you can handle. Seeing that Xianxia was unwilling to accept it, Xianxia frowned. She flicked her wrist and took out a token. A core disciple of the Glacier Plain Court, the guard had no idea who Xianxia was, but he could still recognize the token. Astonished, he hurriedly took the letter and said, "Please wait inside for a moment. I'll report the matter right away." For a core disciple of the Glacier Plain Court to address him as Old Master, it could only mean that the person standing behind him was at least an elder. As a mere guard, he could not afford to offend the other party. Chen Liao kept the token and returned to Xianxia's side. The two of them walked into the courtyard and sat down in the guest room. After preparing the tea and taking the visiting card, the guard hurriedly made his way to the clan head's room. Even though it was already late at night, the clan head was still in the midst of a discussion with his clan members. Upon entering the room, the guard hurriedly clasped his fist and said, "Clan head, there's someone outside requesting an audience with you. Who would come to look for me at this hour?" The head of the Han clan, Han Shuilu, frowned. "This is a visiting card." Not daring to say anything more, the guard passed the visiting card over. Han Shuilu took it and opened it slowly. There were only 2 words on it, Yangxian. Yangxian? Perplexed, Han Shuilu asked, "Who is that person?" Usually, one would have to state one's identity in a visiting card to let the other party know who they were. He had never seen a visiting card that only had a name on it before. He's a middle-aged man in his 30s. He's dressed in a master teacher robe, but there's no emblem on his chest. I'm not sure what his rank is. The guard replied. Master teacher? He doesn't have an emblem on him? Han Shuilu felt even more perplexed. Since he's a master teacher, he would usually state his rank so that others would pay attention to him. Yet, there's no emblem, and there's no indication of his identity. More importantly, where in the world did this fellow come from? He's probably an arrogant fellow. I'll send him away for now and have him come tomorrow. Unable to make sense of the matter, Han Shuilu placed the visiting card by the side and said calmly. Old Master. Yangxi's lackey is a core disciple of the Glacier Plain Court. Seeing that Han Shuilu wasn't intending to receive him, the guard hurriedly said. His lackey is a core disciple of the Glacier Plain Court. Han Shuilu's face turned grim. He's a master teacher, and his name is Yangxian. Could it be, Han Shuilu muttered to himself before his face suddenly warped in shock. It's him? Clan head, who is it? The elders who were in the midst of a discussion turned their gazes over in bewilderment. In the master teacher pavilion headquarters, there is an elusive grand elder named Yangxian who possesses incredible strength. Could it be possible that the two of them are related? Han Shuilu asked. A grand elder of the Mingshi Tang headquarters? Why would such a person who lives in the clouds come to this place? The elder shook his head. While their Han clan wielded considerable influence in the Glacier Plain Court and the city of Glacier, it still paled far in comparison to the Mingshi Tang headquarters. How could a grand elder of the Glacier Plain Court pay a visit to the Glacier Plain Court personally? That would be hard to believe. I don't believe it either, but, given that he's a master teacher by the name of Yangxian, I really don't know if there's anyone else. Han Shuilu shook his head. Follow me. If he's not Yangxian, it's one thing, but if we don't welcome him personally, our Han clan will be in deep trouble. Even though there were many people who shared the same name on the master teacher continent, he had never heard of anyone else who went by the name of Yangxian. Even though he knew that it was unlikely that the other party would come looking for him, he dared not say for sure. As a small clan, it was best for them to be careful. The elders nodded before following Han Shuilu out. Soon, they arrived at the guest room, where they saw a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion seated on the spot, sipping on a cup of tea calmly. Is that Yangshi? Han Shuilu clasped his fist as soon as he entered the guest room. His cultivation had already reached Saint 8 Dan pinnacle, but he was still unable to see through the cultivation of the middle-aged man before him. Even though the middle-aged man's cultivation seemed ordinary, there was something about him that left one's heart palpitating in fear. If the middle-aged man were to make a move, not even their entire clan would be able to stop him. I happen to be passing by, and I have some questions that I need to ask someone. I hope that clan head Han will forgive me for disturbing you so late at night. Xianxia stood up and bowed. He clasped his fist and bowed politely, but there was an air of superiority emanating from his body. Even though it wasn't intentional, it still left one with the impression that he was a lonely expert. Expert, he must be an expert. Han Shuilu narrowed his eyes in astonishment. It's time. It would be a waste if I didn't vote for him. Hee hee. Even though the other party did not display his true cultivation, his calm and composed demeanor, as if he had transcended the mortal world, was indicative of the vicissitudes of life that he had weathered through. Even if the other party was not Xianxia, there was no doubt that the other party was of significant standing. At the very least, an insignificant figure like Han Shuilu was no match for him. Realizing this, Han Shuilu quickly clasped his fist and said, Xianxia, there's no need for such words. It's our honor to have you visit our clan. May I know what you require of us? As long as it's within our means, we won't turn you down. It's nothing much. I was just passing by when I was ambushed by a saint beast, so I casually injured it. However, considering that it wasn't intentional and that it was willing to submit to me, I decided to treat it. I don't have any medicinal herbs with me when I travel the world, so I heard that the Han clan has some medicinal herbs in their possession, so I came over to request for them. Xianxia said with a smile. You want to request for medicinal herbs? Han Shuilu was taken aback. May I know what saint beast it is and what kind of medicinal herbs it requires? Due to the different attributes of saint beasts, the medicinal herbs required were different as well. For example, the Inferno Qilin required fire attribute medicinal herbs, whereas the Netherworld Azure Dragon beast required Een attribute medicinal herbs. If he knew what kind of saint beast it was and what kind of medicinal herbs it required, it would be easier for him to find them. It's them. Xianxia flicked his wrist, and the two saint beasts appeared before the crowd. As soon as they appeared, they immediately emanated a powerful aura that threatened to overturn the entire hall. Saint Nindan Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast? Saint Nindan Pinnacle Inferno Qilin? To be able to injure those two saint beasts so casually, he's completely fine? Seeing the sudden appearance of the two huge fellows, the entire room fell silent. All of the elders of the Han clan trembled in fear, unable to utter a single word. Previously, some of them had thought that the clan head of the Han clan was making a mountain out of a molehill by rushing over to welcome them. However, after seeing the two huge fellows before them, they no longer harbored such thoughts. To be able to injure two Saint Nindan Pinnacle and Saint Nindan Primary Stage Saint Beasts so casually without a single word. Just how powerful must the other party be? Just the thought was horrifying. I need cinnabar sungrass, red flower, green leaf, purple root, glaze vine, casually listing out a dozen medicinal herbs. Xianxia shook his head and sighed deeply. I need these for the time being. Due to their sudden assault, I accidentally used 1/10 more of my strength than I should have. This is truly a result of my negligence. Han Shuilu's eyebrows shot up once more as he took a closer look at the two saint beasts. Indeed, the two of them had sustained significant injuries. There was a unique energy pulsating around their wounds, far surpassing that of Saint Nindan experts. It was not something that could be neutralized easily. To think that he would be so powerful even after using 1/10 of his strength, swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Xianxia hurriedly tried to recall the medicinal herbs that the other party had mentioned, and a moment later, his complexion turned awful. After a moment of hesitation, he clasped his fist and said, Xianxia, these medicinal herbs, don't worry. Since I need it, I will pay you according to the market price. I won't treat you badly. Xianxia smiled. That's not what I meant. It's just that, out of the dozen or so medicinal herbs that you mentioned, our clan can at most find 7 of them. There are still 8 that we can't take out, Han Shuilu quickly explained. 7? Xianxia frowned in displeasure. The atmosphere in the surroundings suddenly froze, as if it had turned corporeal. A powerful aura suddenly burst forth from his body, threatening to tear the world apart. Jai. Feeling this aura, Han Shuilu and the other elders trembled uncontrollably, as if a huge mountain had been placed on their shoulders. Their knees grew weak, and they felt as if they would collapse to the ground at any moment. Oh, my apologies. I was distracted for a moment. Just as they were about to reach their limits, the middle-aged man before them chuckled softly, and in an instant, the pressure on them vanished without a trace, as if they had never felt it at all. It's nothing. With the pressure vanishing, Han Shuilu and the other elders felt their backs drenched in cold sweat. I apologize for the shock. I was just thinking that without the medicinal herbs, it would take some time for those two fellows to recover, so I failed to control the energy in my body properly. It's my fault. Xianxia shook his head apologetically. Gritting his teeth, he said, Xianxia, there's no need for you to worry. Even though our Han clan doesn't have those 8 medicinal herbs, the Glacier Plain Court should have them. If Xianxia really needs them, I can help you look for them. Given the close relationship between our Han clan and the Glacier Plain Court, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to find a few medicinal herbs. Oh? You can help me look for them? Xianxia asked. Yes. Han Shuilu nodded. Our Han clan is in charge of the rations and medicinal herbs of the Glacier Plain Court, and we have a close relationship with Elder Bai, so I can entrust her to help us look for them. I'll be troubling clan head Han then. I need them right now, so may I know if you can inform Elder Bai and have her deliver them to me personally? While the injuries of the 2 saint beasts aren't too severe, the sooner we find the medicinal herbs, the faster they will recover. This is to prevent any sequelae from being left behind. Xianxia. It won't be a problem for me to send them over personally. Xianxia, wait here for a moment. I'll send a message to Elder Bai right now and have her come over personally. Han Shuilu nodded before hurriedly leaving. The other elders knew how powerful the young man before them was, so they quickly arranged for him to be brought to the most luxurious hall of the Han clan. Incredible, Chen Liao, who was standing by the side, was also shocked by this sight. Her red lips were agape, and she found it hard to close them. What a good move to neutralize and attack. By releasing the Inferno Qilin and the Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast, not only would he be able to intimidate the Han clan into submission, he would also be able to make use of this opportunity to search for medicinal herbs to treat the 2 saint beasts. More importantly, he would have an even better reason to get Elder Bai to come over, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Her initial plan was to have the other party contact Elder Bai directly, but now that she thought about it, it seemed like she had fallen into a disadvantageous position. After all, for an unfathomable master teacher to request an audience with an elder of the Glacier Plain Court, it would be hard for anyone not to suspect him. Once the news reached the ears of the Glacier Plain Court, they would surely be alerted. On top of that, he was able to establish his authority and strength without anyone suspecting him at all. His capability was truly fearsome. If not for the fact that he had seen Xianxia in disguise with his own eyes, he would have really thought that the other party was the Real Xianxia. Sitting in the main hall, Xianxia waited for his tea, and roughly 10 minutes later, Han Shuilu rushed over. Behind him was a middle-aged lady wearing a hat. Xianxia, Elder Bai is here. Han Shuilu stepped forward and clasped his fist. Xianxia nodded, but before he could say a word, the middle-aged lady suddenly frowned. Turning her gaze to the young lady beside her, she asked, Liao, what are you doing here? Everyone in the Glacier Plain Court knew that Chen Liao had gone to the Sanctum of Sages, and it had only been 3 months since she left, so why would she suddenly appear here? Elder Bai, I came here with Xianxia because I have some matters to attend to. Chen Liao hurriedly stood up. This was the elder whom she was most familiar with in the sect, so she didn't want to lie to her. Xianxia? Only then did Elder Bai's eyes fall on Xianxia. Despite his young age, the young man before her possessed an unfathomable cultivation, making it impossible for her to gauge his strength. I have heard of quite a few Xianxia, but may I know who you are? Frowning, Elder Bai turned to Xianxia with a hostile look on her face. Chen Liao was the disciple whom she valued the most in the Glacier Plain Court. Yet, instead of cultivating in the Sanctum of Sages, she was brought back by the young man before her. I am Xianxia. Xianxia replied calmly. Xianxia? Which Xianxia? Elder Bai muttered under her breath. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her eyebrows shot up. Xianxia of the Mingshi Tang headquarters? Hee hee. Instead of replying, Xianxia chuckled softly as he stood up and said, Elder Bai, despite your rosy complexion, I can see that your blood and qi are stagnant in your Huaihai acupoint, resulting in the conflicting heat and cold in your body. If I'm not mistaken, your hair beneath your hat should be white, right? You, Elder Bai widened her eyes in shock. She had always worn a hat in front of others in order to conceal her white hair. Even Chen Liao, who was the closest to her, wasn't aware of this matter. Yet, the young man before her was able to see through it with a single glance. There's no need to be nervous. Just give me a punch and see. Paying no heed to Elder Bai's shock, Xianxia walked up to her and spoke calmly. Hearing those words, Elder Bai's eyes widened in shock, and she subconsciously gave him a punch. However, a moment later, her face turned livid. Just as she was about to berate Xianxia, the young man before her spoke once more. You have cultivated the ice arcane art from a young age, and you have never come into contact with anyone of the opposite sex. It's true that you have reached the pinnacle of your cultivation, but, have you noticed that your cultivation has reached its limit? No matter how many medicinal pills you consume or how many master teachers you consult, you still aren't able to raise your cultivation. How did you know? Elder Bai retreated. She had already reached Saint 8 Dan Pinnacle a long time ago, but it was a pity that she had been unable to make a breakthrough to Saint 8 Dan Pinnacle. She had tried many methods, but none of them worked. At this point, she had already given up hope. Just that. This matter was only known to a few of the elders close to her. Yet, the young man before her casually said that. It was because he had seen her practicing her fist technique. He couldn't possibly have such strong eyesight. In Saint 9 Dan macrocosm realm, one has to possess a deeper comprehension of space in order to achieve a breakthrough. While the glacier arcane art is an unparalleled cultivation technique, it relies on the cold as an opportunity to achieve a breakthrough. It's not compatible with your disposition. This led to the imbalance of heat and cold in your body, causing your hair to turn white. Xianxia lifted his eyelids and looked at him again. Every time you cultivate at night, do you feel restless? Do you feel internal fire gushing out of your body? This is. Elder Bai hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. She turned to Xianxia with a doubtful look in her eyes and asked, Xianxia, what do you mean by aura? I have cultivated the glacier arcane art for more than 100 years, and I haven't encountered any problems with it. How could it possibly be incompatible with my disposition? Since the other party was able to point it out so easily, there was a good chance that he would be able to help her resolve this problem. Thus, she decided not to hide it from him. Just that, she couldn't help but feel a little perplexed. She had cultivated the glacier arcane art for innumerable years, and she had never encountered any problems with it. How could it possibly be incompatible with her disposition, and what was an aura? An aura refers to the magnetic field around you. It has something to do with your cultivation technique, your habits, and even your surroundings. Xianxia chuckled. Given your constitution, you are indeed suited for cultivating the ice arcane art. There shouldn't be any problem at all. Then. Elder Bai was perplexed. Even Chen Liao was perplexed. Didn't he just say that her aura was incompatible with the glacier arcane art? Why did he suddenly say that there was no problem with cultivating the glacier arcane art? Calm down. There's no problem with cultivating your constitution, but your aura has undergone some changes. Xianxia shook his head. My aura has undergone some changes? Indeed. If I'm not mistaken, after your cultivation reached Saint 8 Dan, did you plant a earth-vein lotus in your courtyard? Xianxia asked. Yes. Elder Bai nodded. The seeds of the earth-vein lotus possess the properties of beautifying one's appearance, and there are many ladies who like to cultivate them. It's understandable that you chose to cultivate one, but do you know that the earth-vein lotus can't survive simply by absorbing the energy of the earth veins? More importantly, it requires the nourishment of earth flames, especially for its seeds. In order to mature, it has to absorb a small amount of heat. Even though it's only a small amount, it's more than enough to change the environment around you, turning your aura into that of the fire attribute. It's fine for you to stay there for a day or two, but as time goes by, your glacier arcane art and your ice attribute constitution will pose a huge problem. The longer you spend time with your ice attribute, the greater the accumulation of the fire attribute in your body. If you were married, you might have been able to excrete the fire attribute, but you have to guard your primordial yin tightly, preventing the fire attribute from leaking out. On top of that, you also cultivate a pure yin cultivation technique, resulting in your hair turning white and your jinqi stagnating. No matter how hard you try, you won't be able to achieve a breakthrough. Xianxia shook his head and sighed deeply. This, Elder Bai's body swayed weakly. Even though she didn't know whether what the other party said was true or not, there was indeed a earth vein lotus in her courtyard, and the Xianxia in her body had indeed stagnated. Recalling everything that had happened in the past, it was indeed from the moment she planted the earth vein lotus that her cultivation began to slow down day by day. Could it be that what the other party said was true? What should I do? Xianxia, please enlighten me. At this moment, there was no longer the slightest doubt in her heart. She had thought that it was impossible for Xianxia to come all the way here, but the other party was able to see through her affliction with a single glance and point it out with ease. His eye of discernment was something that even 9-stars master teachers couldn't match up to. Other than that person, she couldn't think of anyone else who possessed such capability. Simple. Destroy the earth vein lotus in your courtyard and soak yourself in the wintry lake for an entire month. Once your affliction is healed, you should be able to achieve a breakthrough to macrocosm ascendancy realm. Xianxia chuckled softly. Of course, if you can't hold on for an entire month, you can just find a suitable partner to harmonize your yin and yang, and you should be able to resolve the issue within 3 days. This, Elder Bai's face reddened, and she hurriedly shook her head. I'll just head to the wintry lake. She had lived a clean and honest life, so naturally, she wouldn't break her perseverance just to solve a problem. Xianxia. Given how esteemed and powerful Xianxia is, even if a saint beast is injured, it shouldn't be impossible for him to treat it without medicine, right? Besides, even if he needs medicine, there's no need for him to send me here. May I know what's going on? Putting aside her thoughts, Elder Bai raised her head and asked. Even though the other party's means were reasonable, as an elder of a major power, she was still able to tell that something was amiss. Her standing among the elders of the Glacier Plain Court was not too high. Under normal circumstances, it would have been impossible for her to come into contact with a figure of Xianxia's standing. However, since Jin Liao was here with Xianxia, as well as the news that clan head Han Shuilu had sent over, it was not too difficult for her to deduce the truth. Elder Bai, you are indeed a straightforward person. Knowing that there was no way he could hide the truth, Zhang Xian turned to look at clan head Han Shuilu and the other elders and said, "Thank you, clan head Han, for informing me of your arrival. You're too polite, Xianxia. It's our Han clan's honor to be able to help Xianxia." Clan head Han clasped his fist. Xianxia was a grand elder of the Mingshi Tang headquarters, someone whom even Elder Bai had acknowledged. It was indeed a great honor for him to be able to visit their clan. Zhang Xian nodded, and the smile on his face faded. Seeing Zhang Xian's expression, clan head Han immediately understood what was going on. He quickly clasped his fist and said, "My apologies, but I still have some matters to attend to at home, so I'll be taking my leave first." After saying those words, clan head Han left with the other elders. Clearly, Xianxia's thank you was an attempt to chase them away. If they did not leave now, the other party would really get angry. Thus, only Elder Bai and Chen Liao were left in the room. Returning to his seat, Zhang Xian turned to Elder Bai and said, "Since Elder Bai has already guessed it, I won't beat around the bush anymore. Xiaoya is my grand student." Even though there was no change in his expression, it still exerted an immense pressure on one. The young court chief, is Xianxia's grand student? Elder Bai was astonished. Clearly, this was the first time she had heard of this news. Indeed. How is she currently? I would like to hear the truth, so I hope that Elder Bai can enlighten me. Zhang Xian clasped his fist. This, Elder Bai's face reddened, and she was at a loss for words. I have received news that she is in danger. Since she is the young court chief of the Glacier Plain Court, you should be the one who knows the truth. I hope to hear an answer from you. Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up as he knocked on the table with his fingers. His voice gradually turned cold. You know my identity, and my every action represents the headquarters of Mingshi Tang. I didn't want to bring too much trouble to myself, so I came to the Han clan to look for you. Otherwise, I'll go directly to your great elder and ask about my disciple's situation. I believe that no one in the world would dare to disobey me. Elder Bai shuddered. The fact that the other party didn't take out his identity token or make a big fuss out of it showed that he was intending to act discreetly so as not to alarm too many master teachers. Otherwise, given his standing, with just a single command from him, the Glacier Plain Court could very well be destroyed. I'll give you some time to think about it, but there's a limit to my patience. If you can't answer my question, I'll head straight to the Glacier Plain Court. At that time, I believe I don't need to tell you what kind of consequences it will bring. I know, Elder Bai's body stiffened, and she hesitated for a moment before clenching her jaws. Something has indeed happened to the young court chief. This afternoon, the first elder issued an order, and the fourth elder, fifth elder, and seventh elder made a move simultaneously to imprison her in the chanting Serenity Hall, forbidding her from leaving or sending any messages out. This matter is the greatest secret of the Glacier Plain Court, and no elder of the Glacier Plain Court is allowed to speak of it. Chanting Serenity Hall? That's a place where criminals are imprisoned. What did the young court chief do wrong? Chen Liao asked anxiously. Even though she had guessed that something might have happened within the Glacier Plain Court, she still found it hard to believe when she heard it for herself. The Chanting Serenity Hall was a place used by the Glacier Plain Court to imprison criminals, and most of those locked up there were heinous criminals who refused to repent for their sins. Before she left the Glacier Plain Court, the young court chief had been the hope and future of the Glacier Plain Court. How could she have been imprisoned in the blink of an eye? You should know that my status is a bit awkward, so I don't know much about the core affairs of the palace. I'm not too sure what kind of mistake the junior palace lord committed. All I know is that the three grand elders worked together to suppress the junior palace lord, and the junior palace lord is currently immobilized by the heaven-binding chains. Elder Bai said. Heaven sealing lock? Xianxia's body tensed up. He had read about it in the books of the Sanctum of Sages before. It was a torture tool that could be used to bind a person. The person who was bound would find their meridians sealed, and not only would they be unable to use their strength, they would also have to suffer from excruciating pain every single day. Who would have thought that Xiaoya would be put on such a torture device, damn it. That's right. However, Xianxia, there's no need to worry. The young court chief's life should be in no danger at all. This afternoon, the first elder even instructed me to prepare some good food and send it over regularly. Feeling the cold aura emanating from the body of the middle-aged man before her, Elder Bai hurriedly replied. It felt as if she would shatter at any moment. She had no idea why the first elder would imprison the young court chief and make a move on her, but based on the other party's actions, it was unlikely that her life would be in danger for the time being. It was just a severe punishment. Bring me to her. Xianxia said coldly. Seeing her? This? Elder Bai's face was filled with a conflicted look. The first elder has imprisoned her personally, and I can only get close to her when she's delivering meals. Other than that, I won't be able to get close to her at all. I understand. Bring me to the Glacier Plain Court. All you have to do is to tell me where she's being imprisoned in the Chanting Serenity Hall. You don't have to worry about the rest. Xianxian waved his hands casually. As long as he could find out where Xiaoya was, he would be able to save her. But of course, he would have to ask her face to face to find out what was going on. If this was a form of training, no matter how much he loved his disciple, he wouldn't delay it. Elder Bai's face paled. If you don't bring me there, I'll just barge into the Glacier Plain Court and demand for her. However, you should understand the difference between going there openly and going there like this. Understanding the other party's worries, Xianxian said. Elder Bai was at a loss for words. If he brought the other party there, he would be betraying the first elder. But if he didn't, the other party would be the Grand Elder of the Mingshi Tang headquarters. If she were to fly into a rage, she could very well bring disaster to the Glacier Plain Court. In fact, the entire Glacier Plain Court could very well be destroyed. Even if the other party respected the rules set by Mingshi Tang, she was simply too powerful. There was no one in the entire Glacier Plain Court who would be a match for her. Don't worry, I'm only going to meet my grand student and ask her about the situation. If she's in the wrong, I won't cover up for her. Of course, if the Glacier Plain Court is intentionally making things difficult for me, I don't mind having a chat with that so-called first elder of yours to rewrite the rules. Xianxian said with narrowed eyes. Even though his tone was calm, it was hard to conceal the domineering aura he exuded. It was as if as long as the Glacier Plain Court were to mistreat Xiaoya, he would teach the Glacier Plain Court an unforgettable lesson. Hearing those words, Elder Bai knew that the other party had already made up his mind. Gritting her teeth, she said, All right, I'll bring Xianxia over. Thank you, Elder Bai. Xianxia stood up and sent a telepathic message to Chen Liao. Chen Liao, you are a core disciple of the Glacier Plain Court, so you shouldn't follow them. Also, don't stay in the Han clan after I leave. Leave the city for now, and I'll contact you later. Due to her unique identity, it would be easy for her to be recognized if she followed behind Xianxia. As for having her leave, it would be much safer if she were to get into a conflict with the Glacier Plain Court. Yes. Chen Liao nodded. After instructing Elder Bai, Xianxia placed the Inferno Qilin and Netherworld Azure Dragon Beast back into the Myriad Ant Hive nest before leaving the Han clan and heading toward the Glacier Plain Court. The medicinal herbs that the Han clan and Elder Bai had prepared beforehand had been fed to the two divine beasts. Coupled with the Heaven's Path Xianxia, they were able to recover swiftly. However, from the looks of it, it would take at least 2 to 3 days for them to make a full recovery. I mustn't let them make a move unless the situation calls for it, Xianxia thought. The two divine beasts had already sustained significant injuries from their battle with the first elder, and they had to fight with Xianxia and the others in the Sanctum of Sages and withstand the attack of the formation of sages. If not for their resilient constitutions, they might not even be able to stand at all. While his Heaven's Path Xianxia was capable of treating all injuries, his cultivation was only at Phantasmal Space Realm Pinnacle at the moment. Against the injuries of Saint Nindan experts, it was unlikely that he would be able to heal them at all. On top of that, the two divine beasts were massive in size. Even if he expended all of his Xianxia, he might not be able to fully recover. As long as their injuries weren't healed, they wouldn't be able to fight with their full strength. Thus, it would be best for them to recuperate for the time being. Xianxia, this is the Glacier Plain Court. It has always prohibited outsiders from entering, so I'll have to trouble you a little. After flying for a while, Elder Bai said as they arrived before a massive building. It's fine. Xianxia waved his hand before taking a closer look at the building. The buildings in front of Xiaochen were like crystals, giving off a faint light under the starry sky. White snow covered the surroundings, and there were translucent ice sculptures everywhere. Before Xiaochen even arrived, it was as if he had entered a world of ice and snow. That's good. Elder Bai heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing Xianxia's nonchalance. She took the lead and walked through the entrance of the building, only to be stopped by two of her direct disciples. So it's Elder Bai. And this is, after recognizing Elder Bai, they immediately turned to look at Xianxia. He is Han Chu of the Han family. This time, he is here to deliver supplies. I also have something to discuss with him. Elder Bai said. Yes. Hearing that he was from the Han clan, the two disciples didn't make things difficult for him and stepped aside. Following closely behind Elder Bai, Xianxia walked forward. There weren't too many people in the Glacier Plain Court at night, and it was extremely quiet. Treading through the thick layer of snow, Xianxia finally arrived at an isolated residence. This is where I live. With my current strength, I can only bring Xianxia up to here. I won't be able to go anywhere else. Elder Bai pushed the door open and walked in. You only need to tell me where the Clear Serenity Hall is. You don't need to worry about anything else. Xianxia nodded. He did not intend to let the other party bring him over. Firstly, it would be difficult for him to do so. Secondly, he was too big of a target, and it would be easy for him to be discovered. The Chanting Serenity Hall is about 5 kilometers southwest of here. Elder Bai explained the location and the appearance of the building to Xianxia. Xianxia committed the location to memory before heading to a room in the courtyard. He sat down cross-legged and set up a seal around the room to prevent others from peering in. Following which, he drew his soul out. The Glacier Plain Court was filled with countless formations and experts. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to find Xiaoya discreetly. Thus, he could only rely on his soul. His soul was incorporeal and formless, and given his ability to discern the surroundings, it should be difficult for others to notice him if he were to sneak in discreetly. However, his soul was simply too large at the moment, so he had to be careful. After leaving the seal, Xianxia stealthily left the courtyard. Through his eye of insight and his comprehension of formations, the formations around him didn't pose the slightest hindrance to him. After walking for 5 kilometers, he finally saw a towering building before him. This should be the Clear Serenity Hall. The building was identical to what Elder Bai had said. Most likely, it was where Xiaoya was imprisoned. What a powerful formation. Taking a look around, Xianxia saw a massive formation in operation. It was on par with the guardian formation of the Sanctum of Sages. As formidable as this formation is, it has far more flaws than the one in the Sanctum of Sages. It shouldn't be too difficult for me to sneak in. To others, the formation might have been flawless, but to Xianxia, it was filled with flaws. No matter how powerful one was, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to sneak in. Just as Xianxia was about to dive in, he suddenly heard a rustling sound in the distance. Raising his eyebrows, he hurriedly hid in the snow by the side. Barely after he was done hiding, he saw two figures walking over. They were two young ladies. From their backs, it was impossible to discern their ages, but from their exposed skin, it was clear that they were not young. Powerful. Taking a closer look, the duo's aura felt reminiscent of dragons. Even though they weren't intentionally releasing it, they still exerted a powerful pressure on others. This was especially so for the young lady on the left. While she couldn't match up to the first elder of the Zhang clan, she was on par with Zhang Wuchen. Could they be the first elder? His eyebrows twitched. He had intended to look for Xiaoya discreetly without anyone noticing him, but who would have thought that before he could meet her, he would meet this person first? If it really was the first elder, it would be troublesome if he was discovered. At the very least, the other party's current strength was not something that he could contend against. What do you think? What did she say? Just as Xianxia was trying to figure out who the person before him was, he heard the other party's hushed voice. I don't agree. Another person beside him said. Humph, it's not up to her. Last time, I spoiled her too much, and that's why her mother escaped. This time, it won't happen again. The woman suspected to be the first elder said coldly. But, as long as she doesn't agree, we can't keep her locked up like this. The other person continued. You don't have to keep her locked up. Let her suffer for 2 days first. The great elder waved his hand. By the way, doesn't she have a teacher? I heard that she's quite respectful. Think of a way to capture her, and use her as a hostage. Let's see if she'll listen to your orders. Her teacher? That Zhangxian? Our Glacier Plain court is indebted to him. Humph, so what if he is indebted to him? That matter is of utmost importance. As long as we succeed, the Glacier Plain court will rise to a whole new level, and no one will be able to turn us down, the great elder said with a wave of her hand. You want to capture me? Hidden in the snow, Zhangxian's face darkened. Who is it? The first elder's emotions fluctuated, and he immediately realized that something was amiss. He abruptly turned around and stared at the place where Zhangxian was hiding. Zhangxian's body stiffened, and he hurriedly curled his body into a ball, concealing his presence completely. His soul was massive, but after cultivating the heaven's path divine art and undergoing the tempering of multiple lightning tribulations, it had already become as transparent as crystal. As long as he did not intentionally leak his presence, even Saint Nine Dan cultivators would find it difficult to notice him. What's wrong, First Elder? The other person was taken aback for a moment before hurriedly turning around. The First Elder scanned the area carefully with her spiritual perception, but she was unable to find anything. Thus, she rubbed her glabella and said, It's nothing much. Perhaps it's because I haven't been sleeping well recently, so I'm getting a little too alert. She had clearly sensed a disturbance in the air earlier, but when she tried to examine it, she was unable to find anything. However, she did not believe that there was anyone in the world who could conceal themselves before her. Since she was unable to find anything, it was likely that she was mistaken. While the Glacier Plain Court's security isn't as tight as the Mingshi Tang headquarters, it's not a place where just anyone can enter. Don't worry, First Elder. Seeing that she didn't notice anything, the other man chuckled. The First Elder nodded, no longer hesitating, and continued walking forward. It's indeed the First Elder. Watching as they walked away, Zhangxian recalled the previous conversation and confirmed that it was indeed the First Elder. Slowly rising from the snow, Zhangxian narrowed his eyes. From their conversation, he could tell that the other party was trying to force Xiaoya to do something, but she was unwilling to do so. No matter what it is, It has to be something that Xiaoya is unwilling to do. To think that the Glacier Plain Court, one of the top powers in the world, would actually force their young court chief to do something against her will, going so far as to imprison her and threaten her with her teacher. Just what in the world was going on? Let's follow them to take a look. Perplexed, Xianxia silently chased after Xianxia. It did not take long for him to arrive at the entrance of the Chanting Serenity Hall. The first elder and the other person also walked up to him. The first elder flicked her finger, and a token floated before her. Following which, a slit appeared on the seal of the hall. The two of them walked in, and as soon as they entered, the seal began to slowly fuse together. Zhangxian's body flickered, and he took advantage of the fact that he hadn't fused with the outside world yet, and as soon as he entered, he felt his connection with the outside world being completely severed. It was as if he had entered a folded space, or a paradise. It's actually a smokescreen? Zhangxian's pupil shrank. Zhangxian thought that it was just a defensive formation set up around a building, but who could have thought that the formation he saw earlier was just a smokescreen? If he were to barge in, he probably wouldn't be able to see anything at all. What they had entered was a folded space within the building. On top of that, this space was extremely stable, just like where the Dongshu gourd was located back then. Even with the eye of insight, he would not be able to pinpoint its exact location. Calming his mind, Zhangxian looked forward. The folded space wasn't too big, and it was no different from entering a room. If not for the fact that Zhangxian had comprehended the 3-dan heavenly art of dimension unravel, he would have thought that he had walked into the same room as before. He slowly walked inside. Since he was in a folded space, the fluctuations in space were relatively stable. The slightest movement could easily cause a disturbance, so he dared not move recklessly. If he were to be noticed by the first elder, he wouldn't be able to escape at all. After walking for 5 to 6 minutes, he had only advanced 10 meters or so. As soon as he arrived at the main hall of the room, he heard the first elder's furious voice. This is the only way to awaken the purine body. May I know why you are turning me down? Following which, a crisp voice sounded. I refuse to. Even if it means that I'm unable to awaken the purine body. She's really here. Hearing the voice, Zhangxian heaved a sigh of relief. The voice was none other than Xiaoya. Even though it had been half a year since they last met, he could still remember her voice very clearly. There was no way he would be mistaken about it. Walking around a thick pillar, Zhangxian discreetly glanced forward, and he saw that Xiaoya was indeed sitting on the spot. There were no shackles on her at all. It seems like Elder Bai isn't aware of the situation either. Previously, Elder Bai had said that she was shackled by the heaven sealing lock, but he hadn't seen it yet. It seemed like the other party's information might not be accurate. I'll give you some time to think about it, but you have to think it through. You have already failed once, and I won't allow it to happen again. Even if you don't agree to it, I have my ways to make you agree to it. I don't wish for things to end up like this. Seeing the determination in the other party's eyes, the first elder flung his sleeves. There's no need to think about it. Even if I were given more time, I would still make the same choice. Xiaoya shook her head. Very well. Let's see how long you can last then. With a cold harumph, the first elder turned around and walked out. Seeing that Xiaoya had left, the other elder turned to look at her and said, You should know the first elder's personality as well. Why do you insist on going against her? Second elder, there's no need for you to persuade me. I won't compromise on this matter. Xiaoya said with a determined look on her face. Since you can awaken your unique constitution, it goes without saying that you can destroy it as well. She is an example of that. Do you want to follow in her footsteps? The second elder asked anxiously. Even if I am to be crippled, I won't regret it. Xiaoya's eyebrows shot up as she spoke valiantly. That was just her personality. Once she made up her mind, there was no way she could change her mind. This was also the reason why she was able to become Zhangxian's student back then. Sigh. You should reconsider. Seeing that she was unable to persuade him at all, the second elder shook his head and hurriedly walked out. Seeing that they were walking over, Zhangxian hid behind a pillar, not daring to move or even look at them. For a cultivator of the first elder's level, even if he didn't sense anything, he would still be able to sense it. Since he had already met Xiaoya, it was best for him to think of a way to save her as soon as possible. Barely after concealing his aura, the first elder walked up to the pillar and gazed at it with a perplexed look. First elder, the second elder walked up to the first elder. It's nothing much. I just feel that something is amiss today. It seems like someone is tailing me. The first elder shook his head with a deep frown on his forehead. Tailing you? How is that possible? Even Zhang Wuheng of the Zhang clan wouldn't be able to follow you without being noticed, the second elder said with a smile. That's true, the first elder nodded, but she was still a little worried. Why don't you head out to check if there's anything out of the ordinary tonight? If there's anything out of the ordinary, report it to me as soon as possible. At her level of cultivation, it was unlikely for her to be able to sense anything out of the ordinary. Most likely, someone was really monitoring their every move. All right. The second elder nodded, understanding her worries. The two of them headed out to the area where they were sealed. Then, they took out their tokens and flicked it lightly, vanishing from the spot. Seeing that the two of them had left, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Stepping out from the pillar, he saw Xiaoya supporting her chin with her hands. She was staring at a book in a daze, and her eyes were filled with longing. Teacher. Do you know? I miss you. This lass. Xianxia shook his head as he flew over. Lowering his head to take a look, he saw that the book before Xiaoya was the secret manual that he had specially written for her. It was a simplified version of the secret manual that he had left for her in Tianxian Kingdom when she had just acknowledged him as her teacher. However, given her current cultivation, it was no longer of any use to her. The entire book was clean and tidy, without the slightest crease. Back then, when he passed the book to her, he had instructed her to destroy it after memorizing it. He didn't think that she would still keep it. After half a year, the young lady's figure had grown taller and more elegant than before. With the awakening of her purine body, her appearance had undergone a complete transformation. She was even more beautiful than before. In terms of appearance, of all the women he had met, probably only Lozozi could surpass her. It seemed like the Glacier Plain Court had really put in a lot of effort into her. Otherwise, it was impossible for her to awaken her purine body so quickly. Xianxia turned his gaze to the young lady. Then, he frowned. Even though the other party wasn't shackled, her cultivation seemed to have been sealed by some kind of power. At this moment, she was no different from an ordinary person, devoid of Xinqi. Teacher, are you fine? Just as Xianxia was about to take a closer look at what was going on, the young lady's voice sounded once more. I'm fine. Xianxia couldn't be bothered to take a closer look, so he replied directly. Who is it? Hearing the voice, Xiaoya leaped in fright. She hurriedly stood up and crossed her arms before her chest. Who else? It's me. Xianxia's primordial spirit wriggled as he slowly revealed himself. Due to the lightning tempering of his soul, he was able to reveal himself if he wanted to. However, his figure was 20 meters tall, reminiscent of a giant. Teacher. Upon seeing the other party's appearance and aura, Xiaoya's eyes reddened. She had missed him day and night, and there were so many words that she wanted to say to him. However, when they met, she found herself unable to say a single word. Tell me, what's going on? Aren't you the young court chief? Why are you imprisoned? Knowing that there was no time for them to catch up, Xianxia frowned and asked. He had to get to the bottom of the matter first before he could think of a way to save her. Instead of answering his question, Xiaoya's face reddened in embarrassment. Teacher. You heard everything that I said earlier? What is it? Xianxia looked over. It's just, nothing. Hurriedly waving her hands, Xiaoya discreetly shot a glance at her teacher, and upon seeing that he didn't take her words to heart, she heaved a sigh of relief. Her knees buckled, and she kneeled onto the floor. I know that it's unfilial of me to put teacher in danger, but I don't have any better ideas at the moment. I can only hope that teacher can make a move. Since I'm already here, I'll naturally take action. What's going on? Xianxia asked. The reason why he had risked his life to rush over here, even going as far as to offend the Zhang clan and the Sanctum of Sages, was to save Xianxia. However, even if he wanted to save Xianxia, he needed to know what was going on first. It's like this. I accidentally discovered a secret of the Glacier Plain Court. Xiaoya gritted her teeth. My mother is actually the previous court chief of the Glacier Plain Court. Your mother? Xianxia was stunned. How did the other party's mother get involved in this matter? Xiaoya was the daughter of City Lord Zhao Feng of Baiyu City, and she had a butler named Zhao Han. However, he had never heard of the other party's mother before. To think that she would actually be the court chief of the Glacier Plain Court. That was a power on par with Tier 1 clans. How could the court chief of the Glacier Plain Court possibly marry a city lord of a remote region like Tianxian Kingdom and give birth to a daughter? The previous court chiefs of the Glacier Plain Court all require the Purine body, and my mother is one of them. Xiaoya stood up and revealed everything that she knew to her teacher. Back then, something happened. In order to escape from the Glacier Plain Court, my mother sealed her cultivation and fled to an ancient land without any master teachers, Tianxian Kingdom. It wasn't too long later that she met my father, and the two of them shared similar interests. Thus, they decided to get together. However, after giving birth to me, she was unable to seal her cultivation anymore, and the energy of the Purine body leaked out. In order to prevent harm from befalling my father and me, she willingly allowed herself to be captured. Your mother was captured? Xianxia frowned. That's right. Just like me, she's currently imprisoned somewhere in the Glacier Plain Court. However, it's a pity that, even until now, I haven't been able to find her. Xiaoya shook her head in indignation. As a child, she naturally didn't want her parents to suffer. However, knowing that her mother was imprisoned but unable to find her at all, it wasn't hard to imagine how devastated she must have felt. You were imprisoned because you knew this? Xianxia was perplexed. Even if she knew that her mother was the previous court chief of the Glacier Plain Court, she shouldn't have been imprisoned as well. After all, the Glacier Plain Court had already lost a court chief, and it wasn't easy for them to find another court chief who possessed the Purine body. Furthermore, she hadn't done anything wrong, so there was no reason for them to be so foolish as to destroy their own foundation. No, it's because I found out the final step to awakening the Purine body. Xiaoya clenched her fists tightly as her face turned livid. What's the final step? Xianxia was even more perplexed. The Purine body should have been overjoyed to find out the final step to awakening the Purine body. Why would she end up being imprisoned instead? The Purine body is the embodiment of the pinnacle of beauty of all women in the world. It's extremely rare to see such a body in the entire master-teacher continent. Most likely, my mother and I are the only two who possess such a body in the world. As long as the Purine body is awakened, one's cultivation will surge exponentially. Regardless of whether it's battle techniques or cultivation techniques, one will be able to learn them effortlessly. Xiaoya said. However, there are certain constants in the world, and it's impossible for a single ability to be developed to its limits. This is also known as the saying, Yin body cannot be born alone, Yang body cannot grow alone. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. In other words, Yin and Yang aren't isolated from one another. Instead, there's a relationship between them. Even though Yin and Yang are opposites of one another, they can't lack one another. Recalling what she had read previously, Xiaoya's body trembled in agitation. Thus, the final step to awakening the Purine body is to fuse Yin and Yang together. Fuse Yin and Yang together? The Glacier Plain Court doesn't just have female disciples who cultivate the Yin attribute, there are also male disciples who cultivate the Yang attribute as well. The final step to awakening the Purine body is to harvest the Yang energy in their bodies and use it as a cauldron. Xiaoya gritted her teeth. Use it as a cauldron? The Glacier Plain Court actually uses such a cruel secret art? Xianxian's body jolted in shock. The so-called cauldron was nothing more than an object to be harvested. Once the harvesting was complete, one would die immediately. Such a cruel method had always been abhorred by the Mingshi Tang. Back then, the soul oracles were exterminated due to possession and the forging of soulless metal humanoids. To think that the final step to awakening the Purine body of the Glacier Plain Court would be such a cruel method, that was way too horrifying. Yes, I rejected it outright. That's why I was imprisoned. The first elder intends to change my mind, Xiaoya said. I see. Recalling the conversation between the first elder and Xiaoya, Xianxia came to a realization. Putting aside the fact that this kind of energy harvesting technique would harm countless innocent lives, just the method itself was already unacceptable. Xiaoya possessed the purine body, and she had her own pride. Naturally, she would be unwilling to do such a thing. Back then, my mother was also unwilling to do so, so she sealed her cultivation and fled from the Glacier Plain Court, Xiaoya said. Xianxia nodded. The Glacier Plain Court was one of the top powers on the master-teacher continent, and the cultivation techniques that they practiced were of the purine body. As long as they released their energy, they would be able to find them no matter where they fled. Unless they sealed their cultivation, this was similar to how Lozozi had sealed her cultivation when she fled from the Luo clan, so she was able to avoid detection. Then, in order to save Xianxia, she made a move to seal the Skyleaf King in the Qiuwu Palace, thus attracting the attention of the Glacier Plain Court. After which, she met Luo Qingxin in the Qingyuan Empire. This kind of method is indeed unheard of, but don't worry. If you don't wish to do so, no one will be able to make things difficult for you. I'll save you right now. Xianxia waved his hands as he spoke with an unquestionable tone. So what if you're from the Glacier Plain Court? If the students of Xianxia are unwilling to learn your methods, no one will be able to stop them, not even the heavens can stop me. Teacher, sensing the doting tone in her teacher's voice, Zhao Ye's eyes reddened. Her teacher had been several million li away from here, and yet, he had received her message and appeared before her within 2 hours. Just this in itself was worth more than 1,000 words. Let's get out of this folded space first. Xianxia was just about to grab Xiaoyu when his body suddenly sank, and his primordial spirit nearly fell from the sky. What's going on? Xiaoyu didn't have any cultivation at the moment, so logically speaking, he should have been able to lift her up with a single finger. Yet, why was her weight heavier than a mountain? Teacher, my Xinqi has been sealed by the heaven-sealing lock. Xiaoya's face paled, and her breathing hastened. It was as if she was enduring some kind of excruciating pain, and her body suddenly slumped to the ground. Heaven-sealing lock? Seal true breath? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. You mean to say that, the first elder infused the heaven-sealing lock into your body and sealed your meridians? He had heard from Elder Bai that the other party might have used the heaven-sealing lock on her, but seeing that there was nothing on her body, he was relieved. He had thought that the other party wouldn't be so vicious on account of their friendship, but who could have thought that the other party would actually go even further, and fuse the heaven-sealing lock into her body? The heaven-sealing lock was a torture tool that even Saint Nine Dan experts feared. Normally, it was used to bind one's limbs, making it nigh impossible for one to resist. However, when it was infused into one's body to seal one's meridians, it was equivalent to sealing one's Xinqi entirely. The slightest mistake could very well result in the destruction of one's cultivation, rendering one a cripple. Yes, lying on the ground, Xiaoyu was barely breathing. She was in so much pain that it seemed like she would lose consciousness at any moment. Damn it, I'll help you deal with it right now. With an awful look on his face, Xianxia hurriedly rushed forward, intending to use the Library of Heaven's path to examine the flaws of the heaven-sealing lock, only to realize that his current form was that of a soul oracle. Soul oracles were able to view books and record them into the Library of Heaven's path. However, due to the intangible nature of the Library of Heaven's path, it was impossible for him to touch a book on it. Unless Xiaoyu could stand up and perform a fist technique, but given her current condition, it was impossible for her to do so. Xianxia knew that this wasn't the time for him to lose his temper, so he quickly released his grip on the other party. At the same time, he instructed, don't circulate your Xinqi, and don't use any energy at all. Nodding in understanding, Xiaoyu stopped using her Xinqi. It took 5 whole minutes before she finally recovered. Under the excruciating pain, her clothes were drenched in sweat. I'm fine now. Struggling to her feet, Xiaoyu said weakly, the heaven-sealing lock has been fused into my body, sealing my meridians. Not only will I be unable to use any energy, I won't be able to get close to it either. Otherwise, I'll immediately trigger the punishment. Humph. Xianxia harumphed coldly. This great elder was indeed ruthless. She couldn't use her Xinqi, and she couldn't allow anyone to save her either. As soon as the first elder made a move, she would be doomed. Even Xianxia wouldn't be able to resolve this issue easily. Show me a fist technique in the air. Knowing that the matter at hand was to resolve this issue, Xianxia nodded. Yes. Xiaoya clenched her fists tightly and punched lightly in the air. Even though she didn't use any of her jinqi, cold sweat still trickled down her forehead, and her face paled. Weng, a book appeared in Xianxia's mind. He quickly flipped it open. Xiaoya, young court chief of the Glacier Plain Court. Flaws: 1. Her purine body has reached 7 dawn. 2. Her meridians have been sealed by the heaven sealing lock, rendering her unable to use her jinqi. 3. Soon, Xianxian finished reading the content, and his complexion darkened. The book did mention the heaven sealing lock, but it only described Xiaoya's current condition. It didn't mention the flaws of the heaven sealing lock at all. In other words, if he were to ask the other party to execute a fist technique, he would only be able to see the flaws in her cultivation. It had nothing to do with the heaven sealing lock at all. Even the Library of Heaven's Path wouldn't be able to do that, unless I can find the exact location of the heaven sealing lock and find a way to come into contact with it, or get the first elder to retrieve it herself. There's nothing I can do. Xianxian's complexion darkened further and further as his thoughts raced through his mind. The other party had planted a bomb in Xiaoya's body, and she was the only one who could deal with it. If anyone else were to come into contact with it, it would explode. Teacher, Xiaoya turned to look at Xianxian. Don't worry. If I say that I can save you, I'll definitely be able to do it. Follow me. Deciding not to dwell on this matter any longer, Xianxian led the way with his soul, and Xiaoya followed closely behind him. As long as he didn't use his jinqi, he wouldn't incur the punishment of the heaven sealing lock. Even though Xiaoya had no cultivation at the moment, she was still able to walk on her own. Walking out of the room, Xianxian headed to the spot where the first elder and the others had left. He tapped on the space in front of him, and a book appeared in the Library of Heaven's Path. It was difficult to find the spatial node in the outside world, but it wasn't too difficult to leave. Browsing through the book, Xianxian soon found a flaw in the spatial node. Driving his soul, he tapped on it. Gotcha! A crack immediately appeared in the previously stable spatial node, and it grew larger and larger. Eventually, a massive fissure appeared. The fissure will close up very soon. We have to move quickly. Xianxian instructed as he rushed toward the fissure. Xiaoya hurriedly followed behind him. As soon as the two of them stepped out of the spatial node, they saw the fissure slowly closing up. It was as if the room they had been in had vanished. Let's head to where Elder Bai is. Arriving at the entrance of the chanting Serenity Hall, Xianxian scanned the surroundings, and seeing that the first elder and the others weren't around, he heaved a sigh of relief and sent a telepathic message over. It seemed like the first elder was extremely confident in her defense, and she wasn't worried that Xiaoya would be able to escape. As such, she didn't station too many people outside the chanting Serenity Hall. Under the detection of Xianxian's spiritual perception, the disciples were unable to conceal themselves, allowing them to easily escape. Without wasting too much time, they returned to Elder Bai's residence. Teacher's body is here? Upon entering the residence, Xiaoya scanned her surroundings, and Jia, the door suddenly creaked open, and a middle-aged man with a slightly yellowish face walked out. Grand Teacher. Shocked, Xiaoya hurriedly kneeled down and kowtowed. The middle-aged man was her teacher's teacher, her grand teacher, Yang Xin. Yang sure nodded. Grand Teacher, why are you here? Where's teacher? Xiaoya was perplexed. She had clearly seen her teacher's soul entering the room, so why would her grand teacher walk out? When I heard the news, I sent a message over. Since your teacher begged me for help, it's only natural for an old bag of bones like me to make a move. Xianxia waved his hands. Don't worry, your teacher is in my folded space. He'll be fine. His cultivation is still too low, so he won't be able to deal with the current situation. Thank you, Grand Teacher. Seeing that her teacher was safe and sound, Xiaoya heaved a sigh of relief. What she was most afraid of was that her teacher might get into trouble in order to save her. Given her grand teacher's strength, there shouldn't be any problem at all. After becoming the young court chief of the Glacier Plain Court, he was already well aware of the identity of his grand teacher. The Grand Elder of the Master Teacher Pavilion was one of the strongest experts in the Master Teacher continent. Even if the First Elder were to come here personally, the latter would have to bow down to him. Xianxia has already told me about your matter. Follow me, I'll take a look at the heaven sealing lock on you. Xianxia said with a wave of his hand. Yes. Xiaoya nodded before following behind Xianxia into the room. The two of them sat down, and Xianxia placed his finger on Xiaoya's wrist as his frown deepened. Naturally, this Xianxia was none other than Xianxian. The reason why he chose not to reveal his identity was because he was afraid that the young lady before him would become flustered. Xiaoya knew his situation very well. She had long known of the existence of this Grandmaster. Once she knew that the Grandmaster was her teacher, her mentality would definitely change. It was very easy for unnecessary changes to occur and give herself away. Even if he wanted to explain the matter to the other party, he would have to first escape from the Glacier Plain court before doing so. Otherwise, the slightest carelessness could very well result in him losing everything. After all, he was currently disguised as one of the strongest experts in the world, Xianxian. He could not afford to make a single misstep. To check her pulse, he would have to make sure that Xiaoya was unconscious. Furthermore, from the looks of it, even if he managed to do so, he would only be able to find the flaws of the heaven sealing lock, just like what he had seen in the book earlier. It would be nigh impossible for him to find the flaws of the heaven sealing lock, unless he peeled off the other party's skin and found it. How did the heaven binding chains get into your body? Putting down his palm, Xianxian turned to Xianxian and asked. The heaven sealing lock of the Glacier Plain court is different from the one in the blacksmith guild. Instead, it is forged using an ice silkworm. After I was trapped, the ice silkworm bit my finger and burrowed its way into my body, and that's how I ended up like this, Xiaoya recalled for a moment before replying. Back then, she had been trapped, and her cultivation had been sealed. Unable to retaliate, she could only watch helplessly as the ice silkworm entered her body. Ice silkworm? A deep frown formed on Xianxian's forehead as he pondered for a moment. Unable to make sense of the situation, he could only say, how about this? I'll send a surge of Xinqi through your body to take a look. If I can find anything, I'll be able to get rid of it. He had never heard of an ice silkworm being forged into a heaven sealing lock before. Since his soul did not possess heaven's path Xinqi, he was unable to probe the other party's body. All right. Knowing that her Grandmaster wouldn't harm her, Xiaoya stretched out her wrist once more. Xianxian flicked his finger, and a surge of Xinqi flowed into her meridians. Feeling the surge of Xinqi flowing into her body, Xiaoya couldn't help but be taken aback. She was extremely familiar with this surge of Xinqi. It was identical to her teacher's, just that it was purer, gentler, and more concentrated. Teacher and Grandmaster share the same lineage, so it's not a big deal for their Xinqi to be similar. Xianxian pondered for a moment before coming to a realization. Her teacher had inherited his heritage from her Grandmaster, so it wasn't a big deal for the both of them to have similar Xinqi attributes. Soon, after sending his Xinqi through Xianxian's body, Xianxian's complexion turned even more grim. The heaven sealing lock forged by the other party using the ice silkworm had frozen Xiaoya's meridians and dantian into ice blocks. As long as she tried to drive her Xinqi, she would be in danger of tearing her meridians apart. Even though he had only sent a sliver of his heaven's path Xinqi into Xianxian's body, it was still sufficient to nearly trigger a reaction. If he were to force his way in, he would have already lost his life. What a vile thing, frowning, Xianxian's face darkened. To think that the person in charge of a major power would resort to such despicable means on his disciple. This was unforgivable. Suppressing the rage in his heart, Xianxian turned to Xianxian and asked, "Did the first elder say how I can deal with this?" Based on his current knowledge, there was nothing he could do about it. Not even his heaven's path Xinqi could do anything about it. If the ice silkworm was still alive, he could still poison it to death. However, it had already fused with her meridians and frozen her meridians. She didn't say anything about it. She only said that as long as I agree to awaken the final layer of my unique constitution, she will help me resolve it. Xiaoya shook her head. It seems like I'll have to ask her personally. After a moment of contemplation, Xianxian was unable to come up with a solution. Thus, he rubbed his glabella. Given how formidable the heaven-sealing lock was, the longer it remained in one's body, the more damage it would cause to one's body. As such, he had to get rid of it as soon as possible. And the only person who could resolve the issue at the moment was the first elder. Since he couldn't think of any other solution, he could only ask her personally. However, after what happened to Xiaoya's mother, the other party's heart must be as firm as iron. It would not be easy to get him to take the initiative to say a solution and let Xiaoya go. Even if I were to ask her about it, she would definitely refuse to tell me. In fact, she might even come to blows with me. But if Xianxia were to ask her about it, that might not be the case. He narrowed his eyes. With his current identity as Mingshi Tang's Xianxia, even if the first elder of the Glacier Plain Court was the first elder, she would still have to give him some face. Compared to Xianxia, it was much easier for him to do so. Xiaoya, wait in the myriad ant hive nest for a while. I'll go meet the legendary first elder of your Glacier Plain Court. Standing up, Xianxia flung his sleeves and said calmly. Since he was here to save her, he naturally had to resolve the hidden danger in her body before he could leave. He couldn't think of any other way, so he could only give it a try. Perhaps, if Xianxia's disguise was perfect, he might be able to bluff his way through and obtain the solution from the other party. Of course, if he were to be discovered, he wouldn't mind turning the world upside down, asking for monthly votes at the beginning of the month. In the conference hall of the Glacier Plain Court, the first elder was seated on the main seat, looking at a jade token in her hands. Beside her was an elder with a calm expression. Putting down the jade token, the first elder turned to the first elder and asked, "Do you understand now?" Seeing that she was done, the elder raised his eyelids and looked at her. "You should understand now, right?" "Understood," the first elder replied grimly. "It's good that you understand. The reason why you asked me to make a trip here is to carefully instruct you to not make any mistakes this time. It's good that you understand. The reason why I made a trip here is to instruct you to make sure that nothing goes wrong this time around. The Glacier Plain Court can't afford to be careless. Otherwise, not only will your Glacier Plain Court suffer, no one will be able to bear the consequences. Don't worry, I have locked her up in the chanting Serenity Hall and left the heaven-sealing lock in her body. If nothing goes wrong, she should submit to me within 3 days. As long as she awakens her unique constitution, there won't be any delays. Don't worry, I have locked her in the chanting Serenity Hall and left the heaven-sealing lock in her body. Most likely, she will submit to me within 3 days. As long as she awakens her unique constitution, there won't be any delays." "That's good," the first elder replied. Turning around, he said, "I'll be heading back first. I'll be waiting for your good news." Master Teacher Xianxia seeks an audience with the first elder of the Glacier Plain Court. "Xianxia?" The first elder narrowed her eyes. Not far away, the old man stopped in his tracks when he heard the voice. He was slightly startled, as if he could not believe what he was hearing. "Why is the Grand Elder here?" "Elder Chu, this," the first elder hurriedly turned to the first elder with a perplexed look. The Grand Elder has always been elusive, such that even the guild leader of the Glacier Plain Court doesn't know of her whereabouts. I'm not too sure why she would suddenly appear here either. "Hurry up and invite her in," Elder Chu said. "All right." Knowing that a person of such standing had come personally, the first elder hurriedly walked up to the entrance of the conference hall and greeted, "First elder of the Glacier Plain Court, Yuruashin, pays respect to Xianxia." Right after those words were spoken, a figure slowly descended from the sky. His movements were not too fast, but he was able to evade all of the defensive formations in the area perfectly. It was as if he had a pair of eyes that could see through all dangerous auras, allowing him to predict where he would land. Yuruashin quickly lowered her head. As the administrator of the Glacier Plain Court, she knew just how powerful the formation set up around the Master Teacher Pavilion was. Yet, such a powerful formation seemed like child's play to the other party, allowing him to barge in and out of the Master Teacher Pavilion without any warning at all. The figure landed on the ground. Only then did First Elder Yuruashin slowly raise her head to take a closer look at the person before her. His complexion was a little sallow, and he looked to be in his 30s. His eyes were deep and unfathomable, and it was impossible to tell how strong he was just from the aura that he gave off. In fact, even when she probed him with her divine sense, she could not find anything, making it hard to tell how strong he was. You aren't Xianxia. Who are you? He raised his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes. Xianxia, Xianxian. Even though she had never met him personally, she had heard rumors about him. He was in his 50s, and his beard was white. On the other hand, the person before her was a completely different person. What's wrong? This old man has countless incarnations in the wandering continent. Do I have to tell you every single one of them in advance? Xianxia's face darkened, and a powerful aura burst forth from him, threatening to crush the entire hall. I wouldn't dare. Yuruashin dared not refute his words. Perplexed, she turned to look at Elder Chu, only to see the latter walking out of the hall. Grand Elder, while it's true that you're playing the wandering continent as a master teacher, you have to show your true appearance. If you aren't Xianxia, who are you? Do you know the crime of impersonating a Mingshi Tang pinnacle master teacher? Elder Chu asked. Yuruashin had never met the Mingshi Tang headquarters Xianxian before, but he had, be it in terms of appearance or aura, the person before him was completely different from the one he had seen before. How could he possibly be Xianxia? If that was the case, he could just abandon his eyes. Upon seeing the person who had spoken, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. The person before him was dressed in a master teacher robe, and there was an emblem pinned on his chest. There were 9 stars on it, and the word headquarters was written on it. With a single look, it was clear that he was from the Mingshi Tang headquarters. How in the world did a 9 stars master teacher from the Mingshi Tang headquarters appear in the Glacier Plain court? Naturally, this Xianxia was still Xianxian. After placing Xiaoya into the myriad ant hive nest, he had asked for Xianxian's location and flown over. He had thought that with the mystical properties of his Heaven's Path Xianxia and his experience in disguising himself, he would be able to convince the other party that he was Xianxian right from the start. Who could have thought that he would meet a master teacher from the Mingshi Tang headquarters instead? What the heck was this? This was truly an unfavorable start. Someone from the Mingshi Tang headquarters must have met the Real Xianxian before. To be seen through right after his disguise, how could he possibly continue putting on an act? Despite his anxiety, Xianxian did not let it show on his face. With a flick of his finger, a surge of sword chi shot toward Elder Chu. This sword chi was imbued with the essence of speed, as if it was not bound by the laws of time. As soon as it appeared from Xianxian's fingertip, it was already right before Elder Chu's eyes, aiming for his glabella. Not expecting his identity to be exposed, Elder Chu's face darkened. He flicked his finger, and a barrier of light appeared around his body. He thought that the other party's sword chi would strike his barrier, but as soon as it came into contact with the barrier of light, it vanished without a trace, as if it had never been there in the first place. This sword chi actually did not carry any offensive power at all. It was just a probe. It was so fast that even Elder Chu was unable to see through it. Narrowing his eyes, Elder Chu was just about to berate the other party when the fake Xianxian suddenly shot a cold glance at him with a frown. At the same time, a telepathic voice sounded in his ears, Chu booping, have you recovered from the distortion in your meridians caused by cultivating the flowing river formula? Or have you recovered from the internal injuries you sustained from your battle with the Bayou Emperor? What gives you the guts to suspect this old man? Ah? The words that Elder Chu was about to say were stuck in his throat, and he was stunned. The flowing river formula was a cultivation technique that he had created. One's Xianxia would surge like a raging river, granting it boundless might. However, there was a flaw to it. If one were to exert one's strength for an extended period of time, it would cause one's meridians to distort. It was just like a river. Whenever a river grew larger, it would cause the banks and embankments of the river to warp, creating a stark contrast to how it had been in the past. After reaching 9 stars, every single aspect of a master teacher's cultivation and physical condition was a top secret that could not be divulged. Otherwise, it could potentially affect the safety of mankind. Yet, the young man before him was actually able to point out his condition so easily, and he even knew about the internal injuries he had sustained from his battle with the Bayou Emperor. Could the other party really be Xianxia? But the other party's appearance and disposition were completely different. Just as Elder Chu was perplexed, the voice sounded once more. I have recently achieved a breakthrough in my cultivation, and my appearance and disposition have undergone a massive transformation. It's not your fault that you can't recognize me. Another breakthrough? Elder Chu was taken aback for a moment before his eyes widened in disbelief. Ever since Xianxia and his disciples disappeared, something seemed to have disappeared from the master-teacher continent. For the past several dozen millenniums, there had been no one who had been able to achieve a breakthrough. This was also the reason why the Grand Elder had been roaming the world in search of fortuitous encounters to see if he could achieve a breakthrough. Could it be that he had really succeeded? If that was the case, it would be a blessing for Mingshi Tang and mankind. A master teacher of that caliber would surely have a profound understanding of cultivation. Just a casual pointer from him would be able to benefit countless people, and perhaps even the strength of mankind would rise significantly. Just that, even if Xianxia had really reached that realm, surely he shouldn't have been able to undergo a complete transformation to the point where even he couldn't recognize him. That's right. In the past, I was unable to resolve your distorted meridians and internal injuries, but that doesn't mean much anymore. Noticing Elder Chu's hesitation, Xianxia continued speaking. It didn't matter whether the other party believed him or not. What was more important was to frighten the other party so that he wouldn't dare refute him. As long as he could ask the first elder about the solution to the heaven sealing lock, he would be able to escape. By then, so what if he found out? As long as he reverted to his original appearance, the other party wouldn't be able to find him. Doesn't mean much? Elder Chu's body tensed up. You mean that you're already able to resolve the problem in my body? That's right. The river flow formula allows one's Xianxia to flow through one's meridians like a flowing river. Under intense collisions, one's meridians will distort, thus damaging one's foundation. It's similar to how a rock would be washed away by a river. It's indeed difficult to treat such a problem with ordinary medicine, but if there's even purer Xianxia flowing through one's meridians to nourish and mend the flaws, one's meridians will surely recover to their original state. Xianxia said calmly. Had it been any other flaws, he wouldn't have been able to resolve due to the limitations of his cultivation and knowledge, but meridians was a piece of cake for him. Heaven's Path Xianxia was able to repair all damage to one's meridians and restore one's cells to their original state. As long as there was sufficient Xianxia, it shouldn't be too difficult for one's meridians to recover. I understand that as well, but where can I find even purer Xianxia? Hearing those words, Elder Chu shook his head helplessly. He had thought that there would be a solution to this matter, but upon hearing those words, he shook his head helplessly. He had sought the help of quite a few 9-star physicians to treat his injuries, and there were some who suggested this method as well. However, as a 9-star master teacher, the purity of his Xianxia was already extremely rare in the world. Where else could he find one whose Xianxia was even purer than his? Try this. Waiting for those words, Xianxia flicked his finger, and a surge of Xianxia flew over. Perplexed, Elder Chu tapped his finger forward and gathered Xianxia at the tip of his finger. Taking a closer look, his eyes narrowed in astonishment. This surge of Xianxia was of extremely inferior quality, probably left behind by a phantasmal space realm expert. However, it was extremely pure, giving off a feeling of excitement. It was as if it had fused with one's cells and could easily eliminate damage and restore one's body to its original state. It could be foreseen that if his body was nourished by this kind of true qi, his twisted meridians would definitely be the same as before, and his strength would also greatly improve. Where did this surge of Xianxia come from? Xianxia couldn't help but turn his gaze over. I refined it myself. However, it's only up to phantasmal space realm at the moment. As time goes by, it'll surely reach a higher level. I still have a few more here, so you can try them out. After saying those words, Xianxia flicked a few more surges of Xianxia over. Thank you. Elder Chu took it and extended his spiritual perception into it, only to find that the Xianxia at the tip of his finger was extremely pure. Taking a deep breath, he flicked his finger and allowed the spiritual energy to seep into his body. Tzzzzzzzzzz. As soon as the spiritual energy seeped into his body, it immediately fused together with his twisted meridians. As if a sponge that had absorbed water, the withered parts of his meridians bulged up, and the twisted meridians became smooth and unobstructed. This, Elder Chu's body trembled in astonishment. He had only guessed that the true qi would work, but he had already tried it out. It was indeed beneficial to him, and it could really heal his injuries. Even though the twisted meridians didn't affect his cultivation too much, it could still become a hidden threat over time, causing his cultivation to gradually decline. Once it was resolved, his body would remain at its peak, and he might even be able to achieve a breakthrough in the future. Elder Chu Xian clenched his fists tightly as he looked at the young man before him in astonishment. Even though he still felt that the young man before him was not Xianxia, the fact that the young man was able to see through the hidden threat in his body and resolve it meant that the young man was a figure who stood at the very top of the master-teacher continent. In other words, the young man could only be stronger than him. Elder Chu, I trust that you have been well since we last met. Xianxia asked with a smile as he watched Elder Chu Xian retract his Xinqi into his body. All the previous conversation had been through voice transmissions. After he finished speaking, he turned to look at the puzzled First Elder Yuruashin and said, I'm here for my grand disciple. I beseech First Elder to spare me. Grand student? If Xianxia has any instructions for me, feel free to speak. Seeing that Elder Chu did not make any further moves after communicating with Xianxia telepathically, Yuruashin couldn't help but feel a little nervous. She had never met Xianxia before, but Elder Chu was an elder of the Mingshi Tang headquarters, and his cultivation was unfathomably deep. Most likely, he had already touched upon some of Mingshi Tang's secrets, and it was not something that she should know about. In other words, there was a high chance that Xianxia was the real deal, as the first elder of the Mingshi Tang headquarters. Even if she had 10 times more guts, there was no way she would dare to offend him. My grand student, Xiaoya, was once the young court chief of your Glacier Plain court. Today, I received news that you have imprisoned her and used the heaven sealing lock to seal her meridians. Thus, I have come here personally to plead on her behalf. I hope that First Elder can release her from the shackles and return her freedom. Seeing that Elder Chu had fallen silent, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. His voice was calm, but it carried an indisputable pressure. Xiaoya? She's Xianxia's grand student? Yuruashin nearly leaped up in fright. Was Xiaoya not the student of that unaffiliated cultivator Xianxia? If she was Xianxia's grand student, didn't that mean that Xianxia was Xianxia's direct disciple? First Elder. While Yuruashin was still in shock, an anxious shout suddenly sounded, and the second elder flew into the hall. Upon seeing the two of them, she was slightly perplexed, but she still rushed forward to greet them. What's wrong? Seeing how anxious the second elder was, Yuruashin frowned. Bad news. The seal of the chanting Serenity Hall is still intact, but the young court chief, Xiaoya, has disappeared. The second elder's breathing hastened, and her face paled. Xiaoya has disappeared? Yuruashin narrowed her eyes. She was just about to rush forward to take a look when a thought suddenly came to her mind. She turned to Xianxia and said, Xianxia, that's right. I'll be taking her away. Xianxia waved his hand nonchalantly. You brought her out? That's impossible. The chanting Serenity Hall is surrounded by a grade 9 pinnacle formation that the predecessors of the Glacier Plain Court have poured their heart and soul into. Without the token, even the leader of the Formation Master Guild wouldn't have been able to take her away without anyone noticing. Hearing the words of the middle-aged man before her, the second elder leaped in shock. She dared not believe it at all. The chanting Serenity Hall was a place where the criminals of the Glacier Plain Court were imprisoned. It was heavily guarded, and the folded space was well concealed. There was no way anyone would have been able to sneak in without them noticing. Putting aside the leader of the Formation Master Guild, even the head of the Luo clan, who specialized in spatial manipulation, would not have been able to do so, but it had happened just like that. Xiaoya had disappeared, and the middle-aged man before her said that he had taken her away. Just who in the world was he? Just how powerful was he? This, even though Yuruashin was also filled with disbelief, she still steadied herself and hurriedly clasped her fist. Xianxia, I didn't know that Xiaoya is your grand student. I hope that you can forgive me for my rudeness, but I didn't intentionally place the heaven sealing lock on her. While Xiaoya was the young court chief of the Glacier Plain Court, it was a different story when Xianxia was implicated. If a student were to be humiliated, the teacher would have a reason to stand up for her. If the matter were to be pursued, not even Mingshi Tang would be able to find any fault with it. Xianxia narrowed his eyes as his voice turned cold. The heaven sealing lock seals her meridians and inflicts immense pain on her, and you think that you can let this matter go just like that? Yuruashin gritted her teeth. I'll be honest with Xianxia. Xiaoya's purine body has to be awakened as soon as possible, and the matter regarding Mingshi Tang is implicated. I have no choice but to do so. Implicated Mingshi Tang? Zhang Xian was perplexed. Indeed. The matter does implicate Mingshi Tang's headquarters, but you don't know about it? You aren't from the headquarters? Elder Chu frowned as a wary look surfaced on his face. Even though Zhang Xian still thought that the other party wasn't a grand elder, the fact that the other party was able to treat his injuries and point out the root of his problems so easily made him think that the other party was someone from the headquarters. Perhaps, the other party might even be an elder whom he had never met before. Thus, he didn't interrupt the other party's words. At the same time, he was curious to see what the other party was up to. After all, the other party did not overstep his etiquette, nor did he cause trouble for no reason. When he heard that he was here to save his grand disciple, there was no reason for him to object. But, now that it was related to a major event in Mingshi Tang's headquarters, this person actually knew nothing about it. Could it be that he was not from the headquarters, given that Zhang Xian was not a master teacher, yet he possessed the ability to discreetly rescue Luo Ruoxin from the Glacier Plain court? Things would not be as simple as he thought. Of course I am, it's just that there are some things I'm not sure about. Zhang Xian's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't show it on his face. He just waved his hand casually. The awakening of Xiaoya's unique constitution had something to do with the Mingshi Tang headquarters. Just what in the world was going on? The Mingshi Tang headquarters were the role models of the world, and they would never do anything that went against their morals. Yet, it was still hard to believe that they had forced Xiaoya to use the art of plucking to awaken her unique constitution. You're not sure about it? That's impossible. This matter was decided by Xianxia himself, and it was carried out on behalf of the guild leader. There's no master teacher who has reached 9 stars in the headquarters who doesn't know about this matter. How could you possibly be unaware of it? Just who in the world are you? Elder Chu asked as he stepped forward. If the other party wasn't a subordinate of Mingshi Tang, even if the other party was able to treat his injuries, he would still take the other party down. Master teachers had their own principles, and they would never compromise with others for their own sake. You aren't Xianxia? Then who are you? Why did you come to our Glacier Plain court and kidnap Luo Ruoxin? Yu Ruoxin was taken aback by Elder Chu's sudden outburst, and she narrowed her eyes. The aura emanating from the two experts pressed down on the crowd like a wall, making it difficult for them to breathe. Elder Chu, I'll discuss this matter with you later on. Don't say anything for now. Not expecting to give himself away in this matter, Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up as he flicked his finger lightly. Pada, just as Elder Chu was about to speak, he suddenly felt the Xianxia that he had just absorbed into his body suddenly churning furiously. It seeped into the very fiber of his body and tore it apart. Ah! Cold sweat trickled down Elder Chu's forehead, and his body nearly collapsed to the ground. He wanted to speak, but he found himself unable to utter a single word. In an instant, he realized that he had fallen for the other party's ploy. Could he be the newly appointed sanctum head of the Poison Temple? Elder Chu's body tensed up. He wanted to make a move, but he found himself unable to move at all, as if he had been sealed. Mingshi Tang had received news that the Poison Temple hidden in the depths of the mountains had welcomed a new sanctum head, and it was said that he was the reincarnation of the founder of the Poison Temple. Despite his young age, his proficiency in the art of poison was already unfathomable. The headquarters had dispatched a 9-star master teacher who specialized in concealment to investigate the matter, but before he could even enter the sanctum head's palace, he had already been poisoned and nearly died. However, not only did the sanctum head cure the other party of his poison, he even told him that his teacher was a master teacher, and he wasn't willing to make an enemy out of Mingshi Tang, so he asked him to calm down. Eventually, after investigating the matter, he learned that ever since the sanctum head of the Poison Temple became the new sanctum head, she had indeed kept her subordinates in check. Could it be that the other party had been lying, and he had already sneaked into the Glacier Plain court to make a move on them? Otherwise, how could it be possible to poison him without anyone noticing? If even he was unaware that he had been poisoned, wouldn't it be a walk in the park for the other party to kill everyone in the Glacier Plain court? Anxious, Elder Chu quickly drove his Xianxia, but the more he drove it, the stiffer his body became. An excruciating pain assaulted him, and he felt as if he was being torn into pieces. It's the surges of Xianxia that I infused into my body earlier. Soon, Elder Chu came to a realization. The parts of his body where the other party's Xianxia had flowed through were the areas where the other party's Xianxia had flowed through. In other words, the other party hadn't poisoned him discreetly. Damn it. Knowing what was going on, the anxiety in Elder Chu's heart dissipated. Taking a deep breath, he drove his Xianxia swiftly to suppress the surges of Xianxia in his body. While he was unable to cure the poison, given his strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to suppress it for a short period of time. While Elder Chu was silent, Yu Ruoxin leaped in shock. She knew just how powerful the young man before her was. Yet, with just a single word from the young man, he was able to shut Elder Chu's mouth, rendering him unable to move at all. On top of that, it seemed as if he had been struck by some kind of secret means. Was the young man before her really that powerful? There's no need to look anymore. Chu Buping has been sealed by my will, so he can't even fend for himself. To tell you the truth, I'm indeed not Xianxia, but my strength can only be stronger than his. Xianxia said as he took a step forward. An indomitable aura emanated from him, and every single one of his movements felt as if the heavens were punishing the world. I don't want to make a move, but that doesn't mean that I won't make a move. Tell me how to deal with the heaven sealing lock, and I'll spare you. Otherwise, I don't mind having the glacier playing court. Disappear? The first elder's face paled as she subconsciously took a step back. The other party was able to suppress Elder Chu with just a single thought, and he was also able to stealthily sneak into the depths of the glacier playing court to save Xiaoya. The other party's strength was truly unparalleled. If they were to really fight, would she be a match for him? Her heart turned cold. There was no way she would be a match for him. Her strength was only on par with Elder Chu's. If the other party was able to subdue Elder Chu so easily, it should be even easier for him to kill her. That's right. I have the strength and capability to do so. The only reason why I haven't made a move yet is because I don't want to see the lives of others being plunged into misery and suffering. Placing his hands behind his back, Xianxia took another step forward. Even though it was impossible to gauge his cultivation, he exerted an unassailable pressure on Yu Ruoxin. With a flick of his wrist, Xiaoya appeared before him. Xianxia looked at Yu Ruoxin and said, "All you have to do is to help her resolve the heaven sealing lock. As for awakening the final layer of her unique constitution, I'll do it myself. There's no need for you to worry about it." He had to awaken Xiaoya's unique constitution. As for how to do it, he could think of other ways in the future. The most urgent matter at hand was to undo the heaven sealing lock so that she would suffer less pain and regain her strength. You're able to awaken the final layer of her unique constitution? Yu Ruoxin was stunned. That's right. Xianxia tilted his head upward confidently. If I can't do it, there's no one else in the world who can. He was not boasting about this. With the Library of Heaven's path in his possession, he possessed all the possibilities in the world. If he couldn't do it, there was no one else in the world who could, not even Xianxia. But, Yu Ruoxin's face paled, and her body trembled uncontrollably. The heaven sealing lock of the glacier playing court is forged by the frigid ice silkworm. As soon as it enters one's body, it will seal one's meridians in ice. There's only one way to resolve it, and that is to absorb pure yang energy. There's no other way. What did you say? Xianxia felt goosebumps rising all over his body, and the ground around him began to split apart, forming a spider web that extended far into the distance. Xiaoya, who was at the side, also swayed and almost fell. He had thought that it would be easy for the Grandmaster to deal with the problem at hand. Unexpectedly, after going around in circles, he had to take that step in order to deal with this thing. After what happened to her mother, I had no choice but to take this step. I thought that after enduring the pain for a few days, she would surely cultivate according to the method we agreed upon. Every generation of court masters has gone through the same thing, so it's no big deal. Yu Ruoxin shook her head. The reason why the ice silkworms were bred into the heaven sealing chains is to force the palace master to cultivate the final realm of the cultivation technique. There's no way around it in the first place. Closing his eyes, Xianxia clenched his fists tightly, ready to explode at any moment. Possessing the eye of insight, Xianxia could easily tell that the other party wasn't lying. In other words, other than the glacier plain quartz heaven sealing lock, there was no other way for him to unseal it. Damn it, puff, Elder Chu's face suddenly reddened, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. Xianxia's heart was pounding furiously. Due to his lack of control over his Jinqi, he had actually used a unique method to force the surges of Jinqi that had fused into his body into his blood. How dare you poison me? Even if I'm not a match for you, I'll still drag you down with me. With a furious roar, Elder Chu sent a palm strike toward Xianxia. A storm raged, and the sea of stars was overturned. The full-powered attack of a 9-star master teacher felt as if it was tearing the sky apart. Under the shockwave of the palm strike, Jia, the formations in the hall were torn apart, causing dust to fall from the sky. Elder Chu, don't. She didn't think that Elder Chu would fly into a rage right after she managed to calm the other party down. If the other party were to go on a killing spree, wouldn't the glacier plain court vanish from the face of the world? Hung Long, however, it was already too late. Elder Chu had been poisoned, and the other party was impersonating Xianxia, so he was already on the verge of exploding. Exerting his full strength, he was powerful enough to tear the world apart. Are you out of your mind? Not expecting the other party to have such a violent personality, making a move on him without any hesitation at all, Xianxia's eyes narrowed in fright. He hurriedly took out the Sanctum Head token to defend himself. Pung, the might of the palm strike pierced through the Sanctum Head token and struck Xianxia squarely. Pooh, fresh blood spurted furiously, and Xianxia felt as if the entire world was collapsing before his very eyes. He felt as if his soul was being pummeled out of his body. The other party thought that Xianxia was an unparalleled expert, and his attack was far beyond what Xianxia could withstand. If not for the Sanctum Head token blocking most of the attack, he would have been reduced to a meat patty in an instant. But even so, the rampaging energy still coursed through his body, leaving him as if a tattered gunny sack, on the verge of collapse. How can he be so weak? Following which, Elder Chu exclaimed in shock. To think that a 9-star master teacher would be poisoned right in front of him, and the other party was impersonating Xianxia. That was the reason why he was so enraged, and even if he couldn't kill the other party, he would at least injure the other party. Yet, who could have known that the other party was actually so weak, unable to withstand a single blow? Damn it! Despite being so weak, he actually dares to impersonate an expert. Where are the disciples of the Glacier Plain Court? Take him down. Clearly, Yu Ruoxin had not expected the seemingly powerful and invincible super expert before her to actually be so weak. Her face flushed red, and she couldn't help but shout out loud. The first elder of the Glacier Plain Court was a renowned figure on the Master Teacher continent, but she was actually frightened by a phantasmal space realm cultivator. If word were to spread, how could she continue living in the Master Teacher continent? While Yu Ruoxin was bellowing furiously, Xiaoya's body trembled uncontrollably as tears streamed down her fair cheeks. He isn't my grand teacher but my teacher. Elder Chu's attack was only directed at Xianxia, so while she was unable to utilize her cultivation, she was not affected in the slightest. Looking at the severely injured figure in the air, she immediately understood what was going on. It was no wonder why her grand teacher would walk out when her teacher's soul entered the glacier plain. It was no wonder why her grand teacher's Jinqi felt so familiar. It turned out that he really was her teacher. That's right. Only her teacher would rush over at all costs after receiving her message. Only her teacher would risk his life for her. Even though he knew that he was not strong enough, he would still go to the first elder to ask for a solution. Only her teacher would dote on her so much, putting his life on the line just so that she wouldn't go against her will. Teacher, I can't allow anything to happen to you. Feeling as if her heart was being torn apart, Xiaoya gritted her teeth as she drove her Jinqi furiously, threatening to tear the sky apart. Don't use your Jinqi. You'll die. Yu Ruoxin narrowed her eyes in alarm. The heaven-sealing lock forged by the ice silkworm could freeze one's meridians into blocks of ice. As soon as one tried to use one's Jinqi, one would feel a tearing pain, causing one to lose all of their strength. If one tried to forcefully use it, one's meridians would shatter, making it nigh impossible for them to recover. Back then, she had planted such a treasure in Xiaoya. She wanted to awaken her unique constitution without resorting to the art of plucking. On the other hand, once her unique constitution was awakened, she would immediately become one of the strongest experts in the world. it was easy to decide which was more important and which was less important. But, that last would rather suffer pain than agree to it. This had left her extremely furious. She had thought that she would eventually change her mind after being locked up for a few days, but who could have thought that this fellow would suddenly appear to save her? Who in the world is he? Are you willing to give up your life for him? Hold it right there. Uruashin could no longer be bothered with the impostor anymore. With a swift movement, she appeared before Xianxia and thrust her palm downward. A powerful surge of energy shrouded Xiaoya's entire body, attempting to seep into her acupoints to suppress her rampaging energy. Hung Long, however, Xiaoya was determined to die, and her energy was so ferocious that even Uruashin was unable to suppress it. She felt as if she would sustain severe injuries at any moment. Have you gone mad? Uruashin's eyes reddened in fury. It had been more than half a year since she had known this young lady before her, and she had always been courteous and sincere. She had always been extremely respectful and obedient. What in the world was going on? Why was she willing to give up her life just to see this person? Uruashin forcefully suppressed the other party's energy, and when she saw Xianxia's true appearance, she could not help but be taken aback. So young? Could it be? Uruashin narrowed her eyes in astonishment. Is that Xianxia? Having known Xiaoya for half a year, she had gained a good understanding of Xiaoya's personality. That teacher of hers was definitely a taboo that no one could afford to offend. Anyone who did would have to pay a heavy price, considering how young the young man before her was, and how he was able to drive her into such a frenzy. There was no doubt that it was him. Scram! Just as Xianxia was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly heard the furious voice of the young lady beside him. In the next instant, his chest caved in, and a powerful force crashed into him, sending him flying. While he was in the air, he spurted out blood. Your meridians will shatter, don't. Uruashin forcefully suppressed the raging blood energy in her body, and it took her quite some effort to come to a stop. She looked at the young lady below with reddened eyes. Forcefully increasing one's strength was equivalent to sacrificing one's life. Puff, sure enough, as soon as the Great Elder was blasted away, Xiaoya couldn't take it anymore. Her face turned red, and blood sprayed out violently from her mouth. Her delicate body trembled uncontrollably, as if she couldn't take it anymore and would collapse at any moment. However, she didn't fall to the ground. Instead, she walked up to Xianxia, who was lying on the ground, and with a wave of her hand, she infused her Xinqi into the latter's body to treat his injuries. With a tender look in her eyes, she spoke with a voice filled with longing, "Teacher, you'll be fine. I won't allow anything to happen to you." Why you? Are you tired of living? Uruashin narrowed her eyes. Just as she was about to step forward to stop Xianxia, she realized that the shockwaves around Xianxia were so powerful that she was unable to get close to him. Forcefully driving his Xinqi had already caused his meridians to reach their limits. Yet, at this very moment, he was still using his Xinqi to help others. This was no different from courting death. She's planning to burn herself to save someone. Elder Chu walked up to Xianxia with clenched fists. He had thought that the other party was the head of the poison temple or some other otherworldly demon in disguise, but who could have thought that the other party was actually a fellow with a low cultivation in disguise? If only he had known that the other party was so weak, he wouldn't have executed such a powerful attack. In his stupor, Xianxia suddenly felt Xiaoya's overwhelming strength pouring into his body. Jolted awake, he hurriedly turned his head around, only to see a satisfied smile on the young lady's lips. "Teacher, you're finally awake." "I'm fine." After saying those words, Xianxia's vision darkened, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. At this moment, his tall and slender figure seemed so frail and helpless. Xiaoya. How could Xianxia not understand what was going on? His eyes reddened in an instant, and it looked as if blood would drip from them at any moment. He abruptly stood up and tapped his palm forward. Hung Long, the heaven's path Xinqi in his body immediately surged madly into the young lady's body. However, as soon as the Xinqi entered the young lady's body, it felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. The young lady's meridians, which had been sealed by the heaven-sealing lock a moment ago, had been completely shattered. In other words, even if she were to recover from her injuries, she would still be a cripple. She would not have the slightest bit of cultivation left. No. Xianxia roared furiously, and he felt as if his head was going to explode. He had worked so hard to reach his current level. If he were to become a cripple, he would be living a life worse than death. Let go of Xiaoya. Without the pressure from the Jinqi, First Elder Yu Ruoxin walked up to Xianxia once more, and upon seeing the state of Xiaoya, she bellowed anxiously. It's you. It's all of you. Carrying the young lady in his embrace, Xianxia slowly got to his feet. He glared at the First Elder and Elder Chu with reddened eyes, as if he was going to kill them. The reason he had sent her to the Glacier Plain Court was to awaken her unique constitution and raise her fighting prowess. Had he known that the other party would resort to such cruel means against his own student, he would have never agreed to it. To be honest, he should have stood up for his student when he saw her suffering from sealed meridians. Yet, in a moment of carelessness, he ended up causing such a huge disaster. I've said it before. If anything happens to my student, I'll make sure that the Glacier Plain Court is buried with her. With a cold voice, Xianxia looked like a demon who had just crawled out of hell. Back then, when Lu Xian took Xiaoyu away, he had said that if the Glacier Plain Court mistreated her, he would destroy the entire Glacier Plain Court. Since the Glacier Plain Court was willing to go to such lengths to awaken her unique constitution, disregarding her feelings and means, there was no need for him to hold back either. You are Xianxia, right? As a talented master teacher who has successfully cleared the Tower of Master Teachers, you have a bright future ahead of you. Don't act recklessly, or else Mingshi Tang has the right to strip you of your master teacher license and place you on the wanted list of the entire master teacher continent. Seeing how the young man before him had become a little unreasonable, Elder Chu bellowed furiously. He knew a little about Xiaoya's situation, and since Yu Ruoxin had understood the situation, it went without saying that he was also able to deduce the situation as well. Xianxian's talent was one of the top few in the Sanctum of Sages. Was he really going to ruin his bright future because of this? Master teacher? Heh. What a strict master teacher you are. Today, I am not a master teacher but her teacher. I will exact vengeance for her. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia tore the master teacher robe he was wearing into shreds as he sneered coldly. All along, he had been pressured by the rules of the master teacher system, forcing him to abide by the rules. But today, he would no longer be doing so, not for anything else, but for Xiaoya, vengeance. You. How audacious of you. Not expecting the young man before him to tear apart his master teacher robe and declare that he wasn't going to be a master teacher today, Elder Chu nearly exploded on the spot. Master teachers were a symbol of one's standing. How could one be a master teacher just because they wanted to? If everyone treated the Mingshi Tang so lightly, what would become of its dignity? As the #1 occupation in the world, what rules could it possibly follow? Audacious of me? Not as audacious as you lot. The headquarters of the Mingshi Tang sect, which is known for its strict rules, actually allowed cultivators to use the art of nourishment to awaken their unique constitution for the sake of profit. The first elder of the Glacier Plain Court, who stands at the pinnacle of the master teacher continent, even placed the heaven-sealing lock on her own junior just because she refused to listen to her orders. How could I hand my student over to you all? How could I possibly be blind? Carrying the young lady in his arms, Elder Chu slowly rose into the air as his voice grew louder and louder. Since that's the case, there's no need for such a filthy Glacier Plain Court to exist anymore. Isn't it up to a phantasmal space realm brat like you to decide whether the Glacier Plain Court should exist or not? Yu Ruoxin sneered coldly. She was just about to make a move when her face suddenly warped in astonishment. What's going on? The clear, starry sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds, and countless streaks of lightning danced amidst the clouds, seemingly ready to strike at any moment. This is the dimension-sundering ordeal? That fellow is trying to push for a breakthrough to the dimension-sundering realm? Elder Chu was taken aback. The fellow in the sky had said that he wanted to exact vengeance and destroy the Glacier Plain Court, so why would he bring down the dimension-sundering ordeal before making a move? Facing a dimension-sundering ordeal, one would have to worry about their own survival. How could they possibly have the time to deal with others? It's already too late for you to sharpen your spear at the last minute. What's the point of pushing for a breakthrough to the dimension-sundering realm now? It's not for nothing that the Glacier Plain Court was able to rise to the top of the master teacher continent. Seeing that the fellow before her was still trying to push for a breakthrough to the dimension-sundering realm, Yuruwashin sneered coldly. She raised her palm, and with a resounding voice, even the lightning seemed to be suppressed by it. Disciples, heed my command. Someone has insulted our glacier plain court, so we need you to do something. Yes. Voila, right after those words were spoken, all of the disciples and elders of the glacier plain court rose into the air, forming a massive formation. As a Tier 1 power on the Master-Teacher continent, second only to the Zhang clan and the Luo clan, the Glacier Plain Court had an astounding number of experts. Just the number of Saint 8 Dan experts that they possessed numbered in the thousands. To spout such arrogant words right after reaching the dimension-sundering realm, it seems like you have no idea just how powerful the Glacier Plain Court is, Yuruwashin sneered coldly as she looked at the many disciples and elders floating in the air. He hadn't even reached the dimension-sundering realm yet. Even if he was lucky enough to have some ability, so what, in the face of absolute power, it was nothing. That's not right. Grand Elder, there's something wrong with that paradise tribulation. Just as Yuruwashin was about to issue an order to subdue that arrogant fellow, Elder Chu's anxious voice suddenly sounded. Yuruwashin was slightly puzzled. For a 9-stars master teacher to be so aghast, there had to be something major happening. Yuruwashin hurriedly raised her head to look at the dimension-sundering ordeal in the sky, and with just a single glance, her eyes narrowed in astonishment. The ominous clouds in the sky continued to gather, growing larger and larger. In the blink of an eye, they had already covered an area of several dozen thousand mu. From the looks of it, the ominous clouds were still gathering, threatening to engulf the entire Glacier Plain Court. An area of several dozen thousand mu? Even the macrocosm ascendancy ordeal isn't that powerful. Yuruwashin's body stiffened as her body trembled in fear. It was already an incredible feat for a macrocosm ascendancy ordeal to cover an area of several thousand mu, but the other party's dimension-sundering ordeal was actually 10 times larger than hers. Just what in the world was going on? Even you wouldn't be able to overcome such a massive lightning tribulation yourself. Lightning bolts, heed my command. Extinguish. Ignoring the shocked gazes of the crowd, Xianxia, who was carrying Xiaoya in his arms, bellowed with a cold glint in his eyes. The thunder rumbled as if it had understood his command. Countless bolts of lightning instantly descended from the dark clouds and struck the surrounding buildings. Hong long. Hong long long, a cloud of dust rose from the ground, and the sound of buildings collapsing could be heard all around. Unable to withstand the might of the lightning bolts, the buildings collapsed one after another. Protect the Glacier Plain Court. Not expecting that the dimension-sundering ordeal would actually heed his command, Yuruwashin's face paled in fright. So, the elders and disciples in the sky immediately dashed toward the buildings, intending to use their strength to fend off the lightning bolts and protect the heritage of the Glacier Plain Court. Kacha! Kacha, the lightning bolts represented the might of the Celestial Court, so how could they possibly stand against them? Thick streaks of lightning fell one after another, striking all of the disciples and elders in the sky. Before they could even react, they had already plummeted to the ground. Even though they weren't killed, their bodies were still paralyzed, rendering them unable to move for the time being. No, Yuruwashin's body stiffened as she hurriedly retreated with a pale face. By the side, Elder Chu narrowed his eyes in astonishment, as if he had just seen a ghost. They were already shocked that the lightning bolts would heed the commands of a human, but to think that they would actually be ordered to attack the Glacier Plain Court. How in the world was this possible? It was no wonder the other party dared to say that he would destroy the Glacier Plain Court. No one would be able to stop the descent of the lightning bolts. You bastard, I'll kill you. Seeing that the buildings of the Glacier Plain Court had been completely destroyed, Yuruwashin bellowed furiously as she charged toward Xianxia with a furious roar. Yuruwashin, this was the very foundation of her sect, and it had been destroyed. She was on the verge of going insane. Get down from the Glacier Plain Court. Xianxia bellowed with a wave of his hand. Hong long, a thick streak of lightning struck down on Yuruwashin. Before Yuruwashin could react, she had already been struck, and just like the others, her body was charred black as she plummeted from the sky. Boom! Boom! Boom, several hundred more streaks of lightning fell from the sky, striking Yuruwashin's back. In an instant, the powerful first elder collapsed to the ground, convulsing non-stop. Every single time she twitched, she would spurt a mouthful of blood, and her eyelids would twitch uncontrollably. It was hard to tell whether she was dead or alive. Back then, the phantasmal space ordeal was already so powerful that even the first elder of the Zhang family, Zhang Wuheng, was unable to withstand it. The dimension-sundering ordeal was even more powerful than that. Even though Yu Ruoxin was one of the strongest experts in the master-teacher continent, she was still unable to withstand it. As a 9-stars master-teacher, you actually dared to kill someone just because of your prejudice. You deserve to be punished. After striking Yu Ruoxin, Zhang Xian turned his gaze to Elder Chu and pointed his finger at him. Kacha! Kacha! In the next instant, countless streaks of lightning fell from the sky, drowning Elder Chu within. Xiaoya, don't worry. I'll make sure that you recover to your peak condition and awaken your unique constitution. Seeing that there was not a single person in the Glacier Plain Court who was still able to fly, Zhang Xian knew that the power of the lightning bolts had been depleted. He lowered his head to look at the young lady in his embrace, and a hint of heartache flashed across his eyes. In the blink of an eye, he had already vanished into the darkness of the night. After an unknown period of time, the sky finally turned bright and the sun slowly rose from the horizon. Yu Ruoxin slowly woke up. She struggled to her feet and looked at the rubble on the ground. She could not help but sway a little. In the tens of thousands of years since the founding of the Glacier Plain Court, it had been through many brutal wars, and each time, more than half of its disciples would die. However, the entire sect had always remained intact. Even if most of the buildings had been destroyed, it would only be a small portion of them. Yet, at this very moment, it had been reduced to rubble. Although none of the disciples and elders had died, they had all suffered serious injuries. It seemed that it would be impossible for them to recover without at least half a month. To think that a single person could summon such a powerful lightning bolt, his body was ice cold. Truthfully speaking, she didn't take Zhang Xian seriously at all. She'd thought that he was just an insignificant figure at the phantasmal space realm, and she could casually crush a large group of them. Never had she imagined that he would possess such formidable strength. It was just a dimension-sundering ordeal, and yet, the Glacier Plain Court was already reduced to such a state. If the macrocosm ascendancy ordeal were to occur, would it mean that even Mingshi Tang's headquarters would not be able to withstand it? First Elder, the Glacier Plain Court has been destroyed. The second Elder struggled to fly over, his face full of sorrow. That's right. It's destroyed. Yu Ruoxin nodded blankly. Having ruled over the Glacier Plain Court for so many years, she had thought that it would be able to rise to greater heights in her hands. Who could have thought that it would collapse just like that? As long as he's still alive, there's still hope. From today onward, Zhang Xian is the greatest enemy of our Glacier Plain Court. As long as he's found, he's to be killed without mercy. Gritting her teeth, Yu Ruoxin roared furiously. Yes. The elders and disciples who had just woken up nodded simultaneously. Elder Chu, you have witnessed this matter with your own eyes. This Zhang Xian kidnapped the young court chief and destroyed the Glacier Plain Court. He has committed a heinous crime, and I hope that you can report this matter to the Mingshi Tang headquarters so that they can issue a bounty on his head. Yu Ruoxin turned to look at Elder Chu, who had just woken up, and gritted her teeth. Don't worry, I will report this matter truthfully. Elder Chu rubbed his glabella and nodded. Despite being a master teacher, this Zhang Xian was brazen to disregard the rules. This kind of person had to be strict and honest. Otherwise, if everyone relied on their strength to cause trouble, would there still be any rules in the world? Bang! After flying for an unknown period of time, Zhang Xian could no longer bear it and fell from the sky to the ground. Even though the Sanctum Head token had managed to fend off a portion of Elder Chu's full might, the aura that had seeped into Elder Chu's body still wreaked havoc on his vitality, inflicting severe injuries on him. If not for the energy that Xiaoya had infused into his body, putting aside trying to break through to the dimension-sundering realm and attract the dimension-sundering tribulation, he would have been dead by now. Even so, after flying for an entire night, he couldn't take it anymore. The reason why he didn't let the Qilin take his place this time was mainly because the latter's flame aura was too strong. Although it was fast, it would be easy to discover its tracks. On the other hand, Xianxia possessed the Heaven's Path Xianqi, which allowed him to conceal his aura. On top of that, his eye of insight allowed him to see through the flaws of others, allowing him to fly away without leaving the slightest trace behind. Even a true 9-star master teacher would find it hard to track him down. Struggling to get up from the ground, he discovered that he was in a primordial forest and there was not a single person in sight. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Xiaoya, I have said that I can save you, so I'll definitely be able to. Lowering his head to look at the young lady in his embrace, he saw that her eyes were tightly shut. Even though she was still breathing, it was extremely feeble, as if she would die at any moment. If not for Xianxia infusing his Heaven's Path Xianqi into her body to sustain her condition, she would have already died by now. Flaws. Placing her gently on the grass, Xianxia placed his finger on her meridians and willed. Weng, a book materialized, and Xianxia hurriedly flipped through it. Her injuries are too severe. Her meridians are all shattered, Xianxia shook his head. Xiaoya's injuries were far more severe than he had thought. Under the assault of his Xianqi, her meridians had been reduced to dust. However, it was also due to this that the trauma of the heaven sealing lock had disappeared. In other words, in a moment of panic, not only had she shattered her meridians, she had also shattered the heaven sealing lock as well. Heaven's Path Xianqi is able to repair blocked meridians, twisted meridians, and even cracks. Xianxia's complexion turned awful. Heaven's Path Xianqi was more effective in repairing meridians than any medicinal herb, but the prerequisite was that her meridians were still intact. No matter how skilled a blacksmith was, without tools and ores, it was impossible for him to forge a weapon. At this moment, that was exactly what Xiaoya was facing. Meridians shattered and disappeared without a trace. No matter how strong his recovery ability was, what use was there? Without meridians, I won't be able to send my Xianqi to the places I want to go, and it will be difficult for me to treat her injuries. Meridians were similar to capillaries. They ran through one's entire body, and it was for this reason that one's blood was able to carry oxygen and revitalize one's cells. Now that her meridians had been shattered, it was no different from an earthquake. Let's use my silver needles. Flicking his wrist, Xianxia took out his silver needles. Each of them was infused with a surge of Xianqi, and he flicked his finger. Weng 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 weng, hundreds of silver needles pierced into the young lady's acupoints. Cough cough, Xianxia staggered for a moment, but eventually, unable to hold on any longer, he fell to the ground. His injuries weren't light either, and he didn't have much strength left in him. If he were to save the other party, he would be running out of energy soon. He took out a pill and swallowed it. Feeling his stamina recovering slightly, he turned to look at the young lady once more. The silver needles infused several hundred surges of Xianqi into her body, and her complexion improved slightly. However, her injuries were simply too severe, and she was still a long way from regaining consciousness. There's only one way for her to recover completely, and that's to reconstruct her meridians. Rubbing his glabella, Xianxia frowned deeply. Even though he was skilled in the way of medicine, he had never read about such a situation before. Thus, he was completely helpless against it. Putting aside not knowing how to reconstruct meridians, he had never even heard of it before. Just because I've never heard of it doesn't mean that it's impossible. Since there isn't anyone who can do it, I can be the first one. A glint flashed across Xianxia's eyes. So what if no one had done it before? It didn't mean that he couldn't do it. Just that, in order to reconstruct meridians, what do I need to replace the meridians so that my Xianqi can flow unimpeded? Meridians were like high-speed passageways that Xianqi flowed through. In order to reconstruct them, he would have to use something as a replacement. But what kind of item in the world could replace meridians and allow Xianqi to flow freely without harming one's body? Looks like I'll have to look for it in the Blacksmith Guild or the Physician Guild. After a long moment of contemplation, Xianxia still couldn't think of anything. Thus, he could only shake his head. If it came down to it, he could forge a new meridian for her. Just that, his smithing skills were simply too lacking. He could still forge bricks, but to reconstruct meridians that were so fine that they could be fused into one's body and allow Xianqi to flow unimpeded, it was impossible for him to do so. Furthermore, he wasn't sure whether meridians could be replaced by weapons. He would have to look through the books before he could come to a conclusion. Having made up his mind, Xianxia felt much more at ease. He continued infusing more than 10,000 surges of Xianxia into the other party's body, and only then did he manage to stabilize her condition. It had to be said that Xiaoya's injuries were simply too severe. Even a 9-star pinnacle physician would be helpless before her. Only Xianxian's Heaven's Path Xianxia was able to slowly heal her injuries through the use of silver needles. By the time he was done, a day had already passed. For the entire day, he randomly found some wild fruits in the mountains to fill his stomach. Other than performing acupuncture, he also treated his injuries and recovered his cultivation. After a great deal of effort, Xianxian finally managed to expel the Xianxia that Elder Chu had left in his body, and his injuries healed. At the same time, he had also gotten used to the might of an 8th-level void interpretation realm primary stage cultivator. This is the last round of acupuncture. As long as I succeed, she should be able to wake up. Seeing that the sky was bright again, Xianxian carefully adjusted his condition and took out the silver needles again. Looking at the girl lying not far away, he lightly brushed his palm. Voila, hundreds of silver needles immediately floated in front of him. He stretched out his palms and gently stroked them, as if he was playing a zither. The meridians in Xiaoya's body are broken, so her true qi can't circulate throughout her body. She can only rely on the silver needles to bring her true qi to the injured parts. After a day of hard work, her injuries are almost fully recovered. If there is no accident, after this acupuncture treatment, she will be able to stimulate her drowsy nerves and wake her up again. Go. Raising his eyebrows, Xianxian drove the silver needles down one after another with a unique force. Seeing that the needles had entered his body, Xianxian didn't let down his guard in the slightest. Instead, he struck his palm forward forcefully. Pa pa pa, a series of explosions could be heard in the air, accompanied by a special rhythm. It was like a demonic tune, ringing in the ears of the girl, who had her eyes tightly shut. After hearing the sound, her fingers moved slightly. Following which, her curved eyelashes curled upwards, and her eyes slowly opened. Teacher, Xiaoya struggled to stand up, her face full of disbelief. I'm not dead? His meridians had been shattered, and the energy was wreaking havoc in his body. He had thought that he would die for sure, but who would have thought that he would be able to see his teacher once more? Don't worry, with teacher around, it won't be that easy for you to die. Xianxian replied with a smile. To be honest, back then, Wei Ruyan's condition was even worse than hers, but she was still saved. With the Library of Heaven's Path and the Library of Heaven's Path, as long as the other party didn't die on the spot, saving the other party wouldn't be a problem at all. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xiaoya took a step forward. Her body swayed a little, and it looked like she would fall at any moment. Xianxian reached out to support Xianxian, and with an apologetic look on his face, he said, even though your body has recovered, the meridians in your body have disappeared, and the Xianxia that you cultivate is no longer present. However, there's no need to worry. I will find a way to help you recover your strength as soon as possible. Thank you, teacher, Xiaoya smiled. He was already very happy that he was still alive and could still see his teacher. It didn't matter if he could recover his cultivation or not. He took some spring water and wild fruits and fed them to Xiaoya. Only then did the girl recover some of her strength. Puzzled, she looked around and asked, Teacher, where is this place? Aren't we in the Glacier Plain Court? How did you get here? Back then, the first elder and Elder Chu had been eyeing her, and her teacher had been alone. How in the world did he manage to escape? I'm not too sure where we are either. As for how we got here, I'll explain it to you in the future. Shaking his head, Xianxian wrapped the young lady in his Xianxia and flew into the distance. Not too long later, they arrived at a town. Even though Xiaoya had lost her cultivation, her body had recovered, and she was no different from an ordinary human. Walking was not a problem at all, and with the assistance of Xianxian's Xianxia, she was able to move at a relatively fast pace. This is Longyuan City. After asking around for a while, Xianxian finally received an accurate answer. Longyuan City. I've seen the map of this area before. Xiaoya said. It's 30,000 li away from the Glacier Plain Court and only a few thousand li away from the Empire Alliance, so it's not too far away. It's not too far away from the Empire Alliance? Xianxian was taken aback. That night, in his panic, he had flown as fast as he could, changing directions 7 to 8 times. Even he had no idea which direction he was heading in. Who could have thought that his speed would increase significantly after reaching Dimension's Sundering Realm? Despite all the twists and turns, he still managed to cover 30,000 li in a single night. That's right. Xiaoya nodded. Since the Empire Alliance is in the vicinity, let's head over. Xianxia pondered for a moment before replying. The young lady's meridians had to be treated as soon as possible, and there was no way a city as small as this would be able to provide the necessary treatment. The Empire Alliance was the very center of the empire, and it had many experts. It was on par with the Sanctum of Sages. There was a good chance that he might be able to find some suitable resources or even medical books there. Xiaoya nodded. Wherever her teacher went, she would follow him. She didn't want to be separated from him anymore. However, before we go, we'll have to disguise ourselves a little. He knew that he had gotten into quite a bit of trouble over the past few days, and if he were to show himself in such a disguise, he would surely attract a lot of trouble. Xianxia. Xiaoya did not turn down his request. It was not too difficult for Xianxia to disguise himself. Given his level of cultivation, he could easily disguise himself as he pleased. On the other hand, it was slightly more troublesome for Xiaoya to disguise herself due to her lack of cultivation. However, with some unique artifacts, she was still able to conceal her appearance, making it difficult for others to recognize her. While they were making their way over to the Empire Alliance, the formation of the Sanctum of Sages suddenly jolted, and several figures abruptly appeared. They were Yan Xin, the Xingming Sword Saints, and First Elder Zhang Wuheng, who had taken a detour from the Zhang clan to the Mingshi Tang headquarters. What's going on here? Why is everything in such a mess? Xianxia frowned as he walked out of the formation. The Sanctum of Sages was the #1 academy on the Master-Teacher continent, and it was considered to be one of the two major organizations under the command of the Mingshi Tang headquarters. Why would the otherworldly demonic tribe suddenly appear here? Zhang Tianqing pays respect to Xianxia. Xianxia stepped forward with an embarrassed look on his face. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. This matter. His injuries had already healed significantly, but just the thought of how he had been reduced to such a pathetic state by a mere phantasmal space realm cultivator still left him spurting blood. More importantly, that fellow was Xianxia's student. Xianxia, I asked you to stop Xianxia at all costs. May I know if he's here? Zhang Wuheng asked anxiously. He escaped. Upon hearing those words, Xianxia's face twitched in fury. He escaped? Zhang Wuheng was taken aback. This is the Sanctum of Sages. How could you allow him to escape? He set up a teleportation formation and left immediately. I wasn't able to catch up to him at all. It's all thanks to him that the Sanctum of Sages is in such a state. Xianxia spat through gritted teeth. Set up a teleportation formation? What's going on? Xianxia asked with a frown. Xianxia, Zhang is your student, so it's not my place to speak too much about it. However, for him to have caused such a huge ruckus and flouted the rules of the Master-Teacher Pavilion, I have already reported this matter to the headquarters and awaited their verdict. I hope that you can forgive me. Xianxia clasped his fist. You've misunderstood me. He's not my student. Yang Xian shook his head. He's not your student? Xianxia was taken aback. The elders around him were stunned as well. Zhang Xian was Yangxi's student, and everyone knew that he was Yangxi's student. Why would the other party deny it now that the main body was here? Yang Xian shook his head. I've only heard of that name less than a day ago. I only have one student, Feng Zi. I've never taken in anyone else before. It seemed like Zhang Xian's disguise was flawless, such that even a formidable master teacher like Xianxia was unable to see through it. This made him even more curious about the other party. Just what kind of capability did a fellow who had just achieved a breakthrough to phantasmal space realm possess to cause such a huge uproar in the Zhang family and the Sanctum of Sages? More importantly, no one doubted the other party's words when he claimed to be Yangxi's student. That's good. That fellow has wreaked havoc in the Sanctum of Sages, injuring me and the other elders. Not only that, he even pretended to be Yangxi's student to swindle others. This is a heinous crime, and he has to be punished severely. Seeing that Xianxia was not joking, Xianxia finally understood what was going on, and he bellowed furiously. Previously, he had been too conflicted about how he should deal with the other party, but since he knew that the other party was not Xianxia's student, there was no need for him to worry anymore. Punish severely? Xianxia looked at Xianxia sympathetically. You still don't know his identity? Identity? What identity? Xianxia flung his sleeves furiously. Humph. Who cares what his identity is? As long as he isn't your student, I have the right to punish him. It's good that you're happy. I hope that you won't make a fool of yourself when the time comes. Xianxia shook his head before falling silent. He had only heard of the appearance of the token from the first elder, but he still couldn't confirm whether it was the Sanctum Head token or not. Thus, it would be best for him to keep it a secret for the time being. Xianxia, what do you mean by that? Seeing that the other party was hesitating to speak, Xianxia turned to Xianxia and asked doubtfully. It's nothing much. Xianxia glanced at the surroundings and asked, you said that Zhang Xian set up a teleportation formation to lead the Sanctum of Sages. What's going on? It's like this. With an awkward look on his face, Xianxia eventually revealed the truth. Xianxia, the first elder, and the others glanced at one another in bewilderment. You are saying that he made use of your formation flags and the might of the formation of the Inceptive Sages to set up a teleportation formation within a few breaths before leaving? At their level of cultivation, their comprehension of space had already reached an extremely high level. They knew how difficult it was to set up a teleportation array. It was one thing for him to be unable to set it up in a short period of time, but more importantly, if he were to make a mistake, he could very well fall into the spatial turbulence and be reduced to dust, unable to return. He had been attacked by countless elders, and he could have been reduced to minced meat at any moment. Yet, not only did that fellow emerge unscathed, he even made use of that energy to set up a teleportation formation and escape successfully. More importantly, he even had the time to leave behind a self-detonation formation in the formation. Was he still human? Sword Saint Xing and Sword Saint Ming turned to look at Xianxia. Knowing what the two of them were thinking, Yang Xian shook his head and said, I am unable to do so either. Although his strength was profound and could be said to be number one in the world, even he could not set up the formation so quickly and not make the slightest mistake in the face of danger. He teleported away. Do you know where he went? Sword Saint Ming asked anxiously. The more outstanding Zhang Xian was, the more she was certain that he was the culprit. Thus, she could not suppress the anxiety in her heart any longer. The teleportation formation has been destroyed, leaving no trace behind. I have no idea where he went either. Xianxia shook his head. Bring me to the place where the teleportation formation exploded. Xianxia said. This way, please. Xianxia led the way, and it did not take long for them to arrive before a massive crater. The explosion of the teleportation formation had left a huge dent in the ground. Floating in the air, Xianxia took a closer look at the crater before shaking his head. I can only deduce that he was teleported millions of li away based on the energy of the teleportation formation, but I can't tell where he was. Millions of li away? Could it be that this fellow has returned to the Zhang clan? The first elder's face paled in fright. Even though that fellow was not too powerful, he had many means up his sleeves. Given that they were already here, what if that fellow decided to wreak havoc in the Zhang clan to exact vengeance? Who would be able to stop him? Since he left, it's unlikely that he returned to the Zhang clan. Xianxia said. Since he had already left, how could he possibly return to the Sanctum of Sages? Besides, given the state that the Zhang clan was in, what else could he possibly do to them? Does Zhang Xian have any relatives or acquaintances with him? If he really wanted to leave, there must be some sort of omen, right? Sword Saint Ming asked confidently. He doesn't have any relatives or acquaintances with him. Right, he has a subordinate here. Capture that fellow first. Xianxia's eyes lit up as he hurriedly instructed. He had thought that Butler's son was Xianxia's subordinate, so even if Zhang Xian had caused a huge ruckus, he would not dare to capture him. However, with Xianxia denying it personally, there was no need for him to stand on ceremony anymore. Yes. Without any hesitation, Elder Ge and the others quickly flew into the distance. Since that person is his subordinate, why don't you bring him to us? I would like to inquire about some matters, Sword Saint Ming said. She wanted to confirm whether Xianxia was her son or not. Since Butler's son had spent the most time with him, he should be able to find some clues. Not too long later, Elder Ge and the others returned with a plump man. The plump man's strength had been sealed, and his body was trembling in rage. Upon seeing Xianxia, he bellowed furiously, "Little Jean, what do you mean by this? Audacious!" Previously, the other party was Xianxia's butler, so it was fine for him to address him as Little Jean. However, now that the other party was just putting on a disguise, Xianxia was infuriated. "Indeed, you sure are audacious. How brazen of you. Hurry up and untie me, and I can overlook your actions. Otherwise, I'll inform the old master and have you torn into pieces." Sun Chang roared furiously. Was there something wrong with this fellow's head? How dare he make a move on me? This is unforgivable. Inform the old master? Hee hee. Seeing how the other party was still putting on an act, Xianxia couldn't help but sneer coldly. Why don't you tell me who your old master is then? My old master is Xianxia, the Grand Elder of the Mingshi Tang headquarters, one of the strongest experts in the world. Are you afraid now? If you're afraid, apologize to me right now. Sun Chang harumphed coldly. You're courting death if you're afraid. Hearing those words, Xianxia shook his head once more. Xianxia was right before him, and yet, this fellow still dared to impersonate him. He sure was gutsy. You said that you are Xianxia's butler? Do you know what Xianxia looks like? Hearing the conversation between the duo, Xianxia couldn't help but turn to Xianxia. What does he look like? Our old master stands at the pinnacle of the master-teacher continent, and his appearance is his greatest secret. Sun Chang raised his eyebrows and looked over coldly. He sneered and revealed a look of disdain. Are you worthy? Even though he wasn't a master-teacher, after interacting with Xianxia for so long, he was well-versed in the etiquette of master-teachers. Their old master, Xianxia, was one of the top experts of the master-teacher continent. His appearance, strength, and battle techniques were all top secrets that could not be leaked. If the otherworldly demonic tribe were to learn of it, they would surely come up with a countermeasure to deal with him. To think that this old man who had popped out of nowhere would dare to reprimand him. He was truly ignorant. Are you worthy? Xianxia burst into laughter. If even he was unworthy of knowing his own appearance, it would truly be a joke. What are you laughing at? Since you know that I am Xianxia's butler, why aren't you releasing me? Otherwise, if the old master were to hold you accountable, you would be in deep trouble. Sun Chang continued. Hold you accountable? I'm afraid that's impossible. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. To tell you the truth, I am Xianxia. Xianxia? How dare you act as the old master before me? How dare you? Sun Chang was taken aback for a moment before understanding the other party's intentions, and he nearly exploded on the spot. Having interacted with the old master for so long, he was extremely familiar with the latter's appearance and actions. Where in the world did this old man come from? How dare he claim to be the old master, who, right after he roared, a token floated in front of him. This is the master-teacher token that represents my identity. Take a look. Xianxia said nonchalantly. The other party had insisted that he was his butler, but he didn't get angry. He could tell that the other party had no intention of lying. In other words, there was a high chance that the other party had been deceived as well. Since that was the case, could it be that someone had impersonated him and accepted Xianxia as his disciple, and in truth, both of them had been deceived? He wanted to find out the truth. Paying no heed to the other party's expression, Sun Chang turned his attention to the token. There were 2 words Xianxia inscribed on it, and the words were clear and eye-catching. I am Xianxia, Grand Elder Mingshi Tang. Your old master is using my name. This. Sun Chang was speechless, his body trembling uncontrollably. The reason why he was so confident earlier was due to the fact that they were in the sanctum of sages, and everyone here was a master teacher. If he were to abide by the rules, he would not be implicated even if the young master were to cause a huge ruckus. On top of that, Xianxia was the butler of the sanctum of sages, so it would be safer for him to remain in the sanctum of sages. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that the person before him was the real Xianxia. Since he was the real Xianxia, Who in the world was the fellow whom he had met in the past? His body was already cold, and he was starting to doubt his life. Ever since he was chosen by the old master in Xianxia Kingdom, the might of the old master had been deeply imprinted in his mind, and it was impossible for him to get rid of it. From the bottom of his heart, he knew that the invincible master teacher must be Xianxia. Today, another person suddenly popped out and said that his old master was a fake. His worldview immediately collapsed. Impossible. This is impossible. With a pale face, Sun Chang looked like he would fall from the sky at any moment. Nothing is impossible. Given Yangshi's esteemed position, even if he were to take in a butler, it would be a top-notch expert like Hui Wei. What right do you have to take him in? Elder Gu sneered coldly. But, Sun Chang felt as if his soul had left his body. Seeing the look on his face, Sword Saint Meng knew that she had been dealt a heavy blow. Unable to hold herself back any longer, she asked anxiously, "Your young master, Xianxia. How old is he this year? Do you know which day it is?" "That's impossible. Given how formidable the old master is, how could he possibly be a fake?" Sun Chang shook his head vehemently, as if he had not heard the other party's words at all. "All right, there's no need to ask any more. He has always believed that he is Yangshi's butler, and his worldview has suddenly crumbled. It's pointless to ask him now." Seeing that Sword Saint Meng was still on the verge of asking, Yangshi sighed deeply. He had seen quite a number of such cases when he was roaming the master-teacher continent. There were some people who believed themselves to be master-teachers, and as time went by, they would fall into the role of a master-teacher, making it difficult for others to tell them apart. Clearly, the young man before him was one of them. His old master had said that he was Yangshian from the very start, so it went without saying that Yangshi had always believed him to be Yangshian. As time went by, it was hard for him to think of himself as a master-teacher. "But," Sword Saint Meng said anxiously, "there's no need to panic. I understand how you feel, but if we want to confirm whether Zhang is him or not, we'll have to meet him in person first. No matter how much information we hear, it won't do us any good." Yangshi said. No matter how much information they heard, there was no way they could verify it. Since that was the case, it would be better for them to find Zhang Xian and take a look at him first. "But, where in the world did he go?" Sword Saint Meng asked. "I don't know either, but as long as we look for him, we should be able to find some clues," Yangshi replied. Nothing in the world could appear or disappear out of thin air. Given that Zhang Xian had specifically searched for the formation flags and teleported away, there was bound to be a place he was heading to. As long as they looked into it, they should be able to find some clues. Yangshi was just about to ask Zhangshi about the details when his eyebrows suddenly shot up. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a communication jade token. His communication jade token was slightly different from the others. It was transparent like a crystal, and there seemed to be a formation embedded within it that harnessed greater power than the others. Mingshi Tang's headquarters had a jade communication token, which could be used anywhere on the continent. It was just that the cost was too high. Those who could afford it were all top-notch master teachers. Noticing the change in Zhang Xian's complexion, the first elder asked, "What's wrong?" "There's news about that Zhang Xian." After reading through the contents of the jade token, Yangshi exhaled deeply before flicking his wrist and keeping his storage ring. "Where is he?" Sword Saint Meng turned her gaze over. Anxiously. "Mingshi Tang's headquarters have just received news that he impersonated me to wreak havoc in the Glacier Plain court and abduct their young court chief," Yangshi said. Impersonating Yangshi? Abduct the young palace master? Everyone was stunned. What was this guy trying to do? Don't you know that there is a Mingshi Tang in this world who can suppress everyone? How could he be so unscrupulous and cause destruction wherever he went? Was he tired of living? Indeed. From the looks of it, the teleportation formation has teleported him to the Glacier Plain court. I'll head over to take a look. Who wants to go with me? I fear that the Mingshi Tang's headquarters will head there first, and by then, we might not be able to see him anymore. Yangshi's eyebrows shot up. He was getting more and more curious. That fellow actually went to the Glacier Plain court to impersonate him. Just what in the world was going on? Yangshi, can you make an exception and have the Mingshi Tang's headquarters not make a move on him for the time being? He might just be young and muddle-headed. Hearing that the Mingshi Tang's headquarters might make a move on him, Sword Saint Ming panicked. The Mingshi Tang's headquarters was the #1 organization in the world. If they were to make a move, not even the gods could save them. There's nothing I can do about that. Unless the Zhang family, the Sanctum of Sages, and the Glacier Plain Court are willing to let bygones be bygones, Mingshi Tang will have no choice but to take charge of the situation. If I'm not mistaken, the news should have reached the Mingshi Tang's headquarters by now, and the decision will be left to the acting guild leader. Xianxia shook his head. But, Sword Saint Ming panicked. If Xianxia was really their son, wouldn't they be in deep trouble this time around? There's no need to panic. Let's find Xianxia first. As long as we can reach the Mingshi Tang headquarters and find him, we should be able to salvage the situation with the two of us, Xianxia said as he supported his wife's shoulder. Sword Saint Ming nodded. Indeed. If he's really my son, even if the Mingshi Tang headquarters wants to lay a finger on him, they'll have to do it over my dead body first. Indeed. Xianxia's lips crept up. It's been a long time since the two of us have worked together, so it's about time for us to show the world that no one can touch my son. Looking at the ambitious couple, the mouths of the First Elder and Xianxia twitched uncontrollably. Was it really hereditary? There's a teleportation formation leading to the Glacier Plain Court in the Mingshi Tang headquarters. Let's go. Paying no heed to the thoughts of the duo, Xianxia waved his hand. Just as he was about to leave, a thought suddenly came to his mind, and he turned to Xianxia and said, "Butler's son, let's not deal with him for now. Let me understand the situation first. Since that fellow was a victim, it would be better to keep him alive for the time being." Yes. Xianxia nodded. Seeing that Xianxia had agreed to it, Xianxia returned to the teleportation formation with the others, and with a flash of light, he vanished from the spot. This is the Empire Alliance? Looking at the majestic city before him, Xianxia could not help but remark in awe. In the forest outside Longyuan City, he had tamed an aerial saint beast, and it did not take him too long to arrive at the Empire Alliance. At this moment, the two of them had altered their appearances, and they did not notice anything amiss along the way. "Teacher, where are we going now?" Xiaoya asked. Nourished by the heaven's path Xianxia, her injuries had healed, and her complexion was much better than before. However, her body was still completely devoid of energy, and her previous cultivation had disappeared without a trace. "Let's head to the blacksmith guild to take a look," Xianxia. No matter how he thought about it, there were only two places where he could reforge the other party's meridians. The first was the blacksmith guild, and the second was the physician guild. Xianxia decided to head to the former first and ask around to see if there were any materials that could be used to forge meridians. If there were, things would be much easier. Otherwise, he would have to head to the physician guild to look for the results. The two of them headed toward the blacksmith guild, and it did not take long before they saw a huge crowd gathering in a single direction. Just as they were perplexed by the situation, a resounding voice echoed in the surroundings. "All members of the Empire Alliance, please gather at the square in front of the Alliance leader's residence." Walala. As soon as the voice sounded out, countless armored and weapon-wielding soldiers sealed off the surroundings and controlled the flow of people forward. What happened? I don't know. I think the Alliance Master has something to announce. I don't think it's the head of the Alliance. Even though the head of the Empire Alliance controls the entire Alliance, he doesn't have the right to gather everyone in the city at the same time. I'm afraid that Mingshi Tang has something to announce. That's possible. Let's go and take a look, everyone was talking about it. Teacher. Xiaoya turned to Xianxia and said. Xianxia nodded. Let's not stand out too much. Let's head over as well. If they were to turn around and leave now, it would be easy for them to be interrogated. Since that was the case, they might as well take a look and see what was going on. Xiaoya nodded before following behind Xianxia. There were many experts in the Empire Alliance, and upon hearing the command, they immediately rushed forward. Their Xinqi and spiritual perception surged, and the destiny of mankind soared into the sky. With the Master Teacher Pavilion stationed in the Master Teacher continent, mankind is indeed growing stronger by the day. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. While many powers were fearful of Mingshi Tang, it had to be said that wherever Mingshi Tang was around, mankind would only grow stronger and stronger. Even if there were otherworldly demons around, they would not dare to make a move recklessly. While the Empire Alliance was governed by the Alliance Hall, everyone knew that the one who had the final say was still Mingshi Tang. An order from a master teacher was followed by thousands of followers. Even an order from an emperor could be disobeyed. A teacher was a person who imparted knowledge to the world and passed down his legacy generation after generation. He was a person who was truly impartial. This was also the reason why the later generations were able to surpass their predecessors and become stronger and stronger. If the heavens hadn't given birth to Xianxia, the world would have been as dark as night. Xianxia suddenly recalled the words left behind by a wise sage. The master-teacher system and the rules were left behind by Xianxia. If not for him, no one would have known what would have happened to mankind. It was very likely that mankind would still be under the rule of the otherworldly demonic tribe. To be able to change the world single-handedly, he was definitely a true sage. I thought that I would be able to cure the innate fetal poison once I became a 9-stars master teacher, but now. Xianxia shook his head. Based on the information he had received previously, the innate fetal poison in his body could be cured once he became a 9-stars master teacher. However, now that he had abandoned his identity as a master teacher, it was hard to say whether he would be able to live past 30. But, he didn't regret his decision. As a teacher, if he couldn't even protect his own student, so what if he became a 9-stars master teacher? Teacher, just as Xianxia was deep in thought, a shout suddenly sounded by his ear. Turning around, he saw Xiaoya looking at him worriedly. Nothing much. Shaking his head, Xianxia raised his head and saw that the two of them had already arrived at the plaza in front of the Alliance head residence. The plaza itself wasn't big, but at this moment, some unknown expert had set up a special spatial array around it, which could actually accommodate a city's worth of people, and it didn't even seem crowded. It's similar to a folded space, but it's much simpler. Taking a look at his surroundings, Xianxia could tell that this was a type of spatial formation. However, it was much easier than folding space. Most likely, it was left behind by a 9-stars formation master. Everyone. Not long after they stood still, a clear voice rang out and spread to everyone's ears. The reason I've gathered everyone here is because the headquarters of Mingshi Tang has something to announce. Let's welcome the master teachers from the headquarters. Everyone turned their gazes to the center of the plaza, and soon, they saw an old man dressed in a master teacher robe floating in the air. His eyebrows shot up, and a powerful aura emanated from him. He was a half 9-stars master teacher. Even though he hadn't reached 9 stars yet, he could still be considered as one of the top experts in the Empire Alliance. Voila, with a flick of his wrist, the old man took out a scroll and opened it lightly. A brilliant light immediately lit up the sky, emanating a heavy pressure. That's the official letter of a master teacher. It seems like there's something important that they want to announce to the world. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up in astonishment. Master teacher letters weren't issued easily, and he didn't think that he would be able to see one so soon after arriving at the Empire Alliance. Not to mention, a half 9-stars master teacher had made a move personally. Just what in the world was going on? Voila, while Xianxia was perplexed, he suddenly unfurled the scroll and saw 2 massive words floating in the air. Hunt? Xianxia was taken aback. These 2 words were the hunt written in the ancient script. Why would these 2 words appear in the master teacher's seal? This is an arrest warrant issued by the headquarters of the Mingshi Tang Empire? While Xianxia was still in shock, a commotion suddenly broke out. What arrest warrant? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. It said that someone has committed a grave crime and escaped. The headquarters of the Mingshi Tang Empire will send a message to every corner of the continent to capture the culprit. It's impossible to escape from a master teacher seal. Ever since the establishment of the Mingshi Tang Empire, there have only been less than 10 instances of such an order being issued. As long as there is a Mingshi Tang Empire on the master teacher continent, it would be impossible to escape from such an order. Hearing the explanation of this insider, Xianxia's face twitched, and an ominous premonition surfaced in his mind. Could it be that, before Xianxia could finish his thoughts, a majestic voice suddenly sounded from the sky? 8-star master teacher Xianxia has disregarded the authority of the master teacher continent and impersonated a top-notch master teacher. He has destroyed the Zhang family, wreaked havoc in the Sanctum of Sages, abducted the young court chief of the Glacier Plain Court, and destroyed countless buildings. Due to his heinous crimes, we have issued a master teacher seal to arrest him wherever there is a Mingshi Tang Empire. Below is his soul aura and appearance. If you find him, you can report him to the Mingshi Tang Empire immediately. Once the report is verified, you will be rewarded with 100 pinnacle spirit stones. 100 pinnacle spirit stones? What kind of grave crime did that fellow commit? Destroying the Zhang family, wreaking havoc in the Sanctum of Sages, abducting the young court chief of the Glacier Plain Court. Is he insane? Could it be that the Zhang family, Sanctum of Sages, and Glacier Plain Court failed to capture him? Who in the world is that Zhang Xian? What kind of strength does he possess? A commotion broke out in the surroundings. Everyone was frenzied. Those three powers were the pinnacle of the Master Teacher continent. To think that an 8-star Master Teacher Academy would fail to capture him, forcing the Mingshi Tang Empire headquarters to issue a Master Teacher seal. What kind of expert was Zhang Xian? What kind of terrifying abilities did he possess? Teacher, her face instantly paled. Xiaoya hurriedly turned to look at her teacher. She only knew that her teacher had come from afar to save her, but she didn't expect that he would cause such a huge commotion. Zhang Xian's mouth twitched. To be honest, he did not intend to do these things. Everything was done under pressure. He did not expect that the three major forces would be so shameless as to report all of this to the Mingshi Tang headquarters and even issue such an order. All he wanted to do was to keep a low profile and become a master teacher. He wanted to teach a few students peacefully and resolve the innate fetal poison so as to live a longer life. Why was such a simple dream so difficult? Now that this wanted poster was out, the entire continent would probably know who he was. This was not something he wanted to see. Fame and fortune are not what I want. Teacher, what they said. What do you mean by destroying the Zhang family and wreaking havoc in the Sanctum of Sages? Xiaoya couldn't hold it in anymore. When she regained consciousness, her teacher had not mentioned a single word about what had happened. Even until now, she still had no idea what had happened. She had willingly left with her teacher, so how did she end up being abducted, not to mention, destroying countless buildings in the Glacier Plain Court? Given how weak her teacher was, he shouldn't have been able to do such a thing, right? This isn't a good place to talk. Let's find a quiet place later on, and I'll tell you everything. Knowing that there was no way he could keep this matter a secret anymore, Zhang Xian sighed helplessly. There were experts everywhere, and it wasn't safe to communicate telepathically. It would be better for them to find a safe place and set up a formation before explaining the matter. Otherwise, if he kept it a secret, his student would surely feel uneasy. All right. Xiaoya also understood the situation in front of her and nodded. The two of them fell silent. Soon, the master teacher arrest warrant was issued, and the crowd dispersed. Zhang Xian suppressed his cultivation and led Xiaoya out of the city. He was still thinking of heading to the blacksmith guild, but from the looks of it, it would be better for him to keep a low profile. Otherwise, he would be caught as soon as he stepped in. After leaving the Empire Alliance, Zhang Xian found a secluded valley and set up an ore-concealing formation. After which, he began explaining the matter to Zhang Xian. From the chaos in the Zhang family to the teleportation formation in the Sanctum of Sages to the lightning tribulation in the Glacier Plain Court, Xiaoya's eyes were already widening in admiration. She had always been a daring person, but compared to her teacher, she was still far from being able to match up to him. Just by offending one of the three great master-teacher clans, one would be so terrified that one would lose sleep at night. Yet, this teacher of his actually dared to bring him to the Empire Alliance city, and he even heard the other party issue the master teacher bounty warrant. Teacher, I'm the one who got you into this. At the same time, she was deeply moved. It was in order to save her that her teacher had offended so many powers. Otherwise, given his identity as a genius, he would surely have been highly valued by the headquarters of the Mingshi Tang Empire. It's nothing. Zhang Xian waved his hands casually. He had always wanted to cause trouble for the Zhang family, and as the sanctum head of the Sanctum of Sages, as long as he could find a suitable art to fuse together with his cultivation technique and cultivate the divine eyes of the ninth netherworld, he would be able to expose his identity. As for the Glacier Plain Court, given how they dared to do such a thing to his student, even if they were to do it a second time, he wouldn't mind it at all. Therefore, in the eyes of outsiders, this shocking matter was nothing to him. Just that, from this day onward, his name would spread far and wide, and it would be difficult for him to maintain a low profile. But, teacher, if the headquarters of the Mingshi Tang Empire places a bounty on your master-teacher title, the master-teacher title that you have worked so hard for is gone, Xiaoya panicked. With such a huge commotion, the headquarters of the Mingshi Tang Empire had to make a move personally, so there was no way he could keep his master-teacher title. From the moment her teacher left Xianxia Kingdom, he had been taking the examination step by step to reach his current level. Who knew how much effort he had put into it would be ruined just like that? Putting aside her teacher, even she couldn't help but feel indignant. If all master teachers are unreasonable, then it's fine if I don't want to be one. With the principles of a teacher in my heart, what difference does it make if I don't become a master teacher? Shaking his head, Xianxia was just about to console his student when he suddenly froze. Previously, he had been lamenting that without his master teacher title, he might not be able to resolve the innate fetal poison. But, before this, Kongsher didn't have a master teacher title. How did he manage to resolve the innate fetal poison? Could it be that as long as one didn't receive the acknowledgement of the Mingshi Tang Empire, one wouldn't be a master teacher? Mingshi Tang Empire was just a ritual. The principles of a teacher existed in one's heart, so why should he be afraid of the opinions of others? So what if he had an emblem or not? As long as he considered himself as a teacher and did what a teacher should do, he would still be a teacher even if he didn't receive the acknowledgement of the Mingshi Tang Empire. Hung Long. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, Zhang Xian's body froze. A unique force descended from the sky, shrouding him. The fifth acknowledgement of Celestial Master Teacher had begun. In the conference hall of the Mingshi Tang headquarters, Ren Qingyuan sat in the midst of the conference hall, looking at the news that had just been transmitted to him. Has the arrest warrant been issued in the various regions? Reporting to Pavilion Master Ren, the arrest warrant has already been issued. Most likely, the news will spread across the entire master-teacher continent within a day. As long as Zhang Xian appears, the headquarters will receive the news and dispatch men to arrest him immediately. A 9-stars master-teacher stepped forward and clasped his fist. He was Elder Chu. He had already returned to the headquarters from the Glacier Plain Court, and he had reported the news to the person before him. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the order to be passed down so quickly. Pavilion Master Ren, the master-teacher arrest warrant is an extremely important matter. Ever since the establishment of the Mingshi Tang headquarters, it has only been issued 9 times. Even though Zhang Xian is a little headstrong, he is still a master teacher. Won't the headquarters be making a mountain out of a molehill? An elder frowned. It was another elder of the Mingshi Tang headquarters. What do you mean by making a molehill out of a molehill? Elder Chu flung his sleeves furiously. Zhang Xian is an 8-star master teacher, but despite his identity as the Grand Elder of the Mingshi Tang headquarters, he even destroyed the Zhang family, the Sanctum of Sages, and the Glacier Plain Court. More importantly, he refuses to repent. Despite knowing that I am from the Mingshi Tang headquarters, he still dared to make a move against me. Such a person must be punished severely, or else what will become of the prestige of the headquarters? Will the Mingshi Tang headquarters still have the face to impart knowledge to the world? The other party's Zhenqi had turned into poison, and he had impersonated Yangshi. More importantly, his eye of discernment was unparalleled in the world. Even the Mingshi Tang headquarters would find it difficult to control him. He had to deal with the other party as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he were to be allowed to roam freely, who knew how many powers would meet with a calamity? Even though this person was capable of treating his injuries, he couldn't shirk his duty in the face of righteousness. I know what you are saying, but I've looked into his background. It has only been slightly more than a year since he started at Xianxia Kingdom, and he has successfully challenged the Mingshi Tang Pavilion twice and cleared the Master Teacher Tower once. Putting aside his unparalleled talent, he even managed to raise the Qingyuan Empire's cultivation and eliminate the Qingyuan Empire's Qingyuan Empire. If we are to arrest him just because he caused a ruckus in the Zhang family, the Sanctum of Sages, and the Glacier Plain Court on top of that, wouldn't that be a little too harsh? The elder from before hurriedly said. Zhang Xian's experience was recorded in Mingshi Tang, so it was not difficult for the headquarters to check. Elder Wu is right. The Mingshi Tang headquarters values talented individuals, and they are bound to be loyal to their friends and family. Even though Xianxia hasn't abided by the rules and caused quite a stir, he has contributed significantly to mankind, and he has even groomed countless disciples in the Qingyuan Empire. I don't think that it's appropriate for us to arrest him directly. Another elder said. Besides, he's the teacher of the progeny of combat, Xingyang. I fear that this might cause even greater conflict between the two of them. So what if Xingyang is the teacher of the progeny of combat? The Combat Master Hall has given him countless resources, and the Mingshi Tang headquarters has lent him the Hall of Spring and Autumn. Do you think that he would betray us just because of a teacher? Elder Chu sneered coldly. You know that I'm not talking about betrayal but conflict. The progeny of combat is the strongest fighting force in the Mingshi Tang headquarters. It won't be good if we were to incur discord over this matter. The elder from before exclaimed. Discord? Humph, it's all thanks to the Mingshi Tang headquarters. If we were to discord over this matter, what use is there for us to keep him around? Elder Chu said. We mustn't allow this kind of evil to flourish, or else the Hall of Combat will be disbanded. What you're saying is fallacious. If the progeny of combat, Xingyang, were to remain indifferent and remain in charge of the Combat Master Hall, who would believe that he would be able to do so? Elder Wu said. If they don't believe it, we can just replace him. Elder Wu, you should know that the strongest fighting force on the Master-Teacher continent is still the Mingshi Tang headquarters. Elder Chu bellowed. Enough. Just as the two of them were about to continue arguing, Deputy Division Head Ren Qingyuan shook his head and interjected. I have considered all of your suggestions, and it's indeed a blessing for the Mingshi Tang headquarters to have such a genius in their ranks. However, the Zhang family, Glacier Plain Court, and Sanctum of Sages have repeatedly reported to me that Zhang Xian has crossed the bottom line of the Mingshi Tang headquarters. If we don't deal with him, I fear that the hearts of the people will waver, and more people will take advantage of their talents to commit atrocities. You should be aware of the current situation as well. We are facing the greatest crisis in the past several dozen millenniums. Mankind has to remain united and unite as one in order to overcome this crisis. Otherwise, I fear that we won't be able to overcome this crisis. Hearing those words, the crowd fell silent. Elder Wu and Elder Wu also revealed worried looks on their faces. A moment later, they couldn't help but ask, Pavilion Master Ren, is that news true? It's definitely true. Ren sure nodded. The otherworldly demonic emperor is the leader of the otherworldly demonic tribe, and he wouldn't risk his life for no good reason. Why would he come to our Master-Teacher continent so discreetly? Isn't he afraid that we'll gang up on him? Even until now, Elder Wu still couldn't believe what he had just heard. He's not the only one. There are others who have come as well. Is there even a need to guess what they are up to? Rancher shook his head. I know that something has happened to the otherworldly demonic tribe. 2 ripples have already appeared there, but no one can be certain whether it will happen or not. Yet, all of them have already received news of it? Elder Wu asked doubtfully. Troubled times are coming for the Master-Teacher continent. We have to reduce internal strife as much as possible. Rancher sighed deeply. There's no need for me to elaborate on the implications of the alliance between the Zhang clan and the Luo clan. The Sanctum of Sages also contains the wills of the predecessors, and they can guide us in the right direction. Some time ago, I communicated with Sage Kuei, and he told me that he has already found a new Sanctum Master. The new Sanctum Master possesses unparalleled talent, and he should be able to meet the requirements before the crisis arrives. I've also asked Xianxia about this matter, and he told me that the new Sanctum Master is likely to be Yangshir's direct disciple, Feng Zi. We can't afford to mess with these 2 Sanctum Masters. As for the Glacier Plain Court, that goes without saying. Only those with innate constitutions are able to communicate with the heavens. How can we pacify the hearts of the people if we don't deal with this matter properly? I'm only the Deputy Sanctum Master, so I don't have much influence in the Glacier Plain Court. If there's chaos, even Yangshir won't be able to suppress it. Unless... At this point, Renshir's eyes suddenly widened in admiration and frenzy. The legendary Celestial Master Teacher, the true Sanctum Master, has appeared. Celestial Master Teacher? How can it be that easy to obtain the acknowledgement of the heavens? In the past several dozen millenniums, only Xianxia has managed to do so. Indeed. That's impossible. The elders shook their heads. If a celestial master teacher really appears, I'll kowtow to him immediately and acknowledge him as my teacher. Elder Chu harumphed. Acknowledge him as your teacher? If such a person really exists, you aren't qualified to become his disciple, right? Elder Wu clicked his tongue. I'm indeed not qualified, but even if I can't become his disciple, I'm more than willing to become his servant. Elder Chu raised his chin. A celestial master teacher was a figure on par with Xianxia. If he were to appear in the world, he would surely change the course of history and take control of Mingshi Tang. With a single command from him, no master teacher would dare disobey him. Who wouldn't wish to acknowledge him as their teacher? Acknowledge him as their teacher. 9 stars master teachers might be respected in the eyes of outsiders, but in the eyes of a celestial master teacher, it was nothing at all. Back then, Xianxia had 3,000 disciples, and which one of them had not reached 9 stars? Even if someone of Elder Chu's caliber were to become his disciple, it was unlikely that Xianxia would accept him. Celestial master teacher is just a legend. Hearing Elder Chu's words, Xianxia sighed as well. If a celestial master teacher were to appear among mankind, he would surely be able to command the masses. Even if the otherworldly demonic tribe were to make a comeback, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble for us. On the other hand, I would have no choice but to bow down to his commands. Hearing the words of the deputy sanctum head, the crowd nodded in agreement. The ancient era was the darkest of eras. Back then, the otherworldly demonic tribe was extremely powerful, and the power that they had built could only be stronger than the current Mingshi Tang. Yet, Xianxia was still able to overturn the darkness single-handedly. It was for this reason that the otherworldly demonic tribe feared Xianxia to the extreme. Whenever his name was mentioned, they would tremble in fear, not daring to take even half a step forward. If there really was such an outstanding figure who appeared out of nowhere, the human race would definitely be able to take another step forward and reach an unimaginable height. Forget it, these are just wishful thinking. The reason why I was able to become the deputy sanctum head is due to my superior strength, but my lack of moral authority. For the time being, Mingshi Tang might be able to suppress the Zhang clan, Glacier Plain Court, and the other major powers, but if I were to deal with this matter unfairly, it would be a huge loss for me. Even if they dare not oppose me openly, they would still have to follow my orders behind my back to carry out my orders. Xianxia glanced at the crowd. Xianxia once said that I should reflect on myself 3 times, and I have always kept that in mind, not daring to forget it. As such, even though Zhang Xian had made some contributions to the master-teacher continent, he was still far from matching up to the Zhang clan, the Sanctum of Sages, and the Glacier Plain Court. After weighing the pros and cons, this was the only thing he could do. How about this? I'll give him a chance. Once he finds out, he won't be in a rush to hurt him. As long as the 3 powers are willing to reconcile, it's fine if they don't pursue the matter. If you're unwilling, then I won't stand on ceremony. Palace Master is right, everyone nodded simultaneously. The faces of Elder Wu and the others were filled with shame. As master teachers, they only considered the interests of master teachers. They did not think about the bigger picture. It was thanks to the careful planning of the deputy head that they did not cause a disaster. Otherwise, with the power of Mingshi Tang, they could destroy anyone who was not convinced. If they did things unfairly, they would definitely lose the support of the people. By then, even the headquarters of Mingshi Tang would be in great trouble. Zhang Xian is truly fortunate that Renshi is so magnanimous. However, Zhang Wuheng has sent a message to us, and Zhangshi is also furious. Yuruashin of the Glacier Plain Court is also on the verge of exploding from anger. It's impossible for us to reconcile with them. Elder Chu shook his head. If Zhang Xian is discovered, even if we don't make a move, the 3 powers will still devour him alive. Hung Long. But before he could finish his words, a bizarre energy suddenly surged into the hall, causing the entire hall to tremble violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. What's going on? Renshi abruptly stood up. Wuxi and the others also quickly turned their gazes in the direction of the energy fluctuation. Could it be that Zhang Xian has charged into Mingshi Tang's headquarters? Elder Chu's face twitched. It couldn't be that audacious, could it? But if not for him, how could the Mingshi Tang headquarters, which had been protected by the power of the master-teacher continent for tens of thousands of years, suddenly shake. It's coming from the teacher acknowledgement hall. Let's head over to take a look. Xianxia was the first to figure out the direction of the energy fluctuation, and he swiftly dashed forward. The other elders followed closely behind him. They were all 9-star master teachers, and in the blink of an eye, they were already standing before the teacher acknowledgement hall. Pushing open the doors, they walked in. Walalala, as soon as they walked in, they saw the ancestral tablets of the innumerable predecessors trembling non-stop, as if they had been assaulted by a powerful force. This was the source of the energy that caused the entire Mingshi Tang headquarters to tremble violently. The ancient sage is in shock. What is going on? Elder Chu's lips quivered in fear, and he nearly fainted on the spot. Wuxia and the others also hurriedly scanned the surroundings to see if there was an enemy assault. It's not an enemy assault, but Xianxia widened his eyes in agitation, and his body trembled uncontrollably. If it's not an enemy assault, for it to strike fear into the hearts of the innumerable predecessors, could it be? Hearing the words of the deputy sanctum head, Wuxia was the first to realize what was going on, and his body stiffened in disbelief. Hong Long Long, before Xianxia could finish his words, the ancestral tablets in the teacher acknowledgement hall suddenly reached the limits of their endurance, and they fell to the ground simultaneously. It was as if they had met a formidable figure, and they kneeled down to kowtow, not daring to move in the slightest. This is the sage acknowledgement hall. Elder Chu's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably, and his lips twitched uncontrollably. Those who were able to be worshipped in the teacher acknowledgement hall of the Mingshi Tang headquarters were all outstanding individuals who had contributed greatly to the master teacher acknowledgement hall. To be honest, even he, a 9-star master teacher, was not qualified to have his ancestral tablet erected here. From this, it could be seen just how prestigious the teacher acknowledgement hall was. There could only be a single reason why so many formidable individuals would greet him so respectfully, Kacha. But before the crowd could recover from their shock, the Kongshi statue at the very center of the hall suddenly rose into the air, clasping his fist respectfully with a smile on his face. Following which, a crack slowly appeared at the bottom of the statue, and it swiftly grew larger and larger. Voila, in the blink of an eye, the entire statue collapsed. Sage Acknowledgement Hall, Kongshi Acknowledgement Hall. This is the Celestial Master Teacher Acknowledgement Hall. At this moment, all of the elders finally came to a realization. It was hard to tell whether it was out of agitation or shock, but their faces had paled. They were all 9-star experts, and they understood the implications behind the phenomenon of the Celestial Master Teacher Acknowledgement Hall. Even without an explanation, they knew what the phenomenon before them represented. They had just said that there was no Celestial Master Teacher, and in the blink of an eye, it had appeared. Boom, with the collapse of Kongshi's statue, the teacher acknowledgement hall finally came to its limits and collapsed. The elders simply stood on the spot, allowing the falling debris to fall on their heads, not bothering to stop it at all. Due to their cultivation, the rubble falling from the building was no different from cotton falling on their bodies. It was no different from a cotton ball falling on their bodies. Renshir's eyes glowed in excitement as he clenched his fists tightly. There's hope for mankind. Mingshi Tang will rise to the top of the world once more. Renshir burst into laughter as tears streamed down his cheeks in agitation. As the deputy sanctum head, despite his lack of prestige, he was still the one who ruled over the world. The pressure he had been under over the past few years was unimaginable. Now that the celestial master teacher had appeared, he could finally put down this heavy burden. Pass down my orders. Hurry up and find the source of the energy. Find the celestial master teacher and bring him back as the next sanctum head. Renshir bellowed as he turned around. Yes. The 9-star master teachers clasped their fists and acknowledged the order. Hold on, after issuing the command, Renshir suddenly recalled something and waved his hand. Following which, he raised his hand and grabbed at the air. Voila, the surrounding space immediately solidified, forming a soundproof barrier. The Mingshi Tang was surrounded by a large array, and it was difficult for outsiders to detect it. Under such circumstances, they still had to set up a barrier, which showed how careful they were. The matter of the celestial master teacher involves the fate of mankind, so we mustn't reveal it no matter what. It's likely that the otherworldly demonic emperor has noticed something amiss as well. However, that fellow is skilled in disguise, such that we haven't been able to find any traces of him yet. If we were to leak the news and he were to find the celestial master teacher ahead of time, we would be in deep trouble. With a grim expression, Renshur instructed, from today onward, all of you will head out. On the surface, it will be to look for Xianxia and bring him to justice. Put on a show for the Zhang family and the Glacier Plain court so that they will understand the Mingshi Tang's determination. In truth, he has been secretly searching for the real Sanctum Head, and as soon as he finds him, he'll have to protect him from the shadows. Even though he's a celestial master teacher, it's likely that he hasn't reached the level of Kongshi yet. Otherwise, his name would surely have spread far and wide. Celestial master teachers were only acknowledged by the heavens, and it represented a kind of moral character and character. It didn't mean that they were extremely powerful. Even Kongshi had to take one step at a time and not be strong from birth. If the real Hall Master was really so powerful, it would definitely cause a sensation in the world. As the acting Hall Master of the Mingshi Tang headquarters, he would not have been unaware of the news. We understand. The master teachers nodded in agreement. Yes, the most important thing now is to find the Hall Master and protect him. Renshur waved his hand and said, also, regarding the matter regarding the celestial master teacher, I want all of you to remain tight-lipped. Otherwise, I'll strip you of your master teacher license and send you to the subterranean gallery for the rest of your lives. Yes. All of the master teachers trembled in fear. Hula, after issuing the command, the master teachers immediately scattered in all directions. Renshur hesitated for a moment before flicking his sleeves. Countless puppets immediately materialized before him. These puppets were not too tall, and they did not possess any cultivation. However, they had 10 fingers on each of their hands, and their arms were extremely long. As soon as the puppets landed on the ground, they immediately rushed over to the collapsed teacher acknowledgement hall and busied themselves with their work. In less than an hour, the collapsed ruins were completely restored. Even the memorial tablets were standing upright, as if nothing had happened at all. Recalling all of his puppets, Renshur heaved a sigh of relief. With a gleam in his eyes, he muttered, Celestial Master Teacher. Indeed, the heavens aren't going to destroy mankind. This time, the special aura lingered for an even longer period of time. Xiaoya knew that her teacher must have comprehended something, so she didn't disturb him. She sat not far away and watched quietly. Xianxia, on the other hand, stood motionless in place. This time, he didn't pass out, nor did anything abnormal happen. He just felt like he was swimming in the ocean of time. He didn't know if a day had passed or a year had passed. Under the tempering of the unique aura, Xianxia's soul depth rose by leaps and bounds once more. This time, it was far greater than before. From 25. 1, his soul depth rose by 4 points to 29. 1. In terms of soul depth, 3 points was a unit of measurement. With a soul depth of 29. 1, Xianxia was already at the very pinnacle of the 9 stars master teacher continent. With the surge in his soul depth, Xianxia's analysis of the situation became much more thorough. Thoughts were running in his mind, and it felt as if they would burst forth at any moment. There were many things that he couldn't make sense of in the past that made sense to him. At the same time, he was able to see through the countless cultivation technique manuals more clearly, as if he had seen the very essence of cultivation. Even though I haven't cultivated any Saint 8 Dan Dimension Sundering Realm cultivation technique manuals before, I still managed to compile quite a few of them. On top of that, Xiaoya is my student, so we share the same source of energy. Under her infusion of energy, I was able to easily achieve a breakthrough and reach my current level. Previously, Xianxia had been perplexed as to how he was able to achieve a breakthrough to the Dimension Sundering Realm and trigger the Dimension Sundering ordeal, but at this moment, all doubts were cleared up. It's a pity that I still can't think of a way to heal Xiaoya's meridians. Xianxia shook his head. Many things were coming together in his mind, but he was still unable to figure out a way to heal Xiaoya's meridians. From the looks of it, he could only head to the Blacksmith Guild to look for an artifact that could replace her meridians. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Xianxia opened his eyes. Teacher, are you done with your cultivation? Xiaoya asked doubtfully. She thought that her teacher's cultivation would surge once he entered seclusion, but contrary to her expectations, there wasn't the slightest change in his cultivation at all. The only difference was that his spirit seemed to have become more crystalline, making him even more unfathomable. Xianxia nodded. That's good. Xiaoya heaved a sigh of relief. Let's head back to the Empire Alliance city. This time I'll make sure to resolve the problem with your meridians. Xianxian said as he stood up. The entire master-teacher continent is looking for you, so it's best if we don't go. Seeing that her teacher was going to head back to the Empire Alliance city after such a long time, Xiaoya couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Don't worry. This time even a 9-stars pinnacle master teacher won't be able to see through my disguise, Xianxian chuckled softly. Previously, his soul depth was only 25. 1, which was far from the top even among 8-star master teachers. However, after the 5th acknowledgement of Celestial Master Teacher, his soul depth had soared to 29. 1, even a 9-stars master teacher could be considered to be at the very top. Even an expert of Elder Chu's caliber wouldn't be able to see through his disguise. Needless to say, there was no way Elder Chu would be able to uncover his true identity. However, your disguise isn't too good. How about this? I'll impart a physical body cultivation technique to you first. Even a 9-stars master teacher wouldn't be able to see through his disguise, but Xiaoya didn't possess any cultivation, so it was easy for him to see through her disguise. With the awakening of the purine body, it was easy for her to expose her disguise. Physical body cultivation technique? Alright, but my meridians are already shattered. How am I supposed to cultivate it? Xiaoya nodded as a look of bewilderment surfaced on her face. Physical body cultivation required the channeling of Xinqi and various kinds of energy. Without her meridians, how was she supposed to cultivate it? I have specially modified this physical body cultivation technique so that even without meridians, you'll be able to cultivate it. However, you'll have to complement it with my silver needles. This is a cultivation technique manual. Zhang Xian raised his finger and tapped lightly on the manual, and a sliver of his will immediately seeped into Luo Ruoxin's mind. Xiaoya stood rooted to the spot as she digested the manual. It took her nearly 2 hours before her eyes finally lit up in excitement. Her teacher's physical body cultivation technique was incomparably profound. Compared to it, even the glacier plain quartz body tempering art was no different from trash by the roadside. Let's begin. Seeing that Luo Ruoxin had finally understood, Zhang Xian flicked his wrist, and countless silver needles flew toward Xiaoya. In the blink of an eye, they were infused with Heaven's Path Xinqi, tempering Luo Ruoxin's physical body. While Zhang Xian was helping Xiaoya to cultivate the Heaven's Path golden body, a huge group of people had already gathered at the entrance of the Combat Master Hall's Progeny of Combat's room. Every single one of them had anxious looks on their faces. Today was the day that the Progeny of Combat was coming out of seclusion. The Progeny of Combat is about to come out of seclusion. Have you all thought through how you should report this matter? An elder asked, breaking the silence in the room. We'll just report it as it is. What's there to be conflicted about? A middle-aged man in armor waved his hand. His tone carried a hint of iron and blood. Report it as it is? It's not as if you don't know the personality of the Progeny of Combat. Back then, when he passed the examination, he suffered severe injuries and forced himself to remain unconscious to issue the first Progeny of Combat decree. He ordered all combat masters to treat his teacher with respect. Given how much respect he has for his teacher, do you think that he'll let this matter go so easily? The elder frowned. I fear that the entire world will descend into chaos. The sanctum of sages belongs to Mingshi Tang, so nothing will happen. Isn't it just the Zhang family and the Glacier Plain court? Do you think that they represent the entire world? Besides, is there a need for us to explain the actions of the Progeny of Combat to them? Those people are nothing more than parasites living in peace. If not for our Combat Master Hall, would we be able to enjoy our current prosperity? Would we be able to enjoy such peace? The armored middle-aged man harumphed coldly. Elder Meng is right. Our Combat Master Hall doesn't need to waste our breath on words. Back then, the Soul Oracle Guild had countless soulless metal humanoids and experts, but didn't they still fall easily? It's just that the Master Teacher Pavilion has been too accommodating, giving them too much face. It's because of this that they have the guts to question the responsibilities of Master Teachers. If I were in their shoes, I would have made an order, and if anyone dares to disobey it, I would have destroyed them. Another middle-aged man said with a wave of his hand. Master teachers are teachers, not bandits or scoundrels. The reason why Mingshi Tang has been able to stand for so many years is due to his virtue, not his martial prowess. If he were to do so, how could he possibly win the trust of others? The elder shook his head. Trust? Do you think that there's a need to win their trust at this point in time? The people nowadays are living in peace, and they have long lost their sense of danger. They have lost the steely blood that runs through their veins. And they have forgotten the days when they were ruled by the otherworldly demonic tribe. At this moment, they only know how to look for flaws in the conduct of master teachers. Even the slightest trifle will cause them to stir up trouble. Mingshi Tang, if he doesn't like the way he deals with it, he will announce it to the world under the title of Master and Master. Not far away, another middle-aged man sneered, that's exactly what happened with Xianxia. This matter wasn't too big of a deal to begin with, but as the culprit behind it was a master teacher, if he didn't deal with the matter, he would surely be doubted by countless people, and rumors would spread about his morals. But if he were to really deal with the matter, wouldn't he be letting down the contributions that master teachers had made to mankind? Putting everything aside, just the fact that Xianxia single-handedly uprooted a branch of the otherworldly demonic emperor is worthy of respect. The common people were ignorant. They didn't care how much you contributed or how much effort you put in. They only looked at the mistakes you made and magnified them infinitely. Taking Xianxia as an example, according to the information they had received, although he had caused a huge ruckus in the three major forces, he had actually only destroyed some buildings and formations, and injured some people. So far, no one had died as a result. But, if the news were to spread, it would be a different story. Everyone would think that it was an 8-star master teacher who used his own strength to wreak havoc in the three major forces. If Mingshi Tang didn't punish him severely, there would be a rift in the hearts of the populace, and credibility would become negligible. I'm aware of this as well, but now that Mingshi Tang's execution has been announced, it's up to Mingshi Tang to decide what to do. What we need to do now is to consider how we should report this matter to the progeny of combat. The elder interjected. He was aware of this matter as well, but what could he do? The reason why Mingshi Tang was created by Xianxia was to protect mankind. Even if he didn't understand it, he had to do it. He couldn't just watch as the populace was plunged into misery and suffering. This was a responsibility that he couldn't shirk from. The crowd fell silent. They had known the progeny of combat for a long time, and they had come to understand the feelings he had for his teacher. If he were to hear that Mingshi Tang had put him on the wanted list, he would surely fly into a rage. By then, it would be hard to predict what kind of commotion he would cause. It hadn't been easy for the Combat Master Hall to produce a true progeny of combat, and they didn't want to see a mishap happen just like that. Elder Qing, have you already thought of a way? A middle-aged man could not help but look at the old man who spoke. The crowd turned their gazes over. I don't have a solution either. My current thinking is that we should report the matter to the Combat Master Hall because the news is spreading like wildfire. Rather than trying to hide it, we might as well report it in advance. The Elder Qing, said slowly. The Master Teacher arrest warrant had been made known to the entire Master Teacher continent. Even though the progeny of combat was unaware of it, it was still possible to find out about it by asking around. Rather than waiting for the progeny of combat to learn of the matter and question them, it was better for them to report it in advance. At the very least, they wouldn't have to be so passive. Understanding this, the crowd nodded in agreement. If not for this, they wouldn't have had such a headache over it. We can focus on the conflict that Xianxia has caused and his crimes. As for the punishment and the wanted list, we can just talk about it lightly. I believe that the progeny of combat will be able to make sense of the situation and not act recklessly. Elder Qing paused for a moment before replying. They had no choice but to change their approach. All right. The crowd nodded in agreement. Barely after they were done discussing the matter, Jia, the door to the room slowly opened, and a spear-wielding young man walked out. Despite his young age, he carried an air of sharpness that felt as if he could pierce through the heavens. Surges of Zhenqi swirled around his body, seemingly ready to explode at any moment. Welcome back, progeny of combat. The crowd clasped their fists. The young man waved his hand and stopped. Even though he didn't move at all, the aura that he exuded deterred others from speaking too loudly. Did something happen for so many elders to come over at the same time? The young man asked as he scanned the surroundings. Reporting to the progeny of combat, it's like this. You told us to keep an eye on Xianxia, and we have received reports that he wreaked havoc in the Zhang clan last night, destroying countless buildings and injuring dozens of elders. After which, he went to the Sanctum of Sages and injured the deputy sanctum head, Xianxia, and the others. Elder Qing hurriedly stepped forward and spelled out the words that he had prepared beforehand. What he said were all the things that Zhang Xian had done, so that the son of combat would have an idea and not be too anxious. However, before he could finish his words, the progeny of combat interrupted him with a cold laugh. Did you say all this yourself, or did Mingshi Tang announce it? This is the news that I received. Elder Qing hurriedly replied. Is the information you received so unreliable? Turning around, the young man glared at Zhang Xian coldly. You kidnapped the young court chief of the Glacier Plain Court. Do you know who the young court chief is? That's it? This subordinate does not know. Getting. Elder Cheng's heart skipped a beat as he shook his head. Teacher only needs to send a message, and this young palace master will immediately abandon her identity and leave with him. Is there a need to plunder? Are you kidding me? The young man waved his hand. This? How did the progeny of combat learn of it? Elder Qing asked. Because of the young court chief of the Glacier Plain Court, with a spear in one hand and the other behind his back, the young man raised his head and said, It's my senior sister. The progeny of combat was none other than Zhang Xian's student, Xingyang. At this very moment, his aura was extremely stable, and it was hard to tell what realm he had reached. On top of that, his appearance was resolute, and his actions carried the disposition of a nobleman. He was no longer the reckless and naive young man from back then. Senior? The eyebrows of the elders of the Combat Master Hall shot up in disbelief. Didn't that mean that he was also Zhang Xian's student? Why did he have to make such a huge fuss out of it? That's right. Xingyang didn't bother explaining the matter. Instead, he turned to Elder Qing and said, Pass me the report regarding the Mingshi Tang. I'll take a look at it myself. This, not expecting the young court chief of the Glacier Plain Court to be his senior, Elder Qing immediately messed up the speech that he had prepared beforehand. After a moment of hesitation, he could only pass a jade token over and say, This isn't a notice but a master teacher arrest warrant. Arrest warrant? Arrest who? Teacher? Xingyang's eyebrows shot up as he hurriedly took the jade token. Lowering his head to take a look, his face immediately darkened. Ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Heed my orders. Keep a close eye on the movements of the Zhang family, the Glacier Plain Court, the Sanctum of Sages, and the Mingshi Tang. If you find any trace of our teacher, report it to me immediately. I'd like to see who dares to arrest our teacher. This? Elder Cheng's lips twitched in fright. Progeny of combat, our Combat Master Hall. Is a subordinate of the Mingshi Tang. Mingshi Tang's orders. You're going to blatantly defy them. Subordinate? A general on the front lines has its limits. Save our teacher first, and I'll negotiate with the Mingshi Tang later. Xingyang flung his sleeves as the spear in his hand trembled, and a sharp shrill echoed in the air, as if it would pierce through space at any moment. The Combat Master Hall has sacrificed our lives for mankind. It's about time for us to show everyone the edge that we deserve. I'll let the world know that those who dare to touch my teacher should first weigh their own worth. Yes. The elders clasped their fists. Some of them smiled bitterly while others felt their blood boiling. But with the progeny of combat command, no one dared to oppose it. Poison Temple. To think that the Master Teacher Pavilion would actually dare to hunt down my teacher. It seems that I gave them face last time, but they didn't know. In the middle of the hall, a woman suddenly stood up. Her eyes flickered, revealing a cold intent. The lady didn't seem to be too old, and she looked a little thin and weak. However, there was a faint green mist shrouding her body, and it felt as if even 9 stars master teachers would be poisoned to death if they were to enter it. Temple Master of the Poison Temple, Wei Ruyan. After becoming the Hall Master, she had received the full support of countless poison masters, and her poison body had been successfully awakened. While she was still a little lacking compared to the founder back then, she was still far stronger than all of the other elders. If he were to make a move, not even 9 stars master teachers would be a match for him. One of the 4 eminences of the Poison Temple, Lin Jianghai, clasped his fist and said, "The Mingshi Tang people are used to being arrogant. Hall Master, we'll follow your instructions." With his contributions, his standing in the Poison Temple was second only to that of the Hall Master. More importantly, he had received the personal guidance of the Hall Master, and his poison arts had reached a transcendent level. Even if the right emissary were to come back to life, he wouldn't be a match for him. Simple. Follow me and protect my teacher from the shadows. If anyone dares to make a move on him, there's no need to say anything. Just kill them with your poison. The Poison Temple has been in seclusion for too long, so it's about time for us to make a move and let them know. Wei Ruyan harumphed coldly. Having experienced life and death, she was already indifferent to rules. Her teacher had done so much for her, and without her teacher, she wouldn't be the current her. If anyone dares to make a move on her teacher, then I'll have to apologize. If I don't destroy your entire clan with my poison, I won't be called Wei Ruyan. We'll obey the Hall Master's orders. The elders clasped their fists excitedly. Having been trapped in the Poison Temple for so long, the members of the Poison Temple couldn't wait any longer. Since this was an opportunity, there was no reason for them to stand on ceremony. On the Master-Teacher continent, in a pitch-black ancient domain, there was not the slightest bit of light in the surroundings. A massive figure slowly rose from the ground. The energy in front of it was so powerful that it felt as if the heavens and earth were being torn apart. "Why are you in such a hurry to wake me up?" The massive figure's voice boomed like a thunderbolt. "Master is being hunted down by the Mingshi Tang." A soul clasped his fist and reported. "Teacher is being hunted down? Why?" The massive figure abruptly stood up, and the ground trembled. It was as if the world had turned even darker. "This is the information that I have gathered." The soul flicked his finger, and a jade token flew over. Catching the jade token, the massive figure lowered his head to take a look, and his eyebrows shot up. "Ridiculous. Ridiculous. It seems like the Mingshi Tang is asking for it. Mo Hunsheng, accompany me to the Glacier Plain Court. We'll find out where my teacher is." With a slight leap, the massive figure dived into a corpse lying on the ground. Following which, the corpse stood up, revealing a delicate and resolute face. He appeared to be around 17 or 18, and he was the direct disciple of Xianxia when he first arrived at the ancient domain of the Soul Oracles, Lu Cheng. At this moment, Lu Cheng's soul was immensely powerful. Every single movement of his was capable of shaking the heavens and earth. "Yes." Nodding, Mo Hunsheng quickly followed behind the massive figure and headed toward the Glacier Plain Court. "Seijuan clan. What did you say? Hunt down my teacher? Very good, very good. This must be the idea of the first elder of the Zhang clan." Yuan Tao stood before a group of elders with narrowed eyes. It was one thing for him to be injured or captured, but he couldn't allow anyone to harm his teacher. "Young clan head, the clan head has instructed us not to interfere in this matter. After all, this is an order from the Mingshi Tang." An elder stepped forward. Peng, before he could finish his words, the elder was already sent flying, and in the blink of an eye, he was nowhere to be seen. With his hands behind his back, Yuan Tao glanced at the elders coldly and asked, "Is there anyone else who has anything to say?" "Young clan head, before the clan head went into seclusion, he instructed you not to cause any trouble." "Ah." Yet another elder was sent flying with a cry of agony. "All right, is there anyone else who has anything to say?" Yuan Tao asked coldly. "Yes, young clan head." The crowd clasped their fists. "That's more like it." Yuan Tao nodded in satisfaction. "Since you all know the rules of the clan, you should know that I am the true clan head. Right now, I will issue an order for everyone to follow me to the Glacier Plain Court and search for my teacher. If anyone dares to make a move on him, kill them on the spot." "Yes." The crowd nodded. "Our Yuan clan might not be as powerful as the Zhang clan, but I don't believe that we can't protect a single person." Narrowing his eyes, Yuan Tao commanded coldly, "Set off." Hula, countless aerial saint beasts rose into the air and headed straight for the Glacier Plain Court. In the headquarters of the Spirit Awakener Guild, countless ladies were standing in front of a tall tower with nervous looks on their faces. It has already been 7 days. Will she be able to succeed? One of the ladies standing at the very front asked. I don't know whether she'll succeed or not, but I do know that as long as she succeeds, there's no need for the selections to be held 2 months from now. After all, we already have a new guild leader. Another lady said. Indeed. Throughout the history of the Spirit Awakener Guild, only a handful of people have been able to clear the Spirit Awakener Tower. Yet, a newbie who has only been learning spirit enchantment for a few months actually dared to challenge it. More importantly, she even managed to reach the 8th floor. This is truly unprecedented. The First Lady remarked. Spirit Awakeners require a refined primordial spirit, and given the purity of her soul and Xianxia, it'll be difficult for her to advance slowly. With her around, it seems like our Spirit Awakener Guild will be able to rise to greater heights. We won't have to depend on any other powers anymore. The Second Lady said. As the Spirit Awakener Guild was a supporting occupation, its fighting prowess wasn't particularly high. Most of the time, it had to rely on its fighting prowess to survive. However, the sudden appearance of this genius might very well change the situation. Indeed. To think that such a genius would finally appear in our Spirit Awakener Guild. It is truly a blessing for us. The crowd exclaimed. Hong Long, before the crowd could finish their words, the ground suddenly trembled. Following which, they saw the towering tower before them shaking violently. Following which, they rushed forward. She has enchanted the Spirit Awakener Tower. Does this mean that she has succeeded? Not only was the crowd not infuriated, their faces even reddened in agitation. Not only has she succeeded, she has even won the acknowledgement of the founder of the Spirit Awakener Guild. Not only will Wang Ying become the guild leader, she might even become the strongest Spirit Awakener beneath the founder. In fact, given enough time, she might even surpass the founder. The First Lady exclaimed in agitation. Indeed. Our Spirit Awakener Guild is finally going to rise once more. The crowd exclaimed in excitement. Some time later, the tower came to a halt, and a white-robed young lady slowly descended from it, reminiscent of a fairy. She was the first student that Zhang Xian had accepted, the extremely adorable girl back in Tianxian Academy, Wang Ying. At this moment, she had undergone a complete transformation from a year ago. She was pure and adorable before, but now she was cold and wise. Her gaze swept across the crowd, carrying with it a special sense of oppression that made it impossible for anyone to refute her. Greetings, Guild Leader. Many women knelt on the ground. If he could clear the Spirit Awakening Tower, no one would dare to doubt him anymore. Alright, since I become the Guild Leader, I'll issue the first order now. Wang Ying flung his sleeves and spoke in a distant voice. Yes, President. Everyone cupped their fists. From today onward, all members of our Spirit Awakener Guild are to treat my teacher, Zhang Xian, as the guild leader of our Spirit Awakener Guild. All of his orders are to be obeyed, and no one is to question or challenge him. Those who violate the rules will be stripped of their license as Spirit Awakeners, and they'll never be employed again. Wang Ying said as he surveyed the surroundings. Yes. Everyone nodded. A moment later, the first woman raised her head and asked, Zhang Xian? Are you referring to the 8-star master teacher of the Sanctum of Sages, Zhang Xian? Yes. Wang Ying nodded. There were many people who shared the same name on the master teacher continent, but there was only one 8-star master teacher in the Sanctum of Sages. Guild leader, Mingshi Tang has placed a bounty on Zhangshi's head. This is the warrant for his arrest. With a flick of her finger, the first woman passed the token over to Zhang Xian. Lowering his head to take a look, Wang Ying's eyebrows immediately shot up, and his eyes turned terrifyingly dark. How dare you try to bully my teacher and accuse him of a crime? Let's see who dares to do so. Harumphing coldly, Wang Ying turned around and commanded, relay my orders. All Spirit Awakeners with a rank of 9 stars and above are to follow me to the Glacier Plain Court and enchant all of the Mingshi Tang cultivators within a 30,000 li radius. Yes. The crowd clasped their fists and bowed. Spirit Awakener has always been a supporting occupation. It's about time for the world to know that our guild possesses formidable fighting prowess as well. Wang Ying placed his hands behind his back and harumphed coldly. Boom, exhaling deeply, Xiaoya slowly rose to her feet. It was difficult for her to cultivate the Heaven's Path golden body without meridians, but with her teacher's help, she had already succeeded. At this moment, her skin had become even more supple, reminiscent of a newborn infant. While her strength had not increased by too much, she was able to alter her appearance easily. On top of that, her teacher's Xianxia had concealed her soul, making it difficult for even 9 stars master teachers to recognize her. Alright, change your appearance. Seeing that Xiaoya had succeeded, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. This way, even if she were to enter the Empire Alliance, she would not be recognized so easily. Yes. Xiaoya nodded. The muscles on her face twitched a little, and soon, she changed into a completely different appearance. Even so, she was still a rare beauty. Good. Xianxia nodded with a smile. Even though she was still beautiful, in a place like the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Academy, it was not too shocking. After that was done, the two of them headed back to the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Academy. There were indeed many sentries stationed outside the city, and there were even master teachers stationed there to conduct strict checks on those entering and exiting the city. However, most of them were 6-star and 7-star master teachers, so it was impossible for them to see through their disguise. Let's head to the blacksmith guild first. I'll look around to see if there are any materials that can replace meridians. After asking around, Xianxia brought Xiaoya to the blacksmith guild. The Empire Alliance Master Teacher Blacksmith Guild wasn't too different from the Sanctum of Sages. The highest-ranked blacksmith in the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Academy was only 8-star, but there were some 9 stars as well. Soon, Xianxia arrived at the entrance of the Empire Alliance Master Teacher Academy. Teacher, who are we looking for? Xiaoya asked doubtfully. Even if Xianxia wanted to find out if there were any materials that could replace meridians, he would at least need someone to ask around. Otherwise, what could he possibly find out by walking around aimlessly? Of course we're looking for their guild leader. Xianxia replied with a smile. The most capable person in the blacksmith guild was naturally the guild leader. Naturally, he would be the best candidate to look for. Guild leader? Even if we look for him like this, we won't be able to meet him, right? Xiaoya asked in bewilderment. Their current identities were hidden. They weren't master teachers or blacksmiths, so what right did they have to meet the other party? Simple. Xianxia chuckled. He scanned the surroundings, and as if he had noticed something, his eyes lit up. Follow me. At the corner of the hall sat a blacksmith. The 8 stars on his chest were glowing brightly. An 8-star blacksmith, at this moment, he was instructing his disciples to conduct checks on those entering and exiting the blacksmith guild. Walking up to the other party, Xianxia exclaimed in agitation, "You really are here. You sure made it difficult for me to find you, you are." The 8-star blacksmith froze on the spot. Why did you forget about me so quickly? I'm your senior uncle. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up in displeasure. Little martial uncle? The 8-star master teacher was taken aback for a moment before a deep frown appeared on his forehead. That friend over there, who in the world are you? It doesn't seem appropriate to make fun of me like this. How could he not recognize his martial uncle? The young man before him had never met him before, and yet, he called him senior uncle. It was clear that he was mocking him. Joking? It seems like you really don't know me. Shaking his head, Xianxia suddenly made a grabbing motion. Rumble, the ferocious energy immediately enveloped the 8-star blacksmith, as if it was going to crush him into powder. Having reached Dimension Sundering Realm primary stage, Xianxia's control over his strength had improved significantly. Even some Saint 9 Dan primary stage experts would be able to subdue him with ease. Even though the young man before him was an 8-star blacksmith, his cultivation was only at Phantasmal Space Realm pinnacle. Xianxia's body stiffened, and he quickly drove his Xianxia to meet the young man's attack head-on. However, before his palm could even reach Xianxia, the energy that had nearly crushed him disappeared in the blink of an eye, as if it had never appeared in the first place. He hurriedly turned to look at the young man before him, only to see the latter placing his hands behind his back and looking at him calmly. Since you don't recognize me, let me ask you then. Are you Chen Mo? I am indeed Chen Mo. Blacksmith Chen Mo nodded. There was no one in the guild who didn't know his name, so it wasn't a big deal for them to know him. You're a disciple of Master Liu Yang, a 9 stars equipment refiner. What you practice is Liu Yang's equipment refining technique, and what you're most proficient in is the Hongdian equipment refining technique. The ring finger of your left hand was once burned by earth fire when you were forging a weapon. Am I right? Xianxia looked at him impassively. That's right. Chen Mo was taken aback for a moment before shaking his head. These things can be found in the guild's database. It's not a big deal, I know that it's possible, but the Hongdian forging technique requires the coordination of all 10 fingers in order to bring out its full potential. Back then, when you were learning the technique, your ring finger was injured, and every time you were tempering a weapon, it would uncontrollably contract. Even though it doesn't affect the forging too much, it shows that your control over your strength has yet to reach its peak. I don't think too many people are aware of this, right? Xianxia chuckled. You, blacksmith Chen Mo stiffened. While his habit of smithing was harmless, it was indeed something that he had developed back when he was still learning the craft. There weren't many people who knew about it, and even in the blacksmith guild, there weren't many who knew about it. Yet, the young man before him was able to point it out with such certainty, as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Could it be that he was really a disciple of the blacksmith guild? Not only do I know this, I also know that there are many flaws in the Hongdian smithing art that you're cultivating. The reason why Senior Liu Yang asked me to come here is to give you some pointers in hopes that you'll be able to achieve a breakthrough as soon as possible. Of course. I didn't bring any keepsake with me, so it's fine if you don't believe me. Xianxia waved his hand. Guide me? Chen Mo frowned in bewilderment. That's right. There are 3 obvious mistakes in your smithing technique. Firstly, it's too complicated. Every step of the process has to be tempered to the extreme. This method is indeed beneficial to some ores, but it's not as smooth when it comes to the fusion of weapons, with a light chuckle, Xianxia said. Hearing those words, Chen Mo's body staggered. The other party was right. He did have such a habit, and he had tried to correct it. However, every time he did so, he would miss the optimal timing for the fusion of various materials, resulting in him being unable to forge the strongest weapon. As time went by, he eventually gave up on it. In smithing, habits, movements, and techniques, every single one of them was important. Even though he was an 8-star blacksmith, he wasn't able to achieve perfection. Secondly, the Hongdian smithing art uses a macroscopic method to find the center of the hammer so as to achieve the same effect. While your eye of discernment isn't too bad, allowing you to find the optimal location to hammer the ores every single time, it's a pity that your speed of forging is a little too slow, Xianxia continued. Chen Mo's body trembled once more. It was as if the other party had seen him smithing with his own eyes before. Thirdly, Xianxia continued. By the time Chen Mo finished speaking, cold sweat was already trickling down his back. These 3 points were indeed the mistakes he had made in his smithing technique. He had tried to correct them countless times, but to no avail. As such, even though his smithing mastery had improved, it wasn't too obvious. Is there any way for me to remedy this? Unable to stand it any longer, Chen Mo clasped his fist and bowed. Even though he wasn't sure whether the other party was his senior uncle or not, he knew that the other party was far superior to him in the field of smithing. Like I said, Senior Zhang sent me over to guide you, so naturally, there's a way for you to resolve your problems. Xianxia chuckled softly. Even though it wasn't convenient for him to take out his 8-star blacksmith emblem at the moment, his understanding and knowledge of smithing were still there. In fact, even some 9-star primary stage blacksmiths paled in comparison to him. After seeing through Chen Mo's flaws through the Library of Heaven's Path, he had already found a way to resolve them. I see. After hearing Xianxia's guidance, Chen Mo suddenly felt enlightened. Thank you, senior uncle. Kneeling on the floor, Chen Mo expressed his gratitude. You don't doubt me anymore? Xianxia chuckled softly. I don't doubt you anymore, Chen Mo replied with an awkward smile. Even if the other party wasn't his senior uncle, the fact that he was able to point out so many of his flaws and impart the correct cultivation method to him was more or less half a teacher to him. It's good that you don't doubt me anymore. Other than offering you some pointers, there's another matter that I would like to trouble your guild leader on. Xianxia. You wish to meet the guild leader? This way please. Qianmo quickly nodded before leading the way. Taking this sight into her eyes, Xiaoya couldn't help but feel even more impressed by her teacher. She knew that there was nothing that her teacher couldn't do, but she didn't think that he would be able to hoodwink an 8-star blacksmith into becoming his junior with just a few words. More importantly, the other party even trusted him deeply. Even though she had seen it with her own eyes, she still found it hard to believe. With an 8-star blacksmith leading the way, it didn't take long for them to meet the guild leader. He was an elder in his 60s with a head full of white hair. Judging from his appearance, his cultivation had already reached Saint 8 Dan Pinnacle. Guild leader, my senior uncle is here to meet you. Qianmo walked up to the guild leader. Senior uncle? The guild leader's face turned grim. He hurriedly stood up and asked, May I know how I should address you, elder? He was on the same level as Qianmo, and since the other party was his senior uncle, it went without saying that he was his senior as well. I am Wu Zhanxian, and this is my student. Due to some problems with her body, she wishes to seek your help. Zhanxian clasped his fist. So it's Blacksmith Wu. May I know what I can do for you? As long as it's within our means, we'll do our best to help you. The guild leader said with a smile. It's like this. Due to an error in her cultivation, my student's meridians have been damaged, so I would like to ask if there's anything in our guild that can replace meridians to drive Xianxia. Zhanxian. Replace meridians? The guild leader paused for a moment before continuing. Meridians can accommodate the flow of Xianxia, and along with the rise of one's cultivation, they can even expand their meridians, allowing one's strength to flow smoothly. Even though the guild has plenty of artifacts, none of them are capable of such a feat. Meridians were something that could grow, and it would change along with the cultivation of a cultivator. The stronger the cultivator, the wider the meridians, the weaker the meridians, the narrower the meridians. It was an inseparable part of the body. Even though the weapons forged by the blacksmith guild were profound, there was no substitute for them. Can't do it? Zhanxian furrowed his brows. I remember that some of the more powerful weapons can be extended or shortened, and they can be big or small. Would it be better to use them on the meridians? Powerful weapons were also capable of changing their size at will. For example, the sanctum head token in Zhanxian's hand was usually only the size of a palm, but it could also transform into a massive shield. Weapons can change according to one's will, but they aren't able to harness Xianxia. Furthermore, the transformation of one's meridians involves the space around them, not the thickening of the outer walls. If one were to enter one's body and undergo an abrupt transformation, I fear that one might end up getting injured instead. The president smiled bitterly. Sigh, Zhanxian's face was livid. Even though he knew all of this, he was unwilling to give up. He hoped that he would be able to obtain some different information from others. However, from the looks of it now, it seemed that it would be impossible for him to refine meridians using the same method he used to forge weapons. Actually, there's no need to be depressed. It's true that forged artifacts can't solve the problem, but I've heard rumors that someone has managed to complete the meridian replacement. Seeing the expression on Zhanxian's face, the guild leader suddenly recalled something and said, Who? Zhanxian's eyes lit up. Since someone could do it, he could definitely do it too. Even if he couldn't do it, he would still find that person to reconnect Xiaoya's meridians so that she could cultivate again. What I've heard is just a rumor. Whether it's true or not, I've never verified it. Not long ago, about 20 years ago, an expert from the headquarters of Mingshi Tang searched everywhere for a way to replace the meridians. It was said that he succeeded in the end. The guild leader pondered for a moment before replying. The headquarters of Mingshi Tang? Who? Zhanxian asked anxiously. Whether Xiaoya could recover or not, they couldn't afford to be careless. Grand Elder Yangxian. The president nodded. Yangxian? Zhanxian was stunned. He had impersonated the Grand Elder and claimed to be his student, but who could have known that the other party had done all of this in the past? Did he really have to take the initiative to look for the other party? Indeed. Putting aside the fact that Xianxia is a highly talented individual, more importantly, he has a deep understanding of the various occupations. Due to the matter of meridian replacement, he once consulted the head of the blacksmith guild and the guild leader of the headquarters for many years, and it is said that he has succeeded. Of course, this is just hearsay. As for the exact details, we will have to ask the person in question first. The president said. Oh, Xianxia rubbed his forehead. Looks like I'll have to look for Master Yang. Xianxia should still be in the Zhang family, so he would probably have to pay a visit to the Zhang family first. However, if he were to impersonate the other party's student and impersonate the other party, causing a huge uproar in the world, wouldn't he be directly suppressed if he went to look for the other party? If he were to face First Elder Zhang Wuheng, he might still be able to escape. However, if Xianxia were to make a move on him, even if he were to use all of his means, it would still be futile. Xianxia? Xianxian? By the side, Xiaoya felt her head spinning as she listened to the conversation. After seeing Xianxia transform into her teacher, she could already tell that the founder was a fake. Yet, another person had suddenly appeared. Just what in the world was going on? Xianxia rarely returns to Mingshi Tang's headquarters, so it will be difficult to find him. However, if your student's condition is urgent, Physician Huang from the Physician Guild is a good friend of mine. I can get him to treat your student. Seeing that the young man before him was deep in thought, the guild leader thought that the young man was worried about his student's condition. Guild leader, thank you for your goodwill, but there's no need for that at the moment. Xianxia clasped his fist. Just as he was about to continue speaking, a blacksmith suddenly rushed in and said, Guild leader, there's a master teacher outside who wishes to meet you. Master teacher? How many stars? Who is it? The guild leader asked. The blacksmith hesitated for a moment before replying, he doesn't have his emblem on, so I'm not too sure what his rank is, but I think his surname is Yang. His surname is Yang? The guild leader pondered for a moment, but he was still unable to think of any formidable master teacher in the Empire Alliance who had the surname Yang. Nevertheless, he still nodded and said, invite him in. Yes. The blacksmith turned around and walked out of the room. Since you have a guest, I'll be taking my leave then. Knowing that Xianxia might be able to repair his meridians, Xianxia knew that there was no point in staying here any longer. Thus, he clasped his fist and bade farewell to Xiaoya. Barely after he turned around, he heard footsteps behind him. Following which, the blacksmith from before walked in with an elder. Young friend, why are you leaving so soon after arriving? The elder asked with a smile. Me? Xianxia was taken aback. Why would the other party come to look for the guild leader and say such words to him? Indeed. Rather than paying a visit to the guild leader, it would be more accurate to say that I'm here for you. The elder said with a smile as he stroked his beard. For me? Xianxia frowned in bewilderment. The elder before him looked extremely ordinary. Even though he was dressed in a master teacher robe, he didn't have an emblem on his emblem, so it was impossible to tell his rank. However, he was certain that he had never met him before. Do we know each other? Unable to hold himself back any longer, Xianxia asked. Hee hee. Instead of replying, the elder chuckled softly. Turning to the guild leader and blacksmith Chen Mo, he said, Masters, I have some matters that I would like to discuss with this young friend over here in private. May I know if you can do me a favor? After which, he flicked his finger, and an emblem with 9 dazzling stars appeared before the duo. 9 stars blacksmith? Upon seeing the emblem, the guild leader and Chen Mo leaped in shock. They hurriedly clasped their fists and replied, yes. They had thought that the other party would take out a master teacher emblem since he was a master teacher, but who could have thought that he would be a 9 stars blacksmith? Just this fact alone made it hard for them to turn him down. Walala, the duo quickly backed out of the room, and soon, only Xianxia, Xiaoya, and the peculiar elder were left in the room. Wu Xianxia, I am Xianxia. The pseudonym you gave me doesn't seem sincere at all. Seeing that there was no one in the room, the elder chuckled softly. Isn't that so, Xianxia? Or should I address you as Sanctum Head Zhang? You, not expecting the other party to be able to see through his background so easily, Xianxia's eyes narrowed in shock. A thought suddenly struck him, and goosebumps rose all over his body. He immediately linked his consciousness to his clone, prepared to flee at any moment. You are a master teacher, and your surname is Yang. Could you be, I am, stroking his beard once more, the elder looked at Xianxia with a smile. I am the person you are impersonating as. Xianxia. Going back to half a day ago, Xianxia and the others had arrived at the Glacier Plain Court through the teleportation formation in Mingshi Tang's headquarters, and as expected, they were greeted by the tragic sight on the notice. All of the buildings had collapsed to the ground, and smoke could be seen billowing from the surroundings. Charred marks could be seen on the walls as well. Just like that, he reduced our Glacier Plain Court to such a state. Yuruwashin couldn't help but tremble in anger upon recalling what had happened. He had just overcome the phantasmal space ordeal in the Zhang clan and destroyed the Zhang clan. Are you saying that he has already overcome the dimension-sundering ordeal here? Zhang Wuheng was astonished. He had experienced the phantasmal space ordeal personally, and he had nearly been struck to death. Yet, in less than a single night, the other party had already reached the Glacier Plain Court and overcome the dimension-sundering ordeal. Did that not mean that the other party had advanced 2 realms within a single day? Did he really have to be that incredible? More importantly, how in the world did he manage to make the lightning tribulation listen to his commands and strike everywhere? Since that's what you said, he should have been severely injured, so he couldn't have flown far. May I know where he is at the moment? Xianxia asked. I'm not too sure either. All traces of his flight have been erased. I've already sent my men to look for him, but they were unable to find any trace of him at all. Yuruwashin shook her head. She had seen the other party escape with her own eyes. While the other party's speed was not too fast, when she tried to trace his movements, it was as if he had vanished into thin air. They had been searching for him for more than a day now, but they were unable to find anything at all. It was as if Xianxia had never been here at all. It seems like he's an expert in concealment. He must have used some kind of special means to erase his tracks, Xianxia nodded. There were some master teachers who specialized in tracking, and there were also some who specialized in anti-tracking. Even with Xianxia's strength, he was still unable to track them down. Indeed. However, given his condition, it's impossible for him to have gotten far. As long as we search within a radius of 10,000 li, we should be able to find him. Yuruwashin said confidently. Even though she had yet to find any traces of that fellow, given how severely injured he was, it was unlikely that he would be able to get away easily. On top of that, there was also the fact that Mingshi Tang had issued a warrant to capture him. Based on her estimations, it was unlikely that he had managed to escape more than 100,000 li. As long as they searched carefully within this area, they would definitely be able to find it. How about this? First Elder and the head of the Zhang family, since we're both looking for Xianxia, why don't we split up? That way, we'll be able to move faster. Whoever finds him first will be able to communicate with one another. Xianxia turned to look at the others. All right. Sword Saint Ming nodded. When she heard that the person whom she suspected to be her son was severely injured, she was extremely worried. She wanted to find him right now, and she didn't want to waste a single moment. Xianxia had wanted to blame the Glacier Plain Court for this, but upon seeing the state of the Glacier Plain Court, he found himself unable to bring himself to do so. Then let's go. Knowing how his wife felt, Hyung Kensei chose a direction, and the two of them flew directly. Zhang Wuheng seemed to have thought of something. After a moment of hesitation, he also chose a direction and turned around to leave. Farewell, Elder Yu. With a smile, Xianxia turned around and left. The 3 groups of people went in 3 different directions and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After their departure, Yuruwashin continued instructing the disciples to repair the buildings. A moment later, the first elder of the Zhang family, Zhang Wuheng, suddenly flew back. Elder Wuheng, did you manage to find Xianxia? Yuruwashin's eyes lit up in excitement. I didn't. Zhang Wuheng shook his head. He turned to Yuruwashin and asked, where did Xianxia go earlier? Xianxia? Yuruwashin was taken aback. That's right. As the strongest expert in the Mingshi Tang headquarters, Xianxia possesses the ability to trace the source of an object. Even if Xianxia has concealed his aura, he should still be able to find him. The reason why he had us split up is so that he could shake us off. I would like to see what he's up to. Zhang Wuheng harumphed. he's able to find him? Are you saying that, as long as we follow him, we'll be able to find Xianxia? Yuruwashin asked with a glint in her eyes. That's right. However, given how powerful Xianxia is, it's best that we don't get too close to him. If we were to be discovered, it would be difficult to explain ourselves, Zhang Wuheng said. I understand. Yuruwashin nodded as a cold glint shone in her eyes. Capture him this time. We mustn't allow him to get away. We mustn't allow that fellow to get away. Zhang Wuheng nodded in agreement. A fellow who had appeared out of nowhere had reduced the Zhang family to rubble. If they did not deal with him properly, how could the Zhang family continue to stand at the top of the master-teacher continent? They had to punish him severely. While the two of them were discussing the matter discreetly, Xianxia, who had been flying for quite some time, suddenly stopped above a mountain range. With a flick of his wrist, he whipped out a mirror. He swiftly formed countless hand seals, and rays of light swirled around the surface of the mirror. Soon, a clear mark appeared on the surface of the mirror. The sanctum head token of the Sanctum of Sages. It's an artifact forged by Mingshi Tang. Xianxia chuckled. To be honest, after Xianxia had escaped, he had not left behind any traces at all. Even with Xianxia's strength, he was still unable to track him down. It was as if the other party had vanished into thin air. However, the sanctum head token in Xianxia's hand was an artifact that belonged to Mingshi Tang. Tracking the sanctum head token was equivalent to finding out the other party's whereabouts. It seems like he has gone to the Empire Alliance. After examining the mark on the mirror, Xianxia swiftly located the exact location of the sanctum head token. With a smile, he vanished from the spot. He was not too bothered by the fact that Xianxia had impersonated him and impersonated his student. He was just curious about the matter. For a person with such low cultivation to impersonate him, such that not even a 9-star master teacher would be able to see through it. Just how in the world did he manage to do it? Roughly an hour after Xianxia left, the surrounding space suddenly jolted, and two figures appeared once more. They were the first elder of the Zhang family, Zhang Wuheng, and the first elder of the Glacier Plain Court, Yuruwashin. Xianxia had not intentionally concealed his tracks, so it was not too difficult for them to find him. From the looks of it, he has gone to the Empire Alliance. Could it be that Xianxia is in the Empire Alliance? Zhang Wuheng asked after confirming the direction that Xianxia had left in. That's very likely. Other than the Glacier Plain Court, this is the largest city in the vicinity. If that Xianxia intends to vanish without a trace, he would have to hide here. Yuruwashin nodded. If Xianxia wanted to vanish without a trace, even Mingshi Tang would not be able to track him down. Instead, it was a sea of people. The more people there were, the more difficult it would be to track him down. If that was the case, there was a good chance that Xianxia would have gone to a densely populated area like the Empire Alliance. There were many people in this area, and even though the Master-Teacher Pavilion was guarding the area, the most dangerous place was actually the safest place in the Master-Teacher continent. After all, no one would have thought that Xianxia would be able to sneak into the Empire Alliance. Inform Mingshi Tang's men right away. Tell them that they have found traces of Xianxia in the Empire Alliance. Regardless of whether he's there or not, have them search the area thoroughly. Zhang Wuheng harumphed coldly. I'll inform them right away. Yuruwashin hurriedly nodded. While they could search the area as well, their efficiency was much lower than that of Mingshi Tang. If the latter were to make a move, it would be hard for Xianxia to escape. Xianxia, alarmed, Xianxia wanted to flee, but he eventually stopped himself. From the looks of it, the other party had already seen through his disguise. Since the other party did not make a move and instead asked him calmly, it could only mean that he bore no ill will. Besides, the other party was like a bottomless lake standing before him. It was hard to say whether he would be able to escape or not. Rather than going through so much trouble, he might as well ask the other party the reason for his visit. While Xianxia was astonished, Xianxia was equally astonished. With his eye of discernment, he could tell that the young man before him was only in his early 20s. However, his soul depth was unfathomable, such that even he was unable to see through it. It was no wonder no one was able to notice the other party's disguise. Even he was impressed. More importantly, the other party was able to maintain his composure despite knowing who he was. Just this state of mind in itself was already far beyond that of anyone he had met before. May I know how Xianxia managed to see through my disguise? After a moment of silence, Xianxia asked doubtfully. While his disguise was not flawless, with his soul depth comparable to a 9-star pinnacle master teacher and his perfect physical body, it was impossible for Elder Chu and the others to notice anything amiss. Just how in the world did Xianxia see through his disguise to be so certain that he was Xianxia? Actually, even I am unable to see through your appearance and soul aura. The only reason I was able to confirm it was due to the Sanctum Head token you have on you. Xianxia said. Sanctum Head token? Xianxia was taken aback. The Sanctum Head token floated in his palm. After fending off Elder Chu's attack in the Glacier Plain Court, he had kept his storage ring. He did not think that it would become the key to the other parties finding him. Indeed. The Sanctum Head token was forged by Sage Kuei and the others many years ago. Even though it isn't the most powerful weapon in the world, it possesses the connections of the entire Sanctum of Sages. Even when it is placed in a storage ring, it is unable to conceal its splendor. This is also the reason why the Sanctum Head token remains intact despite the deaths of the past Sanctum Heads. Xianxia said with a smile. Xianxia widened his eyes in realization. The Sanctum Head token represented the most esteemed identity in the Sanctum of Sages, so it would not be too difficult for the top experts of the Mingshi Tang faction to uncover its existence. Since Xianxia knows of my identity, are you intending to arrest me? Xianxia asked. It's been a long time since I've returned to Mingshi Tang. Whatever orders they issue have nothing to do with me. The reason why I came to look for you is because I'm a little curious. To think that a prodigy like you would appear out of nowhere. I'd like to know who your teacher is. Xianxia asked doubtfully. Actually, what he was most curious about was the master of this person in front of him. On the way here, Xianxia had also looked through the other party's resume. The other party claimed to be his student, but Xianxia knew that he had never met the other party before, let alone impart his knowledge to him. There was not a single top-notch master teacher on the master teacher continent that he did not know of. In fact, even Feng Zi, whom he had personally taught, paled in comparison to the young man before him. Just who in the world could have produced such an outstanding student? The most important thing was that he wasn't famous, so even he didn't know much about him. To tell you the truth, I haven't acknowledged a teacher yet. Xianxia shook his head helplessly, not expecting the other party to ask such a question. He could say that his teacher was Xianxia in front of others, but before Xianxia, there was no point in saying that. You haven't acknowledged a teacher yet? Xianxia was taken aback. How is that possible? I've looked into your past. Back in Tianxian Kingdom, you were just an ordinary cultivator. It took you just a little over a year to reach Saint 8 Dan Dimension Sundering Realm. How could you have achieved such a feat without a teacher? Regardless of whether it was his cultivation or his supporting occupations, Xianxia was able to achieve breakthroughs at will without any hindrances or obstacles. Under such circumstances, it was still understandable that he had a formidable teacher guiding him, but to say that he had cultivated on his own was simply inconceivable. Even Xianxia found it hard to believe. Even Conshur back then didn't have such a monstrous rate of improvement. I have no idea why, but regardless of whether it's my cultivation or my supporting occupations, I'm able to grasp it with a single try. Xianxia shook his head. There was no way he could explain the matter regarding the Library of Heaven's Path, so he could only attribute it to his talent. There were indeed some people in history who possessed incredible talent. Take the young prodigy of the Zhang clan for example. Didn't he say that he was a Saint Realm expert from birth as well? Considering how he was able to grasp it with a single try, it shouldn't be too shocking either. Xianxia frowned. He had seen plenty of geniuses in his time, and there were indeed some who possessed such talent. The little princess of the Luo clan was one such example, but none of them were as incredible as Xianxia. Besides, it was due to the resources and master teachers of the Luo clan that she was able to raise her cultivation so swiftly. Yet, the young man before him was just an unaffiliated cultivator. For him to be able to advance so quickly without a teacher was impossible. On top of that, even the lightning tribulation was obedient to him. This was something that even he was unable to achieve. I have a battle technique here, a kind of finger art. Even Feng Zi hasn't reached major accomplishment in it despite cultivating it for 3 years. Since you have the ability to do so, why don't you learn it and convince me that you don't have a teacher? Xianxia said as he flicked his wrist and took out a jade token. Since you said that you are able to grasp it with a single try and grasp it with a single try, why don't you give it a try? Battle technique? Grabbing the jade token, Xianxia lowered his head to take a look at it. Severing Yang Finger, Saint Tier Pinnacle Battle Technique, Severing Yang Finger. It was an unparalleled killing move. I have quite a few finger arts with me. Compile. Knowing that the other party was testing him, Xianxia didn't hesitate at all. With a light touch of his finger, he stored the finger art into the Library of Heaven's Path. After which, he gathered all of the finger arts he had collected in the Combat Master Hall and the others. The Severing Yang Finger was similar to the Grand Constellation Finger that he had cultivated previously. Both focused one's strength on a single point before releasing it. Soon, a book materialized in the Library of Heaven's Path. Xianxia quickly flipped it open and took a look. Just as he had imagined, the finger art was flawless, reaching the level of Heaven's Path. Knowledge flowed into his mind, and he began to analyze it. This finger art of mine is too lethal, but it's ideal for dealing with otherworldly demons. Severing one's lifespan with a single finger comes with a certain degree of damage to one's body as well. Thus, it requires one's strength, spirit, and spirit to be at their peak in order to execute it perfectly. How about this? I won't give you any pointers or disturb you. As long as you can reach minor accomplishment within 3 days, I believe that you will be able to reach your current level without a teacher. Xianxia said. 3 days? There's no need for that. Opening his eyes, Xianxia looked at Xianxia and said, I am already done. Why you're done? Xianxia hurriedly turned his gaze over, fearing that he had heard wrongly. You didn't do anything after receiving the jade token, and you didn't infuse your Xinqi into it either. What do you mean by done? Besides, the Severing Yang Finger was extremely profound and difficult to comprehend. Even though it was his first time coming into contact with it, it still took him nearly an hour to comprehend it. Yet, he had just received the jade token, and before he could even finish his words, the other party had already said those words. Are you for real? Since it's your battle technique, why don't you suppress your cultivation and execute the same move as me? You'll know once you compete with me. Xianxia replied with a smile. All right. Seeing how confident the young man before him was, seemingly unfazed by his identity and strength, Xianxia nodded in agreement. The other party was right. The best way to test one's mastery of battle techniques was through a duel. Only by being able to execute the technique in battle without any awkwardness could one say that Mingzhen had grasped the technique. Hong Long, seeing how confident Xianxia was, Xianxia took in a deep breath, and the next moment, his cultivation fell to Dimension Sundering Realm primary stage, just like Xianxia. I'll start now. Raising his index and middle fingers, a surge of energy slowly swirled around his fingertips, and in the blink of an eye, a massive tempest was formed. The energy within the tempest held furiously, threatening to tear the surrounding space apart. Xianxia nodded. Without making any movements, he casually tapped his finger forward. There was no tempest or Xinqi at his fingertips. In fact, his movements were as slow as an old ox plowing the fields. Xianxia was just about to say that he had executed the technique incorrectly, but as soon as he saw Xianxian's finger, his eyes narrowed in astonishment. Without any time to speak, he directed the tempest at his fingertips to meet Xianxian's attack. Hong Long, the two fingertips collided, and in the blink of an eye, the tempest dissipated without a trace. In the next instant, Xianxia felt as if he had been struck by an immense force, and he was forced to retreat 8 steps. The Xinqi in his body slowly dissipated, and only after he had recovered to Dimension Sundering Realm Pinnacle did he finally stop. Suppressing the frenzied rage in his body, Xianxia was horrified. The finger that Xianxia had executed earlier didn't seem too similar to the Severing Yang Finger at first, but as soon as Xianxia made his move, he realized that it was a completely different move. More importantly, even though he had changed the method of his attack and the path of his Xinqi circulation, not only did the might of his attack not weaken, it had nearly doubled. This was especially so when a single finger strike enveloped the opponent's entire body. Even the Xianxia in the opponent's body would be severed. Even if he cultivated it to the pinnacle, he still wouldn't be able to achieve this with his previous cultivation method. Are you hurt? Xianxia was a little embarrassed. No. Xianxia shook his head. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he asked, you modified the finger art and even managed to master it? Through the battle, he realized that not only did the other party master the technique, he even modified it a little. Just how in the world did he do it? In just a few short minutes, not only did Xianxia manage to learn the technique, he even managed to modify it. Even though he was witnessing it with his own eyes, he still couldn't help but feel as though he was dreaming. There was actually such a powerful expert in this world? The purpose of battle techniques is to better drive one's Xianxia so as to allow the cultivator to bring forth the greatest strength, not to kill. The severing yang finger is simply too domineering, and it harms the harmony of the world. Thus, I modified it a little to sever the Xianxia circulation of the opponent's body. This way, not only will it not kill the opponent, it will also let the opponent know that he is no match for me. Xianxia explained. The severing yang finger was indeed a formidable killing move, but it was simply too taxing on one's Xianxia and spirit. If one were to miss in a single move, one could very well give the other party an opportunity to strike. After incorporating many finger arts into the technique, this flaw was made up for. Severing the opponent's Xianxia isn't that lethal, but, if one were to face an otherworldly demon, even if one spared the other party's life, the other party would still kill one. Often, a single misstep could bring disaster upon one. Xianxia said. While killing moves and killing moves were both detrimental to the harmony of the world, it depended on who the opponent was. Naturally, one couldn't use it against a master teacher. However, if one were to go easy on an otherworldly demon, one could very well end up in a disadvantageous position, possibly even losing one's life. Such occurrences could be found everywhere. Back then, when he first entered the subterranean gallery with his teacher, out of a moment of benevolence, he chose to spare the other party's life. In the end, his teacher suffered an attack and nearly died. He had regretted this matter for a very long time, and it was from then on that he had learned his lesson. One could go easy on one's friends, but against one's enemies, one had to go all out. Indeed, one mustn't go easy on the otherworldly demons. Xianxia nodded in agreement. But the killing prowess of the move you executed earlier wasn't sufficient. Xianxia was perplexed. Knowing that such a situation would occur, why did one still alter the move to such an extent? Oh, I only used 30% of my strength in the battle against you, so it looks like I can retract it freely. If I were to use my full strength, the might of the move would still be decent. Understanding the other party's intentions, Xianxia chuckled. 30%? Xianxia's body swayed weakly, and he felt as if his head was going to explode. You said that, you used 30% of your strength? Just 30% of Xianxia's strength was enough to push him back 7 to 8 steps, forcing him to raise his cultivation to dimension-sundering realm pinnacle. Are you sure you aren't joking? Indeed. This is what I meant by using my full strength, Xianxia nodded. With a light flick of his wrist, he tapped his finger forward once more. This time, his movement was even slower than before, but in an instant, Xianxia felt as if the entire world was collapsing around him. Even with the might of a dimension-sundering realm pinnacle cultivator, he felt a deep sense of despair welling up in his heart. Kacha! Kacha! Not daring to stop, Xianxia hurriedly unlocked his cultivation, and in the blink of an eye, his cultivation returned to Saint Nine Dan Macrocosm Ascendancy Realm primary stage. Only then did he feel the pressure on him lessen significantly. With a flick of his wrist, he faced the attack head-on. Pung! The other party's strength surged toward him like a tidal wave, threatening to shatter his meridians and destroy his spirit, rendering him powerless to retaliate. Xianxia was forced to retreat another dozen steps. His blood and flesh turned furiously, and he gasped for breath with a face as pale as a sheet of paper. He was one of the strongest experts in the world. Even with his cultivation suppressed, there were only a handful of cultivators who could defeat him in the same cultivation realm. Yet, the other party had only learned his move for a few minutes, and yet, he was still unable to withstand it. This was way too fearsome. Could it be that there was really such a person in the world who could master a move swiftly, and even modify it on his own? Not bad, right? Seeing that the other party had come to a halt, Xianxia chuckled. That's right, suppressing the shock in his heart, Xianxia exhaled deeply before looking at Xianxia with glowing eyes. Since you don't have a teacher, are you willing to acknowledge me as your teacher? The fact that the other party had pretended to be his student meant that the other party wanted to acknowledge him as his teacher. Initially, he had been indifferent toward the other party, but after witnessing the other party's talent, he could not help but feel a burning desire burning in his heart. If he were to accept such a student, his reputation would surely soar to unprecedented heights. End of chapter 1523. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.